Jacques Lacan. Formations of the Unconscious. The Seminar of Jacques Lacan. Book V. Translated by Russell Grigg. Throughout this seminar, the French terms trait d'esprit, its synonym mot d'esprit, and the less common esprit have most often been translated as witticism, occasionally as wit or joke. As Lacan mentions, p. 13, trait d'esprit is his preferred translation for Freud's wits, though he doesn't follow this practice consistently and often uses the more common expression mot d'esprit, which is how wits in Freud's THIRD-WORLDISM seine Beziehung zum Unbewussten, jokes and their relation to the unconscious, has been rendered in the two major French translations. It is true that witticism is not in widespread use in English and carries the connotation of refined and intellectual forms of humor, as James Strachey noted in his preface to Jokes and Their Relation to the Unconscious, published in the standard edition of the complete works of Sigmund Freud. However, not only is joke closer to the French terms blague and histoire drôle, but it is also true that, in this seminar in which Lacan emphasizes connotations of the finesse of language, the choice of the word witticism is not out of place. I have very occasionally translated trait d'esprit and mot d'esprit as joke, when it has been clear that a joke is what Lacan has in mind. Many of the choices I have made for the translation of crucial tenets of Lacan's are discussed in the translator's endnotes as they arise. The numbers in the margins of this translation refer to the pagination of the French edition published by Editions du Seuil in 1998. Low thanks to the following people: Yael Baldwin, for her valuable comments on the entire translation; Bruce Fink, whose thoughts on ways to render Lacan into good English have always been greatly appreciated; Adrian Price, who sent me detailed comments on parts of the translation; and Jeffrey Young, who generously sent me his own translation of this seminar when he heard that I was working on the authorized version. I do not doubt that the translation could still be improved, and I invite anyone who has suggestions or corrections to write to me directly or contact me via the publisher. Book V. Formations of the Unconscious 1957 to 1958. The Freudian Structures of Wit. The Epimillionaire. Points from previous seminars. Schema of wits. Wit and its national traditions. Confirmation by the other. What can only be seen by looking away. This year I have taken formations of the unconscious as my topic. Those of you, and I think this includes most of you, who were at our scientific meeting last night are already up to date and aware that the questions I raise here concern, directly, this time, the function in the unconscious of what in previous years I have been developing as the signifier. Some of you, I express myself like this because my ambitions are modest, have, I hope, read the article entitled L'instance de la lettre dans l'inconscient, the instance of the letter in the unconscious, that I published in the third issue of the journal La Psychanalyse. Those who had the stamina for it will be well prepared, or better prepared than the others, to follow the discussion. Moreover, my hope, a modest one, or so it seems to me, is that you who make the effort to listen to what I have to say also make the effort to read what I write, since in the end it's for you that I write it. Those of you who have not done so would therefore do well to read it, especially as I will be referring to it constantly. I am obliged to assume you are familiar with what has already been said. In thinking about those of you who have come unprepared in any of these ways, I am going to tell you what I will emit myself to today and what the object of this introductory lesson to our topic will be. In the first instance, I will necessarily briefly and elusively, because I cannot go back to square one, recall several major punctuant points from previous years that initiated and foreshadowed what I have to tell you about the function of signifiers in the unconscious. 10 Then, as a pause for those whose minds may be left a little out of breath by this brief reminder, I will explain to you what the schema I will be referring to over the course of our theoretical experience this year means. And then I will finish with an example. It's the first example that Freud employs in his book on witticisms. I am not doing this as an illustration, but because a witticism is always particular, there is no such thing as a witticism in the abstract. I will make a start at showing, in this respect, How witticisms happen to be the best point of entry into our topic, that of formations of the unconscious. This is not only the best point of entry but also the most striking form in which Freud himself indicates the unconscious's relations with signifiers and their techniques. These, then, are my three parts. You know, then, what to expect from what I am going to explain to you, and this should also spare you some mental effort. 1. The first year of my seminar, devoted to Freud's writings on technique, essentially consisted in introducing you to the notion of the function of the symbolic as alone capable of explaining what can be called the determination as to meaning insofar as it relates to the fundamental reality of Freudian experience. Since determination as to meaning is on this occasion nothing but a definition of reason, let me remind you that this reason is to be found at the very origins of the possibility of analysis. It's because something has become tied to something like speech that discourse can untie the knot. I pointed out to you in this respect the distance separating speech, insofar as it's filled by a subject's being, from the empty discourse that drones away over the actions of humans. These actions are rendered impenetrable by the imagining of motives that are irrational, inasmuch as they are only rationalized from the ego's perspective of misrecognition. As I also taught you in that first year, the ego is itself a function of the symbolic relation and is apt to be affected by it in its density and functions of synthesis, all also made from a mirage, but a captivating mirage. This is only possible because of the gap opened up in human beings by the original, biological pres-11ins of death in them, owing to what I have called the prematurity of birth. This is the point where the symbolic intrudes. That was where we had come to at the juncture of my first and second seminars. The second seminar highlighted the factor of repetitive insistence arising from the unconscious. I identified its consistence with the structure of the signifying chain, and this is what I tried to get you to see by giving you a model of it in the form of the so-called syntax of A, P, /. You now have a written exposition of this in my article, The Purloined Letter, which gives a brief summary of the syntax. Despite the criticisms it has received, some of which were justified, there are two minor mistakes that should be corrected in a future edition. You should still manage to find it useful for a long while to come. I am even convinced that it will change with age, and that you will find it less difficult to refer to in several months' time, or even by the end of the year. I say this in answer to the laudable efforts that have been made by certain people seeking to limit its significance. It was in any case an opportunity for them to put themselves to the test, and this is precisely all I look for. Whatever dead end they might have found in it, these gymnastics have nevertheless been useful to them. They will have the opportunity for more gymnastics in what I will have occasion to show them this year. Of course, as the people who have made this effort stress to me, even in writing, each of these four tens is marked by a fundamental ambiguity. But that is precisely what makes it a valuable example. With these groupings we have set off down the path of what forms current speculation on groups and sets. These researches are founded on the principle that one starts with complex structures, simple structures merely presenting themselves as special cases. I won't go back over how these little letters are created, but it's clear that, following operations by means of which we can define them, we end up with something extremely simple. Each of them is effectively defined on the basis of the relations between two terms in one of two pairs of terms, the pair including configurations that go from symmetrical to dissymmetrical and from dissymmetrical to symmetrical, see Eritz, pages 47 to 50, and then the pair that goes from same to different and from different to same. We have here, then, a group of four signifiers A, P, Y, 0, 1 with the property that each of them can be analyzed in terms of its relations with the other three. To confirm this analysis, incidentally, I would add that according to Roman Jakobson, in his own words which I heard from him when I met him recently, 4 is the minimum number of signifiers necessary 12 for the primary, elementary conditions of linguistic analysis. Now, as you will see, the latter has the closest of relationships to analysis as such. They are indistinguishable, even. If we look closely, they are essentially no different from one another. In the third year of my seminar, I spoke about psychosis insofar as it's founded on a primordial deficiency of a signifier. I showed what sort of subduction of the real arises when, induced by vital invocation, the real comes to take its place within this deficiency of a signifier, which we were speaking about last night in terms of Verwerfung, and that, one agree, is not free of difficulties, which is why we will have to return to it this year. I nevertheless believe that the seminar on psychosis made it possible for you to understand, if not the ultimate mainspring, at least the essential mechanism by which the other, the big other, the other as the seat of speech, is reduced to the imaginary other. It involves the suppletion of the symbolic by the imaginary. As a consequence, you grasped how it is that we are able to conceptualize the effect of total foreignness of the real produced at moments of rupture in the psychotic's delusional dialogue, which is his sole means of maintaining within himself what I will call a certain kind of intransitivity of the subject. It seems quite natural to us. I am thinking, therefore I am, as we say, intransitively. For sure, this is where the difficulty lies for the psychotic, precisely because of the reduction of the duality of the other with a big zero and the other with a little zero, the other as the seat of speech and guarantor of truth, and the dual other, the one whom the subject finds himself faced with as his own image. The disappearance of this double aspect is precisely what makes it so difficult for the psychotic to maintain himself in the human real, that is to say, in the symbolic real. Over the course of that third year, dealing with the dimension of what I call dialogue, insofar as it makes it possible for a subject to sustain himself, I illustrated it with no more, no less than an example from the first scene of Racine's Athalia. This is a seminar that I would have quite liked to return to and write up, had one had the time. Nevertheless, I think that you won't have forgotten the extraordinary first dialogue of the play, where one sees this Abner come forward, prototype of the false friend and double agent, coming to test the water right from the word go. His "Yes, I come into his temple to adore the eternal Lord" Act 1, Scene IJ initially sounds like some sort of attempt at seduction. The way in which we crown this play has no doubt made us forget all these resonances 13 somewhat, but do admire how extraordinary it is. I stressed how, for his part, the high priest put in a few essential signifiers, and God found faithful in all his threats, or, again, why do you renounce the promises of heaven? The term heaven, and also several other well-chosen words, are nothing but pure signifiers. I stressed their total emptiness. Lihoyada skewers, as it were, his opponent to the point of henceforth transforming him into this pathetic earthworm who, as I said, re-enters the ranks of the procession and serves as the bait for Athalia, who ends up falling for this little game. The signifier's relation to the signified, so palpable in this dramatic dialogue, led me to refer to Ferdinand de Saussure's famous schema in which you see the double parallel flow of signifiers and signifieds, distinct and destined to perpetually slide over one another. It was in reference to this that I fabricated the image, borrowed from the upholsterer's craft, of the quilting point. There does have to be some point, effectively, at which the fabric of one becomes attached to the fabric of the other, so that we know where we stand, at least with respect to the possible limits of the sliding. There are quilting points, then, but they leave some elasticity in the links between the two tens. We will pick things up from here this year, once I have told you where the dialogue between Lihoyada and Abner, in parallel and symmetrically with this, ends up, namely, with the fact that the only real subject that stands up is the subject who speaks in the name of speech. You won't have forgotten the plane on which Lihoyada speaks. Hear how this God replies to you through my mouth. There is no subject except in reference to this other. This is symbolic of what exists in all valid speech. Similarly, in the fourth year of my seminar, I wanted to show you that the only object is a metonymic object, the object of desire being the object of the other's desire, and desire always being desire for some other thing, very precisely for what is lacking, the primordially lost object, insofar as Freud shows it to us as always having to be refound. Similarly, the only meaning is metaphorical meaning, meaning emerging only from the substitution of one signifier for another in the symbolic chain. This is connoted in the work I was talking about before, which I invited you to read, the instance of the letter in the unconscious. The following symbols are those for metonymy and metaphor, respectively. In the first formula, S is linked to S in the chain's combination, 14, both of them in relation to S, the result of which is to put S in a certain metonymic relationship with S at the level of signification. Similarly, the substitution of SF for S in relation to S results in the relationship S plus S, which here indicates, this is easier to say than in the case of metonymy, the emergence or creation of meaning. This, then, is where we are. We are now going to start on what will be the object of our research this year. 2. I have constructed a schema for investigating this object, and I am now going to tell you what, at least for today, it can be used to connote. If we have to find a way to examine the signifying chain's relations with the signified chain, it would be by means of the crude image of the quilting point. For it to be valid, you would still have to ask where the upholsterer is. He is obviously somewhere, but the place where we could put him in the schema would, nevertheless, be far too simplistic. Since, between the signifying chain and the flow of the signified, there is, as it were, a reciprocal sliding, which is what is essential in their relationship, and since, despite this sliding, there is a liaison or coherence between these two currents, and we have to grasp where it appears, it may occur to us that this sliding, if sliding there be, is necessarily a relative sliding. Displacement in one produces displacement in the other. Thus, it must be through something like the 15 intersecting of the two lines in opposite directions, in a sort of ideal present, that we will find an exemplary schema. This, then, is what we might focus our speculations on. All the same, whatever importance this notion of the present must possess for us, a discourse is not a punctiform event, a la Russell, if I can put it like that. A discourse not only has a substance, a texture, but it takes time, it has a dimension in time, a thickness. We absolutely cannot be satisfied with an instantaneous present, our entire experience runs counter to it, as does everything that we have said. We can present this immediately through the experience of speech. For instance, if I begin a sentence, I not understand its meaning until I have got to the end. It's completely necessary, this is the definition of a sentence, that I say the final word for you to understand what the first was about. This provides us with the most tangible example of what can be called the nachtrieglich action of a signifier. This is precisely what I am constantly showing you in the text of analytic experience itself, on an infinitely grander scale, when we are dealing with the history of past. Moreover, one thing is clear, this is one way of putting it, which I stress in a precise manner in the instance of the letter in the unconscious. I ask you to refer to it provisionally. I expressed it in the form of a topological metaphor, if I can put it like that. It's impossible to represent the sign here, the signified and the subject on the same plane. This is neither mysterious nor opaque. It's demonstrable in a very simple way in the text with respect to the Cartesian cogito. I will refrain from returning to it now because we really come across it in a different form. The aim of this reminder is simply to justify the two lines that we are now going to work with. The little stopper stands for the beginning of the trajectory, and the tip of the arrow is its end. You will recognize my first line here, which the other hooks onto once it has crossed it twice. Note that you cannot confuse what these two lines previously represented in Saussure's diagram, namely the signifier and the signified, with what they represent here, which is slightly different, for now we are going to place ourselves entirely at the level of the signifier. The effects on the signified are elsewhere, they are not directly represented. In this schema, we see the two states or functions that we can apprehend in a sequence of signifiers. The first line, which goes from left to right, represents the signifying chain insofar as it remains completely permeable to the properly signifying effects of metaphor and metonymy, which 16 implies the possible actualization of signifying effects at all levels, and down to the phonemic level in particular. The phonological element is in effect what puns, word plays, and so on are based on. In short, it's the signifying material we analysts constantly have to play with. Apart from those of you who have come here for the first time, you will have some idea of this, and this is why today we will start exploring the subject of the unconscious by way of wits. 10. The other line from right to left is the line of rational discourse, into which a number of reference points or fixed things are already integrated. These things can only be properly grasped in this case at the level of the usage of signifiers, that is, at the level of what concretely, in the use of discourse, constitutes fixed points. As you know, they are a long way from corresponding univocally to a thing. No one single semanteme corresponds to one single thing. Most of the time, a semanteme corresponds to a wide variety of things. We are pausing here at the level of the semanteme, that is, at what is fixed and defined by usage. This, then, is the line of common, everyday discourse, such as is admitted into the code of the discourse that I will call the discourse of reality we all share. This is also the level at which the fewest meanings are created, since meaning is already there and in some way already given. Most of the time this discourse only consists of a subtle mixture of received ideas. It's precisely at this level that the famous empty discourse is produced, which is what a number of my remarks on the function of speech and the field of language were based on. As you can plainly see, this line is the individual subject's concrete discourse, the discourse of the person who speaks and makes 17 himself understood. It's discourse that can be recorded on a disc, whereas the former line is everything that this includes by way of possibilities of decomposition, reinterpretation, resonance, and metaphorical and metonymic effects. They go in opposite directions, for the simple reason that they slide over one another. But one intersects the other. And they intersect at two perfectly recognizable points. If we start with discourse, the first point at which it meets the properly signifying chain is what I have just been explaining to you from the point of view of the signifier, namely the bundle of usages. I will call this the code, at a point here marked U. 2. The code really has to be somewhere here if the discourse is to be capable of being heard. This code is very obviously located in the big other, that is, in the other insofar as it's the companion of language. It's absolutely necessary that this big other exist, and, I beg you to take note of this, there is absolutely no need to call it by the idiotic and delusional name collective consciousness. An other is an other. One is enough for a language to be a living language, so much so that this other is able to constitute the first moment all on its own. The fact that there is one person who remains and is able to speak his own language to himself is enough for there to be he himself plus not only one other but even two, in any case someone who understands him. One can still make word plays in a language of which one is the sole possessor. That, then, is the initial encounter, which occurs at the level of what I am calling the code. The second intersection, which closes the circle and constitutes meaning properly so called, and constitutes it on the basis of the code that it initially encountered, occurs at this endpoint labeled Y. As you can see, two arrows terminate there, and I will dispense with telling you today what the second one is. The result of the conjunction of discourse with the signifier as the medium that creates meaning is the message. Meaning comes into being in the message. The truth that is there to be announced, if truth there be, is here. Most of the time no truth is announced, for the simple reason that most often discourse absolutely does not go via the signifying chain and is the pure and simple purring of repetition, idle chatter, short-circuiting between and slash. The discourse says absolutely nothing, apart from indicating to you that I am a speaking animal. This is everyday discourse, words put together for the purpose of saying nothing, owing to which you reassure yourself that you are not simply dealing, opposite you, with what man is in his natural state, namely a ferocious beast. The 2 points, the minimum nodal points for the short circuit of discourse, are easily recognizable. There is, on the one hand, at 18, the object in the sense of the metonymic object I spoke to you about last year. There is, on the other hand, at, the I insofar as it indicates the place in discourse itself of the one who is speaking. In this schema it's possible to put our finger, in a tangible way, on what binds and what distinguishes statement enonce and utterance enunciation. This is a truth that is perfectly and immediately accessible to linguistic experience, but which in Freudian experience coincides with the distinction that exists, at least in principle, between the J that is nothing other than the place of him who is speaking in the discourse chain, which moreover doesn't even need 12. To be designated by an I, and, on the other hand, the message, which, to exist, requires the apparatus of the schema as an absolute minimum. It's totally impossible to bring out a message or a statement of any kind whatsoever, in a radiating and concentric manner, on the basis of any subject, without this entire complexity, and this is for the good reason that speech specifically presupposes the existence of a signifying chain. Its genesis is far from simple to obtain, we spent a year getting there. It presumes the existence of a network of uses, in other words, of usage for a given language. It presumes as well an entire mechanism that makes it the case that, whatever you say in thinking about it, or in not thinking about it, whatever you formulate, once you have mounted the treadmill of idle chatter, your discourse always says more than what you are saying. Moreover, solely by virtue of the fact that its speech, discourse is founded on the existence somewhere of this reference point that is the plane of truth as distinct from reality, which brings into play the possible emergence of new meanings introduced into the world or reality. These are not meanings that are already there, but meanings that are brought about by speech and that speech literally brings into the world. Here you have, radiating out from the message on the one hand and from the I on the other, these little fins which indicate two divergent directions. From the I, one goes towards the metonymic object and the second towards the other. Symmetrically, following the return path of discourse, the message goes towards the metonymic object and towards the other. This is all provisional, I ask you to take note, but you will see that these two lines that may look like they are self-evident, the one that goes from the I towards the other, and the one that goes from the I towards the metonymic object, will be very useful to us. You will also see what the other two lines, which are incredibly fascinating, correspond to, those that go from the message towards the code and from the code towards the message. Effectively, the 19 return line exists and, if it did not exist, there would not be the slightest hope of creating meaning, as the schema shows you. The essential dimension that witticism's trait d'esprit bring us right into is at work specifically in the interplay between message and code, thus also in the return from the code to the message. We will stay at this point for a number of seminars so that we can see everything that is extraordinarily suggestive and indicative that may occur there. This will also give us a further opportunity to grasp how the metonymic object, this famous object that we started looking at last 13 year, this object that is never there, that is always situated elsewhere, that is always something else, is in a relationship of dependence. Let's now turn to the wits. 3. Wits has been translated into French as trait d'esprit. Mot d'esprit has also been used. I'll spare you the reasons why I prefer the former translation. But wits also means esprit. The term is therefore immediately presented to us with an extreme ambiguity. Traits d'esprit, witticisms, are sometimes an object of disparagement, they are light, not serious, fanciful and capricious. What about esprit? Here, on the other hand, one pauses and thinks twice before speaking of it in the same way. It's fitting that all these ambiguities should be left open to esprit, including even esprit in the broad sense, as in the esprit that obviously serves all too often as an ensign for doubtful merchandise, the esprit of spiritualism. But the notion of esprit nonetheless has a center of gravity, which for us resides in esprit in the sense in which one speaks of an homme spirituel, a witty man, and does so even if he does not have a terribly good reputation. We center esprit on the trait d'esprit, that is, on what in it seems the most contingent, the most outdated and the most open to criticism. It's indeed part of the genius of psychoanalysis to do things like that, and this is why we should not be astonished that the one point in Freud's work where he mentions what is elsewhere honored with a capital letter, namely, esprit, is in his work on wits. There is, nonetheless, a relationship between the two poles of the term, which has always been a source of disagreement. It would be amusing to evoke the English tradition with you. Wit is even more clearly ambiguous than wits, and even more than esprit in French. Discussions have flourished on true, authentic wit, in a word, good wit, and also on bad wit, that is, the wit with which charlatans entertain their audience. How are they to be distinguished? We would have to refer to the difficulties that critics have got themselves into. After the 18th century with Addison, Pope, and so on, this discussion continues into the early 19th century with the English Romantic school, where the question of wit could not fail to be put on the agenda. Hazlitt's writings are very significant in this regard. It was Coleridge, whom we will have occasion to discuss, who went the furthest in this direction. Equally, I could speak of the German tradition. In particular the promotion of esprit to the highest plane of literary Christianity. 14. Followed a strictly parallel evolution in Germany. The question of wits is there at the heart of all romantic speculation, which will hold our interest as much from a historical point of view as from that of the situation of analysis. What is altogether striking is that there is nothing in France that corresponds to this interest by critics in the question of wits or wit. The only people who have taken any serious interest in the matter are poets. In the 19th century, not only is the question a live one for them, but it's at the heart of the work of Baudelaire and Mallarmé. Elsewhere, it has only ever been present, even in essays, from the standpoint of criticism, I mean from the standpoint of an intellectual formulation of the problem. I leave to one side the main tradition, the Spanish one, because it's too important for us not to have to return to it frequently later on. The decisive point is this: whatever you read on the problem of wits or wit *, the fact is that you will always arrive at tangible impasses, which only time prevents me from developing today. I'll come back to this. I will omit this part of my talk, but later I will prove to you what a leap, what a sharp rupture, what a difference in quality and results, characterize Freud's work. Freud did not carry out the inquiry I have just been alluding to on the European tradition of wits. He tells us what his sources are, and they are clear. There are 3 very sensible, very readable books by good German professors from minor universities who had the time to reflect peacefully and who wrote these things that were not at all pedantic. They are Bruno Fischer, Theodor Vischer, and Theodor Lips, a Munich professor whose work is the best of 21-3, and who goes quite far, to the point of lending a hand to Freud's research. Simply put, if Herr Lips had not been so worried about the respectability of wits, if he hadn't wanted there to be false wit and true wit, he would certainly have gone a lot further. This, on the contrary, was never something that held Freud back. He had already formed the habit of compromising himself, and this is why he was able to see much more clearly. It's also because he saw the structural relations that exist between W/Z and the unconscious. On what plane did he see them? Uniquely on a plane that can be called formal. I mean phonal, not in the sense of pretty forms, curves and everything with which people try to drown you in the blackest obscurantism, but in the sense in which one speaks a form in literary theory, for example. There is effectively yet another tradition that I have not spoken to you about, but this is also because I will have to come back to it often, a recent tradition, which is the Czech tradition. Your ignorance leads you to think that the reference 15 to formalism has a vague meaning. Not at all. Formalism has an extremely precise meaning. It's a school of literary criticism, which the state apparatus located in the land of the Sputnik has been persecuting for some time now. Be that as it may, Freud places himself at the level of this formalism, that is, of a structural theory of the signifier as such, and the result is not in doubt, it's even thoroughly convincing. This is a key that makes it possible to go much further. Having asked you to read my articles from time to time, I do not really need to ask you to read Freud's book, Der Witz und seine Beziehung zum Unbewussten. Since I am talking about wits this year, this seems to me to be the least one cao do. You will see that the economy of this book is founded on the fact that Freud starts with the technique of witticisms, and constantly returns to it. What does this mean for him? It's a matter of a verbal technique, as they say. I say, more precisely, a technique of the signifier. Because Freud begins with the technique of the signifier, and because he constantly returns to it, he really does unpack the problem. He brings out distinct levels, and we suddenly see, with the greatest clarity, what you have to know how to distinguish if you are to avoid getting lost in perpetual confusions over the signified, in thoughts that you are unable to extract yourself from. You will see, for example, that there is the problem of witticisms and the problem of the comic, and these are not at all the same thing. Similarly, the problem of the comic and the problem of laughter, even though these sometimes go together, and even though all three get confused, are not at all the same problem. In short, to clarify the problem of wit, Freud starts with signify 22ing technique, and we too will start from there along with him. What is curious is that this takes place at a level about which absolutely nothing indicates that it's at the level of the unconscious. But, for deep reasons which have to do with the very nature of what is at issue in wits, it's precisely by looking there that we will see most clearly what is not completely there but is off to the side, namely, the unconscious. The unconscious, in fact, is only ever illuminated and only reveals itself when you look away a little. This is something that you will rediscover in wits all the time, for it's in its very nature, you look away and this makes it possible for you to see what is not there. Let's begin, then, along with Freud, with the keys to the technique of the signifier. Freud didn't go to too much trouble to look for examples, almost all the ones he gives, and they may strike us as a bit banal and unequal in value, are taken from these three professors, and this is why I spoke of the esteem in which I hold them. But there 16 is, nevertheless, another author in whom Freud truly is steeped, Heinrich Heine, and it's from this source that he takes his first example. There is a marvelous quip that comes from the mouth of Hirsch Hyacinth, a Jew from Hamburg, lottery ticket agent, hard-working and half-starved, whom Heine encounters in the baths at Lucca. If you want to undertake a comprehensive reading of Freud's wits, you will need to read Reisbilder, Travel Pictures. It's astonishing that it's not a classic. In it you will discover, in the part set in Italy, a passage in which this indescribable character features, and whose properties I hope I still have time to say something about today. In the course of their conversation, Hirsch Hyacinth declares to Heine that he had the honor of treating the corns of the great Rothschild, Nathan the Wise. While he is trimming his corns, he says to himself that he, Hirsch Hyacinth, is an important man. He is effectively thinking that during this procedure Nathan the Wise was mulling over the various letters that he would be sending to kings, and that if he, Hirsch Hyacinth, should trim his corns a little too closely, this would result in an irritation in the upper regions that would in turn cause Nathan to clip the hide of kings a little more. And thus, one thing leads to another. Hirsch Hyacinth goes on to talk about another Rothschild that he knew, Salomon Rothschild. One day, when he announces himself as Hirsch Hyacinth, he receives a reply in nonchalant tones, "I am a lottery agent myself, 23 for the Rothschild lottery, I do not want any colleague of mine in the kitchen." And, Hirsch Hyacinth exclaims, "He treated me in quite a familiar manner." This is where Freud pauses. What is familiar? Is it a neologism, a slip of the tongue, a witticism? It's a witticism, for sure, but the simple fact that I am able to ask these other two questions already introduces us to a fundamental ambiguity concerning signifiers in the unconscious. What does Freud say? That we can recognize here the mechanism of condensation, that it's materialized in the material of the signifiés and that it involves a sort of stamping together, by means of some machinery or other, of two lines of the signifying chain. Freud completes the witticism with a very nice signifying schema on which familiar is first entered, then, underneath, millionaire. Phonetically, AR is on both lines, MILF also, things get condensed and, in the interval between the two, Jamillionar appears. Familiar millionar fa mil John AR. 17. Let's try and see what this produces using the schema on the blackboard. I am obliged to move quickly here, but I have something to point out to you. Discourse can obviously be schematized by saying that it starts from the J and goes to the other. It's more correct to recognize that, whatever we might think, all discourse starts from the other, U, that it's reflected by the J at P, since the latter must play some part in the matter, that it returns to the other at a second moment, hence the invoking of the other. I was on completely familiar terms with Salomon Rothschild, and that it then heads off towards the message, why? But don't forget that the reason this schema is interesting is that there are two hnis and that things circulate at one and the same time along the line of the signifying chain. Owing to the mysterious property of the phonemes that are in both words, something correlatively stirs within the signifiers, there is an unsettling of the elementary signifying chain as such. Three moments can also be distinguished on the side of the chain. At the first moment the message takes shape. At the second moment, the chain is reflected by the metonymic object at W, my millionaire. In effect, what is involved for Hirsch Hyacinth is the schematized, metonymic object that belongs to him. He is his millionaire, but at the same time he is not, because the case is, indeed, rather that the millionaire owns him. Result, it doesn't go through, and this is precisely why, at the second moment, 24 millionaire is reflected back at W, at the same time as the other term, the familiar manner, arrives at U. At the third moment, millionaire and familiar meet and come together in the message at Y to form famillionaire. This schema may strike you as a frivolous one to provide, even though a good one because I am the one who put it together. However, as it falls into place over the course of the year, maybe you will say to yourselves that it has been useful for something. In particular, owing to the topographical requirements it presents us with, it enables us to proceed in a measured way as far as the signifier is concerned. In the way it's constructed, however you run through it, it limits all our steps. I mean that with every step we have to take, the schema requires us to take no more than 3 elementary ones. This is what the little stoppers at the beginning and the arrowheads are defined for, as are the directional fins along the segments, which always have to be in an intermediary, second position. The others either start or end. Thus, in 3 moments, the two chains, that of discourse and that of the signifier, have ended up converging on the same point. 18. Which is that of the message. This makes it the case that Herr Hirsch Hyacinth was treated in a completely familiar manner. This message is completely incongruous, in the sense that it's not received, it's not in the code. That is the crux of the matter. To be sure, the message is in theory designed to be distinct from the code, but here, it's on the actual plane of the signifier that it's manifestly in violation of the code. The definition of witticism I propose rests, first, on the fact that the message is produced at a particular level of signifying production, that it's differentiated and distinguished from the code, and that it assumes its value as a message by virtue of this distinction and this differentiation. The message lies in its difference from the code. How is this difference confirmed? This is where the second plane comes in. This difference is confirmed as a witticism by the other. This is indispensable, and it's in Freud. There are two things in Freud's book on witticisms, the emphasis on the signifying technique, and the explicit reference to the other as a third party. This reference, which I have been drilling into you for ages, is absolutely spelled out by Freud, especially in the second part of his work, but necessarily from the outset. For instance, Freud is constantly stressing the difference between witticisms and the comic, which is due to the fact that the comic 25 is dual. The comic is a dual relation, and there has to be a third other for witticisms to exist. Confirmation by the other as third party, whether supported or not by an individual person, is essential here. The other lobs it back. He places the message in the code as a witticism. He says in the code, this is a witticism. If no one does this, there is no witticism. If no one observes it, if familianaire is a slip, there is no witticism. It's therefore necessary that the other codify it as a witticism, that it be inscribed in the code through the other's intervention. The third element of my definition is that witticisms are related to something that is profoundly located at the level of meaning. I am not saying that this is a truth, for the subtle allusions to some kind of psychology of millionaires and parasites, even though they contribute greatly to our pleasure, we will come back to this, do not explain the production of familianaire. I am saying it's the truth. I put it to you, as of today, that the essence of witticisms, if we wish to seek it, and seek it with Freud, for he will take us as far as is possible in the direction where its crux lies, since it's a question of its crux, and crux there is, resides in their relation to a radical dimension, which essentially depends on truth, namely, what I called in my article the instance of the letter, the dimension of truth's alibi. 19. No matter how close we get to the essence of witticisms, which never fail to produce a kind of mental double vision in us, what is always at issue, and which is what witticisms explicitly do, is this: they designate, and always off to the side, what is only ever seen by looking elsewhere. This is where we will pick things up next time. I am clearly ending with something left up in the air, with an enigma. I think, however, that I have at least set the terms that, as I will show you in what is to come, we must necessarily rally to. November 6, 1957. 27. 2. The Fat Millionaire. Substitution, condensation, and metaphor from jokes to slips and to the forgetting of names ruins and metonymic sparks the parasite and his master. Let me pick up the discussion from where I left off last time, at the point at which Hirsch Hyacinth, talking to the author of Reisbilder, whom he met at the baths of Lucca, says to him, as true as God shall grant me all good things, I was sitting with Salomon Rothschild, and he treated me quite like an equal, he was completely familianaire. 1. We will begin, then, with the word familianaire, which, all in all, had its moment of fame and fortune. It's known for being Freud's starting point, and I will thereby attempt to show you how he approaches witticisms. If his analysis is of use to us and if this point is exemplary, it's because it shows us, and, sadly, we need this badly, the indisputable importance of the signifier in what, with Freud, we can call unconscious mechanisms. It's surprising to see that when they grapple with the delicate subject of aphasia, that is, with speech deficits, neurologists, whose discipline doesn't prepare them for this particularly well, make remarkably steady progress in what might be called their linguistic training. Psychoanalysts, on the other hand, whose entire art and technique rest on the use of speech, have never paid it the least bit of attention, despite the fact that Freud's references to philology 21 are not simply humanistic references displaying his culture or his reading, but grow organically from his research work. Since at least the majority of you will have had a look at Freud's 28 work on wit since we last met, you will have seen that his entire argument revolves around the technique of witticisms as a linguistic technique. While the meaning and signification that emerge in witticism seem to him to deserve to be compared to the unconscious, this is based solely on their function of creating pleasure. I am hammering away at this, since everything that I have to say about witticisms refers to it. The essential element always and uniquely revolves around structural analogies that can only be conceptualized on the linguistic plane, and that appear between the technical or verbal aspect of witticisms and the mechanisms specific to the unconscious which he discovered, giving them such names as condensation and displacement. One will limit myself to those two today. This is where we are. Hirsch Hyacinth, one of Heinrich Heine's fictional characters, recounts what happened to him. To cleave to the segment that one picked out to begin with, a very clear utterance is produced at the outset, elevating what follows, putting it on display and exalting it. It's an invocation addressed to the universal witness and to the subject's personal relations with this witness, that is, with God. As true as God shall grant me all good things. This is both undeniably significant with respect to its meaning and ironic because of what in reality is shown to be lacking. Then what follows, one was sitting next to Salomon Rothschild, totally like an equal, makes the object emerge. This totally tout a/al contains something that is quite significant. Whenever we invoke a totality, it's because we are not totally certain that it actually obtains. You find this at many levels, one would even say at all TAS levels, in the use of the notion of totality. Finally, the unexpected phenomenon, the scandal when it comes to enunciation, is produced, namely, this novel message, and we don't yet know what it is, for we can't name it yet, in quite a familiar manner, quite familiarly. Is this a bungled act or a successful one? A slip or a poetic creation? We don't know. Maybe it's both at once. But it's fitting to think about the formation of the phenomenon strictly on the plane of the signifier. Effectively, as one declared last time, there is a signifying function here that is specific to witticisms, involving a signifier that is not included in the code, that is, not in any of the signifying formations that, in the signifier's signified creating functions, have accumulated up to that point. Something new appears, which can be conceived of as tied to the very mainspring of what we can call 22. The progress of, or the changes in, language, but which requires that 29 before we get to it we think about its very phonation in order to locate it in relation to the signifier's formative mechanism. The essential phenomenon is the nodal point noa j at which familiar, this new and paradoxical signifier, appears. Freud begins with it and returns to it repeatedly. He asks us to dwell on it and, right till the end of his speculations on witticisms, as you will see, he doesn't fail to reflect on it as an essential phenomenon. It's the technical phenomenon that distinguishes witticisms. That is the central phenomenon. He teaches us about the level that is specifically ours, the level of relations with the unconscious, while simultaneously clarifying from a new perspective what leads him into the tendencies, this is the word used in this work, as well as what is there around it and radiating out from it, the comic, laughter and so on. If we fail to reflect on this, we will be unable to validly articulate the consequences and accompaniments of the phenomenon as well as its sources and reference points. Let's think, then, about familiar. There are several ways of going about it. The aim of my schema is to make it possible for you to do this, but also to allow you to inscribe on it the different planes of elaboration involving the signifier. I have chosen the word elaboration because it's emphasized by Freud. So as not to give you too great a surprise, let's start at the level of meaning. What happens when familiar appears? We initially experience something like an aiming towards meaning, a meaning that is ironic, even satirical. Less apparent, unfolding in the after effects of the phenomenon, propagating itself in the world in its wake, an object also emerges, one that tends towards the comic, the absurd, and nonsense. This is the character of the familiar, insofar as it ridicules the millionaire, and begins to take shape as a figure. It doesn't take much to show you in what direction he begins to be incarnated. Freud himself points out to us in passing that Heinrich Heine, redoubling his witticism, calls the millionaire, which in German means something like the scatterbrained millionaire. Along the same line of turning familiar into a noun, in French we could say, /at millionaire, with a hyphen, the conceited millionaire. This approach shows you that we are not inhuman. This is a good thing, as long as we do not go too much further in that direction. It's the kind of step that shouldn't be rushed. We mustn't understand too quickly because, by understanding too quickly, we don't understand a thing. Such considerations do not explain the phenomenon, or in what way the latter is connected to the general economy of signifiers. 23. 2. On this point, I must insist that you all familiarize yourselves with the examples I gave in the instance of the letter of what I call the essential functions of the signifier, insofar as it's by means of them that the plowshare of the signifier plows the signified into the real, literally evoking it, making it emerge, working it and creating it. They concern the functions of metaphor and metonymy. It seems that for some people it's my style, let's say, that makes it impossible to read the article. I regret it, but there's nothing I can do about it, my style is what it is. I ask them to make an effort here. I will just add that whatever deficiencies have been introduced by my own personal doing, there is also something, perhaps they are half aware of this, that corresponds to the very object in question in the difficulties of this style. Since the point in the article is to speak in a valid way about the creative functions that signifiers exercise over signifieds, namely, not simply to speak about speech but to speak wholly in keeping with speech, as it were, so as to evoke its very functions, perhaps there are internal necessities of style that are required, such as conciseness, allusion, and even a few barbs, which are elements needed for entering the field where they dominate not only its avenues but its entire texture. I hope that what I have to say this year will demonstrate this. We shall return to it concerning a certain style that I will not hesitate to call by its name, as ambiguous as it may seem, namely, mannerism. I will try to show you that it not only has a great tradition behind it but that it also serves an irreplaceable function. That was only a parenthesis to bring us back to my text. In it, then, you will see that what I call, following Roman Jakobson who invented them, the metaphorical and metonymic functions of language can be very simply expressed in the register of signifiers. As I have already stated several times over the course of previous years, the characteristics of signifiers are those of the existence of an articulated chain, and, as I add in this article, they tend to form closed groups, that is, groups formed by a series of rings linked together to form chains, which themselves link up like rings with other chains. The general form of my schema also evokes this a little, without presenting it directly. The existence of these chains 30 implies that the connections or links between signifiers involve two 31 dimensions, one that can be called the combination, continuity, or concatenation of the chain, and one of substitution, whose possibilities are always implicit in each element of the chain. This second 24 dimension is left out of the linear definitions that are given of the relationship between signifiers and signifieds. In other words, in every linguistic act, while the diachronic dimension is essential, synchrony is also implied or evoked by the permanent possibility of substitution inherent in each of the signifying terms. Last time I wrote two formulas up on the board for you, one that gave a representation of combination and the other an image of the relationship of substitution that is always implicit in every signifying articulation. We need no extraordinary powers of intuition to see that there must be some relationship between the formula for metaphor and what Freud gives us with the schema of the formation of familiar. What might his schema mean? It could mean that something has fallen out in the interval, which has been eluded in the articulation of meaning, at the same time as something has occurred that has compressed or concertined familiar and millionaire into one another to produce familiar, which is what is left. There is, here, a sort of special case of the function of substitution, a special case whose traces remain in some way. Condensation is, if you will, a specific form of what can occur at the level of substitution as a function. It would be good if you keep in mind, starting now, my lengthy commentary on a metaphor, that of Booza's sheaf, sa gerb n8.avere ni hanos, his sheaf was neither miserly nor hateful, showing how the fact that his sheaf replaces the term booze forms the metaphor here. Owing to this metaphor, a meaning emerges around the figure of booze, the meaning of the advent of his paternity, with everything that can radiate and spring from it, by virtue of the fact that he comes to it in an unlikely, belated, unforeseen, providential, and divine manner. This metaphor is there in the poem precisely to show the advent of a new meaning around booze, this character who seemed to have been excluded, foreclosed from it. It's in the relationship of substitution that metaphor's creative mainspring, creative force, or power to engender, that's the word for it, lies. Metaphor has a completely general function. I would even say that it's the possibility of substitution that allows the engendering, so to speak, of the world of meaning to be conceived. It's here, and nowhere else, that we must grasp the entire history of language, 32, namely the changes in function owing to which a language is constituted. If someday we wished to give a model or example of the genesis and appearance of a language in the midst of the unformed reality of 25. The world as it was before anyone spoke, we would need to assume the existence of an original, irreducible given, which would of course be the smallest possible signifying chain. I won't insist on this smallest possible today, but I have already given you enough indications about this for you to know that it's by way of metaphor, by the play of the substitution of one signifier for another in a given place, that the possibility is created not only of signifying developments but also of the emergence of ever new meanings, always tending towards refining, complicating, deepening, and giving its sense of depth to what in the real is nothing but pure opacity. To illustrate this, I would like to give an example of what might be called the evolution of meaning, where we almost always find the mechanism of substitution. As is my wont, I let chance provide me with examples. And, indeed, one was provided to me by someone close to me who, while working on a translation, had to look up the meaning of the word itera in the dictionary, and was surprised to realize that he had never understood the actual meaning of the word until then. In effect, alter did not originally, nor in many of its uses, have the meaning of stricken with terror, but that of mischair, knocked to the ground or brought to the ground. In Bossuet, ater literally means to knock to the ground. In other, slightly later texts we see the weight of terror, which purists would say contaminates, changes the meaning of the word itera. The purists are indisputably wrong about this. There isn't any such contamination. Even if, all of a sudden, following this reminder about the etymological meaning of the word itera, some of you are under the illusion that ater obviously means nothing other than turn towards the ground, bring to the ground, or place at the level of the ground, in other words, fill with consternation, the fact remains that the word's current usage implies a backdrop of terror. Take another word that bears a certain relationship to the original meaning of the word itera. This is purely conventional, because there is no origin of the word itera, but let's agree for the sake of argument that it's the word abato, brought down, killed, demoralized or exhausted, insofar as it effectively evokes what the word itera might evoke for us in its purportedly pure meaning. The word itera is, then, substituted for the word abato. It's a metaphor. It's a metaphor that doesn't look like one, since we start with the 33 hypothesis that they originally meant the same thing, thrown to the ground or on the ground. This is what I ask you to notice. It's not because the meaning of itera changes the meaning of abato in any way that the word is fertile, generating new meaning. 26. However, saying that someone has been itera is not the same thing as saying that someone has been abato, and, however much terror is implied, it doesn't mean terrorized either. There is an extra nuance, something new, a new meaning. A new nuance of terror is thereby introduced into the psychological and already metaphorical meaning of the word abato. It's self-evident that, psychologically speaking, no one is itera, or abato, in the strict sense. This is something that we cannot say so long as there are no words, and these words are a product of a metaphor, namely, what happens when a tree is felled, abato, or when a wrestler is taken down mis itera, itera, a second metaphor. But what is interesting about the thing is seeing that terror, is introduced by earth terra, which is in itera. In other words, a metaphor is not an injection of meaning, as if that were possible, as if meanings existed in a reservoir somewhere just waiting to be injected. If the word itera brings a new meaning with it, it's not insofar as it has a signification, but insofar as it's a signifier. It's because it contains a phoneme that is also found in the word terror. It's by way of the signifier, that of equivocation or homonymy, that is, by way of the most meaningless thing there is, that the word comes to create this nuance of meaning, this nuance of terror, which it's going to introduce or inject into the already metaphorical meaning of the word abato. In other words, it's in the relationship of one signifier to another signifier that a certain relationship of signifier over signified will be engendered. The distinction between the two is essential. It's on the basis of the signifier to signifier relationship, oft linked between this signifier over here and that signifier over there, on the basis of a relationship between signifiers alone, that is, the homonymic relationship, between adara and terror, that the action of creating signification, namely, the nuancing by terror of what already existed by way of meaning on a metaphorical basis, is going to occur. This exemplifies for us what happens at the level of metaphor. The metaphorical pathway presides not only over the creation and 34 evolution of a language, but also over the creation and evolution of meaning as such, I mean over meaning insofar as it's not only perceived, but insofar as the subject is included therein, that is, insofar as meaning enriches our lives. 27. I would again like to point out to you just the beginning of a pathway which connects up with what we see happening in the unconscious. I have already indicated to you the essential role of the hook, tera, which we must regard purely as a signifier, and the role of the homonymic domain in which metaphors operate, whether we see it or not. But something else is happening as well. I do not know if you will grasp it immediately. You will grasp it better once you have seen it elaborated. This is just the start of an essential pathway. The nuance of signification that adara brings with it, to the full extent that it's constituted and affirmed, implies, notice this, a degree of domination and a certain taming of your terror. Terror is not only named but also attenuated, and indeed it's this that enables you, moreover, to keep the ambiguity of the word adara in your mind. You say to yourself that, after all, adara does indeed have a relationship with the ground, fatera, that the terror in it is not complete, that the abattement, felling, in the sense in which it's unambiguous for you, is prevalent, and that terror is just a shade of meaning. In short, terror remains partly in the shadows on this occasion, it's not observed head-on and is grasped by the intermediary aspect of a depression. What has happened is completely forgotten up till the very moment I remind you of it. The model is, as such, not included in the circuit. In other words, insofar as the nuance adara has become established in usage, insofar as it has become meaning and usage of meaning, the signifier is, let's use the word, repressed in the strict sense of the term. Once the use of the word adara became established in its current nuance, the model was no longer within reach, unless we looked it up in a dictionary or in a scholarly study, but, as tera, or tera, was repressed. I've got a bit ahead of myself here, because this is a mode of thinking that you are not very accustomed to yet, but I think that this will save us the trouble of coming back to it again. You will see the extent to which this beginning finds confirmation in our analysis of the phenomena. 3. Let's come back to our familiar and to the point of metaphorical conjunction or condensation at which we saw it form. It's useful to begin by separating the thing from its context, namely, from the fact that it's Hirsch hyacinth, that is, the mind 35 of Heine, that created it. We will ultimately seek its genesis much. 28. Further back in Heinrich Heine's antecedents and relations with the Rothschild family. We would even need to reread the entire history of the Rothschild family to be completely sure not to make any mistakes. But we are not at that point yet, we are at familiar. Let's isolate it for a moment. Let's zoom in for a close-up on this familiar. After all, it might have been born elsewhere than in Heinrich Heine's imagination. Perhaps he didn't make it up when he was sitting in front of a blank sheet of paper, pen in hand. Perhaps it was one evening, during one of those strolls around Paris that I will discuss, that it popped into his head. There is even every chance that it was in a state of fatigue or twilight. Familiar might also have been a slip, it's quite conceivable. I have already referred to a slip that I gathered as it rolled off the tongue of one of my patients. I have others, too, but I will come back to this one because one must always return to the same things until they have been exhausted. Then one can move on to other things. This is the patient who, in the course of recounting his history and associations on my couch, mentioned the period in his life when, with his companion whom he ended up marrying through the good offices of the mayor, he was living merely maritably. All of you will have already grasped that this can be inscribed on Freud's schema. On top we write maritalement, which means that one is not married, and underneath we write an adverb in which the situations of married and unmarried people come together perfectly, miserablement, miserably. This gives maritablement. It's not said, which is much better than being said. You can see here to what extent the message goes beyond, not the messenger, for it's truly the messenger of the gods who is speaking through the mouth of this innocent man, but the medium of speech. The context, as Freud would say, completely rules out the possibility that my patient was making a joke, and you wouldn't know about it if on this occasion I hadn't been the other with a big zero, that is the listener, and not only the attentive listener, but the listener who hears entendant, in the true sense of the term. The fact remains that, when put in its place, which is precisely in the other, it's a particularly sensational and brilliant witticism. Freud gave us countless examples of the close connection between witticisms and slips in the psychopathology of everyday life. In certain circumstances a slip can so closely resemble a witticism that 36 Freud himself is obliged to say, and we are obliged to take his word for it, that the context excludes the possibility that the patient in question was trying to make a joke. Somewhere in the book, Freud /es the example of a woman who, in speaking of the respective situations of men and women, 29, says, for a woman to be of interest to men she has to be pretty, which is not true of everyone, she implies in her sentence, but for a man it suffices that he have his 5 straight limbs. Expressions like this are not always entirely translatable, and I am quite often obliged to completely transpose them, that is, to recreate the slips in French. Here it would almost be necessary to use the expression completely stiff. The word droit, straight, is not in common usage, so much so that it isn't in common usage in German either. Freud has to gloss the 4 and 5 members to explain the genesis of the thing. The ever so slightly suggestive overtone is undeniable. What Freud shows us, in any case, is that the slip doesn't quite go straight to the point, any more in German than in French. Moreover, the context rules out the possibility, according to him, that the woman could have been so crude deliberately. It's quite clearly a slip, but you see how closely it resembles a witticism. It could therefore be a witticism, it could be a slip, and I would even say that it could even just purely and simply be something stupid, something linguistically naive. After all, for my patient, who was a particularly likable man, maritablement was not even a true slip, since the word was clearly part and parcel of his own personal lexicon. He did not in the slightest think he was saying anything extraordinary. There are people who wander through life like that, who sometimes occupy quite high positions, and who utter words of this kind. A famous film producer used to come out with words like that by the bucketful, it seems, all day long. He used to say, for example, to conclude some of his imperious remarks, and then, that's how it is, it's signed with a no dot. It was not a slip, it was the simple result of ignorance and stupidity. Since we have been speaking about parapraxis, which in all of this is what interests us most, let's take a bit of a look at what is going on at this level. Let's return to the parapraxis that we have gone over several times now in order to emphasize the signifier's essential function, the original parapraxis, so to speak, the one that is at the core of Freudian theory, the one that opens the psychopathology of everyday life and had been published previously, namely, the forgetting of a proper name, in this instance, signorelli. At first sight, a case of forgetting and what I have just been speaking to you about are not the same thing. But if what I am explaining to you carries any weight, if the mechanism or metabolism of the 37 signifier is truly the crux and mainspring of formations of the unconscious, we should be able to find all of them in one of them. What differs outwardly must display its unity inwardly. In forgetting a name, instead of seeing a word like familiar emerge, we have the contrary, something goes missing. What does? 30. The analysis that Freud provides of the forgetting of proper names and foreign names, to boot, show us. We read the psychopathology of everyday life as if it were the newspaper, and we know so much about it that we don't think it's worth pausing over. These things were, however, Freud's steps, and each of his steps deserves to be examined. They are the vehicle of his teachings, rich in consequences. Let me point out to you in passing that names, proper names, are situated at the level of the message. We will have to come back to the implications of this later, for I cannot tell you everything at once, unlike today's psychoanalysts who are so knowledgeable that they say everything at once, speaking of the I and the ego mole one as if these things had no complexity at all, mixing everything up. I bring you some tidbits, to which I will return, and which I will develop further for you later. The proper name in question is a foreign name, in the sense that its elements are foreign to Freud's own language. Senior is not a German word, and Freud stresses that this is not unimportant. He doesn't tell us why, but the fact that he singles it out in the initial chapter proves that he thinks it's a particularly striking facet of the reality he is addressing. If Freud states this, it's because this introduces another dimension than that of proper names as such, which is always more or less attached to Kabbalistic signs. If a name were absolutely proper and particular, it would have no homeland. There is another fact that Freud immediately emphasizes just as much, whereas we don't usually dwell on it. What strikes him as remarkable, in effect, in the forgetting of a proper name that he mentions at the beginning of the psychopathology of everyday life is that this forgetting is not an absolute forgetting, a hole or gap, but that other names present themselves in its place. It's here that is located, for him, what is found at the beginning of every science, namely, astonishment. One can only be truly astonished by what one has already begun, however little, to pick up on already, otherwise one doesn't dwell on it at all because one doesn't perceive anything. But Freud, forewarned by his experience with neurotics perceives that the fact that substitutions occur is worth dwelling on. 38 Now I need to pick up the pace a bit, and spell out for you the entire economy of Freud's analysis of this forgetting of a name, which is a parapraxis, in the sense in which the name has dropped out. Everything is centered on what we can call a metonymic approximation. Why? Because what re-emerges first are replacement names, Botticelli, Boltrafia. There is no doubt but that Freud locates the phenomenon on the metonymic level. We can grasp this in the fact, this is why I am making a detour via the analysis. 31. Of a case of forgetting, that the emergence of these names in the place of the forgotten signorelli is located at the level of a formation involving, not substitution this time, but combination. In the analysis of the case that Freud gives, there is no perceptible relationship between signorelli, Boltrafia, and Botticelli, except indirect relationships linked solely to phenomena involving signifiers. I am initially restricting myself to what Freud tells us, which stands out by its rigor. This is one of the clearest demonstrations he ever gives of the mechanisms at work in a phenomenon of formation and deformation linked to the unconscious. It leaves absolutely nothing to be desired with respect to clarity. As for me, I am forced here, for the clarity of my own account, to present this analysis to you indirectly, by saying, this is what Freud says. He tells us why Botticelli appears. The last half of the name, Ellie, is the remnant of signorelli, rendered incomplete by the fact that the signor has been forgotten. Bo is the incomplete remnant of Bosnia-Herzegovina, hair having been repressed. It's this same repression that explains that Boltrafia connects the Bo of Bosnia-Herzegovina with Trafoi, the name of the locality in which Freud had learned that one of his patients had committed suicide because of sexual impotence. This latter theme had come up in the course of a conversation Freud had with someone on the train from Ragusa to Herzegovina, which immediately preceded the forgetting of the name. His interlocutor was telling him about the Turks of Bosnia-Herzegovina, these Muslims, ever so endearing, who, when their doctor has been unsuccessful at curing them, tell him, "Herr, sir, we know that you have done everything you could." The Herr here has its own weight and significant accent, it's at the limit of the sayable, it's the absolute Herr, which is death, this death that, as La Rochefoucauld says, like the sun, one cannot look at directly. And, in effect, Freud is no more able to than anyone else. Death is here rendered present to Freud twice over. It's rendered present through the incident concerning his function as a doctor. It's also made blatantly present through a specific link, which has quite a personal aspect, between death and sexual potency. It's highly likely that this link, which is undeniable in the text, is not only in 39 the object, that is, not only in what is rendered present to him by his patient's suicide. What do we have before us? Nothing but a pure and simple combination of signifiers. They are the metonymic ruins of the object in question. The object is behind the various specific elements that are at play there in the immediate past. Who lies behind that? The 32. Absolute Herr, death. The word moves on, fades away, withdraws, is repelled, and is, strictly speaking, unterdrückt. There are two words that Freud plays with in an ambiguous manner. The first is unterdrückt, which I have already translated for you as fallen into the lower regions zum Dansleidesis. The second is verdrängt. If we situate this forgetting on our schema, Herr has fled the level of the metonymic object, and for a very good reason, which is that it was liable to be a little too present after Freud's conversations on the train. We rediscover, as an ersatz, the debris or ruins of this metonymic object, namely, this bow that comes along and combines with the other ruins of the name which is repressed at that moment, namely Ellie, which doesn't figure in the other substitute name Boltrafia. This is the trace or clue that we have of the metonymic level. It's what makes it possible for us to rediscover the chain of the phenomenon in discourse. It's here that, in analysis, what we call free association is located, insofar as it enables us to track what happens in the unconscious. Since this object is metonymic, it's already fractured. Everything that occurs in the order of language is always already accomplished. If the metonymic object fractures so readily, it's because, as a metonymic object, it's never anything but a fragment of the reality it represents. That's not all. In effect, Senior is not to be found amongst the traces, the fragments of the fractured metonymic object. This is what needs to be explained now. If Senior cannot be evoked, if this is what makes Freud unable to retrieve the name Signorelli, it's because he is implicated in it. He is obviously implicated indirectly by way of Herr. Herr has in fact been uttered at a particularly significant moment of the function that it could take on as the absolute Herr, the representative of death, which on this occasion is unterdrückt. Senior is implicated only insofar as it's a simple translation of Herr. This is where we encounter anew the level of substitution. Substitution is the articulation, the signifying means whereby metaphorical action is instituted. This doesn't mean that substitution is metaphor. If I teach you to proceed down all these pathways 40 in an articulated manner here, it's so that you don't constantly misuse words. To say that a metaphor is produced at the level of substitution means that substitution is one possible way to articulate signifiers, that metaphors exercise their function of creating signifieds in the place where substitution can occur, but they are two different things. Similarly, metonymy and combination are two different things. 33. I will spell it out for you, as an aside, because such non-distinctions lead to what are called misuses of language. In what is defined in the terms of mathematical logic as a set or a subset when that set has only one member, the set in question must not be confused with this one member. This is a typical example of the misuse of language. This may be useful to those who have criticized my inventions involving a, p, y and o. Coming back to what takes place at the level of senior and hair, the substitutive link in question is a substitution that is called heteronymous. This is what happens in every translation, the translation of one term into a foreign language on the substitutive axis, in the comparison required by the existence of different linguistic systems, is called a heteronymous substitution. You are going to tell me that it isn't a metaphor. I agree, I only need establish one thing, which is that it's a substitution. Note that I am only following what you are forced to admit in reading the text. In other words, I want to get you to extract from your knowledge the fact that you knew it. Moreover, I am not innovating here, you must accept all of this if you accept Freud's text. Therefore, if senior is implicated or involved, there is indeed something that binds it to what the phenomenon of metonymic decomposition is a sign of, here at the place at which it's produced. Senior is implicated as a substitute for hair. There is nothing more I need to establish in order to tell you that if hair has gone off that way, in the direction of the PS, senior, as indicated by the direction of the arrows, has gone off in the direction of a, y. Not only has it gone off in that direction, but we can allow for the moment, till I come back to it, that it rebounds like a ball back and forth between code and message. It goes around in circles in what can be called memory. Remember what I gave you a glimpse of in the past, when I said that we should conceive of the mechanism of forgetting, and, by the same token, of analytic remembering, as like the memory of a machine. What is in the memory of a machine, in effect, goes round in circles until one needs it, it's obliged to go round in circles, for memory cannot be built into a machine in any 41 other way. Curiously enough, we find an application of this in the fact that we can think of senior as in constant rotation between code and message, until it's refound. By the same token, you will see there the slight nuance that we can discern between the Unterdruckt, on the one hand, and the Verdrängt, on the other. Whereas Unterdruckt need happen but once and for all, under conditions to which a being, at the level of his mortal condition, cannot descend, something else is going on when senior is maintained in the circuit without being able to re-enter. 34. It for a certain period of time. It's necessary for us to admit what Freud admits, namely, the existence of a special force that maintains it there, that is, strictly speaking, a Verdrängung. Now that I have shown you where I wanted to get to regarding this precise point, I will return to the relations between metaphor and substitution. Although, in effect, there is only a substitution between hair and senior, there is also a metaphor. Whenever there is a substitution, there is a metaphorical effect or induction as well. For someone who is German-speaking, saying senior is not quite the same thing as saying hair. I would go even further, it's never insignificant when our bilingual patients, or those who simply know another language, having something to say, suddenly change languages. This change of register is always, you can be sure of it, much more convenient for them, and never occurs without a reason. If the patient really is a polyglot, it has a meaning. If he knows the language he is referring to imperfectly, then naturally it has another meaning. If he is bilingual from birth, it has yet another. But in each case, it has one. I provisionally told you that in substituting senior for hair there was no metaphor, but simply a heteronymic substitution. I am coming back to this to say that on this occasion, on the contrary, senior, given the whole context it's attached to, namely, the painter Signorelli, the Orvieto frescoes and the evocation of the last things, represents the most beautiful elaborations there are of this impossible to confront reality that is death. It's precisely through recounting 1,000 fictions, I am using fiction here in its most veridical sense, on the subject of final things that we metaphorize, or tame, the confrontation with death and bring it into language. It's therefore clear that senior here, insofar as it's attached to the context of Signorelli, really does represent a metaphor. 42. This is what we have arrived at, and it enables us to reapply, point by point, the phenomenon of wits to the forgetting of a name, since we have found that they share a topography. Familiar is a positive production, but the point at which it's produced is the same whole as the one that the phenomenon of a slip displays. I could take another example, and perform the demonstration again. By way of homework, I could give you the task of spelling out the example of Latin verse mentioned by one of Freud's interlocutors, ex arriere ex nostris ossibus ulter, where the speaker changed the order a bit, the X is between nostris and ossibus, and also drops the second word, which is indispensable for the scansion, aliquis, which he is unable to articulate. You can only truly understand the phenomenon by referring it to the same grid or framework. 35. It comprises two levels, the comminatory level, with the special point at which the metonymic object as such is produced, and the substitutive level, with the special point at which the two chains meet, that of discourse and that of the signifying chain in a pure state, where the message is produced. Senior is repressed, verdrängt, in the message code circuit, whereas Herr is unterdrückt at the level of discourse. Indeed, the preceding discourse captures Herr, and what puts us on the track of the lost signifier are the metonymic ruins of the object. This is what the analysis of Freud's example of the forgetting of a name yields. Now we can see more clearly what we are able to make of familiar, this formation that, in itself, has something ambiguous about it. 4. The creation of a witticism, as we have seen, belongs to the same order as the production of a linguistic symptom like the forgetting of a name. If the two are superimposable and have the same signifying economy, then we should find what, at the level of witticisms, complements. I hinted at something about their double function earlier, their aim with respect to meaning, their disturbing, disruptive neologistic function. What complements it is to be found on the side of what may be called dissolution of the object. It's no longer a question just of he welcomed me like an equal, completely familiarly, but of the emergence of this fantastical and pathetic character that we can call the familiar. He is like one of these creations that a certain fantastic poetry enables us to 43 imagine, halfway between a iou millionaire, a mad millionaire, and a millipede. This would be a kind of human type whose specimens one could imagine moving, living, and growing in the interstices of things, a mycetoma or some analogous parasite. Even without going that far, the word could be assimilated into language in the same way as, for some time now, unrespectuous has meant a whore. These sorts of creations have a value of their own, which is that of introducing us to a domain that was previously unexplored. They bring out what we might call a verbal being. But a verbal being is still a being, and it increasingly tends to become embodied. Familiar has thus played, it seems to me, many roles, not simply in the imagination of poets, but in history as well. There are many creations that have come closer to it than. 36. Familiar. Gide makes the entire story of his Prometheus misbound revolve around what is not really a god but a machine, namely the banker Zeus, whom he calls the Miglionaire. Should it be pronounced in French or in Italian? We can't tell, but for my part I think it has to be pronounced in Italian. I will show you the essential function, in Freud, of the Miglionaire in the creation of a witticism. If we now examine familiar, we see that the direction I am indicating is not achieved at the level of Heine's text. In no way does the latter give it freedom or independence as a substantive. If I translated it just before as completely familiarly, it was so as to point out to you that Heine remains at the adverbial level. We can make a play on words here and appeal to language. There is a world of difference between the manner of being and the direction I was showing you, namely, a manner of being. You can see that there is continuity between the two. Heine remains at the level of the manner of being when he writes Ganz familiar. What does Heine's completely familiarly bring us? Without us in any way ending up with a being of poetry, it's an extraordinarily rich, swarming and proliferating term, much like what we find at the level of metonymic decomposition. Heinrich Heine's creation deserves to be put back here in its context, the baths of Lucca, in which we encounter, along with Hirsch Hyacinth, the Marquis Cristoforo di Gumpolino, a very fashionable man who lavishes all manner of courtesy and attentiveness on beautiful women, to which is added the fabulous familiarity of Hirsch Hyacinth clinging to his heels. 44. The latter's function as a parasite, valet, manservant, or doorman evokes another possible decomposition of the word for us, the affamilianaire, familianaire, stressing Gumpolino's hungering for success, the hunger that is no longer the ore sacra fames, but that of acceding to the highest spheres, a satisfaction which had previously been denied him. I don't want to allude to something still further in the background, namely, the sad, here trending function of women in the life of this caricature of a marquis. We could trace the possible signification of the word in yet another way by decomposing it thus: fat millionaire, conceited millionaire. The fat millionaire is both Hirsch Hyacinth and Gumpolino. And it's far more than that, because behind them lie Heinrich Heine's singularly familiar relations, including those he had with the Rothschilds. You can see, then, the two axes of metaphorical creation in this witticism. There is the axis of meaning, insofar as this word hits home, moves us, is rich in psychological significations and immediately hits. 37. The nail on the head, owing to its improvisation, and captures our attention through a talent that is at the limit of poetic creation. But there is another side, which may not be immediately perceived, by virtue of the combinations that we could extend indefinitely. The word is crawling with all the needs that proliferate around an object. I alluded to aims. There is also jamma, namely, the need to shine and be famous that hounds the character of Hirsch Hyacinth's master. There is also the fundamental infamy of this servile familiarity, which, in the scene at the baths of Lucca, results in the fact that Hirsch Hyacinth gives his master one of those purges only he knows how to prepare, giving Gumpolino agonizing stomach cramps at the very moment the poor fellow finally receives from his beloved lady the letter that, in other circumstances, would have enabled him to realize his fondest wishes. This hugely farcical scene exposes the underside of this infamous familiarity. It really does give the formation of the witticism its weight, its meaning, its ties, its front and back, its metaphorical aspect and its metonymic aspect. This is, however, not the essence. We have now seen both sides, the ins and the outs of it. There is, on the one hand, the creation of meaning by familianaire, which also implies a waste product, something that is repressed. It's necessarily something connected to Heinrich Heine, and it will start, just like Senior did, circulating between code and message. On the other hand, there is the metonymic thing, with all the scraps of meaning, sparks and splatters that are produced around the creation of the word familianaire, and which constitute its influence, its weight, which for us establish its literary value. The fact remains that the only thing that matters, the center of the phenomenon, is 45 what happens at the level of signifying creation, which makes it a witticism. Everything that happens around it puts us on the scent of its function, but must not be confused with the phenomenon's center of gravity. What gives the phenomenon its tone and weight must be sought out in its very center, sought out, that is, on the one hand at the level of the conjunction of signifiers and, on the other, at the level, as I have already pointed out, of the confination that the other gives this creation. It's the other who gives the signifying creation its value as a signifier in its own right, its value as a signifier in relation to the phenomenon of signifying creation. It's the other's confirmation that distinguishes a witticism from the pure and simple phenomenon of a symptom. For example, a witticism resides in the shift to this second function. But if it weren't for everything that I have just told you today, that is, if it weren't for what occurs at the level of signifying. 38. Conjunction, which is the essential phenomenon, and at the level of what this conjunction develops insofar as it shares in the fundamental dimensions of the signifier, namely, metaphor and metonymy, then no confirmation of a witticism would be possible. There would be no means of distinguishing it from the comic, from a joke, or from a crude explosion of laughter. In order to understand what is at issue in witticisms as signifying phenomena, we need to have identified all their facets, particularities, ties, and ins and outs at the level of the signifier. Witticisms are located at such an elevated level of signifying elaboration that Freud paused there to perceive a specific example of formations of the unconscious. This, too, is what holds our interest. You must be beginning to glimpse their importance, since you have been able to observe that they make it possible for us to enter further, and in a rigorous manner, into the analysis of a properly psychopathological phenomenon, namely, parapraxis. November 13, 1957. 3. The Miglionaire. From Kant to Lacobson. The repressed in witticisms. The forgetting of a name, a failed metaphor. The appeal to a signifier. The young woman and the count. So, we have now started on this year's topic, having begun with witticisms. Last time, we started analyzing the first example Freud brought up, which was in the form of this word familionaire attributed by Heinrich Heine to the character of Hirsch Hyacinth. It is a poetic creation full of meaning, and it is no accident that Freud found himself in the position of choosing this example from the context of poetic creation. As usually happens, moreover, I have found this example to be particularly apt for demonstrating what I wish to demonstrate here. The analysis of the psychological phenomenon involved in witticisms leads us, as you will have no doubt seen, to the level of a signifying articulation which, as interesting as it is to so many of you, at least I hope it is, may nevertheless appear to be quite puzzling, as you can easily imagine. What is surprising and baffling here is also the central thread running through this return to analytic experience which I want to undertake with you and which concerns the place and, up to a point, the existence of the subject. 1. Someone who was clearly far from being uninformed, neither uninformed about this question nor uninformed about what I am. 47. 40. Trying to contribute to it, asked me, but then, what becomes of the subject? Where is he? The response was easy. Since it was a philosopher who asked this 48 question at the French Society of Philosophy, where I was speaking, I was tempted to reply, I'll refer the question back to you, I leave it to the philosophers to respond on this point. There's no question of my doing all the work myself. To be sure, the notion of the subject needs to be revised on the basis of Freudian experience. There's no surprise there. On the other hand, given the essential contribution Freud made, would we have ever expected to see minds, and especially the minds of psychoanalysts, even more strongly attached to a notion of the subject that is embodied in some particular way of conceptualizing the ego, no less? This is just returning to what we might call grammatical confusion over the issue of the subject. Of course, nothing in our experience authorizes us to maintain that the ego should be identified with the power of synthesis. Is there even any need to resort to Freudian experience to see this? A simple and sincere inspection of the life of each and every one of us makes it possible to glimpse the fact that this so-called power of synthesis is less than ineffective. As a matter of fact, fiction aside, there is really no more common experience than that not only are our reasons for doing things incoherent, but we don't know what those reasons are and are fundamentally alienated from them. Freud brings us the notion of a subject that operates beyond this. He shows us the mainsprings and the action of the subject within us that is so difficult to grasp. Something there that should have caught people's attention is that the subject, which introduces a hidden, secret unity into what, at the level of the most common experience, appears to be profoundly divided, profoundly bewitched and profoundly alienated in relation to our very motives, is other. Is this other subject merely some kind of double or, as has been said, a bad ego insofar as it effectively hides lots of surprising tendencies? Or is it another ego or, as you might take me to be saying, a true ego? Is that what it is about? Is it simply a double? Another ego, purely and simply, one that we can think of as structured like the experiential ego? That is the question, and that too is why we are going to explore it this year at the level of and under the title of Formations of the Unconscious. To be sure, the question answers itself, the subject isn't structured in the same way as the ego of experience. What is present in the subject has its own laws. Its formations have not only a specific style but also a specific structure. Freud investigates this structure and reveals it at the level of neuroses, symptoms, dreams, bungled. 41. Actions and witticisms, and he detects that there is just the one, 49 homogeneous structure. This is his fundamental argument for treating witticisms as a manifestation of the unconscious. It is the crux of what he lays out for us on the topic of witticisms, and this is why I have chosen them as our way in. Witticisms are structured and organized according to the same laws as those we found in dreams. Freud detects these laws in the structure of witticisms, enumerates them and spells them out. They are the laws of condensation, Verdichtung, displacement, Verschiebung, and a third element that belongs to this list, and which at the end of my article I call Agard Auxiliary Necessites de Formis en Scene, considerations of representability, to translate Reichtsich auf Darstellung. But naming them isn't the point. The key to his analysis is the recognition of common structural laws. This is how we can tell that a process, as he expresses it, has been drawn into the unconscious. It is structured according to laws of this kind. This is what is involved where the unconscious is concerned. Now, there is something that happens at the level of what I teach you. It is that now, that is, after Freud, we are in a position to grasp that this unconscious structure, by which a phenomenon is recognized as belonging to the unconscious, completely coincides with everything that through linguistic analysis we can identify as the essential ways that meaning, insofar as it is created by combining signifiers, is formed. This outcome is all the more convincing for having come as a complete surprise. The notion of signifying elements acquired its full meaning, in the concrete evolution of linguistics, when the notion of the phoneme was isolated. It means that we can take language at the level of a doubly defined elementary register, as a diachronic chain and, within this chain, as the permanent possibility of substitution in the synchronic sense. It also means that we can detect, at the level of the functions of signifiers, an original power as the location for a certain creation of what is called meaning. Without any need for us to labor away any further at this conception, which in itself is very rich in its psychological implications, it is complemented by what Freud already prepared for us at the point where the field of linguistics meets the field specific to analysis, insofar as the psychological effects by which meaning is created are, as he showed us, nothing but formations of the unconscious. We can grasp and situate here a fact about the place of man that had been overlooked till then. It is obvious that for man there is a heterogeneity, a diversity, and a variability of objects that is truly 50 surprising in comparison with biological objects. Every living organism's existence is correlated with a singular set of objects in the world. 51. 42. Of a particular style. But where man is concerned, this set has a superabundant and luxuriant variety. Furthermore, human objects, the world of human objects, cannot be grasped as biological objects. Now, it turns out that in this context this fact has to be placed in a close, even indissoluble, relationship with the human being's submission to or subduction by the phenomenon of language. To be sure, this did in fact emerge, but only up to a point and, in a way, it remained masked. Effectively, what can be grasped at the level of concrete discourse in relation to creating meaning is always in an ambiguous position, given that language is turned towards objects that already bear within themselves something of the creation they have received from language itself. This became the object of an entire tradition, even an entire philosophical rhetoric, that of critique in the broadest sense of the term, which poses the question, what is the value of language? What do these connections represent in relation to the connections that they appear to lead to, even put in place for reflecting, and which are the connections with the real? This is effectively the question raised by a philosophical tradition whose highest point can be defined as Kant's critical philosophy, which can be interpreted as the most profound questioning of every form of the real, insofar as it is subject to the a priori categories not only of the aesthetic but also of the logic. This was a pivotal moment, one at which human meditation made a new start and rediscovered what was not at all perceived in that way of raising the question at the level of logical discourse and inquiring into the correspondence between the real and a certain syntax of the circle of intention, insofar as it is completed in every sentence. We must take this up again, underneath and across this critique, on the basis of the action of speech in this creative chain where it is always liable to engender new meaning, by way of metaphor, in the most obvious manner, or by way of metonymy, in a manner that has stayed profoundly masked till quite recently. I will explain why when the time comes. This introduction has already been difficult enough, and so I will go back to my familionaire example and try to finish analyzing it. 2. We got as far as the idea that in the course of an intentional discourse in which the subject presents himself as wanting to say something, something happens that goes beyond his will and that looks like an accident, a paradox, or even a scandal. 43. This neophonation, a witticism, appears with features that are not at all negative, whereas they could be considered a sort of stumbling or bungled action. I have shown you things that oddly resemble this at the level of a pure and simple slip of the tongue. On the contrary, under the conditions in which this accident occurs, it gets registered and valued as a signifying phenomenon that creates a meaning. A signifying neoformation presents a sort of collapse of signifiers, which, as Freud says, get compressed and concertinate into one another. The result is the creation of signification, whose nuances and enigma I have shown you, between an evocation of a properly metaphorical manner of being, he treated me quite familiarly, and an evocation of a manner of being, of verbal being, that almost comes to life in the odd form the phantom of which I tried to raise for you with the character of the familionaire. The word familionaire makes its entry into the world as the representative of a being that for us is highly likely to adopt a reality and a weight that, for us, are infinitely more substantial than those of the millionaire, which are more indistinct. I have shown you how much force it retains, lively enough to really represent a character typical of a specific historical period. I pointed out to you, finally, that it wasn't only Heine who had invented it, and I spoke to you about Gide's Prometheus Misbound and his Miglionaire. It would be extremely interesting to dwell for a moment on this creation of Gide's. His Miglionaire is Zeus the banker. Nothing is more surprising than the creation of this character. The memory this work of Gide's leaves us with is perhaps eclipsed by the extraordinary brilliance of Palliades, of which it is nevertheless a sort of double. We have the same character in both cases. They have many overlapping characteristics. In any case, this Miglionaire turns out to engage in some odd conduct with his semblables, since it is there that we see the idea of the gratuitous act emerge. Effectively, Zeus the banker is unable to have a real and authentic exchange with anyone at all, insofar as he is identified here with 52 absolute power, with money as a pure signifier that calls into question the existence of any possibly meaningful exchange. The only way he has of escaping from his solitude is by doing the following. He goes out into the street with an envelope containing a 500-franc note, which was worth something back then, in one hand and in the other a slap in the face, as it were. He drops the envelope and a passerby obligingly picks it up for him. He asks the latter to write a name and an address on the envelope, in return for which he gives him a slap in the face, and since he isn't Zeus for nothing, it is a tremendous slap, one that leaves the subject dizzy. 44. And wounded. He then slips away and sends the contents of the envelope to the person whose name was written down by the person he has just roughed up. Thus, he finds himself in the position of having made no choice himself, and of having offset a gratuitous evil spell by bestowing a gift that he plays no part in. Through his actions he is trying to restore the circuit of exchange that it was not possible to introduce just any old how or from just any angle. Zeus tries to become a part of it by making some kind of forced entry, by incurring a sort of debt in which he plays no part. The rest of the novel shows how the two characters never end up putting together what they owe one another. As a result, one ends up almost blind in one eye and the other dies. That is the whole storyline of the novel, which is profoundly instructive, moral, and useful for what I am trying to show here. Our Heinrich Heine has, then, managed to create a character out of which, with the signifier familiar, he generates two dimensions, one of metaphorical creation, plus a sort of new metonymic object, the familiar, whose place we can locate on our schema. As I showed you last time, even though our attention isn't drawn to this aspect of the thing, we can find in it all the debris or scraps typical of reflecting on an object used in any metaphorical creation. This is the underside of the signifiers, all those signifying fragments into which the term familiar shatters, James, Jamma, Jamulus, infamy and, ultimately, whatever you want, whatever Hirsch Hyacinth actually is for this caricature of a master, Cristoforo di Gumpolino. Whenever we are dealing with the formation of the unconscious, we have to systematically search for what I call the debris of the metonymic object. For reasons that are very clear in analytic experience, this debris proves to be particularly important when the metaphorical creafication has not been successful, I mean when nothing comes of it, as in the case I presented to you of the forgetting of a name. When the name Signorelli is forgotten and leaves a hollow or makes a hole at the level of metaphor, the metonymic debris becomes all-important for refinding its traces. When the term hair disappears, the metonymic context in which it has been isolated, namely the context Bosnia-Herzegovina, makes it possible to restore it. Let's return to our familiar, a neo-formation produced at the level of the message. I pointed out to you that, when it comes to witticisms, we should find metonymic correspondences to these paradoxical formations no less than those corresponding to the conjuring away or disappearance of signor when it comes to the forgetting of a name. That is where we ended. How are we to 45. Conceptualize what happens at the level of familiar insofar as the metaphor, which is a witty one here, works. There must be something that in some way marks the residue or scraps of the metaphorical creation. A child could tell you straight away. If we stop being fascinated by the thingification aspect that always makes us treat the phenomenon of language as if an object were involved, we will learn to say simple and obvious things in the same way mathematicians do when they work with their little symbols, x and y, a and b, without thinking of anything, without thinking of what they signify. What is rejected? What marks the remainder and residue of metaphorical creation at the level of metaphor? It is clear that it is the word familiar. Since the word familiar didn't come and familiar came in its place, we have to conclude that the word familiar has gone somewhere and has met with the same fate as that reserved for the signor of Signorelli, which, as I explained to you last time, went off and followed its own little circular circuit somewhere in unconscious memory. We won't be at all astonished to learn that this is how it is. The word familiar undergoes a fate that corresponds closely to the mechanism of repression in the usual sense, I mean in the sense in which we experience it, and which corresponds to a prior, let's say personal, historical experience, one that goes back a long way. Of course, it is no longer the being of Hirsch Hyacinth that is then involved, but that of his creator, Heinrich Heine. If in Heinrich Heine's poetical creation the word familiar unfolded in such a felicitous manner, it doesn't really matter what the circumstances in which he discovered it were. Perhaps it didn't come to him while he was at his desk but was invented during one of 54 those solitary walks in nighttime Paris he would have taken, after the meetings he had in the L830s with Baron James de Rothschild, who treated him like an equal and in a manner that was completely familiar. It doesn't make any difference, it works well, it's good. Don't imagine that I am going any further than Freud did. At around a third of the way into the book you will see that he comes back to the example of familiar at the level of what he calls the tendencies of the mind and identifies the sources of the formation of this ingeniously invented witticism. He informs us that this creation of Heine's corresponds to something in his past and in his personal family relations. Behind Salomon de Rothschild, whom he calls into question in his fiction, there is effectively another familiar who is from his own family this time, Salomon Heine, his uncle. The 46. Latter played the most oppressive of roles in his life over the entire course of his existence. Not only did he treat him extremely poorly, not giving him the concrete assistance he could have expected from him, but he stood in the way of the realization of his great love, the love he had for his cousin. He was unable to marry her for the essentially familiar reason that his uncle was a millionaire while he wasn't. Heine always considered as a betrayal what was merely the consequence of a family impasse profoundly marked by millionairity. The word familiar, which happens to have the major signifying function here in the repression that matches the witty creation by Heine, an artist of language, shows us, in an obvious way, an underlying personal signifier. What makes it underlying is tied to the word, not to anything that the standing signification may have confusedly accumulated over the poet's life with respect to dissatisfaction and to a singularly difficult position in relation to women in general. If this is a factor here, it enters by way of the signifier familiar as such. In this example, there is no other way of grasping the action or impact of the unconscious than by showing that the signification is closely tied to the presence of the signifying term familiar. Remarks such as these are designed to show you that the path we are taking, that of linking the entire economy of what is registered in the unconscious to combinations of signifiers, takes us far, launching us into a regression that doesn't go on ad infinitum, but leads us all the way back to the origins of language. Effectively, we have to consider all human significations as having been created metaphorically at one time or another through the conjunction of signifiers. Considerations such as these are certainly not devoid of interest. We always have a lot to learn from the history of signifiers. Identifying the term family, as what is repressed at the level of the metaphor's formation is well suited to serve, in passing, as an illustration of this. Effectively, unless you have read Freud, or have simply maintained some homogeneity between the way you think while you are in analysis and the way you read a text, you don't think of famille in the term familiar, any more than you think of terre ground, in the term dismayed or distressed. The more real you make the term the more you will drift into the sense of terror and the more terror will be avoided, whereas it is the active element in the signifying use of the term as a metaphor. It's the same here. The further you go in the direction of la millionnaire, the more you think about familiar, that is, about the millionaire having become transcendent, as it were having become something that exists in being and no longer just as. 47. A sign, pure and simple, the more famille tends to elude you as the active term in the creation of the word familiar. Take an interest, then, in this term famille, just as I have, at the level of the signifier and its history, by opening the Littre dictionary. The Littre, as Charles Chaussee tells us, is where Mallarmé got all his ideas from. The funny thing is that he is right. He is right in the particular context he, no less than his interlocutors, is caught up in, and this gives him the feeling that he is breaking down doors. Of course, he is breaking this door down because it isn't open. If everyone thought about what poetry is, there would be nothing surprising in the realization that Mallarmé took a keen interest in signifiers. But no one has ever broached the question of what poetry really is. People oscillate between some vague and obscure theory of similes and reference to musical terms of one kind or another, by means of which one seeks to explain Mallarmé's so-called lack of meaning. In short, one is completely unaware that there must be a way to define poetry as a function of its relationship to signifiers. As soon as one formulates poetry in a slightly more rigorous way, as Mallarmé did, it is much less surprising that it should be called into question in his more obscure sonnets. That said, I doubt that anyone will ever make the discovery that I too got my ideas from the Littre dictionary on the grounds that I open it. I open it, then, and I can inform you of this, which I suppose a number of you know already, but which is of interest all the same. In French, the term familiar was a neologism in 188L. Close consultation of some good authors who have addressed the issue 56 has made it possible for me to date this word's appearance at 1865. We didn't have this adjective before that date. Why not? According to Littre's definition, familial is used to refer to the family at the level, he says, of political science. The word familiar is thus tied to the context in which one says, for example, Allocations familials family welfare benefits. The adjective came into being, then, when it was possible to treat the family as an object at the level of an interesting political reality, that is, insofar as the family no longer had the same structuring function for the subject it had had up till then, as an integral part of the very basis of one's discourse, without it even occurring to one to isolate it. It was insofar as it was drawn from this level and became subject to a particular technical use that something as simple as its adjectival correlate could appear. This is perhaps not unrelated, as you won't have failed to notice, to the very usage of the signifier famil. Be that as it may, it seems that the value of this term which, as I have just been saying, was introduced into the circuit of the 48. Repressed was absolutely not the same in Heinrich Heine's day as in ours. In effect, the sole fact that the term familiar not only wasn't in use in the same context but didn't even exist at this period is enough to change the axis of the signifying function linked to the term one amil. This nuance should not be neglected in this case. It's because we neglect things of this kind that we are capable of imagining that we understand ancient texts as their contemporaries understood them. It is, however, quite likely that a naive reading of Homer will not correspond to its true meaning in any way. It is certainly not for nothing that people dedicate themselves to an exhaustive study of Homer's vocabulary in the hope of approximately situating the dimension of meaning at work in his poems in its proper place. But the fact is that the latter retain their meaning even though a good part of what is improperly called the mental world, which is the world of meanings, of Homeric heroes in all probability escapes us completely and most probably must escape us more or less definitively. The distance between the signifier and the signified makes it possible for us to understand that plausible meanings can always be attributed to a well-formed concatenation, which is precisely what characterizes poetry, probably down to the end of time. I think I have covered just about everything that can be said about the phenomenon of the creation of witticisms in its own Regis 57 ter. Perhaps this will mean we can more precisely formulate what is involved in the forgetting of a name, which I spoke about last week. 3. What is the forgetting of a name? In this case, there is the fact that the subject poses the question to the other, and to the other itself qua other, who painted the Orvieto frescoes. And nothing comes to him. I would like you to notice in this case the amount of care I am taking to give an accurate formulation. On the grounds that analysis reveals that the reason the subject doesn't come up with the name of the painter of the Orvieto frescoes is that Signor is missing, you may think that it is Signor that has been forgotten. This isn't true. It isn't Signor he is looking for, but Signorelli, and it is Signorelli that has been forgotten. Signor is the repressed signifying scrap of something that occurs in the place in which Signorelli isn't found. Do understand the rigorous character of what I am telling you. Recalling Signorelli and recalling Signor are not the same thing. Once Signorelli has become the name of a painter, one no longer. 49. Thinks about Signor. Signor is detached here from Signorelli by the action of decomposition characteristic of metaphor, and insofar as the name is caught up in the play of metaphor that resulted in its being forgotten. Our analysis enables us to reconstruct the connection of Signor with hair in a metaphorical creation that targets the meaning lying beyond hair, which it assumed in the course of Freud's conversation with the person who was accompanying him on his little journey to the Bay of Kotar. Hair became the symbol of the place at which his mastery as a physician fails, that of the absolute master, that is to say, of an ailment that he cannot cure. The patient committed suicide despite his efforts, and, in short, of the death and impotence that threaten him, Freud, personally. It was in the metaphorical creation that the shattering of Signorelli occurred, and this made it possible for the Signor element to go elsewhere. One should therefore not say that it was Signor that was forgotten, when it was Signorelli. Signor is what we find at the level of the metaphorical waste product, qua repressed. Signor was repressed, but it was not forgotten. It doesn't have to be forgotten, since it did not exist beforehand. If Signorelli was so susceptible to fragmentation and Signor to becoming detached, it was because for Freud Signorelli was a word in a foreign language. It is striking, You will easily observe this even if you have only the slightest experience with foreign languages, that you much more easily discern the component parts of signifiers in another language than your own. When you start to learn a language, you become aware of the RU1ES for the composition of words, which you overlook in your own language. In your own language, you do not think of words by breaking them down into root and suffix, whereas you do it quite spontaneously when you learn a foreign language. It is for this reason that a foreign word is more easily fragmented and usable in its component signifiers than any given word of your own language. This merely helps the process along. It can occur with the words of your own language, but the reason Freud started with the forgetting of a foreign name is that the example was readily available and conclusive. What, then, is there in the place of the name Signorelli that you do not find? An attempt at metaphorical creation was made in that place. What appears here as the forgetting of a name is what is appreciated in the place of Gemillionaire. There would have been nothing there at all if Heinrich Heine had said, "He received me as a complete equal, completely, earn." This is precisely what happens at the level at which Freud is searching for the name Signorelli. There is something that doesn't emerge, that isn't created. He is looking. 50. For Signorelli, and he looks for it unduly. Why? Because at the level at which he is looking for Signorelli, which he expects to be in that place because of the earlier conversation, what is called to that place is a metaphor that would mediate between the topic of the conversation as it is unfolding and what he rejects, namely death. This is precisely what is involved when he turns his thoughts towards the frescoes at Orvieto, namely, what he himself calls the last things. What is called for is an eschatological elaboration, if one may use this term. This would be the only way in which he could broach this abhorrent and, as it were, unthinkable term in his thinking, which he has to dwell on because death exists and limits his being as a man as well as his action as a doctor and forms an absolutely irrefutable limit to all his thoughts. Now, no metaphor occurs to him on his way to expounding on these last things. Freud rejects all eschatology, except when it takes the form of his admiration for the painted frescoes at Orvieto. And nothing comes. In the place where he looks for the painter, ultimately, it's about the painter, about naming the painter, nothing is produced, no metaphor succeeds and no equivalent to Signorelli can be found. Signorelli was called for at that moment in quite a different signifying form from that of a simple name. It was invited to enter 59 into play in the manner in which, in Itera, the root tera fulfills its function, that is to say, it shatters and is elided. The existence somewhere of the term senior is the consequence of the unsuccessful metaphor that Freud appeals to for help at that moment and whose effects must be indicated on the schema at the level of the metonymic object. Freud had no trouble retrieving from memory the object in question, the object that was represented or painted in the last things. Not only could I not find the name Signorelli, but I have never visualized the Orvieto frescoes so clearly, and I am not particularly imaginative. SE 3, 290-1. We know that this is true from all sorts of other characteristics, from the form of his dreams for instance. And if Freud succeeded in making all these discoveries, it is most likely because he was much more open and permeable to symbolic play than to imaginary play. He himself notes the intensification of the image at the level of memory, the more intense recalling of the object in question, namely the painting, including the very image of Signorelli himself, who is there adopting the pose in which, in paintings of that period, the donors and sometimes the painter appear. Signorelli is in the painting, and Freud visualizes him. There is, then, no forgetting pure and simple, no global forgetting of the object. There is, on the contrary, a relationship between the intense revivification of a number of its imaginary components and 51. The loss of certain other components, which are signifying components at the symbolic level. We find here a sign of what is happening at the level of the metonymic object. We can, then, formulate more or less as follows what happens when a name is forgotten. Ex senior. Senior hair. We rediscover here the formula for metaphor insofar as it operates by means of a mechanism of substituting one signifier S for another signifier SF. What is the consequence of this substitution? A change in meaning is produced at the level of SF. The meaning of S, say SF, becomes the new meaning, which we shall call S, insofar as it corresponds to big S. So as not to leave you in any doubt, for you might think that in this topology small s is the meaning of big S, I would add that the S has to have come into a relation with S in order for the little s to be able to produce, as such, what I will call S. It is the creation of this meaning that is the aim of the functioning of a metaphor. A metaphor is always successful when, once it has been made, the terms are simplified and cancel one another out, just as when you multiply fractions. The meaning is produced at this moment, having entered into operation in the subject. It is inasmuch as it comes to signify what it signifies for us in practice, namely, more or less touched by terror, that terror, which, on the one hand, serves as an intermediary between adura and abato, and this is the most absolute distinction, for there is no reason for adura to replace abato, and, on the other, contributes terror as a homonym, can be simplified on both sides. This phenomenon is similar to what occurs at the level of the forgetting of a name. This isn't about the loss of the name Signorelli. It's about the loss of an X that I am introducing here because we are going to learn how to recognize it and make use of it. This X marks the appeal to signifying creation. We will come across its place in the economy of other unconscious formations. To tell you what it is straight away, it is what happens at the level of what we call desire in a dream. We see it here, in a straightforward manner, in the place where Freud should have found Signorelli. Freud finds nothing there, not just because Signorelli has disappeared, but because at this level he would have had to create something that corresponded to what for him is in question, namely, the last things. Insofar as this X is present, a metaphorical formation tends to be produced, and we see this in the fact that the term 52. Signor appears at the level of two opposed signifying tens. The value S is there twice, and it is as such that it undergoes repression. Nothing is produced at the level of the X, which is why Freud doesn't find the name, and why hair plays the role and occupies the place of the metonymic object, the object that cannot be named and that is only named through its connections. Death is the absolute hair. But when one speaks of hair, one isn't speaking about death, because one cannot speak of death and because death is very precisely both the limit of all speech and probably also the place in which it originates. There you have what it leads to, then, when you relate the formation of witticisms point by point to this unconscious phonation whose phone you can now see better. It looks negative. In fact, it isn't negative. The forgetting of a name isn't simply a negation, it is a lack, but, we always tend to go too fast, the lack of a name. It isn't because the name isn't grasped that there is a lack. No, the lack is the lack of this name. Searching for the name, we encounter a lack in the place where it should be serving its function and can no longer serve it, for a new 61 meaning is required, one that demands a new metaphorical creation. This is why Signorelli was not recovered, but, on the contrary, one encounters fragments there where they have to be recovered in the analysis, where they play the function of the second ten in the metaphor, namely the term that is elided in metaphor. This might sound like gobbledygook, but it doesn't matter so long as you simply let yourselves be carried along by what appears. It may sound like gobbledygook to you, but it is rich in consequences. If you remember it when you need to remember it, you will be able to shed light on what occurs in the analysis of this or that unconscious phonation and explain it in a satisfactory manner. On the other hand, by eliding it and not taking it into account, you are led to entifications that are summary and crude and, if not constantly producing mistakes, at least to sustaining mistakes in word identification that play such an important role in the construction of a certain psychology, a feeble one at that. 4. Let's return to our witticism and to what we should make of it. To conclude, I want to introduce a distinction that returns to where I started, namely, the question of the subject. Thought is always led back to making the subject the person who is designated as such in discourse. I would observe that there is 53. Another 10 opposed to this one. It is the opposition between what I will call the speaking present, i.e. dire do present, and the present speaking, i.e. present do dire. This looks like a play on words. It's nothing of the sort. The speaking present refers to what says I in discourse. Along with a series of other particles, here, now, and other taboo words in our psychoanalytic vocabulary, it serves to locate the presence of the speaker in discourse, to situate him in his actuality as speaker at the level of the message. You need only the slightest experience of language to see that the present speaking, namely, what is there, now, in discourse, is a completely different thing. The present speaking can be read in all sorts of modes and registers and has no in-principle relationship with the present insofar as it is designated in the discourse as the present of the person who is enunciating the discourse, who is variable, and where the words for it have only the value of a particle. I has no more value than here or now. The proof of this is that when you, my interlocutor, speak to me of here or now, you are 62 not speaking of the same here or now as I am. In any case, your I is clearly not the same as mine. I am going to give you an illustration of the present speaking straight away by means of the shortest witticism I know, which introduces us to another dimension than the metaphorical dimension. The latter dimension corresponds to condensation. I spoke to you a little while ago about displacement, which is what the metonymic dimension corresponds to. The reason I haven't explored it yet is that it is much more difficult to grasp, but this witticism is particularly well suited to give you a sense of it. The metonymic dimension, insofar as it makes a contribution to witticisms, plays upon contexts and usage. It operates by associating elements already preserved in the treasure trove of metonymies. A word may be linked in different ways in different contexts, and this will give it two completely different meanings. By using it in a certain context with the meaning it has in another, we are in the metonymic dimension. I will give you a prime example in the form of a witticism that I will let you think about before I discuss it. Heinrich Heine is with the poet Frederick Sully at a salon, and the latter says to him, talking about a person who was rolling in money, a character who occupied an important position at the time, as you can see, and who was very popular, you see, my friend, the cult of the golden calf isn't yet over. Oh. Heinrich Heine replies after looking the person over, for a calf he strikes me as being a bit past it. 54. That's an example of a metonymic witticism. I will dissect it next time, but already you can see that it is a witticism insofar as the word calf is being used, and uniquely being used, in two different metonymic contexts. It adds nothing to the signification of the witticism to say what it means, namely that the person is a cow. It's amusing to say this, but it is a witticism only insofar as, from one reply to the next, calf is used in two different contexts. It can be demonstrated ultra quickly that witticisms operate at the level of the play of signifiers. A young woman in the making, in whom we can recognize all the qualities of a true education, one that consists in her not using but knowing vulgar language, is invited to her first surprise party 63 by a ladies' man, who, after a moment of bored silence, says to her during a dance that has, moreover, not yet ended, "Vous avez vu, mademoiselle, que je suis comte. You have noticed, mademoiselle, that I am a count." Ah, she simply replies thereby highlighting that a comte without a T is a con, an idiot. You won't have read this story in any of the small, specialist collections. Perhaps you will have heard it directly from the mouth of the young woman herself, who was quite pleased with herself, I have to say. But the nature of the story is exemplary nonetheless, for it is the incarnation par excellence of what I have been calling the speaking present. There is no I, the I isn't named. Nothing exemplifies the speaking present, as opposed to the present speaking, more than a pure and simple exclamation. Exclamations are paradigmatic of the presence of discourse insofar as the person whose discourse it is completely effaces his own present. His present is, if I may say so, retained entirely in the present of discourse. However, at the level of creation, this subject displays great presence of mind, since something like that isn't premeditated, it just pops out like that, and that's how you recognize that someone is witty. She makes a simple modification to the code which consists in adding a small t to it, which draws its value from the context, if I can put it like that, namely, that the count doesn't make her content, apart from the fact that the count, if he is, as I say, so little pleasing, may notice nothing. This trait is therefore completely gratuitous, but nonetheless you see the elementary mechanism of wit here, namely that this slight transgression of the code is, all by itself, taken as a new value enabling the required meaning to be created instantaneously. What is this meaning? It may seem to you that it is not in doubt, but, after all, this well-bred young woman doesn't tell her count that he was what he was minus a t. She tells him nothing of the kind. The meaning to be created remains suspended somewhere between. 55. The ego and the other. This is an indication that something remains to be desired, at least for the moment. Moreover, the text isn't at all transposable. If the text had said that he was a marquis, this creation would not have been possible. According to the good old formula that apparently gave our fathers such pleasure last century, you would ask, "How are you?" and you would give the meaningless reply, "Et toi mate / as." It was best not to reply, "Et toi et redden." You'll tell me they were days of simple pleasures. Ah! There you have wit in its shortest, undeniably phonematic form. This is the shortest composition that you can give a phoneme. Two distinctive traits are required, the shortest formula of a phoneme being this: either a consonant following a vowel or a vowel following a consonant. A consonant following a vowel is the classic formula, and that is what we find here. This is enough to 64 construct an utterance having the value of a message, insofar as it makes a paradoxical reference to actual word usage, and provided that it directs the other's thoughts to an instantaneous grasp of the meaning. That's what we call being witty. It is also what primes the properly comminatory element on which all metaphors rely. If I have spoken extensively about metaphor today, again it is by mapping out the mechanism of substitution. The mechanism has the four terms I gave you in the instance of the letter. It is uniquely, at least in its form, the essential operation of intelligence, which consists in formulating the correlate of a proportion established with an x. An intelligence test is perhaps nothing but that. It's just that it isn't enough just to say that man differs from animals by his intelligence. Perhaps man does differ from animals by his intelligence, but perhaps in this fact the introduction of signifying formulations was primordial. To put in its proper place the question of men's supposed intelligence as the source of their reality plus x, you would have to start by asking yourself this: intelligence with respect to what? What is there to understand? Where the real is concerned, is it so much a question of understanding? If it is purely and simply about a relationship to reality, surely our discourse must come to the point of re-establishing it in its existence as reality, that is, it must, strictly speaking, culminate in nothing. Moreover, this is what discourse does in general. If we arrive at something else, if one can even speak about a story culminating in knowledge of some kind, it is inasmuch as discourse has brought about an essential transformation. That is what it's about, and perhaps it's quite simply about these four small terms linked together in a particular way, by what are called relations of proportion. Once again we have a tendency to 56. Antify these relations. We believe that we find them in objects. But where in objects are these relations of proportion, if we haven't introduced them with the help of our little signifiers? It remains the case that the very possibility of metaphorical play is founded on the existence of having something to substitute. The basis for this is the signifying chain as the principle of combination and locus of metonymy. This is what I will attempt to elaborate next time. November 20, 1957. 4. The Golden Calf. Need and refusal. Formalizing metonymy. No metaphor without metonymy. Maupassant's double vision. Finian's decent ring. We left things last time at the point where I showed you the mainspring of one form of witticism, in what I call the metaphorical function, and was about to take up a second aspect in the register of the metonymic function. You might be surprised at this way of going about it, consisting as it does in starting off with an example and then gradually developing functional relations which as a result do not seem to possess any general relationship to the matter at hand. It stems from a necessity inherent in our subject, whose palpable element we will have an opportunity to show you. Let's say that everything that is at the level of the unconscious insofar as it is structured by language confronts us with the following phenomenon: it is neither the genre nor the class but only specific examples that enable us to grasp the most significant properties. This is an inversion of our usual analytic perspective, analytic in the sense of the analysis of mental functions. It could be called a failure of the concept, in the abstract sense of the term. More precisely, we need to find another way of grasping it than grasping it conceptually. This is what I was alluding to when I mentioned mannerism one day, and this feature is entirely appropriate in our field. Given the terrain over which we roam, we're obliged to proceed by misusing concepts rather than using them, and this is due to the domain in which the structurations in question move. Since the term prelogical is liable to create confusion, I recommend you cross it off your list of categories in advance, given what? 65. 58. It's been turned into, namely, a psychological property. We're dealing here with structural properties of language, which are prior 66 to any question that we can put to language about the legitimacy of any aim that it, language, suggests to us. As you know, this is just what philosophers have made the object of anxious inquiry, owing to which we have come to a sort of compromise that goes more or less as follows: if language shows that we can hardly say anything about anything unless it's a being off language, it is with the aim of bringing about a for us that can be called objectivity. This is undoubtedly a bit too swift as a way of summarizing the entire enterprise that goes from formal logic to transcendental logic, but it is just intended to tell you at the outset that we place ourselves in a different field. When Freud speaks about the unconscious, he doesn't say that it is structured in a certain way, but he says it nevertheless, inasmuch as the laws that he proposes, the compositional laws of the unconscious, exactly match some of the most fundamental laws of the composition of discourse. Also, all sorts of elements involved in ordinary discourse are missing from the way in which the unconscious is articulated, the link of causality, he tells us, concerning dreams, or negation, and then he returns to it immediately afterwards and shows us that it finds expression in the dream in some other way. This is the field that is already circled, defined, circumscribed, explored, and even plowed by Freud. This is what we are returning to in trying to formulate. Let's go even further, in trying to formalize what a moment ago I called the primordial structuring laws of language. If there's anything that the Freudian experience tells us, it is that we are determined by laws in the very depths of ourselves, as we rightly or wrongly say, adopting an image, let's simply say, at the level of what lies within us beyond our conceptual grasp of ourselves, beyond the idea that we have of ourselves and draw upon, that we hold onto more or less well, and that we sometimes hasten a little too prematurely to make our fate by speaking of synthesis and total personality. And let's not forget that these are all terms that are precisely subject to challenge by the Freudian experience. Indeed, Freud teaches us, and I will have to make this assigned frontispiece, about the distance, the gap even, that exists between the structuring of desire and the structuring of needs. And while Freudian experience has come to the point of referring to a metapsychology of needs, this certainly has nothing self-evident about it, and one might even describe it as unexpected in relation to what 67 is most obvious, for the entire experience instituted and defined by Freud shows, at every turn, to what extent the structure of desires is determined by something other than needs. Needs only come to us refracted, broken, and fragmented, and they are structured precisely. 59. By all these mechanisms like condensation, displacement, and so on, according to the manifestations of psychical life in which they are reflected, mechanisms which presuppose still other intermediaries, and mechanisms in which we recognize a number of the laws that we will come to before the end of the seminar this year, and which I call laws of the signifier. These laws prevail here, and in witticisms we learn about a certain way of using them, in a kind of mental game, with the question mark that introducing the term esprit calls for. What is esprit? What is ingenius in Latin? What is ingenio in Spanish, since I referred to the concept? What is this thing that intervenes here and is different from the function of judgment? We can only work out its place once we have spelled out and clarified the method. What is this method? What is its basic aim? We have already emphasized the ambiguity of witticisms and slips, a basic and in some way constitutive ambiguity. Depending on the circumstances, what is produced may tend towards the sort of psychological accident that slips are, by which we would remain perplexed without Freud's analysis, or rather, on the contrary, it may be taken up and ratified as having been heard by the other at the level of a specific signifying value, such as the one that has been acquired by the neologistic, paradoxical, and scandalous term, familiar. The specific signifying function of this word is to designate not only this or that but also some sort of beyond. What is fundamental in what is signified here isn't linked solely to the impasse in the subject's relations with his millionaire protector. We're faced with a certain relationship that fails, with what introduces, into ongoing human relationships, a type of essential impasse that resides in the fact that no desire can ever be received or admitted by the other save through all sorts of interventions that refract it and turn it into something other than what it is, an object of exchange, and, frankly, right from the outset, submit the process of making a demand to the necessity of refusal. I will take the liberty of introducing the actual level at which this question arises of translating a demand into an utterance which has an effect by recounting an amusing if not witty story whose register extends well beyond a small, momentary laugh. It's the story that you are all no doubt familiar with about the masochist and the sadist. Hurt me, says the former to the latter, who replies, no. I see it doesn't make you laugh. No matter. Some people laugh. 68 though. In any case, the story isn't meant to make you laugh. I simply ask you to notice that something unfolds at a level that has nothing witty about it. Effectively, who are better made for one another than the masochist and the sadist? Sure, but, as you can. 69. 60. See from this little story, they get along as long as they don't speak to one another. It isn't out of spite that the sadist answers, no. His response is a feature of his sadistic character. And as soon as one has spoken he is obliged to reply at the level of speech. Therefore, inasmuch as we have moved on to the level of speech, what should result in the most profound understanding leads to what a moment ago I called the dialectic of refusal that is necessary for sustaining what, in its essence as demand, manifests itself through speech. Refusal need. In other words, as you can observe in this schema, there is a symmetry between the two elements of the circuit, a closed loop, which is the circle of discourse, and an open loop. Something is uttered by the subject and, coming to the point at which there is a bifurcation at A, it loops back upon itself as an articulated sentence, a ring of discourse graph, P10. On the other hand, if what is presented as a demand doesn't respect the essential symmetry I was talking about and describes a circuit that goes directly from his need to the object of his desire, then the sentence ends on a no. Let's say that need, if we locate it at the point delta prime, necessarily encounters the other's response, which for the moment we'll call a refusal. What is presented here merely as a paradox, which only our schema makes it possible to locate, no doubt deserves to be gone into in more detail. Let's now return to the chain of our propositions about the different phases of a witticism. 1. Today, then, I'll introduce the metonymic phase. To give you an immediate idea of it, I gave you an example in the form of a story where you can see everything that differentiates. 61. It from familiar. There is, then, a dialogue between Heinrich Heine and the poet Frederick Sully, almost his contemporary, which is recounted in Kuno Fischer's book, which was, I believe, reasonably well known at the time. A group gathers in a salon around an elderly gentleman basking in the reflected aura of his financial power. "Look," says Frederick Sully to someone who was barely his senior, and whom he admired, "look how the 19th century worships the golden car," to which Heinrich Heine replies, looking with a disdainful eye at the object drawn to his attention, "Yes, but this one strikes me as a bit old for that SE 8, 47-8. What does this witticism signify? What gives it its bite? What is its mainspring?" On the topic of witticisms, Freud, as you know, places us on this level from the outset. Witticisms are to be sought where they are, namely, in their text. Nothing is more striking. This man, who has been attributed with being a genius at probing what lies beyond, as it were, psychological hypotheses, always sets out on the contrary from the opposite point, namely the materiality of signifiers, treating them as a given, existing in and for themselves. We have a clear example in his analysis of witticisms. Not only does he consistently begin with a technique, but he has confidence that the elements of his technique will uncover the mainspring. What is the first thing he does? He proceeds to carry out what he calls an attempt at reduction. If we translate the wit of Familionaire into its expanded sense, decompose what it involves and then read the elements, that is, if we say, as familiar as one can be with a millionaire, everything belonging to the witticism vanishes or disappears. This shows clearly that what is at issue lies in the relationship between the fundamental ambiguity specific to metaphor and the function that a signifier acquires when it is substituted for another signifier, one that is latent in the chain through positional similarity or simultaneity. Having started by examining witticisms at the metaphorical level, Freud finds himself faced with a new variety with the story of the golden calf, where one can sense a difference and, as he isn't one to spare us the details of his approach to the phenomena, he tells us to think about describing it as a conceptual joke as opposed to a verbal joke. But he soon realizes that this distinction is totally inadequate, and that, here, what one should rely on is what is called seventy-the-phone, namely the combining of signifiers. He therefore undertakes anew to submit the example in question to the technique of reduction, making it accountable for what is subjacent to this debatable phone, namely subjective agreement that it is a witticism. He 62. Encounters something here that doesn't yield to analysis in the same way Familionaire does. Sharing each of his approaches in his thinking with us, he pauses for a moment, following Kuno Fischer, who remained at this level at the proto-ASIS, that is, at the contribution by Heine's interlocutor, Frederick Sully. He detects something metaphorical in the golden calf and, to be sure, the expression does have a double value, on the one hand, as a symbol of intrigue and, on the other, as a symbol of the power of money. Does this mean that this gentleman receives all these tributes because he is rich? Wouldn't this obscure the mainspring of what this is about? Freud quickly becomes aware of what is fallacious in such an approach. The richness of this example deserves close scrutiny. It is certain that in what we are initially given to set the scene for this golden calf the notion of the matter is implicated. Without going into how all the verbal uses of this undeniably metaphorical term came to be established, suffice it to say that, while the golden calf has the closest of relations with the relationship between signifiers and images that forms the aspect under which idolatry effectively comes to be established, ultimately it is only located within a perspective where being recognized by the God who announces himself as I am that I am, namely, the God of the Jews, demands that one renounce not only idolatry pure and simple, that is, the worship of statues, but also, subsequently, the naming, par excellence, of every imaged hypostasis, that is, the renunciation of what presents itself as the very origin of signifiers, and this in order to seek their essential beyond the refusal of which is precisely what gives the golden calf its value. Thus, it is only through what is already a shift that the golden calf comes to acquire a metaphorical use. The topical regression that from a religious perspective is involved in substituting the imaginary for the symbolic, which underpins the idolatry, secondarily acquires the metaphorical value of expressing what people other than I have called the fetishistic value of gold, which I do not mention without reason here, since precisely this fetishistic function, we will have to come back to this, is itself only conceivable in the signifying dimension of metonymy. Here, then, we have the golden calf laden with all the intrications 71 and entanglements of the symbolic function with the imaginary. Is this where the wits resides? No. This isn't at all the place where it is located. The witticism, as Freud is aware, is in Heinrich Heine's riposte, and the latter at least consists precisely in subverting, if not annulling, all the references that underpin the metaphor of the golden calf, designating him as someone who is suddenly reduced. 63. To the quality of being no more than a vila or worth unvoki vache so much the pound. Suddenly, this calf is taken for what it is, a living being that the market, itself effectively instituted through the reign of gold, reduces to being only sold as stock, a head of cattle, whereby it is possible to emphasize that he is clearly no longer under the age limit for a vilaer, which, according to the definition that Littra gives, is a calf in its first year, and which a butchery purist would define as a calf that has not stopped suckling its mother, a calf under its mother. I allowed myself to say that only in France is this purism respected. There is no way of reducing the fact that this calf isn't a calf, or that this calf is a bit old to be a calf. With or without the golden calf in the background, it's still a witticism. Freud thus grasps a difference between the story about the familionaire and this one, the first is analyzable, the second is unanalyzable. And yet they're both witticisms. What does this mean if not that these are undoubtedly two separate dimensions of the experience of witticisms? What is present here, as Freud himself tells us, looks like sleight of hand, a trick, or faulty reasoning. Yet it's a trait common to an entire category of witticisms distinct from the category in which familionaire is inscribed and in which one takes, as one might crudely put it, a word in a different sense from the sense in which it was intended. Another story belonging to the same category as the golden calf refers to the confiscation by Napoleon III of all the property of the House of Orleans when he ascended to the throne. It's the first flight vol of the eagle, someone said, and everyone was delighted with its ambiguity, there was no need to spell it out. Here, there's no question of speaking of a witticism of thought, since it is a witticism of words based on the ambiguity that enables us to take a word in a different sense. It is, moreover, potentially amusing to probe into what underlies such words and, because this word is recorded in French, Freud takes care to specify the double meaning of vol as action, as the means of locomotion of birds, and as the removal, abduction, or theft of property. It's good to bear in mind what Freud elides here. I am not saying he was unaware of it, which is that one of the meanings was historically borrowed from the other and that towards the 13th or 14th century the term volary hunting with birds had passed from the usage whereby a falcon or a quail flies vole, to 72 the usage that designates this violation of one of the essential laws of property, known as theft vol. This was no accident. I'm not saying it occurs in every language, but it had already occurred in Latin, where volare took on the same meaning from the same origin. I take this opportunity to 64. Stress something which isn't unrelated to what we are familiar with, namely what I will call the euphemistic modes of expressing what, in speech, represents the violation vio of one's word or a contract. It's not for nothing that the word viol is borrowed from the register of an abduction rapt which has nothing to do with what we properly and juridically call theft vio. Let's leave it there and return to why I introduce the term metonymy here. 2. Beyond these elusive ambiguities of meaning, I think we effectively need to search for another reference if we are to define this second register of witticisms, unify its mechanism with the first kind and locate their common mainspring. Freud shows us the way without quite finding the formula for it. What point would there be in talking about Freud if we didn't try to derive the maximum benefit from what he contributed? It's up to us to move it along a little further by giving it this formalization, and our experience will tell us whether it is right and whether this is the right direction for organizing the phenomena. It's a question that is rich with consequences, not only for everything concerning our therapeutics but also for our conception of modes of the unconscious. It is absolutely decisive whether there is a particular structure, whether this structure is the structure of signifiers and whether the latter imposes its grid on everything that has to do with human needs. I have already presented metonymy on several occasions, most notably in the article called The Instance of the Letter in the Unconscious Acrits, 412-41. There I deliberately gave an example drawn from our common experience of grammar that draws on your memories of your secondary school studies. No one could say that you were exactly filled to the brim with the study of the figures of rhetoric. In actual fact, no great fuss has been made of them till now. Metonymy was at the time relegated to the end, under the auspices of a much underrated quintillion. Nonetheless, given the point 73 we're at with respect to our conception of forms of discourse, I took 30 sails, spoken in the place of 30 ships. There's a literary background to this choice, since, as you are aware, these 30 sails can be found in a certain monologue in Le Cid, a reference we'll perhaps do something with later. In 30 sails it's not simply a matter of taking the part for the whole, as you've been told with reference to the real, for it is rarely. 65. The case that ships have only one sail. We don't know what to do with these 30 sails, either there are 30 of them and there aren't 30 ships, or there are 30 ships and there are more than 30 sails. That is why I say one has to refer to the word-for-word MOTA-MOT correspondence. That said, I am only present 6 NGU with the problematic aspect of the thing, to be sure, and we need to go deeper into the nature of how it differs from metaphor, for you could say to me that it really is a metaphor. Why isn't it one? Indeed, that is the question. For a while now I have been hearing from time to time that some of you, in the course of your everyday life, are suddenly struck by encountering something you no longer know whether to classify as metaphor or as metonymy. This is sometimes followed by some excessive disturbance in your organism, a sharp rolling from the port of metaphor to the starboard of metonymy, causing some of you to feel a bit seasick. I've also been told, in connection with booze, that his sheaf was neither miserly nor hateful, which I presented to you as a metaphor, could actually be a metonymy. Still, I think that in my article I clearly showed what this sheaf is, and how much it is something other than part of his property. Insofar as it is precisely a substitute for the father, it brings out the entire dimension of biological fecundity that underlies the spirit of the poem, and it's no accident that on the horizon and further out, in the firmament, the sharp cutting edge of the celestial sickle emerges, evoking castration in the background. Let's return to our 30 sails and try to pinpoint, once and for all, what it is that I'm calling the metonymic function. Concerning metaphor, I think I've sufficiently stressed, though not without leaving a number of puzzles, that substitution is its structural source. Metaphor is the result of the function that is brought to a signifier S insofar as the signifier is substituted for another in a signifying chain. As for metonymy, it is the result of the function that a signifier S adopts when it relates to another signifier along the length of the sig74 nifying chain. The function that a sail has in relation to a ship exists along the signifying chain and not in reference to the real, along the length of the chain and not in a substitution. It's thus a question, in the clearest way, of the transfer of signification along the chain. This is why formal representations or formulas are always liable to place extra demands on you. Someone recently reminded me that at one time I said I was seeking to devise a rubber logic for you to use. It's actually something like that is involved here. This topographical structuring invariably leaves gaps because it's made up of these ambiguities. Let me say in passing that this is unavoidable. 66. Then again, if we do manage to develop this topographical structuring well enough, we won't be able to avoid a remainder of extra requirements, no matter how much a univocal formalization is an ideal for you. If indeed a univocal formalization is an ideal for you at all, for some ambiguities are irreducible to the level of the structure of language that we're trying to define. Let me also say in passing that the notion of metalanguage is very often employed in the most inadequate of fashions, insofar as people misrecognize the following: either a metalanguage has formal requirements that displace the total structuring phenomenon in which it has to be situated, or the metalanguage itself conserves the ambiguities of language. In other words, there is no such thing as a metalanguage. There are formalizations, either at the level of logic, or at the level of this signifying structure whose autonomous level I've been trying to uncover for you. There is no such thing as a metalanguage in the sense in which it would mean, for example, a complete mathematization of the phenomenon of language, and this is so precisely because there's no way of formalizing any further than what's given as the primitive structure of language. Still, not only can this formalization be demanded, it is necessary. It's necessary here, for instance. In effect, the notion of the substitution of one signifier for another requires that its place already be defined. This is a positional substitution, and position requires a signifying chain, that is, a combinatory succession. I'm not saying it requires every one of its features. I'm saying that this combinatory succession is characterized by elements I will call, for instance, intransitivity, alternation and repetition. If we go into the constitution of a signifying chain at this original, minimal level, we'll end up a long way off today's topic. There 75 are minimal requirements. I'm not saying I claim to have completely got to them all yet, although I have already given you enough for me to suggest some formulas as a basis for some reflection drawn on particular examples, which, in this domain and no doubt for essential reasons, we must draw upon for all our teachings. We will proceed in this way once again, observing, even if this sounds like a play on words, that these sales voiles veil voilent our view, every bit as much as they designate that they don't enter with their full rights as sales, at full sale, into the use we are putting them to. These are sales that rarely slacken. What is reduced in their scope and in their sign can be rediscovered if one evokes a village of 30 souls, where the souls are placed there for the shadows of what they represent, lighter than a term suggesting an excessive presence of inhabitants. As in the title of a famous novel, rather than being beings who are not there, these souls may be dead souls. Similarly, 67. 30 fires for 30 households also represents a certain degradation or minimization of meaning, for these fires are as much extinguished fires as they are fires about which we say there is no smoke without fire, and it's not for nothing that these fires reappear in a usage that says metonymically what it is that they stand in for. You will tell me no doubt that I am relying on a reference to meaning to show the difference. I don't believe so, and I'd point out to you that what I started from is the following: metonymy is the fundamental structure within which something new and creative, which is metaphor, can be produced. Even if something of metonymic origin is placed in the position of substitution, as in the case of 30 sales, it's different from a metaphor. In short, there would be no metaphor if there were no metonymy. The chain in which the position at which the metaphorical phenomenon occurs is defined is in a sort of shifting or equivocation where metonymy is concerned. There would be no metaphor if there were no metonymy comes back to me as an echo, and not by chance by any means, of the comic invocation Jerry puts into the mouth of Father Viebu, "Long live Poland," for without Poland there'd be no Poles. This is the very essence of our subject. It's a witticism and, this is what's funny, it refers precisely to the metonymic function. You'd be on the wrong track if you thought that what's funny here relates to, for instance, the role the Poles have played in the misfortunes of Poland, which are only too well known. It's just as funny if I say, "Long live France, monsieur," for without France there would be no French. Similarly, if I say, "Long live Christianity," because without Christianity there'd be no Christians. 76. And even, "Long live Christ," and so on. One cannot fail to recognize the metonymic dimension in these examples. Every relationship of derivation and every use of a suffix or an ending in inflected languages uses the contiguity of the chain for signifying purposes. The aphasics experience is indicative here, for instance. There are precisely two types of aphasia, and when we're at the level of disturbances of contiguity, that is, of the metonymic function, the subject has the greatest difficulty with the relation between words and adjectives, between benefit or beneficence and beneficent and also benefaction. It's here in the metonymic other that this lightning flash occurs, casting a light that's not only comical but also rather farcical. It's important to try to grasp the signifying chain's properties, and I've tried to find some terms of reference that make it possible to grasp what I would like to describe as the effect of the signifying chain, an effect inherent in its nature as signifying chain, and which one may call its meaning. 68. 3. Last year, it was by means of an analogical reference, it might have seemed metaphorical to you, but I stressed that it wasn't and that it was intended to be taken to the letter of the metonymic chain, that I situated the essence of all fetishistic displacements of desire, its fixation, in other words, before, after or alongside, or at any rate on the threshold of, its natural object. This was about establishing the fundamental phenomenon that we can call the radical perversion of human desires. I would now like to indicate another dimension of the metonymic chain, which I will call the sliding of meaning. I've already pointed out how it is related to the literary procedure typically referred to by the term realism. There is no reason why one cannot have all sorts of experiences in this domain, and I subjected myself to the experience of taking a novel from the realist period and rereading it to see what features might help you grasp the original something that the metonymic use of the signifying chain introduces into the dimension of meaning. Thus, I turned, at random, to a novel by Maupassant, Bel Ami. It makes for pleasant reading. Try it sometime. Having made 77 a start, I was quite surprised to find in it what I'm attempting to designate here when I talk about sliding. We see our hero, Georges Duroy, setting out from the top of the Rue Notre Dame de Lorette. When the woman behind the till had given him the change for his 5-franc piece, Georges Duroy left the restaurant. A good-looking man, with the poise of an ex-cavalry NCO, he drew himself up, twirled his mustache with a familiar military gesture, and quickly glanced around at the remaining diners with one of those looks of a handsome young man on the lookout for prey. p.105 That is how the novel begins. It doesn't seem like much, but it goes on from one moment to the next, from one encounter to another, and you witness, in the clearest of ways, a sort of shift. This shift carries off a fairly basic being, I would say, if we think of him at the point to which he has been reduced at the beginning of the novel, because this 5-franc piece is all he has left. It gradually leads this being, then, who has been reduced to the most direct of needs, to an immediate preoccupation with love and hunger, into a series of good and bad incidents, but generally good, for he's not only a handsome fellow, but a lucky one. It places him in a circle, a system of displays of exchange, in which the metonymic subversion of 69 primitive elements is accomplished, and which, as soon as they're satisfied, are alienated in a series of situations in which he is never able to get his bearings or find any repose. And it conveys him from success to success and to an almost total alienation from what is his own person. The storyline of the novel, in an overview like this, doesn't actually amount to much because everything is in the detail, I mean in the way in which the novelist never goes beyond what's happening in the sequence of events and records them in the most concrete terms possible, just as he constantly places not only the hero but everything around him in a position that is invariably double so that at every moment one has double vision with respect to the object, no matter how proximate it is. I will take as an example the meal at the restaurant, which is one of the first moments in the rise in this character's fortunes. Succulent Ostend oysters were brought in, looking like dainty little ears enclosed in shells and melting between the tongue and the palate like salty tidbits. After the soup came a trout as pink-fleshed as a young girl, tongues began to wag. They had reached the stage of witty suggestiveness, of words, 78 veiled yet revealing, that are like a hand lifting up a skirt, the stage of clever allusions, skillfully hidden impropriety, shamelessly brazen hypocrisy, cryptic words that cover naked images and which fill the eye and the mind with a sudden vision of what dares not be said openly and enable smart society to enjoy a subtle, mysterious sort of love-making, a sort of marriage of impure minds, by simultaneously conjuring up, with words as sensual and disturbing as a sexual embrace, the secret, shameful desire for body to clasp body. The roast had now appeared, partridges. Pages 105-8. Note that they ate this roast, the partridges, the poultry terrine and all the rest without tasting it properly, without realizing what they were eating, entirely absorbed in what they were saying, immersed in thoughts of love. Pages 108-9. This constant diversion, which means you don't know whether it's the flesh of a young girl or a trout that's on the table, makes it possible for the so-called realist description to dispense with any unfathomable reference to any meaning or transmeaning whatsoever, poetic or moral or other. This throws enough light, or so it seems to me, on what I'm pointing to when I say that any discourse aiming at grasping reality is obliged to view things from the perspective of the 70. Perpetual sliding of meaning. This is what gives it its value and also what makes it the case that literary realism doesn't exist. In an effort to get a tighter grip on reality by articulating it in discourse, all one ever manages to do is show what is disorganizing and even perverse in what the introduction of discourse adds to this reality. If that seems a bit impressionistic, I'd like to try out something else with you. Since we're trying to remain, not at the level at which discourse corresponds to the real, but at which it simply claims to connote it, follow it, or be its analyst, with two Ns, let's see what this produces. I've taken the series novels In 3 Lines, which Felix Finian, a no doubt worthy author whom I don't have time to introduce, used to write for the newspaper L. E. Malin. There's no doubt that they were not collected haphazardly, since a special talent is apparent there. Let's try to find out what it is, taking them at random. For having thrown a few stones at the police, 3 pious ladies of Harrisart have been fined by the magistrates in Doullens. As Mr. Pulbut, a primary school teacher in IIE St. Denis, 79 rang the bell for the return to class, the bell fell, almost scalping him. In Clichy, an elegant young man threw himself under a hansom cab with rubber tires and then, unhurt, under a truck, which crushed him to pieces. A young woman was seated on the ground in Choisy-Ieroi. The only identifying word her amnesia enabled her to say was, model. The corpse of the sexagenarian Dorley was swinging from a tree in Arcueil with the sign, too old to work. In relation to the mystery of loser Ches, the examining magistrate Dupuy deposed the suspect A. Verlant, but she was mad. Mangan, from Verdun, was trudging along behind the coffin. He didn't make it to the cemetery that day. Death overtook him on the way. The valet Silat, from Neuilly, settled an entertaining woman into his absent master's house, then disappeared, taking everything but her. While pretending to search through her savings for rare coins, 2 swindlers took 1,800 francs of the ordinary kind from a woman in Malakoff. At the beach at St. Anne Finistère, 2 bathers were drowning. A bather jumped in. And Mr. Etienne then had 3 people to save. 71. What makes them funny? Here we have facts, described with an impersonal rigor and the fewest words possible. I would say the entire art consists simply in this extreme reduction. What is comical, when we read Mangan, from Verdun, was trudging along behind a coffin. He didn't make it to the cemetery that day. Death took him by surprise on the way, absolutely fails to touch our own journey towards the cemetery, however diverse the methods employed to make the journey. The effect wouldn't appear if these things were said in a more lengthy fashion, I mean if it was all drowned in a flood of words. It's because of what I've been calling the sliding of meaning that we literally don't know where to stop, at what point, in these sentences which we encounter in their rigor, in order to locate their center of gravity or point of equilibrium. This is just what I would call their decent ring. There is no morality here. Anything that could be in any way exemplary is carefully effaced. This is the whole art of composition in these novels in 3 lines, their style's art of detachment. Nevertheless, what's recounted is still a sequence of events, one whose coordinates are given to us in a completely rigorous manner. This is another quality of the style. That is what I was getting at in trying to show you that along the 80 horizontal dimension of the chain, discourse is really a skating rink, just as useful to study as the figures of skating, and along which meaning slides. It is a light, infinite band no doubt, which perhaps, because it is so reduced, appears to be nothing at all, but which is manifest in the order of witticisms in their ridiculous, degrading and disorganizing dimension. It is along this dimension that the type of witticism like the flight of the eagle is located, that is, where discourse meets the signifying chain. This is also the case with familionaire, except that the latter is inscribed at the meeting point at gamma, whereas the other one simply takes place a bit further on. Frederick Sully contributes something that obviously goes in the direction of locating it over on the side of the I, while he appeals to Heinrich Heine to be his witness as the other. At the beginning of any witticism there's always an appeal to the other as the locus of verification. As true, Hirsch Hyacinth begins, as God shall grant me all good things. The reference to God may well be ironic, but it is fundamental. Here Sully invokes a Heinrich Heine who, I will tell you, is much more prestigious than he is himself, without. 72. Giving you the history of Frederick Sully, though the article devoted to him in Larousse is a nice one. Sully says to him, don't you see, my dear master, and so on. Here, the appeal, the invocation, tends to fall on the side of Heinrich Heine's I, which is the pivotal point of the matter. We have, then, passed through the I and returned with golden calf at A, the locus of usage and metonymy, for, while the golden calf is a metaphor it is a dead one, it has passed into language, and earlier, incidentally, we displayed its sources, origins, and mode of production. It is ultimately a commonplace that Sully sends to the locus of the message via the classic alpha-gamma pathway. We have two characters here, but you know that there might just as easily have been only one, since the other, merely because the dimension of speech exists in each of us. Moreover, when Sully describes the financier as a golden calf, it's because he's conscious of a usage that to us seems no longer accepted, but I found it in litera. A gentleman may be called a golden calf vaudor if he is filthy rich cusador and, for that reason, the object of universal admiration. There's no ambiguity in French, and none in the German either. At this moment, that is, here, between gamma and alpha, there is a referral from the message back to the code, that is, along the line of the signifying chain and, in a way metonymically, the term is picked up again on a plane which is no longer the one along which it had been sent, and this makes it possible to see the collapse, reduction, or devaluation of meaning brought about in metonymy quite clearly. 81. This leads me, at the end of today's lesson, to introduce the following, which may perhaps seem paradoxical, that metonymy is, strictly speaking, the locus where we must situate the dimension that is primordial in and essential to human language and that lies at the opposite end of the dimension of meaning, namely, the dimension of value. The value dimension becomes apparent, in contrast with the meaning dimension. It is another aspect, another register. It refers to the diversity of objects already constituted by language, into which the magnetic field of each person's needs, with their contradictions, is introduced. Some of you are, I believe, fairly familiar with Das Kapital. I am not talking about the entire text, whose read capital, but with the first book, which almost everyone has read. A prodigious first book, superabundant, revealing someone, and this is rare, who sustains an articulated philosophical discourse. I urge you to go to the page where, at the level of the formulation of the so-called theory of the 73 particular form of the value of merchandise, Marx shows himself, in a note, to be a precursor of the mirror stage. On this page Marx formulates the following proposition: no quantitative relations of value can be established without the prior establishment of a general equivalence. It's not simply a question of equating so many yards of cloth, it's the equivalence between cloth and clothes which has to be structured, that is, that clothes can come to represent the value of cloth. It's thus not a matter of the clothes that can be worn but of the fact that clothes can come to be the signifier of the value of cloth. In other words, the equivalence necessary from the start of the analysis, and on which what is called value is based, presupposes, on the part of both terms in play, abandoning a very important part of their meaning. The meaning effect of the metonymic line is located along this dimension. We shall subsequently see what the use of bringing this meaning effect into play in the two registers of metaphor and metonymy is. Together they refer to an essential dimension that enables us to refine the plane of the unconscious, the dimension of the other, to which we necessarily appeal, insofar as the other is the locus, receiver, and pivotal point of witticisms. That's what we'll do next time. November 27, 1957. 83. A bit of sense and the step of sense. Knots of signification and pleasure. Need, demand, desire. Benefits of ingratitude. Misunderstanding and misrecognition. Subjectivity. When Freud comes to the second, synthetic part of his work on witticisms, he inquires into the source of the pleasure they produce. It's becoming more and more essential that you read this text at least once. I stress this for anyone who might think he is excused from doing so. It's the only way you can become familiar with this work, short of me reading it to you myself, which, I imagine, wouldn't be to your liking. Although this will decidedly lower your attention level, I will read out some extracts, since this is the only way you will realize how closely and how frequently the formulas I bring you, or am trying to, follow the questions Freud raises. Nevertheless, do be aware that Freud's approach is often circuitous. While he refers to standard themes under various psychological or other headings, the manner in which he exploits them introduces an implicit theme that is just as important as, and even more important than, the themes that serve as his explicit references and which he and his readers have in common. The way he makes use of them, in fact, and you'd really have to have never opened the text not to be aware of this, brings out a dimension that no one had ever suggested before him. This dimension is precisely that of the signifier. I am going to show its role. 75. 1. I'll go straight to the issue that we will occupy ourselves with today. What, Freud asks, is a witticism source of pleasure? In language that is too widespread in our day and that certain people would employ, one could say that the source of pleasure in 84 witticism is to be found in its formal aspect. Fortunately, these are not the terms Freud uses. On the contrary, he goes so far as to say, with much more precision, that the true source of pleasure yielded by a witticism is that it's funny. It nevertheless remains the case that the pleasure we get from hearing a witticism is centered elsewhere. Are we not aware of the direction in which Freud is looking for this source throughout his analysis? The ambiguity inherent in the act of making a joke prevents us from recognizing where the pleasure comes from, and it takes all the effort of his analysis to show us. It's quite essential here to follow the way he proceeds. In a manner consistent with a system of explicit references that becomes increasingly apparent as the work progresses, the primitive source of pleasure is referred to a playful period of infantile activity, to the early playing with words that refers us directly to the acquisition of language as pure signifiers, to verbal play and to the practice that we might almost describe as the pure utterance of word forms. Is it a pure and simple question of a return to playing with signifiers as such at a period before they are mastered, whereas reason will gradually oblige the subject, through education and what is learned from reality, to bring mastery and criticism to the use of signifiers? Does the principal source of the pleasure in witticisms lie, then, in this difference? If that were how Freud's contribution could be summed up, the whole thing would appear pretty simple, but this is far from being the case. While Freud tells us that this is the source of the pleasure, he also shows us the paths down which this pleasure passes, their former paths, ones that are still there, existing potentially, virtually, and still sustaining something. They are what is liberated by the operation of witticisms, as is their privilege by comparison with the paths that the subject's progress towards the adult state has brought to the forefront of the regulation of thought. Going down these paths immediately takes witticisms, and this is where all of Freud's earlier analysis in Part A of their mainspring and mechanisms comes in, down these structuring paths that are the very paths of the unconscious. In other words, and Freud himself expresses it this way, a witticism has two sides. 76. On the one hand, there are signifiers in action, with this freedom that maximizes their possibilities of fundamental ambiguity. In a word, here we find the original feature of signifiers in relation to 85 meaning, the essential polyvalence and creative function that they have in relation to meaning, and the touch of the arbitrary that they bring to it. The other aspect is that of the unconscious. That signifiers in action evoke, all by themselves, the entire order of the unconscious is well enough indicated, as Freud sees it, by the fact that the structures revealed in witticisms, their constitution, crystallization, and functioning, are none other than the very ones he discovered in his initial apprehension of the unconscious at the level of dreams, bungled actions, or successful actions, however you want to take it, and at the level of symptoms, even, and which we've tried to formulate more precisely by using the terms metaphor and metonymy. These forms are the same for all language use and also for the structuring by language we encounter in the unconscious. They are the most general forms, of which condensation, displacement, and the other mechanisms Freud emphasizes in the structures of the unconscious are in a way merely applications. It may not be in our mental habits to confer the structure of speech on the unconscious in this way, but it corresponds to what's effectively dynamic in the relation of the unconscious to desire. This commonality between the unconscious and the structure of speech, insofar as it's regulated by the laws of the signifier, is precisely what we're trying to get a better understanding of and illustrate by means of our recourse to Freud's text on witticisms. This is what we're going to attempt to examine in more detail today. Stressing what might be called the autonomy of the laws of the signifier, and saying that they're primary in relation to the mechanism for the creation of meaning, does not, of course, exempt us from asking how to conceptualize not only the appearance of meaning but also, to parody a rather awkwardly produced formula from the school of logical positivism, the meaning of meaning, not that this latter expression makes any sense. What do we mean when we talk of meaning? Moreover, in the chapter on the mechanism of pleasure, doesn't Freud repeatedly refer to this formula, so widespread in connection with witticisms, of sense in nonsense? This formula, which had been put forward by many authors in the past, records the two visible sides of pleasure. A witticism immediately strikes one as nonsense, it grabs you and then compensates you with the emergence, inside this very nonsense, of some secret meaning or other that is, moreover, always so difficult to characterize. 77. From another perspective, it has been said that the way has been paved for meaning's emergence by the nonsense that in the moment 86 confuses and confounds us. This is perhaps closer to the way it works, and Freud is doubtless inclined to concede that there is more to it. That is to say that the role of nonsense is to trick us for a moment, long enough for a previously unnoticed meaning to hit us as we get the joke. This meaning also fades very quickly. It's fleeting, a flash of meaning, similar in nature to the moment of confusion when we were struck by the nonsense. Effectively, if you take a closer look, you'll notice that Freud goes so far as to reject the term nonsense. This is what I'd like us to think about today, since it's quite characteristic of these approximations to avoid precisely the final term, the ultimate mainspring of the mechanism at work. Formulas like this no doubt have a seductive psychological appeal to them, but they are not strictly speaking correct. I'm going to propose that we not take the reference to children as our point of departure. We know that children can take pleasure in these verbal games, that one can therefore refer to something of this order, give sense and weight to the psychogenesis oft mechanism of wit and bestow chan on this primitive and distant ludic activity, and rest content with that. But, if we think about this in some other way than by going along with established routine, it's perhaps not a reference that we should be all that happy with, since it's also uncertain whether the pleasure of wit, in which children only remotely take part, can be completely explained by appealing to fantasy. In order to make the link between the use of signifiers and what we might call satisfaction or pleasure, I'm going to return to a reference that may seem elementary. Even if we do refer to children, it must nevertheless not be forgotten that in the beginning signifiers have a purpose, they are made for expressing a demand. Okay, so let's stop for a moment at the mainspring of demand. 2. What is demand? Demand is what in need gets conveyed by means of signifiers addressed to the other. I pointed out to you last time that this reference merits an effort on our part to explore the different moments in it. These moments are so underexplored that a distinguished representative of the psychoanalytic hierarchy devoted an entire article of a dozen or so pages, I have alluded to it somewhere in one of 78. 87 my own articles, to marveling at the virtues of what he calls the wording, an English word corresponding to what in French we more awkwardly call i.e. passage au verbal or la verbalization. It's obviously more elegant in English. A patient of his had been particularly irritated by an intervention he had made. He had uttered something to the effect that she had unusual or even strong demands, which has an even more insistent emphasis in English than in French. She had been literally bowled over, as if by an accusation or a denunciation. But when he repeated the same interpretation a few moments later using the word needs, besoins, he found someone who quite docilely accepted his interpretation. And the author is amazed by it. The mountain the author in question makes out of this discovery clearly shows us how primitive the state of this art of wording still is inside analysis, or at least inside certain analytic circles. For, in actual fact, there you have it all. Demand is in itself so relative to the other that the other is immediately in the position of accusing and rejecting the subject, whereas by invoking need he authenticates, assumes, and ratifies it. He assumes it and is already beginning to recognize it, which in itself is an essential form of satisfaction. The mechanism of demand brings the other to oppose it by nature. You could even say that, by its very nature, demand requires opposition for it to be sustained as demand. The introduction of language into communication is being constantly illustrated by the way in which the other agrees to a demand. Let's think about this. The system of needs enters the dimension of language where it's remodeled, but it's also permanently pouring into the signifying complex, which is why demand is essentially something that by its very nature presents itself as capable of being excessive. It's not for nothing that children ask for the moon. They ask for the moon because it's in the nature of a need expressed via a signifying system to ask for the moon. And incidentally, don't ever hesitate to promise it to them. And incidentally, we ourselves are very close to having it. But at the end of the day we haven't got it yet. The most important thing to emphasize is the following: what happens with a demand for a need to be satisfied? We respond to the demand, we give our neighbor what he demands, but what mouse hole does it have to pass through? What reduction in his aspirations must he lower himself to in order for his demand to be approved? 88 The phenomenon of need highlights this quite well when it appears in a naked form. I would even say that to have access to need qua need, we have to refer, beyond the subject, to some kind of other called Christ who identifies with the poor. This is true of those who practice Christian charity, but also of the rest as well. The man of desire, Molière's Don Juan, of course gives the beggar what he asks. 79. Him for, and it's not for nothing that he adds, for the love of humanity. The response to a demand, granting a demand, is ultimately referred to an other beyond the person there in front of you. One of the stories Freud treats as pivotal in his analysis of witticisms, the one about salmon mayonnaise, gives the best illustration of this. It's about a character who, having given a beggar the money he needs in order to repay some debt or other, make some payment, is outraged when he sees him putting the object of his generosity to another use. It's a very funny story. Some time after the good deed, he comes across him in a restaurant where he is helping himself to salmon mayonnaise, something regarded as a sign of extravagant expenditure. You need to give it a bit of a Viennese accent, which the story calls for. He says, "What? Is this what I gave you money for? To buy yourself salmon mayonnaise?" The other then makes a joke of it by responding, "But I don't understand. When I don't have any money, I can't have salmon mayonnaise, and when I do have some money, I can't have any either. So when am I supposed to eat salmon mayonnaise?" SE 8, 49-50. Every example of a witticism is made even more significant by its particularity, by what is special in the story and unable to be generalized. It's by way of this particularity that we come to the very mainspring of the domain we're examining. This story is no less relevant than any other, for they all place us at the very heart of the problem, namely, the relationship between signifiers and desire. Desire is profoundly changed in its emphasis, subverted and rendered ambiguous by its passage through the pathways of the signifier. Let's take a close look at what this means. Satisfaction is always granted in the name of a certain register that brings the other into play beyond the person making the demand, and it's precisely this that profoundly perverts the system of demand and response to demand. Clothe the naked, feed the hungry, visit the sick. I don't need to remind you of the 7, 8, or 9 works of mercy. The terms themselves are striking enough. Clothe the naked. If a demand was 89 something that was to be maintained at its most direct point, why not dress the naked men or women in Christian Dior? This happens from time to time, but usually it's because one has undressed them in the first place. Similarly, feed the hungry. Why not get them drunk? This isn't done, it would harm them, they are used to being sober and you mustn't disturb them. As for visiting the sick, there's Sasha Guitry's quip, paying a visit always pleases, if not when you arrive, then at least when you leave. The topic of demand is thus at the heart of my remarks today. Let's try, then, to schematize what happens during this pause. 80. Which, in some way, through a singular, zigzag pathway, as it were, renders the communication of a demand out of phase with respect to gaining access to satisfaction. So that we can put this little schema to use, I'll ask you to refer to something which, while it's only mythical, is nonetheless profoundly true. Let's assume what must exist somewhere, all the same, even if only on our schema, namely, a demand that is met. That's what matters, ultimately. If Freud introduced a new dimension into our considerations on man, I wouldn't say that it's that something succeeds regardless, but that something meant to succeed gets through. The desire that should go through, leaves, somewhere, not only traces but also a circuit that insists. Let's start, then, with something that supposedly represents a demand that gets through. Since childhood really does exist, we may think of it as a refuge for this demand that goes through. The child articulates something that for him is still only an uncertain articulation, but he takes pleasure in it. This is what Freud refers to, moreover. The young subject directs his demand somewhere. Where does it come from when it has not yet entered into play? Let's say that something starts to take shape at this point we'll call delta or capital D, for demand. What does this describe for us? It describes the function of need. Something gets expressed, coming from the subject, and I'll make it the line of his need. It ends here, in A, where it also crosses the curved line of what we've identified as discourse, consisting of the mobilization of previously existing material. I didn't invent the line of discourse where the stock of signifiers, very limited at this moment, comes into play inasmuch as the subject correlatively articulates something. 81. Look at these things. They unfold on two planes, that of the young subject's intention, however confused you might suppose it 90 to be, insofar as he makes an appeal, and that of signifiers, however disorganized you might suppose their use to be, inasmuch as they are mobilized by his efforts and his appeal. The line of signifiers advances apace with the intention, until both reach the intersections A and M, whose usefulness for understanding the retroactive effect of a sentence as it comes to a close I've already pointed out to you. Note that these two lines don't cross before the end of the second moment. In other words, whoever's saying something says both more and less than what he has to say. The reference to the tentative character of a child's first use of language comes into its own here. There is simultaneous progression along both lines and a twofold completion at the end of the second moment. What began as need will be called demand, while the signifiers will come to a close on what, in as approximate a manner as you like, completes the demand's meaning, which constitutes the message that the other evokes, let's say the mother, granting the existence of good mothers from time to time. Instituting the other thus coexists with the completion of the message. They are determined at one and the same time, one as message and the other as other. At the third moment, we see the two curved lines extend beyond both A and M. I will indicate, at least hypothetically, the names we can give these endpoints and indicate where we can locate them on the structuring of demand that I'm trying to situate as the foundation of the initial use of signifiers for expressing desire. As the most useful reference point for what we will try to develop 91 later, I would ask you to consider, at least provisionally, the ideal case where demand encounters what extends it at this third moment, namely, the other who takes it up at the level of its message. Now, what we have to consider here with respect to demand cannot exactly be confused with the satisfaction of a need, for using signifiers transforms the way this need manifests itself. With the addition of signifiers, it undergoes a minimal transformation, a minimal metaphor, in a word, and this makes it the case that what is signified is something beyond raw need and is remodeled through the use of signifiers. Henceforth, from this beginning, what enters into the creation of the signified isn't purely and simply the translation of need, but the recapture, reassumption, and remodeling of need, the creation of a desire other than a need. It's a need with signifiers. Just as socialism, as Lenin used to say, is probably something quite nice, but the perfect society has electricity as well, so, here, in the expression of need, there are signifiers as well. 82. On the other hand, with respect to signifiers, at the third moment there's certainly something that corresponds to the miraculous appearance. We have effectively made the assumption that it's miraculous, fully satisfying, of the satisfaction in the other of the new message that has been created. This normally results in what Freud presents to us as the pleasure we get in the deployment of signifiers. In this ideal case of success, the other enters into prolonging the deployment of signifiers. What prolongs the effect of signifiers is when they are resolved into their own authentic pleasure, the pleasure we get from using signifiers. You can inscribe this at the end of the horizontal line. I ask you to grant as a hypothesis for a moment that the ordinary usage of demand as such is underpinned by an original reference to what we may call the complete success, the initial success, the mythical success, or the primordial and archaic form of the deployment of signifiers. This hypothesis will underlie everything we are going to try to conceptualize concerning what happens in actual cases in which signifiers come into play. Inasmuch as the fully successful passage of demand into the real creates both the message and the other at one and the same time, it results, on the one hand, in a remodeling of the signifieds, something introduced by the use of signifiers as such, and, on the other, it directly prolongs the authentic pleasure in the deployment of Sine 92 fears. The two alternate. On the one hand, there is the deployment of signifiers that we effectively find, with Freud, at the origin of verbal play and that constitutes an original pleasure that is always ready to surface. On the other, there is what happens in opposition to this. Let's see what is involved. The originality of this is well masked and appears not merely in the response to demand but in the verbal demand itself. This original something that transforms need renders it more complex and places it on the plane of what, starting now, I will call desire. What is desire? Desire is characterized by an essential shift in relation to everything that is purely and simply of the order of the imaginary direction of need, need that demand introduces into another order, the symbolic order, with all the disruptions that this is liable to bring about. The reason I ask you to refer to this initial myth is that we will have to build on it for what is to come, otherwise everything Freud formulates concerning the specific mechanism of the pleasure of witticisms will be rendered incomprehensible. The novelty that appears as an essential dimension in the signified through the introduction of signifiers is found everywhere. Freud emphasizes it at every turn in manifestations of the unconscious. 83. Freud occasionally tells us that something called surprise appears at the level of formations of the unconscious. We shouldn't take this as an accident of this discovery but rather as a fundamental aspect of its essence. The phenomenon of surprise has something originary about it, whether it's produced in a formation of the unconscious, insofar as it shocks the subject by its surprising character, but, equally, where you provoke the sentiment of surprise in the subject when you unveil it to him. Freud makes this point on all sorts of occasions, whether it's in the interpretation of dreams, the psychopathology of everyday life, or, at every moment, in the text of jokes and their relationship to the unconscious. The dimension of surprise is consubstantial with what desire is essentially, once it has passed to the level of the unconscious. This dimension is a dimension that desire carries with it as a specific condition of the emergence of desire as desire. It's the very dimension by which desire is able to enter the unconscious. Not every desire is effectively capable of entering the unconscious. The only desires that enter the unconscious are those that, having been symbolized, can, on entering the unconscious, be preserved in their symbolic form, that is, in the form of this indestructible trace, 93 examples of which Freud turns to again in Wits. They are desires that never fade, that don't possess the character of impermanence characteristic of all forms of dissatisfaction, but, on the contrary, are supported by the symbolic structure, which maintains them at a certain level of circulation of signifiers, which I have designated as having to be situated on this schema in the circuit between the message and the other, where it occupies a function that varies according to the effects it has where it emerges. We must use these same pathways to conceptualize the rotating circuit of the unconscious insofar as it's there and always ready to reappear. New meaning emerges through the action of a metaphor when, taking original circuits, it enters the everyday, banal, and accepted circuit of metonymy. In a witticism, it's there for all to see that the ball flies back and forth between the message and the other, and that this produces the effect of originality that is one of the latter's characteristic features. Let's now go into greater detail so we can try to grasp and understand this. 3. What happens once we leave the primordial, mythic level of the initial establishment of demand in its characteristic form? 84. Let's consider an absolutely fundamental theme that runs through stories involving jokes. All you ever see are beggars whom one grants things to. Either they are granted what they haven't asked for, or having been given what they asked for they put it to a different use, or they behave with a special kind of insolence towards the person who has given it to them, reproducing in the relationship between requester and solicited the blessed dimension of ingratitude, in the absence of which granting any request would be truly unbearable. Note, as our friend Manani has very pertinently pointed out in an excellent work, how the normal mechanism of granting a request provokes new demands again and again. What is this demand, ultimately, inasmuch as it reaches the listener, whose ear it was intended for? Let's do a bit of etymology. Although the essential dimension that we must refer to does not lie in the usage of signifiers, a bit of etymology is, however, apt 94 to enlighten us here. Demanda, which is so marked by themes of insistence in the concrete use of the term, even more so in English than in other languages, but also in other languages, is originally demander, to confide in. Demand is thus placed on the level of a shared register and language and succeeds in handing all of oneself and all one's needs over to another from whom the signifying material for every demand is itself borrowed, and it thereby assumes a different tone. This displacement is especially imposed on demand in particular because of how it effectively functions. This is where we find the origin of the materials that have been employed metaphorically, as you can see in the progress of a language. For us, this is quite an instructive fact regarding what is involved in the famous complex of dependence I mentioned earlier. Effectively, in Manani's terms, when the person making the demand is able to think that the other has truly granted one of his demands, there is effectively no longer any limit, it becomes normal to entrust all one's needs to him. Hence the benefits of ingratitude, as I just mentioned, which puts an end to what otherwise can't be stopped. But, equally, the experienced beggar isn't in the habit of presenting his demands so nakedly. A demand has nothing confiding about it. The subject knows only too well what he is dealing with in the other's mind, and this is why he disguises his demand. He demands something that he needs in the name of something else that he sometimes also needs, but which will be more easily admitted as a pretext for the demand. If he needs to, if he doesn't have this other thing, he will just simply invent it, and he will above all take into account what the other's system is in formulating his demand. He will address himself to a charity worker in one way, to a banker in 85. Another, in another to a marriage broker, and in yet another way to any of these characters who are so amusingly portrayed in this book on wits. That is, his desire will be taken up and remodeled not just in the system of signifiers, but in the system of signifiers such as it is installed or instituted in the other. The formulation of his demand thus begins in the other. It's initially deflected one onto this, namely the I, which has already been in an active state in his discourse for a long time. The I proffers the demand, deflecting it back to the other, and it will travel via the circuit AM and arrive 3 at the message. This is the appeal, the intention, and the secondary circuit of need. It isn't necessary to emphasize its rationality too much, apart from emphasizing its control by the system of the other. Of course, the latter already implies all sorts of factors that, purely for the case at hand, we are warranted in describing as rational. Let's say that even if it is rational to take them into account, there is nevertheless no implica 95tion that they actually are rational in structure. What happens along the chain of signifiers, according to the 3 moments we see described here? Something remobilizes the entire apparatus and the entire material, and initially arrives I here, at M. Then, it doesn't head towards the other A straight away, but is deflected towards something which, at the second moment, corresponded to the appeal to the other, namely, the object. This is an object that is admissible to the other, the object of what the other is willing to desire, in short, the metonymic object. Once it's deflected towards this object, it converges, at the third moment 3, on the message. Here we don't find ourselves, then, in the happy state of satisfaction we had reached at the end of the 3 moments of the initial mythical representation of demand and its success, which, with 86, its surprising novelty and pleasure, is satisfying in itself. On the contrary, we find ourselves coming to a stop at a message that in itself possesses a character of ambiguity. This message is a formulation which is alienated from the very beginning insofar as it sets out from the other, and which terminates on this side at what is, in some way, the other's desire. The message is the meeting point of the two. On the one hand, the appeal has been evoked from the other itself. On the other, all sorts of conventional elements are introduced into its very signifying apparatus, elements which form what I will call the communal or displacement nature of objects, insofar as the latter are profoundly reworked by the other's world. And it's striking to see that at the third moment, as we have seen, discourse circulates between the tip and the tail of the arrow. This can culminate in what we call a lapsus, a slip of the tongue. 96. It's doubtful that meaning formed in this way is univocal. It's so doubtful that misunderstandings and misrecognitions are a fundamental feature of language, forming one of its essential elements. Witticisms exploit the ambiguity of this formation of messages. They are formed, in various ways, on the basis of this point. I won't sketch out again, today, the variety of forms in which messages that are constituted in an essentially ambiguous form structurally are capable of being taken up and treated in a way that, as Freud tells us, ultimately aims at restoring the ideal pathway ending in the surprise of something novel, on the one hand, and in the pleasure of the play of signifiers, on the other. This is the point of a witticism. The point of a witticism is in effect to re-evoke for us the dimension by which desire, if it does not recapture, at least indicates everything that has been lost along the way, namely, on the one hand, what scraps it has left behind at the level of the metonymic chain and, on the other, what it has not fully actualized at the level of metaphor. While we call natural metaphor what took place earlier in the ideal transition by which desire reaches the other, where desire is formed in the subject and is directed to the other which takes it up, here we find ourselves at a more evolved level. Effectively, these two things known as the I, on the one hand, and the profoundly transformed, metonymic object, on the other, have already intervened in the subject's psychology. From that point on, we are no longer dealing with a natural metaphor, but with the ordinary use of one, whether it succeeds or fails in the ambiguity of the message, which now is to be highlighted under the conditions that remain in the natural state. An entire aspect of desire continues to circulate in the form of scraps of signifiers in the unconscious. In the case of a joke, through 87. A sort of forcing, a happy shadow or reflection of former satisfaction is conveyed. An astonishing success, one purely achieved by signifiers. Let's say that something happens the effect of which is, very precisely, to reproduce the initial pleasure of the satisfied demand even as it accedes to an original novelty. That is what a joke, essentially, accomplishes. How does it manage it? This schema may help us appreciate that the completion of the initial curve of the signifying chain also extends what in intentional need passes into discourse. How so? Via a joke. But how is a joke going to come to light? Here again we find the dimensions of sense and nonsense, but we should examine them more closely. If the indications regarding the metonymic function I gave 97 last time were directed at anything, it was at what equalization, leveling out and equivalences are produced simply by the unfolding of the signifying chain. There is an effacement or reduction of meaning, but this isn't to say that it's nonsense. I borrowed a Marxist reference in this connection, bringing two objects of need into operation in such a way that one becomes the measure of the value of the other, effaces what is specifically related to need from the object and thereby introduces it into the order of value. From the point of view of sense, this might be called, using a neologism that is also ambiguous, the descens descens. Today, let's simply call it the bit of sense, i.e. putescens. Once you have this key in hand, the meaning of the metonymic chain will not fail to appear for you. The bit of sense is exactly what the majority of witticisms play on. We are not dealing with nonsense, for in a witticism we aren't one of those noble souls who, immediately following the great desert by which they are inhabited, reveal to us the great mysteries of general absurdity. If the discourse of the beautiful soul hasn't succeeded in ennobling our feelings, it has recently nobelled a writer. His address on nonsense remains the shallowest vein I've ever heard. It's absolutely not the case that there is a play on nonsense every time equivocation is introduced. If you recall the story of the calf, this calf I was having fun with last time almost to the point of giving Heinrich Heine's response for him. Let's say that this veal's value was almost nothing at the time it was talked about. Moreover, everything you can find in plays on words, and very specifically those called conceptual plays on words, consists in playing upon how bad words are at maintaining a full sense. It's this bit of sense, as such, that is taken up, and it's here that something occurs that reduces the message to its scope, insofar as the message is both a success and a failure, but always a form necessary for any formulation of a demand. The message questions the 88 other over this bit of sense. The dimension of the other is essential here. Freud dwells on the fact, as if it were something completely primordial that pertains to the very nature of jokes, that no joke exists in isolation. Even if we have forged it or invented it ourselves, even if the joke is our own invention and it's not that the joke invented us, we feel the need to put it to the other. A joke is indissociable from the other, who is charged with authenticating it. What is this other? Why this other? What is this need for the other? I don't know whether we will have enough time today to 98 define it and establish its structure and limits, but, at the point we have come to, I would simply say this. What in a joke is communicated to the other essentially plays out, in a manner that is particularly cunning, along the dimension of this bit of sense. We need to keep in full view here the nature of what is at issue. A wits is never about provoking the pathetic invocation of some fundamental absurdity like the one I was alluding to before when I referred to the work of one of the great woolly thinkers of our time. It's always a matter of suggesting the dimension of the bit of sense by questioning value as such and by summoning it, as it were, to realize its value dimension, reveal itself as true value. Note that this is a ruse of language, for the more value reveals itself as true value, the more it will reveal itself to be supported by what I am calling the bit of sense. It can only respond in the sense of the bit of sense, and this is where the nature of the message specific to a joke lies, that is, that by which here at the level of the message I resume, with the other, the interrupted path of metonymy, and ask it this question: what does that all mean? A joke is only complete once it gets beyond this point, that is, only after the other has taken the joke on board, responded to it and authenticated it as a joke. A joke requires that the other has perceived what is there as a demand for sense, that is, as an evocation of a sense that lies beyond, in this vehicle for this question about the bit of sense. In all of that, something marked by the sign of the other has effectively remained. This sign marks every formulation of desire with its profound ambiguity, above all linking desire, as such, to the necessities and ambiguities of a signifier, to homonymy, that is, to homophony. The other replies to this on the upper circuit, which goes from A to the message, by authenticating, but what? Shall we say that it authenticates whatever nonsense it contains? Here too I'm going to insist. I don't think it's necessary to maintain this term nonsense, which only makes sense from the perspective of reason or critique, that is, of precisely what is avoided in this circuit. 89. I propose the formula step of sense, pas de sens, just as one says pas de vis, screw thread, pas de cotter, four-step, pas de sus, the pass of Susa, or the pas de Calais, the Strait of Dover. This step of sense is, strictly speaking, what is actualized in metaphor. It's the subject's intention, his need, which introduces the step of sense into metaphors beyond metonymic use and beyond anything commensurable, beyond any received values to be satisfied. Removing one element from its place and substituting another, I would almost say any other, for it, introduces this beyond need in relation to every formulated desire, which is always at the origin of metaphor. What do witticisms have to do with this? They indicate nothing more than the very dimension of the step as such, strictly speaking. This is the form of the step, as it were. It's the step voided of every kind of need. It's where what, in a witticism, can nevertheless manifest what is latent in my desire in me, and it's something that may resonate in the other, though not necessarily. What's important in witticisms is that the dimension of the step of sense be picked up and authenticated. This is what displacement corresponds to. Novelty only emerges beyond the object at the same time as the step of sense does, and at the same time for both subjects. There's a subject and there's the other. It's the subject who addresses the other, who communicates the novelty to him as a joke. He travels along the segment of the metonymic dimension, he then gets the bit of sense received as such, the other authenticates the step of sense within it, and pleasure is released for the subject. The subject reaps pleasure inasmuch as he has succeeded in surprising the other with his joke, and, indeed, this is the same original pleasure that the infantile, mythical, archaic, primordial subject I mentioned before obtains from his first use of signifiers. I'll stop at this point. I hope it doesn't seem too artificial or too pedantic to you. My apologies to anyone who gets a headache from these sorts of little exercises on the high wire, not that I believe you incapable of grasping these things mentally. I don't think that what Kant calls your Mutlerwitz, your good sense, is so degraded by the medical, psychological, analytic, and whatever other studies you've pursued that you are incapable of following me down these paths with some simple illusions. Nevertheless, the laws of my teaching don't render the dismantling, one way or another, of these stages or essential moments in the progress of subjectivity in jokes off limits. Subjectivity, that's the word I come to now, because up till the present day, and even still today, while working through the signifier's pathways with you, something has been missing in the midst of 90. It all, and not without reason, as you will see. It's not for nothing that in the midst of it all, today, we only ever find quasi-absent subjects, various kinds of support for using signifiers to put the ball back in the other's court. And yet, what is more essential to the dimension of jokes than subjectivity? 100. When I say subjectivity, I am saying that nowhere can the purpose of a joke be grasped. Even what a joke designates beyond what it expresses, even the feature of essential, internal illusion is an allusion to nothing other than the necessary requirement of the step of sense. And yet, in this total absence of a purpose, something ultimately underpins the joke, which is the liveliest of the lively, the most embraced of the embraced, and which makes it such a subjective thing. As Freud says somewhere, there is an essential subjective conditionality here, and the word sovereign is here, emerging between the lines. The only joke, he says, in one of these formulas whose acerbic character can be found in almost no other literary author, I've never seen this comment made by anyone else, the only joke is one that I myself recognize as a joke. And yet I need the other. The entire chapter following the one on the mechanism of pleasure, which I have been speaking about today, namely, the motives of jokes, jokes as a social process, it has been translated into French as mobiles, I have never understood why, has this other as an essential reference. There is no pleasure in a joke without this other, who is there also as a subject. Everything comes back to the relations between two subjects, the one Freud calls the first person of a joke, the one who makes it, and the one to whom, he says, it's absolutely essential that it be communicated. Se 8, 100. What sort of other does this suggest? To say it here and now, at this level the other, with its characteristic features that are ungraspable anywhere else with such clarity, is strictly speaking what I am calling the other with a capital O. I hope to show you this next time. December 4, 1957. 6. Woa, Nettie. Exorcising the topic of thought. Cano tells a joke. The joke machine. The other between the real and the symbolic. Being of like mind. I have some very important things to tell you today. I ended last time on the subject's role in jokes, giving full weight to the word subject. I am hoping that, on the grounds that we use it here, it has not become something that you wipe your feet on. When one uses the word subject, it generally carries lively, very personal, and sometimes emotional reactions from those who cleave above all to objectivity. Also, we had come to this sort of point of intersection located here at what I call that is, the other. As the locus of the code, it is the locus that a message in the form of a joke reaches by following the path on our schema that goes from the message to the other, where the simple succession of signifiers in a chain, as the foundation of what is produced at the level of discourse, gets registered. At this level the essential something I have been calling the bit of sense issues from the text of the sentence. Last time I mentioned, without dwelling on it, the other's confirmation of the bit of sense in a sentence, which is always more or less apparent in a joke. I limited myself to saying that what is transmitted from the other, here at in the circle that comes back to the level of the message, confirms the message and constitutes the joke, inasmuch as the other, having received what is presented as a bite of sense, transforms it into what I have called, in an equivocal and ambiguous manner, the step of sense. What I stressed thereby is neither the absence of sense nor nonsense, but exactly the step that corresponds to a glimpse into what 101. 92. 102 sense reveals about its own procedure and what is always metaphorical and elusive in it. Thus it is that, once need has been through the dialectic of demand introduced by the existence of signifiers, it is never encountered again. Everything that is language proceeds via a series of steps like those of Achilles who never catches up to the tortoise. It aims at recreating a full sense which, however, it never achieves, which is always somewhere else. This is the schema I came to in the final quarter of an hour of our last session. It seems my discourse flagged a little. From what some people told me, I wasn't finishing sentences. And yet, when I read my text, I didn't find they lacked a tail. Because I am trying to project myself into something difficult to communicate step by step, there will necessarily be some stumbling. My apologies if it happens again today. 1. We have come to the point where we need to inquire into the other's function and, in a word, essence, at this intersection that I have designated quite well by calling it the step of sense. This step of sense is in some ways a partial retrieval of the ideal plenitude, purely and simply realized, of demand, which is where we started from as the point of departure of our dialectic. By what transmutation, transubstantiation or subtle operation of communion, as it were, can this step of sense be embraced by the other? What is this other? Our inquiry bears upon this junction that is indicated well enough by Freud's problematic when he speaks about jokes with that capacity he has to leave the question in suspense, and which means that, undeniably, of all the varied attempts carried out over the course of ages to get a good grip on the mystery question of jokes, however many of these attempts I read, and I haven't held back, and whichever author I turn to, even going back to the fertile Romantic period, I truly see no one who has brought together even the most basic, material elements of the question. Consider this, for instance, which Freud thinks about. On the one hand, he says, with that sovereign tone of his that cuts through the ordinary, blushing timidity of scientific discourse, the only joke 103 is one that I recognize is a joke. It's what he calls the irreducible subjective conditionality of jokes. Indeed, it is the subject who is speaking there, Freud says. On the other hand, he highlights the fact that as soon as I am in possession of something that qualifies as a joke, I am all in a hurry to try it out on the other, and, what's 93 more, to provide him with the context. This is even a condition for me to be able to enjoy its pleasure to the full. And it would not be difficult for me to reveal the play of mirrors in the background whereby, when I tell a joke, if I really am seeking the culmination, repose, and acceptance of my pleasure in the other's consent, the possibility remains on the horizon that this other will recount the joke in turn, transmit it to others and so on and so on. Let's grab the dilemma by the horns. On the one hand, the only joke is one that I myself experience as one. But, on the other, nothing in my acceptance of it is in any way sufficient in this respect. The pleasure in a joke is only complete in the other and through the other. Let's say, on condition that we pay careful attention to what we say and don't imply any simplification by this term, that a joke has to be communicated. This assumes that at the end of the communication we leave an opening without knowing what may come and fill it. Freud's observation, then, confronts us with an essential question, which we have come across before. What is this other which, in some way, is the subject's correlate? We find affirmation of this correlation here in what is a real need inscribed in the phenomenon. But we are already familiar with the form of this relation between subject and other, and have been ever since we insisted, here, on the necessary form in which our reflection proposes the term subjectivity to us. I have alluded to the sort of objection that might occur to minds trained in a certain discipline, and which, on the grounds that psychoanalysis presents itself as a science, would introduce the requirement that we only ever speak of things that are objectifiable, namely, things on which experience can agree. Simply by virtue of speaking about the subject, analytic experience supposedly becomes something subjective and non-scientific. Implied in the term subject is the notion, which at a certain level is a good one, that what is there underneath the object, which makes it possible to give the object support and which, also, lies beyond the object as well as behind it, presents us with a sort of unknowable substance, something resistant to objectification, which your education and psychological training has given you the arms to fight against. This naturally leads to other forms of objection that are even more crude. are wont to mention the identification of the term subjective with the 104 distorting effects of feelings about the experience of another person, and also introduce, moreover, some kind of mirage of transparency that founds the subject on the immanence of consciousness itself, which people rely on a little too quickly to sum up the theme of the Cartesian cogito. In short, a series of entanglements. They are only there to get between us and what we are describing when we bring the subjectivity in our experience into play. 94. Subjectivity cannot be eliminated from our experience as analysts. The concept is confirmed in a way that completely bypasses the ways in which one could object to it. As an analyst, just as for anyone who goes down the path of a certain dialogue, one has to take subjectivity into consideration in one's calculations when dealing with the other who is capable of introducing errors of his own into his own calculations, and not try to provoke them, as such. I give you this formula, and it clearly expresses something tangible that even a passing reference to chess, or even to the game of odds and evens, suffices to confirm. When we express it in these terms, subjectivity seems to appear in two ways. There is no point in going back over all this here, I have already emphasized it elsewhere. It certainly seems to me that subjectivity can be seen reflected in what is produced whenever there is confrontation or camouflage in either fight or display. I illustrated this in its day with some ethological examples that I don't think I need return to. Fighting between animals, even display between the sexes, present us with phenomena of reciprocal approaching and fascinating erection in which a sort of natural cooptation is apparent. One thus observes forms of conduct that are reciprocal in nature and that tend towards an embrace, therefore, at the motor level called behaviorist. The spectacle of an animal that appears to be performing a dance is very striking. This is also what, in this case, leaves something ambiguous in the notion of intersubjectivity, which, having briefly emerged from the opposition between two subjects, as it were, is liable to disappear again in an attempt at objectification. The reciprocal fascination can very easily be thought of merely as subject to a cyclical regulation isolatable in the instinctual process, which, following an appetitive stage, enables consummation to be achieved and the sought-for end to be reached. We can reduce everything here to an innate mechanism of relays, to the point where it fades into the general obscurity of the teleology of living things. This is all completely different once we introduce any resistances whatsoever, in the form of a signifying chain, into the problem. 105 The signifying chain as such introduces an essential heterogeneity here. Here heterogeneity with the emphasis on heteros, which signifies inspired in Greek, and whose true acceptation in Latin is remainder, residue. Once we bring signifiers into play, as soon as two subjects address one another and relate to one another through the intermediary of a signifying chain, there is a remainder, and the kind of subjectivity that is established is of another order, inasmuch as it refers to the locus of truth as such. Consequently, my behavior is no longer deceptive but 95. Vocative. The A is included in it, and this means that even a lie has to appeal to truth and that the truth itself may seem not to be in the register of truth. Recall this example: why do you tell me you are going to Krakow when you really are going to Krakow? This can mean that truth has need of lies. Later, when I lay my cards on the table, my good faith makes me reliant on the other's evaluation insofar as he may be planning to take my strategy by surprise even as I am in the process of showing it to him. The detection of bluffing and deception is also at the mercy of the other's bad faith. These essential dimensions are apparent in simple experiences of everyday life. However, even though they are woven into our daily life, we will be no less inclined to avoid them as long as analytic experience and Freud's position have not shown us this heterodimension of signifiers at play on their own, autonomously. As long as we have not felt this and become aware of it, we will not fail to think that signifiers are there to serve the outpourings of consciousness. Freud's entire thought is rife with the heterogeneity of the ways signifiers function, namely, with the radical character of the speaking subject's relation to the other. Now, prior to Freud, this relation was hidden by the fact that we took for granted that the subject speaks, as it were, according to his good or bad consciousness, that he never speaks without intending a meaning, and that his intention lies behind his lying, or his sincerity, it makes no difference. Now, this intention is equally ridiculous whether the subject thinks he is lying or telling the truth, for he is deluding himself no less in his efforts to confess than in his efforts to deceive. Until now intention has been confused with the dimension of consciousness, because it seemed that consciousness was inherent in what the subject has to say in terms of signification. The least one could take for granted till now was that a subject always had a meaning to state, and that as a consequence consciousness was inherent in it. Objections to the idea of the Freudian 106 unconscious have always found their last resort here. How could the existence of Traumgedanken dream thoughts have been foreseen before Freud, dream thoughts such as he presents to us, thoughts that our usual intuitions understand as thoughts that are not thoughts? This is why we now need to carry out a veritable exorcism of the topic of thought. If the topic of the Cartesian cogito clearly is still so powerful, its harmfulness, as it were, derives from the fact that it is always inflected. This I am thinking, therefore I am is difficult to grasp at the height of its mainspring, and anyway perhaps it is only a joke. 96. But let's leave that alone, for we are not at the point of displaying the relations philosophy has with jokes. The Cartesian cogito is not effectively experienced in each of us as in one am thinking, therefore one am, but as in I am as I think, which naturally assumes, behind it, and one think as I breathe. One only need, on this matter, engage in the slightest of reflective experiences on what supports the mental activity of those around us. Since we are scientists, let me speak of those who are dedicated to doing major scientific work. We can very readily form the impression that there are, on average, probably not all that many more thoughts in action in this cogitating body overall than there are in that of any hard-working cleaning lady beset by the most immediate necessities for her subsistence. In itself thought has absolutely nothing to do with the significance of the discourse conveyed. Moreover, the more consistent and coherent the discourse is, the more it appears to lend itself to all sorts of gaps with respect to what can be reasonably defined as a question posed by the subject to his existence as a subject. At the end of the day, we are confronted with the following, which is that a subject thinks in us, and thinks according to laws that turn out to be the same as those that organize the signifying chain. This signifier in action in us is called the unconscious. It was named as such by Freud. And it is so original, so separate from anything at work in our tendencies that Freud repeats to us in 1,000 different ways that it involves another psychical scene. This term is repeated at every turn in the Traumdeutung. Freud actually borrowed this term from Fechner, and I have already had occasion to emphasize the uniqueness of the Fechnerian context, which is far from being reducible to the observation of psychophysical parallelism, or even to the strange extrapolations he went in for regarding the existence, which he affirms, of the domain of consciousness. The term other psychical scene that Freud borrows from his thorough reading of Fechner is always COR 107 related by him with the strict heterogeneity of the laws concerning the unconscious in comparison with everything that can be referred to in the domain of the preconscious, that is, in the domain of the comprehensible, of meaning. The other that's at issue, which Freud also calls reference of the psychical scene concerning jokes, is the one that today we have to question. It is the one that Freud constantly brings us back to concerning the pathways and the very process of jokes. There is no possibility, for us, he notes, of a joke emerging without an element of surprise. It is even more striking in German, Seinval worken auf den Horror nur zu erzählen, wenn ihm nu. 97. Ist. E-Mails Überraschung entgegentritt. This can be translated as, they only produce their full effect on the hearer if they are new to him, if they come as a surprise to him. SE 8, 154. There is something that must render the subject foreign to the immediate content of the sentence, and that is sometimes presented by means of what looks like nonsense. This is the nonsense in relation to signification which makes you say momentarily, I don't understand, I am confused, this sentence has no real content, marking a break in the subject's assent in relation to what he accepts. That's the first stage, Freud tells us, in the natural preparation for a joke, which will subsequently constitute a sort of pleasure generator, a pleasurogenic. What is going on at this level? What is the order of the other that is invoked in the subject? Since there is, also, something immediate in the subject that one does by means of a joke, the technique of this movement must tell us something about what mode of the other has to be struck here in the subject. This is what we are going to think about today. 2. I have only referred to jokes related by Freud himself till now, or almost only. I am now going to introduce a joke that has a different provenance. It hasn't been specially chosen, either. When I decided to explore the question of wits or wit asterisk with you this year, I carried out a small investigation. It will come as no surprise at all that I began by questioning a poet. It was a poet who introduces the dimension of an especially playful wit that runs through his work, as much through his prose as through more poetic forms, and it's a wit that he brings even when he happens to be talking about Math 108 ematics, for he is also a mathematician. I am referring to Raymond Queneau. When we were having our first exchange of remarks on the matter, he told me a joke. It's not only in analytic experience itself that things that fit like a glove come one's way. Having spent an entire year talking to you about the signifying function of horses, here, once again, we have a horse making its way into our field of attention in quite a curious way. The joke that Queneau told me is not one that you will know. He took it as an example of what we might call long jokes as opposed to short jokes. This is, to be sure, very much an initial classification. Brevity, Jean-Paul Richter, quoted by Freud, says somewhere, is the body and soul of wit, to which we can add the sentence in 98. Hamlet, where it is said that if brevity is the soul of wit, tediousness is no less its limbs and outward flourishes. Se 8, 13. Both things are true, both authors knew what they were talking about. You'll see whether the term long joke is appropriate here, for there is a witticism in there somewhere. Here, then, is the joke. It's a joke about exams, about university entrance exams, if you will. We have a candidate and we have an examiner. Tell me, says the examiner, about the Battle of Marengo. The candidate pauses for a moment, with a dreamy air. The Battle of Marengo. Bodies everywhere. It's terrible. Wounded everywhere. It's horrible. But, says the examiner, can't you tell me anything more precise about this battle? The candidate thinks for a moment, then replies, a horse rears and whinnies. The examiner, surprised, seeks to test him a little further and says, in that case, can you tell me about the Battle of Fontenoy? The Battle of Fontenoy? Dead soldiers, wounded soldiers. Everywhere. All of that, and more. The examiner, interested, says, but, young man, could you give me some more precise details about this i.e. of Fontenoy? Oh, says the candidate. A horse rears and whinnies. The examiner, strategically, asks the candidate to talk about the Battle of Trafalgar. The candidate replies, dead everywhere. A bloodbath. Wounded everywhere. Hundreds of them. But, my good man, can't you tell me anything more precise about this battle? 109. A horse. Excuse me, I would have you note that the Battle of Trafalgar was a naval battle. Woa. Woa, says the candidate. Back up, Nettie. To my mind, the value of this joke is that it enables us to dismantle, I believe, what is going on in a joke. I think that the entirety of the joke's wittiness lies in its punchline. There would be no reason for the tale itself to come to an end, were it to consist solely of this kind of playing or sparring in which two interlocutors are opposed, and, moreover, no matter how far you extend it, the effect is produced immediately. 99. Prior to the punchline, this is a joke that makes us laugh because it is comical. I don't want to go any deeper into the question of the comic, because so many enormous and particularly obscure things have been proffered on this matter, ever since Mr. Bergson wrote a book on laughter, about which the only thing that can be said is that it is readable. What does the comic consist in? For the moment let's just limit ourselves to the observation that it is bound up with a dual situation. It is because the candidate is there with the examiner that this joust unfolds, in which their arms are obviously so radically different, and also that this something liable to produce in us what we call lively amusement is created. Is it the subject's lack of knowledge that makes us laugh? I am not convinced. Obviously, the fact that he produces these first truths about what can be called a battle, which no one ever mentions, at least not when taking a history exam, ought to give us pause for a moment's thought. But we can't go into that, for it would take us into questions concerning the nature of comic, and I do not know whether we will have the opportunity to go there, unless it is to complete our examination of Freud's book. This book effectively ends with a chapter on the comic, in which it is striking to see Freud suddenly miles below his usual perspicacity, so much so that the question is rather why he says nothing more than the worst of authors focused on the most elementary notion of the comic, and why in some ways he refused to do more. This will no doubt make us more indulgent towards our psychoanalytic colleagues who also lack a sense of the comic, to the point where it seems to be ruled out for anyone exercising the profession. Insofar as we experience a lively comical effect with this joke, the comic concerns the preliminary part about the battles. It's against 110 this background that the punchline comes, which makes the joke witty in the strict sense of the term. Please note the following. Even if some of you are not particularly receptive to what makes this joke witty, there is wit there nevertheless. It is lurking there at one point, namely the point at which it suddenly breaks free from the constraints of the format, and the candidate does something that is almost unbelievable if we were to put ourselves momentarily in a position where we situated this joke in a real-life context. The subject all of a sudden seems to be leaning back and pulling on the reins. It's an image that in a flash takes on an almost phobic value. The moment is in any case of a kind, or so it seems, with what can be drawn from various childhood experiences, beginning with phobias and extending to all sorts of excesses of imaginary life that we have such difficulty fathoming. It is not so rare to see reports, in recollections from a subject's life, of attraction to a 100 big horse, or an image of this same horse descending from tapestries, or this horse entering a dormitory where the subject is there with 50 friends. The punchline therefore turns us into observers of the sudden emergence in this joke of the signifying fantasy of the horse. Call this joke what you will, comical or poetic, but it surely deserves to be called witty, if, as Freud says, you are the final arbiter. Consequently, we may call it a funny story. It is, nevertheless, true that we are no longer surprised by the fact that its content coincides with an image borrowed from an observed and recognized form at the level of unconscious phenomena. Moreover, the fact that this aspect of it is so clear is what gives the story its value. Am I saying that this is sufficient to make it a joke? Here, then, are these two moments, broken down into what I will call its preparation and its punchline. Are we going to leave it there? We could leave it there at the level of what can be called the Freudian analysis of wits. We would have no more difficulty, I think, highlighting these two moments or aspects of the phenomenon in another joke, but here they are especially distinct. What makes the thing not simply poetical or funny but truly witty in character follows the retrograde or retroactive path of what in our schema I call the step of sense. However elusive or ungraspable the punchline of this joke is, it is nevertheless heading towards something. It's perhaps forcing things a little bit, no doubt, to spell it out, but so as to indicate this direction, I am going to have to do 111 it nevertheless, the specific feature to which the subject returns with the sort of insistence that in another context would no longer be wit but humor, namely this horse rearing and whinnying, but that may be what we truly relish in the joke. Of all the history that we have integrated into our experience, formation, and culture, let's say that this image here is the most essential of all. We cannot take more than 3 steps in a museum and look at the paintings of battles without seeing this horse up on its hind legs, whinnying. The horse entered the history of war with a certain splendor. The moment at which men sat astride this animal was a milestone. At the time, with the Achaeans' arrival on horseback, this brought real and enormous progress. These men suddenly had an extraordinary tactical superiority in comparison with horses harnessed to chariots, right up to the First World War, when the horse disappeared, when it was rendered practically obsolete by other weapons. Thus, from the Achaean period to the First World War, the horse was effectively something absolutely essential to this interhuman commerce known as war. The fact that it has consequently been the central image of certain conceptions of history that we can bring together under the rubric 101 of battle history is a phenomenon whose significant character we are inclined to have a liking for, to the extent that this age has passed and has been progressively purified as the discipline of history has advanced. Ultimately, an entire history is summed up in that image, which strikes us as futile in the light of this funny story. The indication of meaning that it harbors implies that in the end there is no real need to worry oneself over a battle, neither Marengo nor Fontenoy, perhaps with a little more justification concerning Trafalgar. Of course, none of this is there in the story. There is no question of extracting any wise lessons concerning the teaching of history. It doesn't teach but shows that the step of sense tends in the direction of a reduction in the value, an exorcism, of this fascinating element. In what sense does this story act? And in what sense does it satisfy us, in what sense does it give us pleasure? Introducing signifiers into our significations leaves a margin that makes us remain in bondage to them. Something escapes us beyond the bonds that the chain of signifiers maintains for us. The simple fact that this refrain that is repeated from the start of the joke, namely, the dead, the wounded, makes us laugh is indication enough of the extent to which we are refused access to reality as soon as we penetrate it by means of signifiers. This joke will simply serve as a point of reference here. Freud 112 stresses that whenever it is a matter of the transmission of a joke and the satisfaction it is capable of bringing, there are always 3 people involved. The comic can make do with a play between 2. In the case of a joke there are 3. The other, who is the second, is located in different places. He is sometimes the second person in the story, without our knowing, and without our even needing to know, whether it is the schoolboy or the examiner. He is also you, when I am recounting it to you. Effectively, during the first part it is necessary for you to allow yourself to be taken for a bit of a ride. At first the joke elicits your various sympathies, either for the candidate or for the examiner, and it fascinates you or it makes you hostile, although really what is drawn upon in this joke is not so much our hostility as a certain captivation by the game the candidate is engaged in with the examiner, where the latter has a surprise in store for him. The same game is also sketched out in other kinds of tendentious jokes of a smutty or sexual kind. In fact, it's not so much a matter of getting around whatever resistance and repugnance lies within you as it is, on the contrary, of starting to activate it. Far from extinguishing something in you that you might object to, if a good joke is going to be smutty, there is already something at the start that will indicate to you that we are entering this domain. And so you prepare yourself. 102. Either to consent or resist, but there is certainly something in you that emerges at the dual level. This is how, here, you let yourself get caught up in the prestige and display aspect foreshadowed by the register and the order of the joke. Of course, what arrives unexpectedly at the end is invariably located on the plane of language. The playful side of words is developed much further here and is even so dismantled that we see, on the one hand, a pure signifier, the horse as it happens, and, on the other, the playful element in signifiers which presents itself in the form of a cliché that is much more difficult to locate, but where it is nevertheless obvious that that is all the joke contains. What surprises you is the fundamental equivocation, the passage from one meaning to another through the intermediary of the support of signifiers, as the examples I have previously given indicate. There's a hole here that makes you wait for the stage at which it hits you that what is being communicated is a joke. As a general rule, it always hits you at a different spot from the place your attention, or agreement or opposition, has initially been attracted to and lured by, and this occurs whatever effects are at play, such as nonsense effects, comical effects, or effects of smutty participation in a sexually exciting narration. Let's say that 113 this dual game is only ever a preparation, one that enables both what is always imaginary, reflexive, and collusive in the communication, and the bringing into play of a certain tendency in which the subject is the second person to be separated into two opposing poles. This is no more than the joke's support. Similarly, everything that attracts the subject's attention and everything that is alert at the level of consciousness is only the base whose role is to enable the move onto another plane, which is always present as more or less enigmatic. This is where the surprise occurs, and it's here, then, that we find ourselves at the level of the unconscious. Given that the issue is always bound up with the mechanism of language on a plane on which the other seeks and is sought, on which the other is joined, on which the other is the aim and on which the other is reached by means of a joke, given this, how should we define this other? 3. Let's pause for a moment at our schema and say some very simple things, some first truths. You can use the schema as a grid or framework for locating the signifying elements as such. When we take the various modes or 103 forms that establish the basis for our classifications of jokes, we find ourselves led to enumerate something like the following: word plays, puns in the strict sense, word plays via transposition or displacement of meaning and jokes via transposition or displacement of meaning, jokes via a small modification to a word that is sufficient to throw light on something and bring out an unexpected dimension. Whatever classificatory elements we choose, we tend, along with Freud, to reduce them to terms that are recorded in the register of signifiers. Imagine, then, a machine. This machine is located somewhere at A or M. It receives data from both sides. It has the capability to dismantle the means of access by which both the construction of the term familiar and the passage from the golden calf to the butcher's veal are achieved. Let's suppose that it is sufficiently complex for an exhaustive analysis of the signifier's components. Will it be up to the task of authenticating a joke, as such? Of calculating and replying, this is a joke. That is, of ratifying a message in relation to the code correctly, so that we remain within the limits, at least the possible limits, of what we call a joke. I am producing this imaginary machine for purely humorous reasons, and it goes without saying that there's no question of 114 making one. But what does that mean? Is it enough to say that we have to be in the presence of a person? That may be self-evident, and we're quite happy with that. Saying so corresponds to experience more or less, overall. But given that the unconscious exists for us, with its enigma, a person is a response that needs to be broken down. We can start by saying that we have to be in the presence of a real subject. It's effectively in meaning, in a direction for meaning, that jokes play their part. Now, as we have already indicated, this meaning is only conceivable in relation to the interaction between a signifier and a need. Therefore, the absence of the dimension of need in a machine is an objection and an obstacle to its ratifying a joke in any way at all. Is it possible for us to say, though, that this real subject has to have needs that are homogeneous with our own? It is not necessarily assumed that we must impose this requirement from the outset of our exercise. Effectively, the need is nowhere designated in jokes. On the contrary, jokes point to the distance that exists between a need and whatever is put into play in a discourse. Whatever is articulated in a discourse takes us, by virtue of this very fact, to a series of reactions that is an infinity away from what a need is, strictly speaking. Here, then, is an initial definition: the subject must be a real subject. God, animal, or man. We have no idea. 104. What I am saying is so true that stories about the supernatural, which do not exist for no reason in human folklore, in no way exclude the possibility of making a joke with fairies or devils, namely with a subject said to have quite different relations, in its own reality, from those defined by human needs. You will tell me no doubt that these verbal beings, beings of thought, are nevertheless fabricated out of human images. I don't disagree, and indeed that's the issue. Effectively, we find ourselves between the following two elements. First, having dealings with a real subject, namely a living subject. Second, a living subject that understands language and, moreover, that possesses a stock of what is verbally exchanged, usages, uses, locutions, terms, without which there would be no question of entering into communication with him via language. What do jokes suggest to us and in some way put us in touch with? Bear in mind that these images are present in the human economy in a disconnected way, with an apparent freedom between them which makes possible all kinds of coalescences, exchanges, condensations and displacements, the juggling that we see at the origin of so many manifestations that make for the richness and heterogeneity of the human world in relation to biological reality. From an analytic perspective, we very often inscribe this freedom in a system of reference that leads us to consider it as being conditioned by an initial lesion concerning the interrelationship between man and his entourage, which I have attempted to designate by the prematurity of birth, and which means that it is via the image of the other that man finds unification of his movements, even the most elementary of them. Whether this starts here or somewhere else, what is certain is that these images, in their characteristic state of anarchy in the human order, in the human species, are activated, caught up in and used through the operation of signifiers. This is the way in which they enter into what's involved in a joke. It is these images, which have become more or less everyday signifying elements, more or less ratified in what I have called the metonymic treasure trove, that are at play in jokes. It's the other that possesses this treasure trove. It is assumed that the other knows the multiplicity of signifying combinations, moreover completely abridged, elided and, let's say, even purified with respect to their signification. All metaphorical implications are already piled up and compressed in language. It's a matter of everything that language bears within itself, which manifests itself at moments of significant creation and is already there, latent, in a non-active state. That's what I am invoking in a joke, that's what I am seeking to awaken in the other, and in some way I am relying on the other to support. 105. It. In a word, I only ever address the other by assuming that what I bring into play in my joke is already contained in it. Take one of Freud's examples. It's a quip by a witty man, famous in Viennese society, about a bad writer who floods the newspapers with his idle and interminable output on Napoleon and his descendants. As this writer has the particular physical characteristic of being a redhead, our wit skewers him with the words rotefadian, which signifies that he's red-headed and that he speaks drivel, reconfilandreuse, as it has been translated into French SE8, 22 FL. What makes the joke a joke is the reference to the red thread, roterfaden, a metaphor which is itself poetical and which, as you know, Goethe borrowed from a practice of the British Navy. The red thread effectively makes it possible to recognize the smallest piece of rope, even and above all stolen rope, stolen from vessels of His British Majesty at a time when sailing ships used rope a lot. This red thread definitively authenticated ownership of the material. The metaphor is certainly more famous for German-speaking subjects 116 than it may be for us, but I suppose that quite a number of you are familiar, at least via this quotation, and perhaps even without being aware that you are, with this passage from Elective Affinities. This retort, very much in the style of the time, which was found very funny at a particular moment and in a particular context referred to as cultural, whether rightly or wrongly, lodges itself in the play between the red thread and the ropey character who utters banalities. This is what makes something work as a successful wisecrack or joke. That's where I'm going with this. Freud says somewhere that something that finds satisfaction under the cover of wit is the subject's aggressive tendency, otherwise it would never show itself. One would not allow oneself to be so rude about a literary colleague. It is only possible under the cover of wit. That's just one aspect of the question, but it is obvious that there is a very great difference between purely and simply proffering an insult and expressing oneself in this register, for in expressing oneself in this register one is appealing to all sorts of things in the other that are supposedly part of its usage, of its most everyday code. I chose this example to give you a perspective taken from a specific moment in the history of Viennese society. In this context, reference to Goethe's red thread is immediately accessible to everybody, and up to a point it flatters the desire for recognition in all of us by offering us a shared symbol we are all familiar with. There's also something else indicated in the tendency of this joke that calls into question not only the person ridiculed but also a very particular value in the social order. As Freud emphasizes, the essayist who approaches history from the perspective of anecdotes has a 106. Habit of including basic ideas in which the author's own insufficiencies, the poverty of his categories and even the laziness of his writing are only too apparent. In short, it's a confused style at the borders of history that he is taking aim at here, one whose writings clutter the newspapers of the day. Undoubtedly, this tendency, quite well characterized in this joke, is not over, is not finished, but still it is what gives this joke its value and its impact. We are, then, in a position to say that far from its being the case that the subject here with us has to be a real living creature, this other is essentially a symbolic locus. The other is the locus of the treasure trove of, let's say, the Sen 117 tenses or even the received ideas without which jokes cannot have value or impact. But at the same time let's observe that no particular signification is emphasized therein. On the contrary, this common treasure trove of categories presents a characteristic that we can describe as abstract. I am alluding here very precisely to this element of transmission which makes it the case that there is something there that, in a way, is supra-individual, and that is tied by an absolutely undeniable community to everything that has been in preparation ever since the origins of culture. What one is addressing when one attacks a subject at the level of the equivocations of signifiers has, as it were, a singularly immortal characteristic. This is really the other term of the question. The question of knowing who the other is arises between two poles. For us this other has to be a real, living being, one made of flesh, even though it is not his flesh that I'm arousing. But, on the other hand, there is also something quasi-anonymous, which is present in what I refer to as I reach out to him and arouse his pleasure at the same time as my own. What is the mainspring that lies there between the two poles of the real and the symbolic? It's the function of the other. It's this function that is, strictly speaking, brought into play. I have of course said enough about it to be able to say that this other is the other as the locus of signifiers, but I have only extracted a direction for meaning from this locus of signifiers, only a step of sense, which is where, in the final analysis, the active mainspring lies. We may say that a joke appears like a Spanish inn here. Or, more exactly, it's the contrary of one, for in a Spanish inn you have to bring your own food and they bring you wine, whereas here I have to bring the wine of speech, since I won't find it here, even if an image that is more or less comical and ridiculous, I were to consume my adversary. The wine of speech is always present in everything I say. A joke is usually present, ambient in everything I recount as soon as I 107. Speak, for I necessarily speak in the double register of metonymy and metaphor. The bit of sense and the step of sense are always in the process of crossing over one another, just as 1,000 shuttles cross back and forth, as Freud mentions in the Traumdeutung. But also, this wine of speech usually seeps into the sand. What is produced between the other and me in a joke is, as it were, a very special communion between the bit of sense and the step of sense. This communion is no doubt more specifically humanizing than any other, but it is humanizing precisely because we begin at a level which, on both sides, is very inhuman. If invite the other to this communion, it is because I have even 118 greater need of his assistance because he is the vase or grail. This grail is empty. I mean that I address nothing in the other that is specified, nothing that unites us in any kind of communion that might lead to any kind of agreement in desire or judgment. It is solely a form. By what is this form constituted? It is constituted by what is always at issue in jokes, what in Freud are called inhibitions. It is not for nothing that when I prepare a joke I evoke something in the other that tends to set him in a certain direction. This is still nothing more than a shell in comparison with something more profoundly linked to the stock of metonyms without which, in this order, I am absolutely unable to communicate anything to the other. In other words, in order for a joke to make the other laugh, as Bergson says somewhere, and it's the only good thing that there is in laughter, you have to have a lot in common, you have to belong to the same church. What does that mean? The very term paroisse, parish, is of no small help to our making progress in understanding the question. I do not know if you know what the origin of the word paroisse is. It's quite unusual, but ever since etymologists turned their attention to the matter, they have been unable to learn by what miracle a thing that at the outset was parodia, namely, people who are not from our house, I mean our house here on earth, who are from another world and who have their roots in another world, namely Christians, for the term appeared with Christianity, was, as it were, metaphorized by another term which recorded its signifying element in chi, which reappears in the Italian parochia. This other term is the Greek rikapokok, which means the purveyor, the intendant to whom the functionaries of the empire knew that they had to address themselves so as to procure from him pretty well everything that a functionary of the empire might desire, and in the blessed days of the Pax Romana that could go a very long way indeed. 108. We are here, then, at the level designated by the ambiguous term paroisse, which clearly shows the limits of the field in which a joke will work. You can see that jokes don't have the same effect always and everywhere, since the one about the red thread has only a feeble effect upon you in comparison with the earlier joke about the candidate at an exam. Given that you are the public that you are, it was quite natural that something as much from our shared background as the baccalaureate or any other exam should be the kind of thing to serve as the container for what was being conveyed, namely a direction for meaning. Undoubtedly, inasmuch as this direction 119 doesn't result in any meaning, it is only the distance that always remains there between every actual meaning and what I could call an ideal of full sense. I would add one more play on words. The manner in which this other is constituted at the level of a joke is something that we are familiar with from Freud's use. He calls it the censor, which bears upon sense or meaning. The other is constituted as a filter that puts order into, and places an obstacle before, what can be accepted or simply even heard. There are things that cannot be heard, or which habitually are never heard any more, and which a joke strives to make heard somewhere, as an echo. To get them to be echoed back, it uses precisely the thing that forms an obstacle to it, like some sort of reflecting concavity. I had already come to this metaphor earlier, and something inside it was resisting, something that is comprised entirely of a series of imaginary crystallizations in the subject. We are not surprised to see things occur at this level. The little other, to call him by his name, contributes to the possibility of a joke, but it's within the subject's resistance, which for once, and this is highly instructive for us, I am rather seeking to provoke, that something that makes itself heard will resonate much further, and this means that the joke will resonate directly in the unconscious. December 11, 1957. 7. Un femme de non-recevoir. Or, a flat refusal. Duplicating the graph. Laughter, an imaginary phenomenon. An other of one's own. The return to jouissance in Aristophanes. Comic love. Last time I spoke to you about the Grail. You are the Grail, which I'm solidifying by placing your contradictions on alert in all sorts of ways, with the aim of getting you to authenticate in spirit, so to speak, the fact that I am conveying this message to you. The essence of this Grail consists in its very defects. Since it's always a good idea to go back over even the best understood of things, I am going to attempt to materialize on the blackboard what I was saying to you last time. 1. What I was saying to you last time was about the other, this damned other, who, when one communicates a wits, completes and, in a way, fulfills the gap formed by the insolubility of desire. It can be said that a wits restores an essentially unsatisfied demand its jouissance, under the double and moreover identical aspects of surprise and pleasure, the pleasure of surprise and the surprise in pleasure. Last time I stressed the process of immobilizing the other and forming what I called the empty grail. This is represented in Freud by what he calls the jokes FAC, 8 SE 8, 55. It diverts the other's attention away from the path down which the joke is heading, it attaches the inhibition somewhere in order to leave another path open somewhere else for the witty words to take. 121. 110. This, then, is more or less how the thing might be schematized. The path goes from speech, here condensed into a message, to the 122 other to whom it is addressed. An obstacle, a gap, or a flaw in the message is authenticated by the other as a witticism, but it is thereby restored to the subject himself, and forms the indispensable complement to the desire specific to witticisms. This, then, is the schema we have been using. The other, the message, the R and the metonymic object are here. See the graphs on pages 10 and 80. We have already covered these points, which are assume you know. The other is indispensable for closing the loop that is discourse insofar as it arrives at the message in a position to satisfy, at least symbolically, the fundamentally insoluble character of demand as such. This circuit is the authentication by the other of what is, in short, an allusion to the fact that once man enters the symbolic world no demand can be attained except through an infinite succession of steps of sense. By virtue of the fact that his desire is caught up in the mechanism of language, man, a new Achilles in search of another tortoise, is destined to this never to be satisfied, infinite approach linked to the very mechanism of desire, which we shall simply call discursiveness. While the other is essential to the final, symbolically satisfying step, the instantaneous moment of a joke, when it comes off, it is nevertheless worth remembering that the other also exists. He exists in the same way that what we call the subject exists, circulating somewhere as in the game of pass the parcel. Don't imagine that there is a subject at the start of need is not yet a subject. Where is he, then? Perhaps R can say more about this today. The subject is the entire system and, perhaps, something in the system. The other is the same, he is constructed in the same way, and this is why he is able to relay my discourse. R.M. Going to encounter certain specific conditions that will have to be representable on my schema if it is going to be of any use. These conditions are the ones we spoke about last time. Take note of the directions on the segments. Here there are vectors that go from the I towards the object and towards the other dash plus, 0a, and vectors that go from the message towards the other and towards the object y0a, y0w, for there is a strong relationship of symmetry between the message and the I, just as there is clockwise a00w, and again counterclockwise a dash plus y0w between the other as such, as locus of the treasure trove of metonymies, and the metonymic object itself, insofar as it is constituted in the system of metonymies. What was it R explained to you last time concerning what are called the preparation for a joke? The best thing is sometimes not to prepare it, but it is clear that it is not a bad thing to do so. We only have to recall what happened when I didn't, you were left high and 123 dry. Something as simple as the tea that I related to you one day seems to have left some of you stumped. If had prepared you on the reciprocal attitudes of the little count and the well-bred young lady, perhaps you might have been sufficiently tantalized and the act might have more easily overcome something. Because some of you were paying close attention, you took the time to understand. By contrast, last time you laughed much more easily at the joke about the horse because it included a lengthy preparation, and while you were having a good time with the candidate's remarks that struck you as marked by the powerful insolence that lingers at the bottom of ignorance, you were then quite well disposed to see this flying horse come in at the end of the joke and really give it its punch line. What I produce with this preparation is the other. This, of course, is what in Freud is called Hemmung, inhibition. This is merely the opposition that is the fundamental basis of the dual relation, and which, here, is comprised of all the objections you could make against what I was presenting as the object. That is quite natural, you were preparing yourself to be shocked by it, its approach and its pressure. What is organized in this way is what we habitually refer to as defense, which is the most elementary of forces. It is very much what is involved in these preludes that can be performed in 1,000 ways. Nonsense sometimes plays the role of a prelude in the form of an inducement that draws the mental gaze in a certain direction. It is a lure in this sort of bullfight. Sometimes it's comical, sometimes obscene. In effect, this is all about focusing the other on an object. Let's say that, in the opposite sense to the metonymy of my discourse, it's a matter of bringing about a kind of fixation of the other as discoursing on a particular metonymic object. In a way, this could be any object. It is not at all necessary that it have the slightest connection with my own inhibitions. It makes no difference, it will work with anything provided that the other is occupied with some object at that particular moment. That is what I was explaining to you last time when I spoke about the imaginary solidification of the other, which is the first position in making a witticism possible. 124 We must, then, find a place in our schema for the homologue of the object relation at the level of the other, whom we are taking here as a subject, and this is why I am giving you another system, which I have drawn C dotted lines. I am plotting the homologue of the line that I call PP, which is the R's relationship with the metonymic object for the first subject. I am thereby indicating the superimposition of the system of the other subject onto the system of the first. 112. For the baton to be passed from the other towards the message that authenticates a joke as a joke, it has to be bound up in its own system of signifiers, that is, as it were, the problem is referred back to him the other in such a way that he himself, in his own system, authenticates the message as a joke. In other words, my y, a presupposes the inscription of a parallel y, a, which is just what is recorded on this schema. A requirement inherent in jokes gives them a theoretical perspective of reproduction ad infinitum, given that a good joke is made for being recounted and is not complete until it has been recounted and others have laughed at it. The very pleasure of recounting it includes the fact that others can, in turn, try it out on others. While there is no necessary relationship between what metonymic captivation I must produce in the other to leave the way open for the witty words, there is, on the other hand, necessarily a relationship between the systems of the two subjects. This is made sufficiently clear on the schema by the relationship between the signifying chain, as organized in the other, which goes from 0 to 0 here, and the 125 one that goes from 0 to 0. There has to be a relationship, and this is what I was expressing last time when I said that the other has to be from the same church, of like mind. It is not enough that he more or less understands French, even though this is the first way to be of like mind. If make a joke in French, for it to work and succeed there are many other things assumed known and that the other must share. Here, then, represented on the schema, are two conditions that we could write as follows. The W designates an inhibition. 113. Produced in the other. Here I am using a sign with two small arrowheads going in opposite directions, and which is equal to, and goes in the opposite direction to, my metonymy, that is, opposite to y, a. By contrast, there is a sort of parallel between y, a and y, a, which can be expressed by saying that y, a can find its certification, which I have indicated by putting a rough breathing incidentally, on a and y. The other certifies it as a message and authenticates it as a witticism. This has at least the advantage of clarifying these ideas by visualizing them, since that is one of the mental organs most familiar to the intellect. It visualizes for you what I meant when I was talking last time about the subjective conditions for the success of a witticism, namely, what is demanded of the imaginary other so that, within the goblet that this imaginary other proffers, the symbolic other understands it. I leave to ingenious minds the task of aligning this with what, curiously, I previously managed to say in a metaphor, when I was above all interested in imaginary images and in the conditions of the appearance of imaginary unity in a particular organic reflection. I must have had a reason to employ almost the same formal schema when I used the image of a concave mirror in relation to narcissism. But let's not engage in a parallel that would only be forced, as suggestive as it might be. I am now going to put the schema to one little supplementary use, since, whatever interest there may be in thus reminding you of the meaning of what I said last time, it would be fairly limited if it did not take us any further. The initial schema that we have been using since the start of the year has been transformed, then, by the modifications I have been making to the formula of the other as a subject. We have y, a, here, for the subject, and pp for the relation to the metonymic object. Beyond this, at the next level up, this same arrangement is reproduced, and this means that the other also has a relation to the metonymic object, p, whereas here the y, a becomes y, a, and so on indefinitely. The final loop, the one through which need, 126 on its return, passes on the way to indefinitely deferred satisfaction, has to run across the entire circuit of others, before returning here to its endpoint in the subject. 2. We will use this schema again shortly. For the moment, let's pause at a special case that Freud considers immediately following his 114. Analysis of the mechanisms of jokes, on which this is nothing but a commentary. He speaks about what he calls the social motives of jokes, and from there he goes on to the problem of the comic. That's what we're going to try to explore today, without exhausting it. Freud explicitly says that he is only exploring it from the perspective of jokes, for there is a field here that is much too vast for him even to think about taking it on, at least on the basis of his experience. To introduce his analysis of the comic, Freud foregrounds what, in the comic, is closest to jokes. It is striking that with the sureness of orientation and touch that is his, what he presents us as being the closest to jokes is very precisely what at first sight might seem to be the furthest from jokes, namely the naive se8, 182. Naivete, he says, is based on ignorance, and quite naturally he gives examples of it taken from children. I've already mentioned the scene where children enact an entire and very pretty little story for the benefit of the adults. A couple separate, the husband goes off to seek his fortune. He returns several years later, having become rich, and on his return the woman greets him with these words, "You see, I have behaved wonderfully, I haven't wasted my time either while you were away." And she draws the curtain on a line of 10 dolls. It's like a little scene of marionettes. The children are astonished, perhaps simply surprised, they perhaps know more than one thinks, by the outburst of laughter from the adults in the audience. This is the type of naive joke Freud presents. He also gives it to us in a form that is technically much closer to the processes of language in the story about the little girl who offers a bubizin to her brother who has a bit of a tummy ache. Having heard mention of a medicine for her, since Medai designates little girls and bubi little boys, she thinks that if there is a medicine for little girls, there must 127 also be a bubizin for little boys. It's still a story that, provided one has the key to it, which is that one understands German, can easily be presented as a joke. Although the reference to children is not unfashionable, what is essential is not there but in a feature that we won't say is one of ignorance but which Freud defines very specifically and whose easily substitutive character in the mechanism of jokes he emphasizes. What pleases us in jokes, says Freud, and this plays precisely the same role as what earlier I called fascination or metonymic captivation, is that we sense a lack of inhibition in the speaker. It's the lack of inhibition that makes it possible for us to convey what is essential in a joke, namely, the beyond that it evokes, to the other we are telling it to and who is himself already fascinated by this absence of inhibition. Here, in the case of the child, in the cases that I have just referred to, what is essential does not consist in the humor, but in 115. evoking the time in childhood when there is such a close relationship to language that it thereby directly evokes for us the relationship of language to the desire that constitutes the specific satisfaction of a joke. I will take another example, one from an adult, which I think I already quoted at one time. One of my patients, who was not normally known for making very elaborate circumlocutions, was telling me one of those stories that are just a little sad, as he would do fairly regularly. He had made a date with a young woman he had met on his peregrinations and, as would often happen to him, the aforementioned stood him up. He concluded his story, I understood, once again, that it was a case of a knockback femme de non-recevoir. He wasn't being witty, he thought that the expression was in use and that he was saying something completely innocent, which, however, has a highly amusing quality and satisfies something in us that goes well beyond the comical perception of this character in his disappointment. If this story evokes a feeling of superiority in us, which is entirely doubtful, it is surely much inferior in this respect. I am alluding here to one of the mechanisms that have often been unduly elevated to the origin of comical phenomena, namely, the feeling of superiority over others. This is entirely questionable. Although it was a very great mind who attempted to sketch out the mechanism of the comic in this sense, namely lips, it's entirely refutable that this is where the essential pleasure of the comic lies. If there is anyone who happens to retain his superiority intact, it is our character, who possibly finds on this occasion a reason for his disappointment that is far from wounding his unshakable confidence in himself. If any feeling of superiority takes shape in relation to this story, it 128 acts more like a lure. Everything momentarily engages you in the mirage created by the way you situate the person who is recounting the story, or situate yourself, but what is going on here goes well beyond this. Effectively, what is looming behind the term femme de non-recevoir is the fundamental disappointment, in itself, whenever one approaches desire, well beyond the satisfaction of this or that specific approach. What amuses us here is the satisfaction that the subject who has let drop this innocent phrase derives from his very disappointment. He finds that his disappointment is sufficiently explained by a locution that he thinks is an accepted locution, a ready-made metonymy for such occasions. In other words, he rediscovers his disappointment in a top hat in the guise of a baby's stuffed bunny that he thinks is the living rabbit of the valid explanation, and which is actually imaginary. Always expecting the rabbit. 116. That constitutes his very disappointment to tum up yet again, he will remain unshaken and constant, without otherwise being affected by it, when he nears the object of his illusion. You see, therefore, that a joke by an ignorant or naive person, by the person from whom I borrowed this phrase and made it into a joke, is complete on this occasion, as it were, at the level of the other. No longer do I need to bring about anything in the other that constitutes this solid cup. It has already been given to me in its entirety by the one from whom I gather the precious words which when communicated will form the basis of the joke, and which my story thus raises to the dignity of a master word. In short, the entire dialectic of a naive joke is located in the upper part of my schema. What has to be brought about in the other in the imaginary order so that a joke in its standard form is admitted and received is formed here by its naivete, ignorance and self-satisfaction. And to elevate this blunder to the level of a joke, I simply have to present it and have it ratified by a third party, the big other, to whom I communicate it. Promoting the imaginary other in this analysis of metonymies and in the pure and simple satisfaction he finds in language, and uses to avoid appreciating the extent to which his desire is leading him on, introduces us, and this is why Freud places it at the intersection of witticisms and the comic, to the domain of the comic. We haven't come to the end of our pains, for, in fact, on the subject of the comic there has been no shortage of more or less unsatisfactory theories advanced, and it's certainly not an idle 129 question to ask why this is so and also why they have been propounded. They have been presented in all sorts of forms that we don't need to spell out here, but their summation, succession, and past history, as we say, do not lead us to anything fundamental. Let's leave all that behind and say that, In any case, the question of the comic is evaded when one undertakes to examine it, and I'm not saying resolve it, solely at the psychological level. At the psychological level, both wit and the comic can obviously be easily combined under the category of what provokes laughter. Now you cannot fail but be struck by the fact that even though I have stressed that a witticism has been more or less well received and registered by the fact that you sanction it with a discreet laugh, or at the very least with a smile, till now I have not examined the question off lauder. The question of laughter is far from having been resolved. Everyone agrees on making laughter an essential characteristic of what occurs in the witty and the comic, but as to linking it to its expressive character or even simply describing which emotion this 117 phenomenon might correspond to, where it is possible to say, although this is not absolutely certain, that it is unique to man, one generally enters into matters that are extremely difficult. From some, one gets the impression that in trying to examine the relationship between laughter and phenomena that are thought to correspond to it in an analogical way, they are skirting around the issue. But even those who have said the most defensible or prudent things about the phenomenon of laughter hardly do more than note that it can leave oscillatory traces. For Kant, it is a spasmodic movement with a particular mental oscillation, which passes from tension that is being reduced to nothing, an oscillation between an active tension and its sudden collapse in the face of the absence of anything that, supposedly, might resist it once the tension is activated. Similarly, the sudden passage from a concept to its contradiction emerges with a psychologist from the last century, Leon Dumont, whom Dumas refers to in his article on the psychology of laughter, a very Dumashian article, very fine and subtle, which this fortunate man didn't go to much effort over, but which is well worth reading, for even without making an effort he contributes some very nice elements. In short, the question of laughter goes a lot further than that of wit or the comic. It is not rare to see the different varieties of the phenomenon discussed. There is the mere communication of laughter, the laughing at laughter, there is the laughter that is linked to the fact that one must not laugh. The mad laughter of children under certain conditions also deserves to attract our attention. There is also the laughter 130 of anxiety, and even the laughter of an imminent threat, the nervous laughter of the victim who suddenly finds himself threatened by something that goes well beyond the limits of his expectation, the laughter of despair. There is even the laughter over a bereavement that one has just learned about. I leave it there, for I do not intend to treat all these forms of laughter, nor is it my aim to give you a theory of laughter. I would simply stress, in passing, that nothing is further from what we should be satisfied with than Bergson's theory about the mechanical appearing in the midst of life. His work on laughter reapplies in a condensed and schematic way the myth of vital harmony, of élan vital, characterized by its supposedly endless novelty and permanent creation. You cannot fail to appreciate how outrageous this is when you read that one of the characteristics of the mechanical as opposed to the vital is said to be its repetitive character, as if we don't piss in the same way every day, or go to sleep in the same way every day, or as if one is reinventing love. 118. Whenever one has a fuck, there is something truly incredible there. This explanation by means of the mechanical appears throughout the book like a mechanical explanation. What I mean is that it lapses into a lamentable stereotype that entirely leaves out what is essential in the phenomenon. If the mechanical really were at the origin of laughter, where would we go? What would we do with Kleist's subtle remarks about marionettes, which run completely contrary to the supposedly amusing and inferior character of the mechanical? Very subtly, he stresses the fact that a true ideal of grace is achieved by these little objects which, controlled by nothing more than pieces of string, create movements whose elegant paths are linked to the stability of the center of gravity of their curves, provided they are properly made, that is, according to the precise features of articulations in humans. No dancer, he says, can rival the grace of a skillfully operated marionette. Having simply remarked how much Bergson's theory neglects even the most elementary understanding of the mechanism of laughter, let's leave it aside even before we involve it in anything as elaborate as the witty or the comic. Laughter effectively touches everything that is an imitation, a doubling, a doppelganger or a mask, and if we look at it more closely it's not just a matter of masks, but of unmasking, and unmasking at moments that are worth thinking about. You go up to a child with your face covered 131 by a mask, he laughs in a nervous or embarrassed way. You move a bit closer, a manifestation of anxiety starts to appear. You take off the mask, the child laughs. But if you are wearing another mask beneath this mask, he won't laugh one bit. All I want to indicate here is that a study is called for, one that can only be experimental, but can only be experimental if we begin to have some idea of the direction in which it is pursued. In any case, this phenomenon, like others that I could bring in support of my affirmation if I intended to highlight it, shows us that there is a very intense, very close relationship between the phenomena of laughter and the function of the imaginary in man. Images as such have a captivating character beyond their corresponding instinctual mechanisms, as is shown in both sexual and combative animal display. There's an extra touch to it in man due to the fact that in him the other's image is very closely linked to the tension I mentioned earlier, which is always elicited by the object at which the tension is directed, leading it to be placed at a certain distance with a connotation of desire or hostility. I am referring to the ambiguity that is at the very foundation of the ego's formation, and this means that for the ego its unity lies outside itself, that it is 119. In relation to its semblable, that it is established and that it finds this unity of defense, which is the unity of its being as a narcissistic being. The phenomenon of laughter is located in this field. And it is here that the collapse of tension, to which authors attribute the instantaneous triggering of laughter, is produced. If someone makes us laugh simply by falling over, it is as a result of his more or less pompous image that we hadn't paid all that much attention to before. The phenomena of stature and status are so rife in our lived experience that we do not even notice them. We burst out laughing when in our imagination the imaginary character goes on in his affected way, whereas what he is supported by in the real is lying spread-eagled on the ground. This is about the liberation of or from the image. Take this in the two senses in French of this ambiguous expression: on the one hand, something is freed from the constraints of the image, while, on the other, the image is also free to wander off on its own. This is why there is always something comical about the duck with its head cut off taking a few more steps around the farmyard. This is why, somewhere, the comic connects with what makes one laugh. I locate it at the level of the direction I dash plus object, dash plus W or W dash plus W. Certainly, inasmuch as the imaginary is somehow 132 implicated in the relationship to the symbolic, laughter, insofar as it connotes and accompanies the comic, reappears at a higher level, which interests us infinitely more than the totality of the phenomena of pleasure. Let's move on to the comic. 3. To introduce the notion of the comic today, I'll go back to the joke about the golden calf. Sully's quip in talking about the golden calf in relation to the banker, it's almost a witticism already, it's at least a metaphor, meets with this response, then, from Heinrich Heine. For a calf, he seems a bit past it to me. Observe that if Heinrich Heine had said that quite literally, it would be because he hadn't understood, and he would be like my ignoramus from before who said, fa femme de non recevoir. In this case, his retort would have been comical. It's this that constitutes the underside of this witticism. Heine's retort is in effect something of a fiat rejection fin de non recevoir. He puts Sully in his place, makes him feel uncomfortable, as it were. After all, Sully didn't say anything particularly funny, and Heine checkmates him by showing that it can be dealt with differently. 120. He erects a metonymic object different from the first calf. In this respect, he is playing at the level of comic opposition. One cannot avoid noticing one essential difference at the outset. On the occasion of a witz, the comic is grasped in a fleeting state, in a trait, a word, in the repartee, but, really, the comic goes much further. A witticism doesn't need to be massaged at length for it to work, whereas for the comic a simple, brief encounter is not enough. Here I am, then, addressing all of you, whatever your current position, without knowing where you're from, nor even who you are, well, in order for there to be comical relations between us, there has to be a relationship that involves us with one another much more personally. That's what you can already see taking shape in the relationship between Sully and Heine, and it concerns a mechanism of seduction, because, all the same, Heinrich Heine's response does rebut something on Sully's side just a little. To put it briefly, for the comic to be possible it is necessary that the relationship between demand and satisfaction be inscribed, not 133 in an instantaneous moment, but in a dimension that gives it stability and constancy and its own pathway in relation to a determinate other. Now, if, in what underpins witticisms, we have located one of the essential structures of demand according to which, insofar as it is taken up by the other, it has to be essentially unsatisfied, there is nevertheless a solution, the fundamental solution, the one that all human beings seek from the start of their lives to the end of their existence. Since everything depends on the other, the solution is to have an other of one's own. This is what we call love. In the dialectic of desire it's about having an other of one's own. The field of full speech, as I've said to you in the past, is defined in this schema by the very conditions under which, as we have just seen, something equivalent to the satisfaction of desire can and must be realized. We have an indication that it can only be satisfied in something beyond speech. The link uniting the other, the I, the metonymic object and the message defines the zone in which full speech has to reside. See graphs pages 85 and 112. As an image of the message it is typically constituted by, I have given you, you are my master and you are my woman. You, the other, are my woman. I would therefore say to you that this is the form in which a man gives an example of the full speech in which he commits himself as subject, founds himself as the man of the woman to whom he is speaking and declares it to her in an inverted form. I also showed you its strangely paradoxical character, which is that everything rests on what must close the circuit. The metonymy that it contains, the passage from the other to this unique object that is constituted by the statement, nevertheless requires that the metonymy be received, that something. 121. Subsequently pass from Y to N, namely that the you in question does not simply reply, ah, no. No way. Even if he does not answer like that, something else happens much more often. It's that, by virtue of the very fact that no preparation as clever as a witticism comes along so that the line PT merges with the line parallel to it at the lower level, the two lines remain completely independent of one another, so much so that the subject in question well and truly retains his own system of metonymic objects. We will thus see produced the contradiction that is established in the circle of the 4 Ps, namely, that since everyone has, as they say, his own little idea, this foundational speech comes up against what I will call, since we are in the presence of a square, the problem not of squaring the circle, but of circling the metonymies, which remain quite distinct, even with the most ideal partner. There are good marriages, but no delightful ones, said La Rochefoucauld. Now, the problem of love and the other is at the center of the 134 comic. To see this, it is a good idea first to remember that, if one wants to inform oneself about the comic, it would not perhaps be such a bad thing to read comedies. Comedy has a history. Comedy even has an origin, something that many people have studied. The origin of comedy is narrowly bound up with the ID's relationship to language. What is this ID that we occasionally talk about? It is not purely and simply some original radical need, one that is at the root of the individualization of an organism. The ID can only be grasped beyond the elaboration of desire in the network of language, only actualized at its limit. Here, human desire is not initially caught in the system of language that defers it indefinitely and leaves no place for the ID to be constituted and named. However, beyond all of this elaboration of language, it is what represents the realization of the first need which, at least in man, has no chance of ever being known. We don't know what the ID of an animal is, and there is very little chance that we ever will, but what we do know is that the idea of man is entirely caught up in the dialectic of language and that it conveys and preserves the FIRNT existence of tendencies. Where does comedy originate? We're told that it comes from the banquet at which, in a word, men say yes in a kind of orgy. Leave this word in all its vagueness. The meal is constituted by offerings to the gods, that is, to the immortals of language. Ultimately, the entire process of the elaboration of desire in language comes back to and comes together in consumption at a banquet. The whole detour is only taken so as to come back to jouissance, and the most elementary at that. That is how comedy makes its entrance into what, with Hegel, we can regard as the aesthetic face of religion. 122. What does classical comedy show us? It would be a good thing for you to poke your nose into Aristophanes from time to time. This is always where the idea gets the upper hand, pulls on the boots of language for its own use of the most elementary kind. It is well known that in the Clouds Aristophanes makes fun of Euripides and Socrates, particularly Socrates, but how does he portray this to us? He shows us an old man making use of all his beautiful dialectics to satisfy his cravings by all sorts of tricks, escaping his creditors, getting money from people, or a young man using them to escape his commitments, fail in all his duties, rail against his ancestors, and 135 so on. This is the return of need in its most elementary form. What enters at the start in the dialectic of language, namely, sexual needs most especially, all hidden needs in general, is what you see produced right before your eyes on Aristophanes' stage. It's powerful stuff. I particularly commend to your attention the plays involving women. In the return to the elementary needs that underlie the entire process, a special role devolves upon women, insofar as it's by their intermediary that Aristophanes invites us, at the moment of imaginary communion that comedy represents, to appreciate what can only be appreciated retroactively, which is that if the state, and the city, exist, it's for one's benefit, so that the table of plenty, which, moreover, nobody believes in, is established on the agora. After good sense has been thwarted by the perverse evolution of a city subject to all the indecision of a dialectical process, one emerges from it through the intermediary of women, who are the only ones who really know what men need, and one returns to this good sense, which naturally assumes the most excessive forms. This is of interest to us only because of what it shows us about the violence of certain images. It also makes us imagine a world in which women were not quite what we are made to imagine they were by authors who depict a civilized antiquity to us. In antiquity, or so it seems to me, the women, I'm talking about real women, not the Venus de Milo, would have had lots of hair and not smelt good, if we are to believe the insistence that is placed on the role of the razor and on certain perfumes. Be that as it may, in this Aristophanesque twilight, especially the one that concerns the vast insurrection of women, there are some quite beautiful images that one cannot but be struck by. There's one image that is suddenly expressed in the words of one of a group of women who are in the process of not just dressing up as men but also sporting beards to suggest omnipotence. It is simply a matter of knowing which beard it is. She starts laughing and says to them, "How funny. We look like a school of grilled cuttlefish with beards." 123. This vision from the shadows seems like it could suggest an entire foundation of relations in classical society. What did this comedy evolve into? Into the new comedy which began with Menander and has continued right up to our day. What is the new comedy? It shows us people engaged in the most fascinated and obstinate of manners, in general, with some metonymic 136 object. We encounter every human type there. They are the same characters as the ones you find in Italian comedy. They are defined by having a certain relationship to an object. Something has taken the place of the eruption of sex, and it's love, love that is named as such, the love that we would call naive love, ingenuous love, the love that unites two young and, in general, fairly bland people. This is what forms the pivot of the intrigue. Love plays the role of being the axis around which the entire comedy of the situation revolves, and it will remain so until the appearance of Romanticism, which we will leave to one side for today. Love is a comedic sentiment. The high point of comedy is readily locatable. The high point of comedy in the strict sense, in the sense in which I am presenting it to you here, is found in a unique masterpiece. The latter is situated in history at the pivotal moment at which the presentation of relations between the ID and language, in the form of a taking possession of language by the ID, is about to give way to the introduction of the dialectic of man's relations with language in a blind, closed form, which is achieved in Romanticism. It is very important in the sense that without knowing it, Romanticism turns out to be a confused introduction to the dialectic of signifiers as such, of which psychoanalysis is, in short, the articulated form. But in the, let's say, classical line of comedy, the high point is reached when the comedy of which I'm speaking, which is by Molière and is called The School for Wives, raises the problem in an absolutely schematic way, because it is indeed a question of love, but love as a tool of satisfaction. Molière presents the problem to us in a manner that gives it a matrix. It possesses a clarity that is absolutely comparable to one of Euclid's theorems. The play is about a person named Arnulf. As a matter of fact, the rigor of the thing would not even have required that he be a person with just one idea. It just so happens that it works better that way, but in the same way in which a witticism uses metonymy to fascinate us. We see him enter right at the start with an obsession about not being cuckolded. That is his principal passion. It's a passion just like any other. All passions are equivalent, all are equally metonymic. It's the principle of comedy to present them as such, that 124 is, to focus the attention on an ID that believes entirely in its metonymic object. It believes in it, which doesn't mean that it is tied to it, for it is also one of the characteristics of comedy that the ID of the comedic subject, whatever it may be, always remains intact at the end. Whatever happens during the comedy is like water off a duck's 137 back. The School for Wives ends with a few, from Arnulf, and yet God only knows what extremes he has been through. I will try briefly to recount what it's about. Arnulf is, then, taken with a young girl who, with her sweet and poised appearance, inspired me with love for her at the age of 4. He has, then, chosen his little woman, he has already instituted the "you are my woman." It's even for this reason that he gets so upset when he sees that this dear angel is about to be taken from him. The fact is that, at the point he has come to, he says, she is already his wife, he has already established her socially as such, and he has found an elegant solution to the matter. He is an enlightened man, says his friend, who is called Chrysald, and enlightened he is indeed. He has no need to be the monogamous person that we were talking about at the start. Behind this monogamy he is an educator. Old men have always been preoccupied with the education of girls and have even proposed principles for it. Here, he's found a very happy principle, one that consists in keeping her in a state of being a complete idiot. He himself sets the program of care supposedly contributing to this end. And you won't believe, he says to his friend, how far this can go. Just the other day didn't she ask me if children were made through the ears? This was something that really should have made him prick up these very same ears, for if the girl had had a healthier physiological understanding of things, she might have been less dangerous. "You are my woman" is full speech whose metonymy is the duly explained duties of marriage that have to be read out to little Agnes. She is a complete idiot, he says, and he thinks, like all educators, that his scheme is thereby guaranteed. What do the story's developments tell us? It could be called How Girls Grow Wise. The originality of the character of Agnes seems to have created a real enigma for psychologists and critics. Is she a woman, a nymphomaniac, a flirt? Is she this or is she that? Absolutely not. She's a being who has been taught to speak, and she does so. She is captivated by the words of a character, a complete dimwit of a young man, moreover. This Horace comes into the picture on this question, when, In the important scene in which Arnulf tells her he would tear half his hair out, she calmly replies, "Horace could do more than you with 2 words." She thus perfectly punctuates what is present throughout the play, namely that what has come to her in 125. Her encounter with the character in question is precisely that he says things that are amusing and sweet to the ear, that delight her. She is quite incapable of telling us, and of telling herself, what he says, but it comes through speech, that is, through what ruptures the system 138 of learned and educational speech. This is how she gets captivated. The sort of ignorance that is one of the dimensions of her being is simply connected with the fact that for her there is nothing but speech. When Arnulf explains to her that the other held her hands, her arms, she asks, "What else is there?" She is very interested. She is a goddess of reason, this Agnes. Moreover, the word reasoner comes back to choke Arnulf when he reproaches her for her ingratitude, her lack of sense of duty, her betrayal, and she answers him with admirable pertinence, "But what do lo you? If it is only for having made me stupid, your expenses will be reimbursed." At the beginning we thus find ourselves with the reasoner alongside the ingenuous, and what constitutes the comical mainspring is that as soon as the girl starts becoming clever we see the emergence of a reasoner alongside a character who, for his part, becomes the ingenuous one, for in words that leave no ambiguity he then tells her that he loves her, and he tells her in every possible way, telling her to the point where his declaration culminates in telling her more or less the following: "You will do exactly everything you want to, you can also have Horace if it so happens that you want him." Ultimately, the character overturns even the very principle of his system. He even prefers to be cuckolded, which was his principal starting point in the matter, rather than lose the object of his love. Love, I am saying that this is the point at which the high point of classical comedy is located. Love is here. It is curious to see to what extent we no longer perceive love except through all kinds of partitions, romantic partitions, that stifle it, whereas the mainspring of love is essentially comical. It is precisely in this respect that Arnulf is truly in love, much more authentically in love than the said Horace, who is always vacillating. The romantic change in perspective that took place around the term of love means that we can no longer grasp it so easily. It's a fact, the more the play is performed, the more Arnulf is played as Arnulf, the more people lean over and say to one another, "This Molière is so noble and profound, you laugh when you should be crying." People almost never find the comic compatible with the authentic and overwhelming expression of love as such. However, love is comical when the love that declares itself and shows itself is love that is love at its most authentic. That, then, is the outline of the story. Still, I must also tell you how it ends. 126. 139 The story is brought to an end by the stupidity of the third person, namely Horace, who happens to conduct himself like a little baby, going so far as to hand back the very person he has just taken out of the hands of her legitimate possessor, without even having been able to identify him as the jealous party whose tyranny Agnes was suffering from, and who, moreover, is her chosen confidant. This doesn't matter. He is a secondary character. Why is he there? So that the problem is posed in these terms, namely, that Arnulf is kept informed at every instant, hour by hour, minute by minute, about what is happening in reality, by the very person who is his rival and, also, in a manner that is just as entirely authentic, by his pupil herself, the said Agnes, who hides nothing from him. Indeed, she is a complete idiot, as was his wish, uniquely in the sense that she has absolutely nothing to hide, says everything and says it simply, in the most pertinent manner. But from the moment she is in the world of speech, whatever the power of her educational formation, her desire lies beyond. Her desire is not simply on the side of Horace, whom, here we are in no doubt, she will in the future subject to the very same fate so feared by Arnulf. It's just that, by virtue of the fact that she is in the domain of speech, her desire lies beyond, she is charmed by words, she is charmed by wit and, insofar as something lies beyond this metonymic actuality that Arnulf is attempting to impose on her, she slips away. Even as she always says the truth to Arnulf, she is still deceiving him, because everything that she does is tantamount to deceiving him. Horace is aware of this himself when he recounts how she threw his little stone out of the window, telling him, "Off you go, I do not want to hear any more of your words," and that is my response, which sounded like it meant, "Here is the stone that I am throwing to you," but the stone was also the vehicle for a little letter. Horace emphasizes it very well for a girl that Arnulf wanted to keep in extreme ignorance. There is an ambiguity here that is not at all badly done, and that is the start of these double meanings and an entire game that augurs well for the future. That is the point at which I wanted to leave you today. By its very nature, the idea lies beyond desire's capture in language. The relationship to the other is essential inasmuch as the path of desire necessarily passes through it, but not insofar as the other is the unique object, but rather insofar as the other is the correspondent of language and subjects it to its entire dialectic. December 18, 1957. The Logic of Castration. 8. Foreclosure of the name of the father. Mrs. Pankow expounds the double bind. Typography of the unconscious. The other in the other. Psychosis between code and message. Symbolic triangle and imaginary triangle. I get the impression that I pushed you a bit too hard last trimester. I got some feedback about it. I hadn't noticed, otherwise I wouldn't have done it. I was under the impression that I was repeating myself and getting nowhere. This still didn't prevent me from perhaps leaving behind some of the things I wanted to get you to understand, and it's worth retracing our steps a little and, let's say, looking back over how I have been approaching things this year. 1. What I am trying to show you concerning jokes, for which I have extracted a schema whose usefulness may not be immediately clear to you, is how things fit together and how they mesh with the earlier schema. Ultimately, you have to be aware of something constant in what I teach you, although, certainly, you shouldn't just view this constant as a little flag on the horizon by which you can get your bearings, but you should understand where it is taking you and where the detours are. What is constant is my belief that fundamental to understanding what is in Freud is that one recognize the importance of language and speech. I was the first to say this, but the closer we get to our object, the more aware we become of the importance of signifiers in the economy of desire, let's say, in the formation and information of signifieds. 143. 130. You could appreciate this when listening to the interesting things Mrs. Pankow was saying at our scientific meeting last night. It so 144 happens that in America people are concerned with the same thing as I am explaining to you here. They are trying to introduce the fact of communication and what they call the message into the economic determination of psychical disturbances. You were able to hear Mrs. Pankow talking about someone who certainly wasn't born yesterday, namely Mr. Bateson, anthropologist and ethnographer, who has contributed something that makes us think a little bit beyond the end of our noses concerning therapeutic action. Bateson tries to locate and formulate the basis of the genesis of psychotic disturbances in something that is established at the level of the mother-child relationship and is not simply an elementary effect of frustration, tension, retention, relaxation, and satisfaction, as if interhuman relationships take place at the ends of a piece of elastic. He introduces the notion of communication from the outset, insofar as it is not merely centered on contact, a relationship, or an entourage, but on a meaning. He places it at the beginning of what was originally conflicting and harmful in the child's relationship to its mother. What he designates as being the essentially conflicting element in this relationship is the fact that communication is presented in the form of a double bind. As Mrs. Pankow put it so well last night, in the message in which the child has deciphered the behavior of its mother there are two elements. They are not defined in relation to one another, in the sense in which one would be presented as the subject's defense in relation to what the other means, which is the common notion that you have of a defense mechanism when you analyze. You consider that the intention behind what the subject says is to misrecognize some signification somewhere there inside him, and that what he says to himself, and says to you, is something else loculara code. That is not what it is about. It's about something that concerns the other, which the subject receives in such a way that, if he answers one way, he knows, by virtue of this alone, that he's going to find himself cornered with respect to the other. The example that Mrs. Pankow gives is this: if I respond to my mother's declaration of love, I provoke her withdrawal, and if don't listen, that is to say, if I don't respond to her, I lose her. We are thereby introduced to a true dialectic of double meaning, where the latter already involves a third party. There are not two meanings one behind the other, with a second meaning, located beyond the first and the more authentic of the two. There are two simultaneous messages in the one single meaningful utterance, as it were, which creates a position in the subject whereby he finds 131. Himself at an impasse. This proves that even in America they are 145 making huge progress. Am I saying this is adequate? Mrs. Pankow nicely highlighted what is there at the ground level, or, one might say, at the empirical level, in this attempt, though it's not a matter of empiricism, of course. If there were not very important work on game theory in America alongside this, Mr. Bateson would not have dreamed of introducing into the analysis what is, after all, a reconstruction of what is thought to have occurred early on, or of determining a subject position that is deeply rent or falsified with respect to what in the message is constitutive for him. I say constitutive for him because if his conception did not imply that the message is constitutive for the subject, it is difficult to see how one could attribute such major effects to the original double bind. The question that arises concerning the psychoses is what the nature of this process of communication is, precisely, when it fails to be constitutive for the subject. We have to look for another point of reference. Up to this point, when you read Mr. Bateson, you see that while everything is, to put it simply, centered on the double message, it is centered on the double message as double meaning. This is precisely where the system fails, and it fails precisely because this conception neglects the signifier's constitutive role in meaning. Last night I jotted something down in passing, it has now gone missing, where I recorded a remark by Mrs. Pankow about psychosis, which amounted more or less to this. There is no speech, she said, that grounds the act of speech. In speech itself, there has to be speech that grounds speech as an act in the subject. This is in line with what I am coming to now. By stressing the fact that somewhere in speech there has to be something that grounds speech as true, Mrs. Pankow was exhibiting a demand for the stabilization of the entire system. To this end, she had recourse to the perspective of personality, which at the very least has the merit of demonstrating her sense of the inadequacy of a system that leaves us in a state of uncertainty and fails to deliver an adequate deduction or construction. I absolutely do not think that it can be formulated this way. I believe that this personalist reference is only psychologically grounded in the sense that we cannot fail to feel and sense that meanings create the impasse that supposedly triggers this profound disturbance in the schizophrenic subject. But, also, we cannot fail to feel and sense that something must be the cause of this deficit, and that this something is not simply the registration of the experience of 146 impasses in meaning, but rather the lack of something that founds meaning itself, and that what is lacking is a signifier, and something. 132. More, which is precisely what I am going to explore today. It is not something that presents itself simply as the personality, as what grounds speech as an act, as Mrs. Pankow was saying last night, but something that presents itself as giving the law its authority. By law, here, I mean that which is properly articulated at the level of the signifier, namely the text of the law. Saying that there has to be a person there in order to sustain the authenticity of speech is not the same as saying that there is something that authorizes the text of the law. Effectively, it is sufficient that what authorizes the text of the law is at the level of signifiers. This is what I call the name of the Father, namely the symbolic Father. It's a term that subsists at the level of signifiers and that, in the other as the seat of the law, represents the other. This is the signifier that gives the law its support, that promulgates the law. It is the other in the other. This is just what the myth of the Oedipus complex, necessary for Freud's thought, expresses. Look at it closely. If he is obliged to procure the origin of the law in this mythical form, if there is anything that makes it the case that the law is founded on the Father, it is necessary for the Father to be murdered. The two things are closely linked. The Father, insofar as he promulgates the law, is the dead Father, which is to say the symbol of the Father. The dead Father is the name of the Father, who is there, constructed over the content. This is quite essential. I will remind you why. What has been the nub of everything that I have taught you about psychosis these last 2 years? It's what I have called Verwerfung. I have tried to make you sense that it is different from Verdrängung, that is, different from the fact that the signifying chain continues to unfold and continues to be organized in the other, whether you know it or not. This is essentially Freud's discovery. Verwerfung, as I have said, is not simply what is inaccessible to you, that is, what exists in the other as repressed and as signifiers. That is Verdrängung, and it is the signifying chain. The proof of this is that it continues to act, even though you do not attach even the slightest signification to it yourself, and determines even the slightest signification without your knowing it to be the signifying chain. I have also told you that there are other things which, on occasion, are verworfen. There may be a missing signifier or a missing 147 letter in the chain of signifiers, one that is always missing in the typography. The space of the signifier, the space of the unconscious, is effectively a typographical space, which we must try to define as being constituted along lines and little squares, and as corresponding to topological laws. There may be something lacking in a chain of signifiers. You have to understand the importance of the lack. 133. Of the particular signifier I have just mentioned, the name of the Father, that grounds, as such, the fact that the law exists, that is, its articulation in a certain order of signifiers, the Oedipus complex, the Oedipal law or the law of prohibition of the mother. It is the signifier that signifies that, within these signifiers, the signifier exists. That is the name of the Father and, as you see, it is an essential signifier in the other, and on which I have tried to center what takes place in psychosis, namely, that the subject must compensate for the lack of the signifier, the name of the Father. Everything that I have called the chain reaction or disarray produced in psychosis is organized around that point. 2. What should I do now? Should I immediately go back over what I have said concerning President Schreiber? Or should I first show you, more precisely, in detail, how to formulate what I have just been showing you at the level of this year's schema? To my great surprise, not everybody finds the schema interesting, though some do. It has been constructed, don't forget, so as to represent what occurs at a level that deserves to be called a technique, which is the technique of witticisms. This is something quite unusual, since a wits can obviously be constructed by a subject in the most unintentional way in the world. As I have shown you, a witticism is sometimes only the converse of a slip, and experience shows that many witticisms are born in this way. One realizes after the fact that one has been witty, but it happened all by itself. In some cases, this could be taken for exactly the contrary, a sign of naivete, and last time I alluded to naive witticisms. It was around witticisms, with the satisfaction that results from them and is particular to them, that I tried to organize the schema for you last trimester. I was trying to work out how to think about the source of the special satisfaction they give. This brings us back 148 to nothing less than the dialectic of demand on the basis of the ego. Recall the schema for what I managed to refer to as the primordial ideal symbolic moment, one that is completely non-existent. The moment at which a demand is satisfied is represented by the simultaneous arrival at the other of the intention, as it appears in the message, and the message as such. The signifiers, this is what is at stake, since this chain is a chain of signifiers, arrive at the other. The perfect identity, simultaneity, or exact superimposition between the manifestation of the intention, insofar as it is the ego's asterisk intention, and the fact that the signifiers are ratified, as such, in the other. 134. Is at the heart of the very possibility of the satisfaction of speech. If this moment, which I am calling the ideal primordial moment, exists, it must be constituted by the simultaneity, the precise coextensivity, of desire, insofar as it manifests itself, and the signifiers, insofar as they carry and convey it. If this moment exists, then, what follows, that is, what succeeds the message in its passage into the other, is thus realized both in the other and in the subject and corresponds to what is necessary for there to be satisfaction. This is, very precisely, the required starting point for understanding that this never happens. That is, the nature and the effect of signifiers are such that what happens here at MC graph, P85 appears as the signified, that is, as something that is the result of the transformation or refraction of desire when it passes through signifiers. This is why these two lines cross over one another, so as to get you to sense the fact that desire is expressed through, and passes through, signifiers. Desire crosses the signifying line, and what does it encounter at the level at which it crosses the signifier line? It encounters the other. We shall see shortly, since we will have to come back to it, what the other is on the schema. I am not saying it encounters the other as a person. It encounters it as the treasure trove of signifiers, as the locus of the code. This is where the refraction of desire by the signifier occurs. Desire, then, as the signified, is different when it arrives from what it was at the start, and there you have, I won't say why the moon is not made of blue cheese, but why your desire is always cuckolded. Or, rather, it's you who are cuckolded. You yourself are betrayed in that your desire has slept with signifiers. I do not know how I could articulate these things better to get you to understand them. The entire meaning of the schema is to get you to visualize the idea that the mere passage of desire, as the expression, the high point of the radical ego asterisk, through the chain of signifiers introduces an essential change in the dialectic of desire. 149. It is quite clear that, concerning the satisfaction of desire, everything depends on what passes through point A, originally defined as the locus of the code, which, in itself, ab origine, merely by virtue of its signifier structure, introduces an essential modification to a desire at the level at which it passes through signifiers. Here, everything else is implied, since not only is the code here, there is more besides. I locate myself here at the most radical level, but, of course, there is the law, there are prohibitions, there is the superego, and so on. But in order to understand how these various levels are constructed, we have to understand that, even at the most radical level, as soon as you speak to someone, there is another other in him, as subject of the code, and that we already find ourselves subject to. 135. The dialectic of the cuckoldification of desire. Therefore, everything depends, as it turns out, on what happens at this point of crossover, at this level of crossing. The possibility of satisfying any human desire happens to depend on how it fits into the signifying system, insofar as it is formulated in the subject's speech, and, as M. de la Pallas would have said, on the system of signifiers insofar as it resides in the code, that is, at the level of the other as locus and seat of the code. A child would be convinced on hearing this, and I am not claiming that what I have just explained to you moves us forward one little bit. But it still needs to be spelt out. This is where we are going to explore the connection I want to make between this schema and what I was telling you before about the essentials of the question of the name of the Father. You'll see it being prepared and sketched out, not being engendered, and above all not engendering itself, for it involves making a leap to get there. Not everything happens in continuity, it being a characteristic of signifiers to be discontinuous. What does the technique of jokes bring to our experience? This is what I have been trying to get you to appreciate. While a joke gives no particular immediate satisfaction, it consists in the fact that something happens in the other that symbolizes what could be called the necessary condition of all satisfaction, namely, that you are understood beyond what you say. In no case, effectively, can what you say really make you understood. Witticisms unfold in the dimension of metaphor, that is, beyond signifiers, insofar as when you try to signify something with a signifier, you will always signify something else, whatever you do. It is a signifier that gives the appearance of stumbling that satisfies you, simply by virtue of the fact that, by this sign, the other is acknowledging this dimension of the beyond where what is at issue has to be signified and which you cannot signify as such. This is the dimension 150 that witticisms reveal to us. This schema is thus grounded in our experience. I realized I had to construct it to explain what goes on in witticisms. What, in witticisms, replaces the failure of desire to be communicated via signifiers, to the point of giving us a kind of happiness, comes about in this way: the other confirms that a message has stumbled or failed and, in this very stumbling, recognizes the dimension that lies beyond and where true desire is located, that is, what, because of signifiers, never gets to be signified. You see that the dimension of the other is a little bit more extensive here. Effectively, here it is not just the seat of the code anymore. It intervenes as a subject, ratifies a message in the code and renders it. 136. More complicated. That is, it is already at the level of who it is that constitutes the law as such, since he is capable of adding this trait or message to it as supplementary, that is, as itself designating something beyond the message. This is why, when the theme came to be formations of the unconscious, I began the year by speaking about witticisms. Let's now try to look at this other a little more closely, and in a less unusual situation than that of witticisms, insofar as in this dimension we are seeking to discover the necessity for the signifier that founds signifiers, the signifier that institutes the legitimacy of the code or the law. Let's return, then, to our dialectic of desire. When we address the other, we don't always express ourselves by means of witticisms. We'd be all the happier if we could in a way. This is what I try to do in the brief time I have for the discourse I address to you. I'm not always successful. Whether it is your fault or mine is completely indiscernible from this point of view. But, in the end, at the banal level of what happens when I address the other, there is a word that makes it possible for us to found him in the most elementary way, and which is absolutely marvelous in French if one thinks about all the ambiguities and puns it lends itself to, which I would be embarrassed to make use of here except in the most discreet way possible. As soon as I say this word, what I am evoking will immediately come back to you. It is the word you too. This you is quite essential to what on several occasions I have called full speech, speech as foundational in the subject's history, the you of you are my master or you are my woman. This ulsi is the signifier of the appeal to the other, and I remind those of you who were so kind as to follow my entire chain of seminars on psychosis about the use I put it to, the demonstration that I tried to bring alive for you around the distance between tu es celui qui me suivras, you are the one who shall follow me, and tu es celui qui me suivra, you are the one who will follow me. What I was already exploring for you at that time and was trying to engage you in is precisely what I am going to allude to now, which I have already given a name to. In these two sentences, with their differences, there is an appeal. It is more present in one than in the other, and even completely present in one and not at all in the other. In the you are the one who shall follow me, there is something that is not in the you are the one who will follow me, and it is what is called invocation. If I say, you are the one who shall follow me, I invoke you, I pick you out as being the one who will follow me, I solicit in you the yes that says, I am yours, I devote myself to you, I am the one who will follow you. But if, say, you are the one who will follow me, I do nothing. 137. Of the kind, I announce, I state, I objectify, and even, on occasion, I reject. It can mean, you are the one who will always follow me, and I'm sick of it. In the most ordinary and most consequential way that this sentence is pronounced, it is a refusal. Of course, the invocation requires quite another dimension, namely that I make my desire depend upon your being, in the sense that I call upon you to follow the pathway of this desire, whatever it happens to be, unconditionally. This is the process of invocation. The word means I make an appeal to the voice, that is, to what supports speech. Not to speech, but to the subject insofar as he carries it, and that is why I am there at the level that earlier I called the personalist level. Indeed, this is why the personalists pile it on with their thou, 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 all day long, with their thou and their thine. Mr. Martin Buber, for example, whose name Mrs. Pankow mentioned in passing, is an eminent name in this register. There is, of course, an essential phenomenological level there, and we cannot do without it. Nor must we give in to its mirage and prostrate ourselves. The personalist attitude, this is the danger that we encounter at this level, lends itself fairly freely to mystical prostration. And why not? We don't refuse any attitude to anyone, we simply request the right to understand these attitudes, and this moreover is not forbidden from the personalist side, though it is forbidden from the scientistic side. If you begin to attach authenticity to the mystical position, you yourself are thought to be succumbing to some ridiculous indulgence. Every subjective structure, of whatever kind, to the extent that we can follow what it articulates, is strictly speaking equivalent to every 152 other from the point of view of subjective analysis. Only stupid idiots like Mr. Blondel, the psychiatrist, can object, in the name of some supposedly ineffable morbid consciousness of the lived experience of another, to what seems ineffable but is articulated. This should be rejected out of hand, because there is a confusion here arising from the fact that one thinks that what is not articulated lies in the beyond, whereas it is nothing of the sort, that which lies beyond can be articulated. In other words, we don't need to speak of the ineffable concerning the subject, whether delusional or mystical. At the level of subjective structure, we are in the presence of something that cannot be presented in any other way than the way it is presented, and which, as such, as a consequence, is presented with full value at its own level of credibility. If there is something ineffable, whether in the delusional or mystical order, by definition he doesn't say it, because it's ineffable. So we are not to judge what he articulates, namely his speech, on the basis 138 of what he cannot say. If it can be supposed that the ineffable exists, and we are very happy to suppose that it does, we never turn away from grasping whatever is demonstrated as structure in speech, of whatever kind, under the pretext that the ineffable exists. It is possible we will get lost in it, and then we abandon it. But if we don't get lost in it, the order that the speech demonstrates and unveils is to be taken for what it is. In general, we notice that it is infinitely richer to take it as it is and try to articulate the order that it establishes, provided we have the right reference points, and that is what we are trying to do here. If we were to set out with the idea that speech was essentially made for representing the signified, we would go under immediately, because this would be to fall back upon previous oppositions, namely that we have no knowledge of the signified. The you in question is the you we invoke. For sure, when we invoke it, this subjective personal impenetrability is involved, but this is not the level at which we are trying to reach it. What is involved in an invocation? The word invocation has a historical usage. It's what was performed in a particular ceremony that the ancients, who had more wisdom than us on certain points, carried out before combat. This ceremony consisted of doing what was necessary, they probably knew what this was, to get the gods of the others on their side. This is exactly what the word invocation means, and it's where the essential relationship that I am now leading you to resides, at this second stage, that of the appeal, the necessary appeal for desire and demand to be satisfied. 153 It is not enough just to say to the other, you, and obtain his assistance in a heartbeat. One needs to give him the very voice we want him to have and evoke this voice, which is present in witticisms as their true dimension. A witticism is a provocation, one that does not achieve any great feat, one that does not achieve any great miracle of invocation. An invocation is located at the level of speech insofar as it is articulated vocally in conformity with one's desire. At this level we find the fact that all satisfaction of demand, to the extent that it depends on the other, will hinge on what happens here, in this to and fro between message and code, code and message, which enables the other to authenticate my message in the code. We come back to the earlier point, that is, to what constitutes the essence of our interest that together we are bringing to witticisms this year. I would simply have you remark, in passing, that if you had had the schema, that is to say, that if I had been able, not to give it to you, but to forge it for you at the time of my seminar on the psychoses, if together we had come to the same witticisms at the same time. 139. I would have been able to use this to picture what is essentially happening in President Schreiber, insofar as he fell prey to, and became a subject absolutely dependent upon, his voices. / Schreiber. Pay close attention to the schema behind me and simply suppose that everything in the other that might correspond, in whatever way possible, to the level that I am calling the name of the Father, which incarnates, specifies and particularizes what I have just been explaining to you, that is to say, which represents the other as what gives the law in the other its significance, Verwerfen. Well then, if I imagine the Verwerfung of the name of the Father, that is, that the signifier is absent, you will see that the two links in dotted 154 lines here, namely the to and fro between message and code and message, are thereby destroyed and rendered impossible. This makes it possible to enter on this schema the two fundamental types of voice phenomena experienced by President Schreiber as a substitute for this defect or lack. Let me add that when this hollow or void appears, it's because the name of the Father has been evoked at least once, because what has been appealed to at the level of the you at a given moment is precisely the name of the Father, insofar as it is capable of endorsing the message and insofar as, by virtue of this fact, it is the guarantor of the fact that the law as such presents itself as autonomous. That's where the tipping point is, the turning point that tips the subject into psychosis, and I am leaving to one side for the moment in what way, at what moment, and why. That year I began my discussion of psychosis with a sentence I had extracted from one of my patient interviews. People grasp very well the moment at which the sentence muttered by the patient, "I have just come from the butcher's," tipped over onto the other side. It was when the word sow appeared in apposition. No longer able to be assumed or integrated by the subject, it tipped over, through its own movement, through its own inertia as a signifier. 140. From being one of her lines in her own script, into the other. This was elementary phenomenology, pure and simple. In Schreiber, what was the result of the exclusion of the links between the message and the other? The result presented itself in the form of the two broad categories of the voice and hallucinations. First, there are the utterances at the level of the other, involving the signifiers of what is presented as the Grundsprache, the fundamental language. They are the original elements of the code articulable in relation to one another, for this fundamental language is so well organized that it literally covers the world with its network of signifiers. Nothing else in it is sure or certain, except that total, essential signification is involved. Each of these words has its own weight, emphasis, and mass as a signifier. The subject articulates them to one another. Whenever they are isolated, the properly enigmatic dimension of signification, insofar as the latter is infinitely less apparent than the certitude it conveys, is altogether striking. In other words, here the other only transmits beyond the code, as it were, without there being any possibility of integrating into it what might come from the place in which the subject articulates his message. From another perspective, if you put the little arrows back in here, messages come. They are not in any way authenticated by the other's return, as the support of the code, back to the message, nor 155 are they integrated into the code with any intention of any kind. They come from the other, as does every message, since there is nowhere for a message to come from except from the other, given that it is made from a language that is the language of the other, even when it comes from one of us as a reflection of the other. These messages, then, issue from the other, they leave this reference point behind and become articulated in this sort of proposal, and now I want to give you. Specifically, I want this for myself. And now, that must, however. What's missing? The principal thought, the one expressed at the level of the fundamental language. The voices themselves, which know the entire theory, also say, reflection is missing. This means, in effect, that messages of the other category of messages come from the other. They are a type of message that cannot be ratified as such. The message appears here, in that pure and broken dimension of signifiers, as something whose signification is only contained beyond oneself, as something that, by virtue of not being able to contribute to authentication by the you, appears as having no other aim than to present as lacking the position of the you, where signification is authenticated. Of course, the subject is driven to complete the signification himself, and therefore gives the sentence its complements. I do not now wish, say the voices, but elsewhere. 141. He says to himself that he, Schreiber, cannot acknowledge that he is a. The message remains broken in that it is unable to go via the path of the you and can only arrive at point gamma as an interrupted message. I think I have indicated well enough that in order for the dimension of the other to be fully able to exercise its function as other, as the locus of the depot or treasure trove of signifiers, it must include the following, which is that it also contain the signifier of the other as other. The other also has, beyond itself, this other capable of giving the law its foundation. This is a dimension which, of course, is also of the order of signifiers, and is embodied in people who underpin this authority. The fact that on occasion these people are absent, that for example the father is deficient in the sense that he is too stupid, is not what's essential. What is essential is that, in one way or another, the subject has acquired the dimension of the name of the father. Of course what actually happens, and you can glean this from biographies, is that the father is often there in the kitchen doing the dishes and wearing his wife's apron. This is not at all sufficient to make a schizophrenic. 3. I am now going to write up on the blackboard the little schema with which I will introduce what I will talk about next time and which will make it possible for us to find a way to draw the distinction, which might seem a bit scholastic to you, between the name of father and the real father, the name of the father insofar as it may possibly be missing and the father who doesn't seem to need to be there for him not to be lacking. I will therefore introduce what will be the theme of my seminar next time, namely what, as of today, I will call the paternal metaphor. A name is never a signifier just like any other. To be sure, it is important to have one, but that does not mean for all that one has access to it, any more than one has access to the satisfaction I was talking to you about earlier, the satisfaction of desire, cuckolded in principle. This is why, in the famous speech act Mrs. Pankow was talking about yesterday, the invocation I was talking about earlier is going to be actualized concretely, psychologically in a dimension that we call metaphorical. In other words, you have to have the name of the Father, but you also have to know how to use it. It's on this that the destiny and outcome of the entire affair may largely depend. There are the real words that flow around the subject, notably in his childhood, but the essence of the paternal metaphor, which I announce to you today and which we will talk about at greater length next time, consists of the following triangle. Mother. Child, father. Everything that happens at S, the subject, depends on what signifiers are placed at A. If A truly is the locus of signifiers, it must itself carry some reflection of the essential signifier that I represent here by this zigzag, and which elsewhere, in my article, The Purloined Letter, I called schema L. 3 of these 4 cardinal points are given by the 3 subject terms of the Oedipus complex as signifiers, which we encounter at each of the vertices of the triangle. I will return to this next time, but I ask you for the moment to grant me what I am telling you, a story to whet your appetite. The fourth term is the S. He, not only do I grant you this, but this is where one starts, is in effect ineffably stupid, for he does not have 143. His own signifier. He lies outside the three vertices of the Oedipal triangle, and he is dependent on what takes place in this game. He is the dummy in the game. It's even because the game is structured in this way, I mean that it is conducted not only as a particular game, but as a game that is correctly instituted, that the subject will find himself dependent upon the three poles called ego-ideal, superego and reality. But to understand the transformation of the first triad into the second, you have to see that, dummy that he is, the subject, and there is a subject, gets little reward for his efforts in this game. From the unconstituted point where he is, it will be necessary for him to contribute to it, if not with his dollars, which perhaps he doesn't have as yet, then at least with his hide, that is to say with his images, his imaginary structure and all that follows. This is how the fourth term, the S, is going to be represented in something imaginary that is opposed to the signifier of the Oedipus complex and which, if it is to work, has to be ternary. Of course, there is an entire stock, the entire baggage of images. 158. To see this, open the books by Mr. Jung and his school, and you'll see that there is no end to such images, they sprout and they vegetate everywhere. There is the serpent, the dragon, tongues, the flaming eye, the green plant, the pot of flowers, the concierge. They are all fundamental images, incontestably stuffed with signification. It is just that we can do strictly nothing with them, and if you move about at this level, you will only succeed in losing yourself, along with your little lamp, in the vegetating forest of primitive archetypes. As to what interests us, namely the intersubjective dialectic, there are three images selected. I am articulating my thought a little too strongly here, to take on the role of guides. This is not difficult to understand, since something is in some way already ready, not only for being the homologue of the base of the triangle mother-father-child, but for merging with it. It is the relationship between MP dash slash 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 EP 144. The body, fragmented and by the same token enveloped by a good number of these images we have been talking about, and the unifying function of the total image of the body. In other words, the ego's relationship with the specular image already gives us the base of the imaginary triangle, here indicated by the dotted line. The other point EP is where we will see the effect of the paternal metaphor. I gave you this other point in my seminar last year on the object relation, but now you will see what place it has in formations of the unconscious. I think that you will have recognized this point just in the fact of seeing it here in the third position with the mother and the child. We see it here in another relation, which I did not at all hide from you last year, since we ended on the relation between the name of the father and what caused the fantasy of the little horse to emerge in our little Hans. This third point, I will name it, finally, 159. I think you already have it on the tip of your tongue, is nothing other than the phallus. And this is why the phallus occupies such a central place as an object in the Freudian economy. This alone is enough to show us where La Psychanalyse/Ist is in error, which is moving further and further away from it. It eludes the fundamental function of the phallus, with which the subject imaginarily identifies himself, reducing it to the notion of part object. This brings us back to comedy. I will leave you there for today, having shown you the ways in which the complex discourse, in which I am trying to bring together everything I have been presenting to you, comes together and holds together. January 8, 1958. 9. The paternal metaphor. Superego, reality, ego ideal. Ways the father can fail. The delicate question of the inverted Oedipus complex, the phallus as a signified the dimensions of something other. I made an exception and announced the title of what I am going to talk about today, namely the paternal metaphor. Not long ago, someone, slightly worried, I imagine, about the direction in which I was taking things, asked me, "What do you intend to speak about for the rest of the year?" And I replied, "I intend to address questions of structure." That way, I didn't compromise myself. Nevertheless, I actually do intend to talk to you about questions of structure this year concerning phonations of the unconscious. To put it simply, it's a matter of putting in place things that you talk about every day and by which you get confused every day in a way that in the end you don't even worry about anymore. The paternal metaphor, then, is about the father's function, as one might say in terms of interhuman relations. You encounter complications every day in the way in which you might have to make use of it as a concept that has taken on a certain familiar appearance since you started talking about it. What you need to know is precisely whether you are talking about it in the phone of a coherent discourse. The father's function has a place, a fairly large place, in the history of analysis. It lies at the heart of the question of the Oedipus complex. And that's where you see it presented. Freud introduced it right at the start, as the Oedipus complex appears as early as the interpretation of dreams. What the unconscious reveals in the beginning is first and foremost the Oedipus complex. The importance of the revelation of the unconscious is what infantile amnesia relates to. What it relates to is the existence of the child's desires for the mother and the fact that these desires are repressed. And not only are they suppressed, but it has been forgotten that these desires are 162 primordial. And not only are they primordial, but they are always there. That is where analysis started, and that is the basis on which a number of clinical questions arise. I have tried to organize the questions that have been raised in the history of analysis in relation to the Oedipus complex in a number of directions. 1. I distinguish three historical poles, which I will briefly situate for you. In the first, I will inscribe a question of historical importance. It's the question whether the Oedipus complex, initially promoted as fundamental in neurosis but which Freud's work turns into something universal, was to be encountered not only in neurotics but also in the normal person. And the question arose for a good reason, since the Oedipus complex has an essentially normalizing function. On the one hand, then, one could consider that it's an accident of the Oedipus complex that produces neurosis, but also raise the question whether there exist neuroses without an Oedipus complex. A number of observations seem to indicate, effectively, that the Oedipal drama doesn't always play the essential role but, for instance, that the child's exclusive relationship to its mother does. Experience thus obliged us to admit that there could be subjects presenting with a neurosis in which one did not at all find an Oedipus complex. I remind you that Nevros sens complex de Oedipi. Neurosis without Oedipus complex, is precisely the title of an article by Charles Odier. The notion of a neurosis without an Oedipus complex correlates with the totality of questions raised about what has been called the maternal superego. At the time at which the question of neurosis without an Oedipus complex was raised, Freud had already formulated that the superego was of paternal origin. And so the question arose, is the superego really uniquely of paternal origin? Is there not, in neurosis, behind the paternal superego, a much more demanding, more oppressive, more devastating and more insistent maternal superego? I do not want to go on at length, for we have a long road to travel. That, then, is the first reference point, where the exceptional cases and the relationship between the paternal superego and the maternal superego are grouped together. 147. Now for the second pole. Independently of whether the Oedipus complex is present or lacking for a subject, the question has been raised whether an entire field of pathology that falls under our jurisdiction and presents itself to our jurisdiction should not be referred to what we can call the pre-Oedipal field. There is the Oedipus complex. This Oedipus complex is thought 163 of as representing a phase, and while maturity is present at a certain moment in the subject's evolution, the Oedipus complex is always there. But what Freud had himself put forward in the early stages of his work, 5 years after the interpretation of dreams, in 3 essays on the theory of sexuality, was likely to make it understood that what happens prior to the Oedipus complex also has its importance. This assumes importance in Freud, to be sure, but via the Oedipus complex. It's just that at no point at that time was the notion of retroaction highlighted, the Nachtrieglichkeit of the Oedipus complex, to which, as you know, I am always insistently drawing your attention. This notion seemed to have escaped thought. People have only thought about the demands of the temporal past. Certain parts of our field of experience refer especially to this field of pre-Oedipal stages in the subject's development, namely, perversion on the one hand, and psychosis on the other. For some people, perversion was the primary, untouched state. We are no longer at that point, thank goodness. While in the early days this was a legitimate conception, at least in the name of an approximation to the question, it's certainly less so in our day. Perversion was essentially thought to be a pathology whose etiology supposedly referred specifically to the pre-Oedipal field, a pathology conditioned by an abnormal fixation. It is, moreover, for this reason that perversion was only ever thought to be an inverted neurosis or, more precisely, a neurosis that hadn't been inverted, with the neurosis remaining patent. What in neurosis had been inverted was openly apparent in perversion. Because perversion had not been repressed, since it had not passed through the Oedipus complex, the unconscious was there, out in the open. It's a conception that nobody entertains any longer, which, however, doesn't mean that we have advanced any further. I make the point, then, that questions of perversion and psychosis are grouped around the question of the pre-Oedipal field. Everything that is involved here can now be clarified for us in a number of ways. Whether we are dealing with perversion or psychosis, it's always a matter of the imaginary function. Even without being particularly familiar with the use we make of the image here. Each and every one of you is able to appreciate the special importance it has in these two registers, from quite different angles, of course. An endophasic invasion comprised of words heard doesn't have the troublesome, parasitic character of an image in a perversion, but, in both cases, it's a matter of pathological manifestations 164 in which the field of reality is profoundly disturbed by images. The history of psychoanalysis shows us that our experience, the concern for coherence and the manner in which theory is constructed and makes sense have led to some occasionally profound disturbances to the field of reality by the invasion of the imaginary being attributed to the pre-Oedipal field. Moreover, the term imaginary seems to render better service than the term fantasy, which would be unsuitable for talking about the psychoses and the perversions. An entire direction in analysis committed itself to the exploration of the pre-Oedipal field, even to the point that one could say that this is the direction in which all essential progress since Freud has been made. In this respect I emphasize the paradox, essential to today's theme, of the testimony that Mrs. Melanie Klein's work constitutes. In any work, as with anything that is put into words, there are two levels. On the one hand, there is what she says, what she formulates in a discourse and what she wants to say, insofar as, if we separate the wanting and the saying, her intention is there in the meaning. And then, we would not be analysts in the sense in which I am trying to get you to hear things here, if we did not know that she sometimes says a little bit more beyond that. This is even habitually what our approach consists in, grasp what one is saying beyond what one means to say. Mrs. Melanie Klein's work says things that are full of importance, but sometimes through nothing other than the internal contradictions of her texts, which may be subject to certain criticisms, which have been made. Then, there is also what she says without meaning to say it, and one of the most striking things in this respect is the following. This woman has contributed views that are so profound and enlightening, not only about pre-Oedipal times, but about the children that she examines and analyses at a stage that, in a first approximation of the theory, is presumed to be pre-Oedipal. This analyst, who forcibly explores, in children, in terms it seems that are sometimes pre-verbal, almost at the emergence of speech, well then, the further back she goes into the supposedly pre-Oedipal time of history, the more she sees there, the more she always, all the time, permanently, sees the Oedipal question there. Read her article on the Oedipus complex, specifically. She describes an extremely precocious stage of development, the 149 so-called stage of the formation of bad objects, which is prior to the so-called paranoid depressive phase and is bound up with the appearance of the mother's body in its totality. Listening to her, the predominant role in the evolution of the child's initial object relations is played by the insides of the mother's body as the center 165 of the child's entire attention. Now, you will be surprised to observe that, basing herself on drawings, words, and an entire reconstruction of the psychology of children at this stage, Mrs. Melanie Klein testifies to us that amongst the bad objects present in the mother's body, including all the rivals, the bodies of brothers and sisters, past, present and future, there is, quite precisely, the father represented in the form of his penis. This is indeed a discovery that merits our attention, since it's situated at the initial stages of imaginary relationships, to which the properly schizophrenic functions, and psychotic functions in general, can be attached. This contradiction is a highly valuable one, when Mrs. Melanie Klein's intention was to go off and explore pre-Oedipal states. The further back she goes on the imaginary plane, the further back she discovers, very difficult to explain if we cling to a purely historical notion of the Oedipus complex, the appearance of the paternal third term, and this is so from the child's earliest imaginary phases. This is why I say that her work says more than she means to say. Here, then, we have already defined two poles in the evolution of interest around the Oedipus complex. First, questions of the superego and neuroses without the Oedipus complex, and, second, questions concerning disturbances that are produced in the field of reality. The third pole, equally deserving of comment, the Oedipus complex's relationship with genitalization, as one says. This is not the same thing. On the one hand, a point that so many explorations and discussions in history have moved into the background, but which always remains implicit in everything clinical, the Oedipus complex has a normative function, not simply in the subject's moral structure, nor in his relations with reality, but concerning the assumption of his sex, which, as you know, still retains a certain ambiguity in analysis. Moreover, the properly genital function is the object of a maturation that follows an initial sexual spurt in the order of the organic, for which an anatomical support has been sought in the double growth of the testicles and the creation of spermatozoa. The relationship between this organic growth and the existence of the Oedipus complex in the human species has remained a phylogenetic question over which a lot of obscurity hovers, to the point where nobody takes 150 the risk of writing articles on the subject anymore. But, actually, this question has been no less present in the history of analysis. The question of genitalization is therefore twofold. There is, on 166 the one hand, growth which carries an evolution or a maturation. There is, on the other hand, in the Oedipus complex, the subject's assumption of his own sex, that is, to call things by their name, what makes it the case that a man assumes the virile type and that a woman assumes a certain feminine type, recognizes herself as a woman and identifies with her functions as a woman. Virility and feminization are the two terms that translate what is essentially the function of the Oedipus complex. Here we find ourselves at the level at which the Oedipus complex is directly tied to the function of the ego ideal. It has no other meaning. Here, then, are the three chapters into which you can classify every discussion that has been produced around the Oedipus complex and, consequently, around the function of the father, for they are one and the same thing. There is no question of the Oedipus complex if there is no father, and, inversely, to speak about the Oedipus complex is to introduce the function of the father as essential. I will repeat for those who take notes. On the historical subject of the Oedipus complex, everything revolves around three poles: the Oedipus complex in relation to the superego, in relation to reality, and in relation to the ego ideal. The ego ideal, to the extent that genitalization, insofar as it has been assumed, becomes an element in the ego ideal. Reality, insofar as it concerns relations between the Oedipus complex and the afflictions that involve a disruption of the relationship to reality, perversion and psychosis. I will summarize this on the blackboard, with an addition whose signification you will see later. Superego. Reality. Ego ideal. Now let's try and go a bit further. Now that you have these broad, global groupings, underlined by history, amply present to assist you, we are going to move forward into the third chapter, the function of the Oedipus complex insofar. 151. As it directly affects the assumption of one's sex, and what has been so little clarified with respect to the castration complex. We are happy enough to take things from the clinical angle and naively ask, concerning cases, and what about the father? What was he doing during that time? What was his involvement in the 167 situation? The question of the father's absence or presence, of his beneficial or harmful nature is clearly not hidden. We have even seen the term paternal deficiency appear recently, which was not a minor topic to take on. Knowing what people have said on the matter, and whether it holds up, is another question. But in the end, this paternal deficiency, whether known by this name or not, is a topic on today's agenda in the evolution of analysis that is becoming increasingly environmentalist, as it's elegantly expressed. Not every analyst falls into this trap, thank goodness. A lot of analysts, if you bring them biographical information as interesting as, but the parents didn't get on, there was marital conflict and that explains everything, will answer, even those with whom we are not in agreement, so what? This proves absolutely nothing. We would expect no particular kind of effect, and they would be right. That said, when one is seeking this paternal deficiency, what is one interested in concerning the father? Questions in the biographical register come flooding in. Was the father there or not? Did he travel? Was he away? Did he return often? And also, can an Oedipus complex be constituted in a non-null manner when there is no father? These are questions that are very interesting in themselves, and I would say even more. It was from this angle that the first paradoxes were introduced, those that led to raising the questions that followed. It was then noticed that an Oedipus complex could be very well formed even when the father was not there. At the very beginning, it was always thought that it was some excess in the father's presence, or excess in the father, that created all the dramas. This was the time when the image of the terrifying father was considered a damaging element. In neurosis, it was very soon observed that it was even more serious when he was too nice. We were slow to learn these lessons, and now we are at the other extreme, wondering about paternal deficiencies. There are weak fathers, submissive fathers, subjugated fathers, fathers castrated by their wife, and, finally, ill fathers, blind fathers, bankrupt fathers, and whatever you want. We should nevertheless try to detect what can be extracted from such a situation and find the minimum of formulas that will enable us to move forward. First of all, the question of his concrete presence or concrete absence, as someone in the surroundings. If we place ourselves at 152, 168, the level at which these researches take place, that is to say at the level of reality, one can say that it's completely possible, conceivable, actualized, and palpable in our experience that the father is there even when he isn't there, which should already encourage us to adopt a certain level of prudence in the use of the environmentalist point of view concerning the father's function. Even in cases in which the father isn't there, or the child has been left alone with its mother, completely normal Oedipus complexes, normal in both senses, normal as normalizing on the one hand, and also normal insofar as they denormalize, I mean by their neuroticizing effect, for example, are established in a manner that is exactly homogeneous with other cases. First point that should grab our attention. Concerning the deficiency of the father, I would simply point out to you that one never knows in what respect the father is deficient. In certain cases, we're told he's too nice, which would seem to mean that he should be nasty. On the other hand, the fact that, manifestly, he can be too nasty, implies that it would perhaps be better if from time to time he were nice. In the end, We went around this little merry-go-round a long time ago. We discerned that the problem of the father's deficiency did not directly concern the child in question, but, as was obvious from the outset, that one could begin to say things that were a little more effective concerning this deficiency by taking it in the context of the place he has to occupy as a member of the fundamental trio of the family. But one did not, for all that, manage to formulate what was at stake any better. I do not want to dwell on this at length, but last year we spoke about it with respect to little Hans. We saw the difficulties that we had in pinpointing where the deficiency of the paternal character lay, taken solely from the environmentalist point of view, whereas he was far from being deficient in his family. He was there, close to his wife, he fulfilled his role, he talked about things and she would tell him where to shove it a bit too often, but in the end he was very involved with his child, he was not absent, and so little absent that he even had his child analyzed, which is the best outlook that one could expect from a father, at least in this sense. It's worth coming back to the question of the father's deficiency, but one enters here into a world that is so much in movement that we should try to draw a distinction that makes it possible to see in what way the research falls down. It falls down, not because of what it finds, but because of what it seeks. I believe that the fault in the orientation is that one is confusing two things that have a re-1ation 169 ship but are not to be confused, the father as normative and the father as normal. Of course, the father can be very denormativizing insofar as he himself isn't normal, but that is to reject the question at 153. The level of structure, neurotic, psychotic, of the father. Therefore, the father's normality is one question, that of his normal position in the family is another. The third point I put forward, his position in the family isn't to be confused with an exact definition of his normativizing role. Speaking of his deficiency in the family isn't the same as speaking of his deficiency in the complex. Effectively, to speak about his deficiency in the complex, we have to introduce another dimension than the realist dimension defined by his characterological, biographical, or other mode of presence in the family. It's in that direction that I am going to take my next step. 3. Now that you can see the current state of the question, more or less, I am going to attempt to introduce a little bit of order and get a broader view of these paradoxes. Let's now introduce the father's role more accurately. Since it's his place in the complex that can give an indication of the direction in which to move forward and establish a correct formulation, let's now investigate the complex and go back to the ABC of it. At the outset, the terrifying father. Still, this image summarizes something much more complex, as the name indicates. The father intervenes at several levels. First, he prohibits the mother. That is the function and origin of the Oedipus complex. It's where the father connects to the primordial law of the prohibition of incest. It's this father, we are told, who is charged with representing this prohibition. Sometimes he has to directly, as when the child is too effusive, demonstrative, or indulges in its inclinations, but he plays his role well beyond this. It's through his entire presence, through his effects in the unconscious, that he succeeds in prohibiting the mother. You are waiting for me to say, under the threat of castration. It's true, it has to be said, but it's not so simple. It's understood that castration has a manifest role here, one that is increasingly confirmed. The link between castration and the law is essential, but let's see how this presents itself to us clinically. I feel obliged to remind you of this because my remarks produce all sorts of textual echoes in you. Let's start with the boy. The relationship between the boy and his father is regulated, this is taken for granted, by the fear of 170 castration. What is this fear of castration? How are we to take it? We encounter it in the initial experience of the Oedipus complex, but in what form? We encounter it as a form of retaliation within. 154. An aggressive relationship. The aggression arises in the boy insofar as his privileged object, the mother, has been prohibited him and is directed towards the father. It returns to him as a function of the dual relationship, insofar as he imaginarily projects intentions onto the father that are equivalent to or reinforced in relation to his own but which find their point of departure in his own aggressive tendencies. In short, the fear experienced towards the father is clearly centrifugal, I mean it has its center in the subject. This presentation agrees both with experience and with the history of analysis. It's from this angle that, as experience very quickly taught us, the effect of the fear experienced in the Oedipus complex with respect to the father has to be assessed. Although castration is profoundly bound up with the symbolic articulation of the prohibition of incest, it appears, then, in our entire experience, and particularly with respect to those who are its privileged objects, namely neurotics, on the imaginary level. That is where it starts. It doesn't start with a commandment of the type that the law of Manu formulates: whosoever should sleep with his mother shall cut off his genitals, and holding them in his right hand, or left, I don't remember which very well, will go towards the west until he dies. That's the law, but this law has not particularly, as such, reached the ears of our neurotics. In general, it's even somewhat left in the shadows. There are, moreover, other ways of dealing with it, but I do not have the time to spend on it today. And so, the manner in which a neurotic embodies the castrating threat is bound up with imaginary aggression. Its retaliation. Just as Jupiter is quite capable of castrating Kronos, our little Jupiters fear that Kronos will do the job himself first. Our examination of the Oedipus complex, the way it presents itself in experience, was introduced by Freud and has been articulated in theory, gives us something different again, which is the delicate question of the inverted Oedipus complex. I do not know if it seems self-evident to you, but in reading Freud's article, or any other article by any other author on the subject, whenever the question of the Oedipus complex arises, one is always struck by the extremely shifting, nuanced and disconcerting role that the function of the inverted Oedipus complex plays. The inverted Oedipus complex is never absent from the Func 171 of the Oedipus complex, I mean, the element of love for the father cannot be avoided. It's what brings the Oedipus complex to an end, its dissolution, in a dialectic that remains very ambiguous between love and identification, identification as rooted in love. Identification and love, these are not the same thing. One can identify with someone without loving them, and vice versa, but the two 155 terms are nevertheless closely tied to and absolutely indissociable from one another. In Freud's article about the dissolution of the complex, Die Untergang des Oedipus Komplexes, the dissolution of the Oedipus complex, from 1924, read the explanation he gives of the final identification which is its outcome. It's insofar as the father is loved that the subject identifies with him and discovers the final solution to the Oedipus complex in a composite of amnesic repression and the acquisition within himself of this ideal term, owing to which he becomes the father. I am not saying that he is henceforth and immediately a little male, but he too can become someone. He already has the titles in his pocket, the matter in reserve, and when the time comes, providing things go well and the little piglets don't eat it, at the time of puberty he will have his penis already with its certificate: Daddy was there to confer it on me at the right moment. That's not how it happens if a neurosis declares itself, precisely because something's not in order in the title in question. However, the inverted Oedipus complex isn't so simple either. It's via the same pathway, that of love, that the position of inversion can be produced, namely, in lieu of a beneficial identification, the subject finds himself affected by a nice little passive position at the unconscious level which will reappear in due course, placing him in a kind of angle bisector, squeeze panic. It's a position the subject is caught in, which he has discovered all alone, and it is quite advantageous. It consists in placing oneself in the right place to gain the favors of this redoubtable father who has forbidden so many things but who is otherwise quite nice, that is to say, getting him to love one. But since getting him to love one consists first of all in joining the ranks of women, and since one still retains one's little virile self-love, this position, as Freud explains, carries the danger of castration, Hence this form of unconscious homosexuality that places the subject in a conflictual situation with multiple consequences. On the one hand, the constant return of the homosexual position with respect to the father and, on the other, its suspension, that is, its repression, by virtue of the threat of castration that this position entails. None of this is simple. Well, we are trying to develop something that allows us to conceptualize it in a more rigorous manner and ask better questions in any given case. So let's summarize. As before, the summary will consist of intro 172 detailing a number of distinctions that serve as a prelude to realigning the point that isn't working. Already, earlier, we were getting to this, that the question has not been raised with respect to the ego ideal. Let us also try here to carry out the reduction that we have 156 just started to undertake. I put the following to you. It's not too great a claim to say here and now that, here, the father comes to the position of intruder. And not simply because his sheer volume makes him an encumbrance, but because he prohibits. What does he prohibit, exactly? Let's press on and draw some distinctions. Do we have to bring the emergence of the genital drive in and say that, in the first instance, he prohibits its real satisfaction? On the one hand, the latter seems to take place earlier. But it's also clear that something revolves around the fact that he prohibits the small child from making use of his penis at the time at which the tendencies of the said penis start to manifest themselves. We will say, therefore, that it's a question of prohibition by the father with respect to the real drive. But why the father? Experience shows that the mother does too. Recall the observation of little Hans, where it's the mother who says, "Put it away, you don't do that." In general, it's most often the mother who says, "If you keep on doing that, we will call the doctor who will cut it off." It's therefore correct to point out that the father, as he who prohibits at the level of the real drive, isn't so essential. Let's return, in this connection, to what I contributed last year. As you see, these things always end up being useful, my table with 3 levels. Real father castration imaginary. Symbolic mother frustration real. Imaginary father privation symbolic. What is the issue at the level of the threat of castration? The issue is the real intervention of the father concerning an imaginary threat, R.I., since it's a fairly rare occurrence that he gets it cut off in reality. I point out to you that on this table castration is a symbolic act, the agent of which is someone real, the father or the mother who tells him, "You will have it cut off," and whose object is an imaginary 173 object. If the child feels it has been cut off, it's because he imagines it. I point out to you that this is paradoxical. You could make the following objection: this is the actual level of castration, and you are telling me that the father isn't all that useful. That is indeed what I am saying. Yes, it is. Also, what does the father prohibit? This is the point we started with: he prohibits the mother. As object, she is his, she isn't the child's. This is the level at which this rivalry with the father, which 157 engenders aggression quite by itself, is established. The father does indeed frustrate the child of its mother. Here you have another level, that of frustration. Here, the father intervenes as having rights and not as a real person. Even if he isn't there, even if he calls the mother on the telephone, for example, the result is the same. Here it's the father as symbolic who intervenes and frustrates, an imaginary act concerning an object that is quite real, which is the mother insofar as the child needs her, s.r. Then we have the third level, that of privation, which intervenes in the articulation of the Oedipus complex. This level involves the father insofar as he is preferred by the mother, which is a dimension that you are absolutely obliged to bring into the final function, the one that results in the formation of the ego ideal, S plus S.R. It's inasmuch as the father becomes, in whatever way, through strength or weakness, an object that the mother prefers that the final identification can be established. The question of the inverted Oedipus complex and its function is established at this level. I would go even further. This is where the question of the difference of the effect of the complex upon the boy and the girl is centered. Everything proceeds smoothly as far as the girl is concerned, and it's for this reason that the function of the castration complex is said to be asymmetrical for the boy and the girl. It's the entry that she finds difficult, whereas at the end the solution is made easier, since the father, as bearer of the phallus, has no difficulty in getting himself preferred over the mother. For the boy, on the other hand, it's a different matter, and this is where there remains a gap. How does the father get himself preferred over the mother insofar as this is how the exit from the Oedipus complex occurs? We find ourselves faced with the same difficulty we encountered with respect to the establishment of the inverted Oedipus complex. It seems to me as a consequence that, for the boy, the Oedipus complex is always the least normativizing, whereas, really, the implication of what we are told is that it's the most, because virility is assumed via identification with the father. In the end, the problem is how, in the case of the boy, it comes about that the father's essential function of prohibition doesn't result in what is the very clear conclusion on the third level, 174, namely, the privation that is correlated with identification with the ideal, which tends to be produced for both boy and girl. It's to the extent that the father becomes her ego ideal that the girl's recognition that she doesn't have the phallus occurs. But this is good for her, whereas for the boy it would be an absolutely disastrous outcome, as it sometimes is. Here, the agent is I, whereas the object is SI.S. 158. In other words, at the time of the normativizing outcome of the Oedipus complex, the child recognizes not truly having what he has, in the case of the boy, and what she doesn't have, in the case of the girl. What happens at the level of identification with the ideal, a level at which the father gets the mother to prefer him, and not at the exit from the Oedipus complex, must literally result in privation. For the girl, this result is entirely admissible, and entirely conformizing, even though it's never completely achieved, for there always remains a little aftertaste, which is called penis nade, proof that it doesn't really work rigorously. But in the case where it must work, if we stick to the schema, the boy should always be castrated. There is, therefore, something that doesn't work, that is missing in our explanation. Let me now attempt to introduce the solution. What is a father? I am not saying in the family, for in the family he is whatever he wants to be, he is a shadow, he is a banker, he is whatever he has to be, he is, or he isn't it. This is of overriding importance sometimes, but it may also be of none at all. The question is entirely about what he is in the Oedipus complex. Well then, the father isn't a real object, even if he has to intervene as a real object to embody castration. If he isn't a real object, what is he? He isn't solely an ideal object either because, on that side of things, it's only accidents that can happen. Well, the Oedipus complex is, nevertheless, not solely a catastrophe since it's the foundation of our relationship to culture, as one says. And so, naturally, you are going to tell me, the father is the symbolic father, you have already said as much. In effect, I have already said it to you often enough for me not to repeat it to you today. What I am bringing you today is giving precisely a bit more precision to the notion of the symbolic father. It's this: the father is a metaphor. What is a metaphor? Let's state it straight out and put it up on our table, which will enable us to rectify the difficult consequences 175 of the table. A metaphor, as I have already explained to you, is a signifier that comes to take the place of another signifier. I am saying that this is the father in the Oedipus complex, even if that must be astonishing to the ears of some people. I am saying exactly this: the father is a signifier substituted for another signifier. That is the mainspring, the essential and unique mainspring, of the father's intervention in the Oedipus complex. And if you don't look for the paternal deficiencies at this level, you won't find them anywhere else. 159. The father's function in the Oedipus complex is to be a signifier substituted for the first signifier introduced into symbolization, the maternal signifier. According to the formula that, as I once explained to you, was the formula for metaphor, the father comes to the place of the mother, S in the place of S being the mother insofar as she is already linked to something that was X, which is the signified in relationship to the mother. Father mother mother X, the mother comes and goes. It's because I am a small being who is already caught up in the symbolic, because I have learned to symbolize, that it's possible to say that she comes and goes. In other words, I perceive her or I do not perceive her, the world changes with her arrival, and it may disappear. The question is, what is the signified? What does she want? I would really like it to be me that she wants, but it's very clear that it's not just me that she wants. There are other things at work in her. What is at work in her is the X, the signified. And the signified of the mother's comings and goings is the phallus. The child, more or less shrewdly, or with more or less luck, may come to discern very early on what the imaginary X is and, once he has understood this, may make himself the phallus. But the imaginary way isn't the normal way. Moreover, it's for this reason that it leads to what one calls fixations. And also, this way isn't normal because in the end it's never pure, it's not completely accessible, it always leaves something that is approximate and unfathomable, even something dual, which makes for all the polymorphism of perversion. What is the symbolic way? It's the metaphorical way. I will give 176 you the schema that will serve as our guide first and explain it to you later. Since we have come more or less to the end of today's discussion, it's insofar as the father is substituted for the mother as signifier that the usual outcome of metaphor will be produced, the one that is expressed in the formula on the blackboard. The intermediary signifying element falls, and the centers into possession of the object of the mother's desire by way of the metaphor, which henceforth presents itself in the form of the phallus. 160. I am not saying that I am giving you the solution in an already transparent form. I am giving it to you in the form of its end result to show you where this is going. We shall see how one gets there and what the point of going there is, that is, everything that this solution resolves. I leave you with this rough affirmation in your hands. My claim is that the entire question of the impasses of the Oedipus complex can be resolved if we regard the father's intervention as the substitution of one signifier for another signifier. 4. So as to begin to explain the thing to you a little bit, I will introduce a remark which, I hope, will nourish your dreams for the week. A metaphor is located in the unconscious. Now, if there is one thing that is truly surprising, it's that no one discovered the unconscious earlier, since it has always been there and, moreover, it's still there. The fact of the matter is, no doubt, that one needed to know it on the inside in order to perceive that this place existed. I would simply like to give you something with which you, who wander about the world as, I hope, so many apostles of my word, could introduce the question of the unconscious to people who have never heard it mentioned. You would say to them, how astonishing it is that ever since the world has been the world none of these people who call themselves philosophers has ever dreamt of producing, at least not in the classical period. These days we 177 have lightened up a bit, but there is still some way to go, this essential dimension that I have spoken to you about under the name of something other. I have already spoken to you about the desire for something other, not as you feel it at the moment, perhaps, the desire to go out and eat a sausage rather than listen to me, but at any rate, and whatever it's about, the desire for something other as such. This dimension isn't present solely in desire. It's present in many other states that are permanent. Wakefulness, for example, what do we call wakefulness? It's not something we think about enough. To be awake, so what, you will tell me. Being awake is what Freud evokes in his study of President Schreiber when he speaks to us about Before Dawn, a chapter of Nietzsche's Zarathustra. This is indeed the type of reference that reveals to us the extent to which Freud lived in this something other. When I spoke to you formerly about the day, the peace of the evening and some other little things like that which more or less reached you, it was centered entirely on 161. This suggestion. Before sunrise, is it really the sun that is going to appear? It's something other that is latent, expected at the moment of waking. And then, claustration. Isn't this an essential dimension? As soon as a man arrives somewhere, in the virgin forest or in the desert, he commences by closing himself in. If needs be, he'll put up 2 doors, like Cami, to get the air circulating between them. It's a matter of setting oneself up inside, but it's not simply a notion of interior and exterior, it's the notion of the other, of what the other is as such, of what is not the place in which one is shut off. I would go even further, if you were to explore the phenomenology, as some might say, of claustration, you would realize to what extent it's absurd to limit the function of fear to a relationship with a real danger. The close relationship fear has with security should be obvious to you via the phenomenology of phobia. You would know that, for the phobic, his moments of anxiety occur when he observes that he has lost his fear, when you start to alleviate his phobia for him a little bit. It's at that moment that he will tell himself, this is not good. I no longer know at what places I have to stop. In losing my fear, I have lost my security. In short, everything I said to you last year about little Hans. There is also a dimension that you do not think about enough, I'm convinced of it, because you live in it as if it were the air you breathe, it's called boredom. You have perhaps never thought enough about the extent to which boredom is typically a dimension of the something other that even manages to be formulated as such in the clearest of manners, you would like something other. We 178 are happy to eat shit, but not always the same shit. These are types of diversion, formulated diversions, already symbolized, away from the essential relationship with something other. You are going to think that, all of a sudden, I am falling into romanticism and melancholy. You can see it, desire, claustration, wakefulness, I was on the point of offering a prayer while I was at it, why not? Where is he headed? Where's he going? No, I would like to end by drawing your attention to the various manifestations of the presence of something other insofar as they are institutionalized. You can classify the human formations that men institute wherever they go, and everywhere they go, what we call collective institutions, according to the satisfaction they give to the different ways of relating to something other. As soon as man arrives somewhere, he builds a prison and a brothel, that is, the places where desire truly is, and he waits for something, a better world, a future world. He is there, he conducts a vigil, he waits for the revolution. But above all, as soon as 162. He arrives somewhere, it's excessively important that all his occupations use boredom. An occupation only begins to become serious when what constitutes it, that is to say, in general, regularity, has become perfectly boring. Think in particular of everything in your analytic practice that has been very precisely set up to make you bored. Being bored, that's the key. A huge part, at least, of what are called the technical rules to be observed by analysts are nothing other than the means for giving this occupation a guarantee of professional standards, but if you look very closely at things, you will see that it's insofar as they approve, sustain, and maintain the function of boredom at the heart of practice. That is a little introduction that doesn't yet introduce you to what I will be talking about next time when I will show you that it's at the level of this other, as such, that the dialectic of the signifier is located and that it's from there that it's best to explore the function, the impact, the precise pressure and the inductor effect of the naming of the Father, also as such. January 15, 1958. X. The three moments of the Oedipus complex, I. From the name of the Father to the phallus. The key to the decline of the Oedipus complex being and having caprice and the law the a-subject child. We will continue our examination of what I have been calling the paternal metaphor. We got to the point where I was claiming that all possibilities of clearly articulating the Oedipus complex and its mainspring, namely, The castration complex resided in the structure that I have been advocating as that of metaphor. To those of you who might be astonished that I have come so late to formulating the question that has been so central in the theory and practice of analysis, I would reply that it was impossible to do so without having demonstrated to you, in various theoretical and practical areas, the deficiencies in the formulas that are commonly used in analysis and, above all, without having shown how it's possible to give more adequate formulas, as it were. To begin to formulate the problems, I first need to accustom you, for example, to think in terms of the subject. What is a subject? Is it something that is purely and simply confused with the individual reality opposite you when you say the subject? Or is it rather that, from the moment you get him to speak, something else is necessarily implied? What I mean is this. Is speech like an emanation floating above him, or does it develop? Does it, yes or no, by itself, impose a structure like the one I have been commenting on at length and familiarizing you with? A structure that says that once there is a speaking subject there is no longer any question of simply reducing the question of the subject's relations, insofar as he speaks, to an other, but that there is always. 179. 164. A third party, the big other, who is constitutive of the subject's position, insofar as he speaks, which is also to say, insofar as you analyze him. 180. This is not simply a supplementary theoretical requirement. It actually makes things easier when it comes to understanding where the effects you are dealing with are located, namely what happens when you encounter in a subject demands, desires, a fantasy, which is not the same thing, and, also, what, in short, seems to be the most uncertain and difficult to grasp and define of all, a reality. We will get the chance to see this at the point we have now arrived at in explaining the term paternal metaphor. 1. What is the paternal metaphor? Strictly speaking, in what has been constituted out of a primordial symbolization between child and mother, it's the substitution of the father as a symbol or signifier in the place of the mother. We shall see what the meaning of this in the place of the mother is, which constitutes the turning point or the motor nerve essential to the Oedipus complex's forward movement. The terms I set out for you last year concerning the child's relations with its mother are summarized in the imaginary triangle that I taught you how to use. Now, introducing the child father-mother triangle as fundamental is bringing in something that is undoubtedly real, but that already places a symbolic relationship, I mean an established one, in the real. It places it objectively, as it were, insofar as we ourselves are able to make an object of it, are able to look at it. The initial reality relationship takes shape between the mother and the child, and it's here that the child experiences the first realities of its contact with the living world. In order to describe the situation objectively, we will bring the father into the triangle, whereas for the child he has not yet made his entry. The father, for us, he is real. But let's not forget that he is only real for us insofar as the institutions confer upon him. I am not even going to say his role and function as father, it's not a sociological question, but his name as father. That the father is, for example, the real agent of procreation is in no case a truth of experience. It so happens that at a time when analysts still discussed serious matters it was observed that, in some primitive tribe, procreation was attributed to, I don't know, a fountain, a stone or an encounter with a spirit in some far-off place. On this point Mr. Jones 181 had made the remark, very relevant moreover, that it was entirely unthinkable that this truth of experience would elude intelligent, d. 165 beings, and we attribute a minimum of this intelligence to all human beings. It's quite clear that, barring exceptions, but exceptional exceptions, a woman does not give birth unless she has had coitus and, moreover, within a very precise time span. But in making this particularly pertinent remark, Mr. Ernest Jones was quite simply leaving out everything important in the matter. What is important, in effect, is not that people know perfectly well that a woman can only bear a child if she has had coitus. It's that they acknowledge with a signifier that the one with whom she has had coitus is the father. For otherwise, in the way that the order of symbols is intrinsically constituted, absolutely nothing precludes the something responsible for procreation from continuing to be maintained, in the symbolic system, as identical to whatever you like, that is, a rock, a fountain, or an encounter with a spirit in some far-off place. The father's position as symbolic doesn't depend on people's having more or less recognized the need for a certain sequence of events as different as coitus and giving birth. The name of the father's position as such, the attribution of father as procreator, is something that is located at the symbolic level. It can be brought about in various cultural forms, but as such it does not depend on its cultural form. It's a requirement of the signifying chain. Merely by virtue of the fact that you institute a symbolic order, something corresponds to, or does not correspond to, the function defined as the name of the father. And within this function you place significations that may be different according to the case, but which in no case depend on any other necessity than the necessity of the father's function, to which the narn of the father corresponds in the signifying chain. I believe I have stressed this sufficiently already. Here, then, is what we can call the symbolic triangle, as it is instituted in the real when there is a signifying chain or the articulation of speech. I'm saying that there is a relationship between this symbolic ternary and what I brought here last year in the form of the imaginary ternary to represent the child's relationship to the mother, insofar as the child finds itself dependent on the mother's desire, on the first symbolization of the mother as such, and nothing else. Through this symbolization, the child detaches its affective dependence on the mother's desire from the pure and simple lived experience of this dependence, and something that is subjectivized at an initial or primitive level is instituted. This subjectification consists simply in posing the mother as this primordial being who may 182 be there or not. In the child's own desire this being is essential. What does the subject desire? It's not simply a matter of appetition for the 166. Mother's care, contact, or even her presence, but of appetition for her desire. Immediately following this first symbolization in which the child's desire takes shape, all the subsequent complications of symbolization begin. As a result, a dimension opens up by which what the mother, as a being who lives in the world of symbols, a world in which symbols are present, a speaking world, objectively desires is inscribed virtually. Even if she only lives in it partially, or even if she is, as sometimes happens, a being ill-adapted to this world of symbols or who has refused certain elements within it, this primordial symbolization nevertheless opens up, for the child, the dimension of whatever else it is that the mother may desire on the imaginary plane. This is how the desire for something other that I spoke about last week makes its entry, in a manner that is still confused and completely virtual, not in the substantial manner that would enable it to be recognized in all its generality, as I did in the last seminar, but in a concrete manner. There is in her the desire for something other than to satisfy my own desire, which is starting to pulse with life. Down that path, there is both access and there is no access. In this relationship of illusion by which the first being reads or anticipates the satisfaction of his desires in the hint of a movement in the other, in this dual adaptation of image to image which occurs in all interanimal relations, how are we to conceptualize that what is other in what the subject desires is able to be read therein as in a mirror, as it's expressed in Scripture? Surely, it's both difficult to think about and too difficult to bring about, since this is the whole issue around what happens at this primitive level of a switch point for perversions. It's difficult to bring about, in the sense that it's brought about in a faulty way, though it's brought about nevertheless. It's certainly not brought about without the intervention of a little more than the primordial symbolization of this mother who comes and goes, whom one calls when she is not there and whom, when she is there, one pushes away so that one can call her back again. This something extra, which must be there, is precisely the existence behind her of this entire symbolic order on which she depends, and which, since it's always there more or less, permits a degree of access to the object of her desire, which is already such a specialized object and so marked with the necessity the symbolic system institutes that in its prevalence it's absolutely unthinkable in any other way. 183 This object is called the phallus, and it's what I made our entire dialectic of the object relation revolve around last year. 167. Why? Why would this object be necessary in this place unless it was privileged in the symbolic order? This is the question I want to enter into now in greater detail. In this drawing there is a relationship of symmetry between phallus, which is here, at the vertex of the imaginary ternary, and father, at the vertex of the symbolic ternary. As we will see, there is not simply a symmetry here, but rather a connection. How is it that I can already claim that this connection is metaphorical in kind? Well, this is precisely what takes us to the dialectic of the Oedipus complex. Let's try to articulate what is at issue step by step, as Freud did and as others have done after him. Not everything is always completely clear therein, nor clearly symbolized. We shall try to go further, and not just for the satisfaction of our intellect. If we articulate step by step the genesis, if one can use this term, that makes the position of the signifier of the father in the symbolic foundational for the position of the phallus on the imaginary plane, if we can manage to clearly distinguish the logical moments, as it were, of the constitution of the phallus on the imaginary plane as a privileged and predominant object, and if, as a result of these distinctions, we are better able to orient ourselves and better able to question the patients we interview, the meaning of our clinical work and the management of treatment, then we shall regard our efforts as justified. Given the difficulties we encounter in our clinical work, interviews and examinations and in the management of the therapy, these efforts are justified in advance. Take this desire of the other, which is the mother's desire, and which contains something beyond. Just reaching this beyond alone requires mediation, and this mediation is given precisely by the 184 father's position in the symbolic order. Rather than proceeding dogmatically, let's think about the way in which the question arises in concrete terms. We shall see that there are very different states, cases, and also stages where the child 168 identifies with the phallus. That was the point of the course we adopted last year. We showed an exemplary perversion in fetishism, in the sense that the child there has a particular relationship with the object of what lies beyond in the mother's desire, whose predominance and value of excellence, as it were, he has observed and to which he attaches himself to by way of an imaginary identification with the mother. I also pointed out that in other forms of perversion, and notably in transavistism, it's in the contrary position that the child assumes the difficulty of the imaginary relation with the mother. It has been said that he identifies himself with the phallic mother. I think it's more correct to say that he identifies with the phallus as hidden under the mother's clothing. I am giving you this reminder to show you that the child establishes a relationship to the phallus insofar as it is the object of the mother's desire. Moreover, experience proves to us that this element plays an active and essential role in the child's relations with the parental couple. I recalled this last time at the theoretical level in the commentary on the decline of the Oedipus complex in relation to the so-called inverted Oedipus complex. Freud emphasizes cases where the child identifies with the mother and, having adopted this position that is both significant and promising, fears the consequences, namely, the privation of his virile organ that will result from it for him, if he's a boy. This is indicative, but it goes much further. Analytic experience proves that the father, as the one who deprives the mother of the object of her desire, namely the phallic object, plays an absolutely essential role in, I won't say the perversions, but in every neurosis and in the entire course, even the easiest and most normal, of the Oedipus complex. In experience, you will always find that the subject has adopted a position of a particular kind, at a moment of his childhood, towards the role the father plays in the fact that the mother does not have a phallus. This moment is never left out. The reminder I gave last time left the question of the favorable or unfavorable outcome of the Oedipus complex suspended around the three planes of castration, frustration, and privation exercised by the father. It's the level of privation that we are concerned with here. At this level, the father deprives someone of what, 185 in the final analysis, he does not have, namely something that only exists insofar as you bring it into existence as a symbol. It's quite clear that the father does not castrate the mother of something that she does not have. For it to be posited that she does not have it, it has to have already been projected onto the symbolic plane as a symbol. But it's well and truly privation, given that every real privation requires symbolization. It's therefore at the level of, 169. Privation of the mother that at a given moment of the evolution of the Oedipus complex the question arises for the subject whether to accept, register, symbolize for himself and render meaningful this privation of which the mother proves to be the object. The child subject either assumes or does not assume this privation, accepts or refuses it. This point is an essential one. You will rediscover it at every crossroads, whenever your experience takes you to a certain point that I am now trying to define as nodal in the Oedipus complex. Let's call it a nodal point, since this has just occurred to me. I am not essentially committed to it. What I mean by it is that it does not coincide, far from it, with this moment to which we are seeking the key, which is the dissolution of the Oedipus complex, its result, and the fruit it bears in the subject, namely, the child's identification with the father. But there is the earlier moment at which the father enters into his function as depriver of the mother, that is, he is profiled behind the mother's relationship to the object of her desire as that which castrates, but I am only putting it there in quotes because what is castrated, in the event, is not the subject. It's the mother. This point is not very new. What is new is to focus on it and for you to turn your gaze towards this point insofar as it makes it possible for us to understand what comes before, about which we already have some enlightenment, and what follows. Don't be in any doubt about it, and you will be able to verify it and confirm it whenever you have occasion to see it. Experience proves that, insofar as the child does not cross this nodal point, that is to say, does not accept the privation oft phallus carried out on the mother by the father, he maintains, as a rule, it's a correlation grounded in the structure, a certain kind of identification with the mother's object, this object that I present to you from the outset as a rival object, to use the term that comes up here, and this is so whether it's a question of phobia, neurosis, or perversion. This is a point of reference, there is perhaps no better word, around which you are able to regroup the elements of the observations by asking yourself this question in each particular case: what is the special configuration of the relationship to the mother, the father, and the phallus that makes it the case that the child does not accept that the mother is deprived of the object of her desire by the father? To 186 What extent is it necessary in any given case to emphasize the fact that, in correlation with this relationship, the child maintains its identification with the phallus? There are degrees, of course, and this relationship is not the same in neurosis, psychosis and perversion. But the configuration is nodal. 187. 170. In every case. At this level, the question that arises is, to be or not to be * the phallus. On the imaginary plane, the question for the subject is one of being or not being the phallus. The phase that is to be passed through places the subject in the position of choosing. Put this choosing in quotes, moreover, since the subject is as much passive as active there, for the good reason that he is not the one pulling the strings of the symbolic. The sentence started before him, it was started by his parents, and what I am leading you towards is, precisely, the relationship each of these parents has with the sentence that has been started and with the way it's agreed that this sentence is supported by a certain reciprocal position of the parents in relation to the sentence. But let's say, because it's necessary to express oneself, that, in the neuter, there is an alternative between being and not being the phallus. You get the sense that there is a huge step required to understand the difference between this alternative and the one in question at another moment, and which, all the same, we do have to expect to find, which is that of to have or have not, to draw on another literary reference. In other words, having or not having the penis is not the same thing. Between the two, there is the castration complex, let's not forget. What is at issue in the castration complex is never articulated and is made almost completely mysterious. We know, however, that the following two facts depend on it, that on one side the boy becomes a man, that on the other side the girl becomes a woman. In both cases, the question of having or not having is settled by the intermediary of the castration complex, even for him who in the end has the penis by right, that is, the male. This presupposes that, in order to have it, there must have been a time at which he didn't have it. What is involved would not be called the castration complex if, in some way, it didn't put in the foreground the fact that in order to have it, it first of all has to be the case that one might not have it, so much so that the possibility of being castrated is essential to assuming the fact of having the phallus. This is a step that has to be taken, and it's one where at some moment the father has to intervene effectively, really, and efficaciously. 2. Till now, as the direction of what I have been saying suggests, I have only been able to speak to you from the point of view of the subject, saying to you, he accepts or does not accept, and if he does not accept, that leads him, man or woman, to being the, 171. Phallus. But now, for the following step, it's essential to have the father intervene effectively. I'm not saying that he wasn't already intervening effectively before, but till now I've been able to leave him in the background of what I've been saying, and one could even have left him out altogether. And now that it's a question of having it or not having it, we are obliged to bring him into consideration. First of all, I would emphasize that, along with the subject, he needs to be constituted as a symbol. For if he isn't, no one will be able to actually intervene under the sign of the symbol. It's as a real person under the sign of the symbol that he will now effectively intervene at the next stage. What can we say about this real father as the conveyor of a prohibition? I have already pointed out that, regarding the prohibition of the first appearance of the sexual instinct as it comes to its initial maturity in the subject, when the latter starts to draw attention to his tool, even displays it and offers its good offices to the mother, the father is not necessary. I would go even further, when the subject exhibits himself to his mother and propositions her, which is a moment still very close to that of imaginary identification with the phallus, what occurs unfolds most of the time, as we saw last year with respect to little Hans, on the plane of imaginary deprecation. The mother is quite capable of showing the child to what extent what he offers her is insufficient, and she is also capable of placing a prohibition on the use of his new tool. However, the father enters into play, this is not in doubt, as the vehicle of the law and prohibitor of the mother as object. This is fundamental, as we know, but it's completely separate from the question that is actually brought into play for the child. We know that the father's function, the name of the father, is bound up with the prohibition of incest, but nobody has ever dreamt of placing the fact that the father actually promulgates the law of prohibition of incest in the foreground of the castration complex. It's said sometimes, but it's never articulated by the father qua legislator ex cathedra, as it were. He is an obstacle between the child and its mother. He is the vehicle of the law, but de jure, whereas de facto he intervenes in a different way, and it's also in a different way that his failures to intervene manifest themselves. This is what we are examining close up. In other words, insofar as culturally he is the vehicle 188 of the law, insofar as he is invested with the signifier of the father intervenes in the Oedipus complex in a more concrete, more graduated manner, as it were, and this is what I want to spell out today. This is the most difficult level at which to understand anything, whereas it is, however, the level where, we are told, the key to the Oedipus complex, namely its outcome, is found. 172. This is where the little schema I was commenting on for you in the first trimester, so massively boring for some of you, it seems, turns out, however, not to have been completely useless. I remind you what one must always come back to, it's only after having traversed the already constituted order of the symbolic that the subject's intention, by which I mean his desire once it has passed over to the state of a demand, encounters what he addresses himself to, which is his object, his primordial object, namely his mother. Desire is something articulated. The world it enters into and progresses through, this world here below, is not simply an umwelt in the sense that one can find a way to satiate one's needs in it, but a world in which speech reigns, and this submits the desire of each of us to the law of the desire of the other. The young subject's demand more or less satisfactorily crosses the line of the signifying chain, which is here, latent and already structuring. By this fact alone, the first test that he undergoes in his relationship with the other, he undergoes with this first other that is his mother, insofar as he has already symbolized her. It's insofar as he has already symbolized her that he addresses her in a manner that is articulated regardless of how much of a squawk it is, for this first symbolization is linked to the first articulations we have located in the forte. It's therefore insofar as this intention, or this demand, has traversed the signifying chain that it can come to the attention of the maternal object. Therefore, the child who has made its own mother a subject on the basis of the first symbolization finds itself entirely subject to what we can call, but purely in advance, the law. This is only a metaphor. We have to unpack the metaphor contained in the term, the law, if we are to give it its proper place when I use it. The mother's law is, of course, the fact that the mother is a speaking being, and this suffices to justify saying the mother's law. Nevertheless, this law is, if I may say so, an uncontrolled law. It consists simply in the fact, at least for the subject, that something in his desire is completely dependent upon something else that is doubtless already articulated as such and is of the order of the law, but it is a law that lies entirely within the subject that supports it, namely within the good or bad will of the mother, the good or bad mother. 189 This is why I am about to propose a new term to you which, as you will see, is not as new as all that, since you only need to force it a little and it will join up with something that language has discovered, and not by chance. Let's begin with the principle I am proposing here, which is that there is no subject unless there are signifiers that found it. It's insofar as primary symbolizations have been formed by the signifying, 173. Couple forte that the mother is the first subject. In the light of this principle, what can we say about the child at the start of its life? One wonders whether for the child there is a reality or not, autoerotism or not. You will see things become especially clear as soon as you center your questions on the child as a subject from whom demand emanates and in whom desire forms, and all analysis is a dialectic of desire. Well then, I say that the child takes shape as a subject to. He is a subject to because he experiences himself and feels himself initially as profoundly subject to the capriciousness of what he is dependent on, even if this capriciousness is articulated capriciousness. The law the subject. The subject to. What I am proposing is a necessity in all our experience, and I will illustrate it by taking the first example that comes to mind. Last year you could see how little Hans found an atypical solution to his Oedipus complex, which is not the outcome that I am about to try to describe, but a suppletion. Effectively, he needs his all-purpose horse as a suppletion for everything that he lacks during this time of transition, which is nothing other than the stage of assuming the symbolic in the form of the Oedipus complex, which is where I am taking you today. His suppletion is, then, this horse which is at one and the same time the father, the phallus, the little sister and whatever else you want, but which essentially corresponds to what I am about to show you now. Remember how it ends for him, and how this ending is symbol 190ized in the final dream. What he summons to the father's place is this imaginary and all-powerful being called a plumber. The plumber is precisely there to desubjectify something, for little Hans's anxiety is essentially, as I told you, the anxiety of subjectification. Literally, at a certain moment, he realizes that in being subjected in this way, there's no knowing where it might lead. You remember the schema of the carts that come and go, and which embody the core of his fear. 174. It's precisely from this moment on that little Hans establishes in his life a number of centers of fear around which the re-establishment of his sense of security will revolve. Fear, which is something that has its source in the real, is a component of a child's security. He uses his fears to provide a beyond to this anxiety-provoking subjectification that he produces when the lack of this external domain, this other plane, appears. Something to make him afraid has to emerge if he is not to be purely and simply a subject to. Here it's appropriate to observe that this other to whom he addresses himself, specifically, the mother, has a relationship with the father. Everyone realizes that many things depend on her relations with the father, especially when, experience has shown this to be the case, the father fails to play his role, as they say. I don't need to remind you that last week I spoke about all the types of paternal deficit concretely designated in terms of interhuman relations. Our experience effectively requires that this is how it is, but no one fully formulates what is involved. It's not so much a question of the mother's relations with the father, in the vague sense in which there would be a kind of rivalry of prestige between them, one that is supposed to converge upon the subject of the child. Undoubtedly, this schema of a convergence is not false, and that there be two is more than a requirement, without them there could not be this ternary. But this is not sufficient, even if what happens between the two, as everybody admits, is essential. We come, then, to these bonds of love and respect around which some people make the entire analysis of the case of little Hans revolve, namely, was the mother nice, affectionate enough towards the father, and so on? And we fall back into the rut of environmental sociological analysis. Now, it's not so much a question of the personal relations between the father and the mother, nor whether they are each up to the task or not, as it is of a moment that has to be lived through as such, concerning the relations, not simply of the 191 person of the mother to the person of the father, but of the mother with the father's speech, with the father insofar as what he says is not completely equivalent to nothing. What matters is the function in which three things intervene: first, the name of the father; second, the father's spoken words; third, the law insofar as the father has a more or less intimate relationship to it. What is essential is that the mother establish the father as the mediator of what lies beyond her law and her capriciousness, namely, the law as such, purely and simply. It is, therefore, a question of the father qua name of the father, closely tied to the declaration of the law, as the entire development of the Freudian doctrine declares and promises. This is the respect in which he is, 175. Accepted or not accepted by the child as the one who deprives or does not deprive the mother of the object of her desire. In other words, in order to understand the Oedipus complex, we must consider three moments that I am going to try to schematize for you with the help of our little diagram from the first trimester. 3. First moment. What the child is seeking, qua desire for desire, is to be able to satisfy the mother's desire, that is to say, to be or not to be the object of the mother's desire. He therefore introduces his demand, here, in FL. The fruit or result of this will appear here, in FL. 2.192 are plotted on this path, one that corresponds to the ego asterisk and, opposite, one that here is his other, with which he identifies, this something other that he is going to seek to become, namely the object that satisfies the mother. As soon as something begins to stir at the base of his stomach, he will start to show it to his mother, a matter of finding out what I am capable of, with the disappointments that ensue. He will seek it and he will find it, insofar as the mother is questioned by the child's demand. She herself is also pursuing her own desire, and its components are located somewhere thereabouts. At the first moment and first stage, it is, then, a matter of the following: the child identifies in the mirror with the object of the mother's desire. This is the primitive phallic stage, the one in which 176. The paternal metaphor per se acts inasmuch as the primacy of the phallus is already instituted in the world by the existence of symbols, discourse, and the law. But the child himself is only ever aware of its outcome. In order to please the mother, if you will allow me to go quickly and employ words of imagery, it's necessary and sufficient to be the phallus. At this stage, many things come to a halt and in a certain sense become fixed. Depending on the more or less satisfactory way the message at M is realized, a number of disturbances and perturbations can be established, including the identifications I have been calling perverse. Second moment. I told you that on the imaginary plane the father definitely intervenes as the depriver of the mother, which means that the demand addressed to the other, provided it's relate as it should be, is referred to a higher court, if I may express myself in these terms. What the subject effectively questions the other about, provided he traverses it completely, will always encounter in the other, in some ways, the other of the other, that is, its own law. At this level, what occurs is what brings it about that what comes back to the child is purely and simply the law of the father, insofar as the subject imaginarily construes it as depriving the mother. This is the nodal and negative face, as it were, by which what detaches the subject from his identification at the same time reattaches him to the initial appearance of the law in the form of the fact that the mother is dependent upon an object that is no longer simply the object of her desire, but an object that the other either has or does not have. The close connection between the mother's deferral to a law that is not hers but an other's and the fact that the object of her desire is in reality sovereignly possessed by the same other to whose law 193 she defers provides the key to the Oedipal relation. What gives it its decisive character is to be identified as a relation, not to the father, but to the father's speech. Recall little Hans from last year. The father is as nice as can be, he is as present as can be, he is as intelligent and as friendly towards little Hans as can be. He does not seem to have been an idiot at all. He took little Hans to Freud, which at the time really was proof of an enlightened mind, and yet he is nevertheless totally inoperative, insofar as what he says is exactly as if he were whistling in the dark, I mean as far as the mother is concerned. This is perfectly clear, whatever the relations were between the two parental characters. Observe that the mother is in an equivocal position in relation to little Hans. She prohibits, she plays the castrating role that one might see attributed to the father on the real plane and says to him, "Don't touch it, it's disgusting," which does not prevent her, on the 177 practical level, from admitting him into her intimacy, and not only allowing him to retain the function of her imaginary object, but encouraging him to do it. He effectively renders her the greatest of services, he well and truly incarnates her phallus for her, and thus finds himself maintained in the position of subject to. He is subjected to, and that's the whole source of his anxiety and his phobia. This is a problem to the extent that the father's position is called into question by the fact that his speech does not lay down the law to the mother. But that's not all. It seems that in the case of little Hans what should occur at the third moment fails to. That's why I emphasized last year that the outcome of the Oedipus complex in the case of little Hans was skewed. Although, thanks to his phobia, he came through it, his love life will remain completely marked by this imaginary style, the repercussions of which I showed you in the case of Leonardo da Vinci. The third stage is as important as the second, for the outcome of the Oedipus complex depends on it. The father testified that he was giving the phallus insofar as, and only insofar as, he is the bearer, or the supporter, if I may put it like that, of the law. Whether the maternal subject possesses this phallus or not depends on him. Now that the stage of the second moment has been traversed, it's necessary, at the third moment, that the father deliver what he has promised. He can give or he can refuse to give, insofar as he has the phallus, but he must give proof that he has it. It's insofar as he intervenes at the third moment as the one who has, and not who is, the phallus that the shift can occur that restores the instance of the phallus as the mother's desired object and no longer only as an object of which the father can deprive one. It's the all-powerful father who is the depriver. That's the second 194 moment. It's at this phase that the analyses of the Oedipus complex ceased. At the time it was thought that all the ravages of the complex depended upon the father's omnipotence. One was only thinking of this second moment, except that no one emphasized that the castration that is in operation here is the privation of the mother and not the child. The third moment is this: the father is able to give the mother what she desires and can give it to her because he has it. Here, then, the fact of potency in the genital sense of the word intervenes. Let's say that the father is a potent father. By dint of this fact, the mother's relationship to the father moves back onto the real plane. The identification with the paternal instance that may occur has, therefore, been achieved here in these three moments. First, the paternal instance is introduced in a veiled, or not yet apparent, form. This does not prevent the father from existing in 178. Mundane reality, I mean in the world, by virtue of the fact that the law of the symbol reigns therein. By virtue of this fact, the question of the phallus is already posed somewhere in the mother, which is where the child has to locate it. Second, the father affirms himself in his privative presence, insofar as he is the one who supports the law, and this no longer happens in a veiled manner but in a manner mediated by the mother, who accords him the place of the one who lays down the law to her. Third, the father is revealed as having it. This is the exit from the Oedipus complex. The exit is favorable insofar as the identification with the father occurs at this third moment, where he intervenes as the one who has it. This identification is called the ego ideal. It's inscribed on the symbolic triangle at the pole where the child is located, insofar as it's at the maternal pole that everything that will subsequently become reality starts to form, whereas it's at the level of the father that everything that will subsequently become the superego starts to form. R.I.S. 195. At the third moment, then, the father intervenes as real and potent. This moment succeeds the privation, or castration, that bears upon the mother, the imagined mother, in her own imaginary position of dependency at the level of the subject. It's insofar as the father intervenes as the one who has it that he is internalized in the subject as ego ideal, and that, henceforth, let's not forget, the Oedipus complex declines. What does that mean? It doesn't mean that the child is going to enter into possession of all his sexual powers and deploy them, as you well know. On the contrary, he does not deploy them at all, and one could say that he is apparently disappointed by the deployment, 179, of the functions that had begun to awaken. Nevertheless, if what Freud formulated makes any sense, the child has all the titles in his pocket for later use. The paternal metaphor plays a role here, which is precisely the role we would expect from a metaphor. It results in the institution of something which is of the order of signifiers, which is there in reserve and whose signification will develop later. The child has all the entitlements for being a man, and what may be challenged in him later, at the time of puberty, is to be referred to something that has not entirely fulfilled the metaphorical identification with the image of the father, insofar as it has formed across these three moments. One point out to you that this means that, insofar as he is virile, a man is always more or less his own metaphor. This is even what places this touch of ridicule, which should be mentioned all the same, upon the term virility. One should also point out that the outcome of the Oedipus complex is, as everyone knows, different for the woman. For her, in effect, this third stage, as Freud emphasizes, read his article on the decline of the Oedipus complex, is much simpler. She does not have to carry out this identification nor retain this title to virility. She knows where it is, and she knows where she has to go to get it. It's on the side of the father and she goes to him as having it. This is also indicative of the respect in which femininity, true femininity, always has a bit of a dimension of escape. True women always have something a little lost about them. I only make this suggestion so as to stress the concrete dimension of this development. Today, this is still only a diagram, as you will be well aware. We will return to each of these three stages, and we will see what we can add to them. I will conclude by justifying my term metaphor. Note that what is at stake here is, at the most fundamental level, 196 exactly the same thing as the long metaphor common in the field of mania. Effectively, the formula that I have given you of metaphor means nothing but this, that there are two chains, the SS of the upper level, which are signifiers, while underneath one finds all the wandering signifieds that are circulating because they are always sliding around. The pinning down I have spoken about, the quilting point, is only a mythical affair, for nobody has ever managed to pin a signification to a signifier. On the other hand, what one can do, is pin one signifier to another signifier and see what happens. In this case, something new is always produced, which is sometimes as unexpected as a chemical reaction, namely, a new signification emerges. 180. The father is the signifier in the other that represents the existence of the locus of the signifying chain as law. He places himself, if may say so, above the signifying chain. The father is in a metaphorical position inasmuch as, and solely to the extent that, the mother makes him the one who, by his presence, sanctions the existence as such of the locus of the law. Immense latitude is therefore left to the modes and means by which this can be realized, and this is why it is compatible with diverse concrete configurations. On account of this, the third moment of the Oedipus complex can be gone through, which is the stage of identification at which, for the boy, it's a question of identifying with the father as possessor of the penis and, for the girl, of recognizing the man as the one who possesses it. We will continue this next time. January 22, 1958. 11. The three moments of the Oedipus complex. 2. Desire for desire. The metonymic phallus. Lacan's beautiful letter inject and adject male homosexuality in the clinical field. I've been talking about the paternal metaphor. I hope you have noticed that I am talking about the castration complex. It's not because I am talking about the paternal metaphor that I am talking about the Oedipus complex. If my remarks were centered on the Oedipus complex, that would introduce an enormous number of questions, and I can't say everything at once. The schema I brought you last time brings together what I have tried to get you to understand under the heading of the three moments of the Oedipus complex. What is at stake, I stress this for you at every moment, is a structure that is formed somewhere else than in the subject's own experiences and into which he has to insert himself. Other people may take an interest in this on a number of counts. Let the psychologists who project individual relations in the interhuman, interpsychological or social field into the tensions within groups attempt to inscribe that on this schema, if they can. Likewise, sociologists will have to take into account the structural relations that make up our common measure, for the simple reason that it is the ultimate basis and that the very existence of the Oedipus complex cannot be justified socially, I mean, cannot be founded on any social teleology. As for us, we find ourselves in the position of having to see how a subject is introduced into the relation that is the Oedipus complex. It wasn't I who discovered that he is not introduced into it without a leading role being played by the male sexual organ. The latter is the center, the pivot, and the object of everything that refers to this order of events, quite confused and very poorly discerned events, it has to be said, that one calls the castration complex. Everyone continues to refer to it just as much, in terms that, surprisingly, don't produce greater dissatisfaction amongst the public. 198. As for me, in this sort of psychoanalytic diatribe that I am engaged in here, I am trying to give you a letter that will not cloud over. I mean that I am trying to use concepts to differentiate the various levels that are involved in the castration complex. It has come into play both at the level of a perversion that I would describe as primary, on the imaginary plane, and at that of a perversion that we will perhaps talk a bit more about today, and which is intimately bound up with the end of the Oedipus complex, namely, homosexuality. To try to show this clearly, I will return, since it's fairly new, to the way I formulated the Oedipus complex for you last time, focusing on the phenomenon linked to the particular function as object that the male sexual organ plays therein. Once I have gone back over this ground and clarified it, I will show you, as I told you, that this throws light on the familiar but poorly situated phenomena of homosexuality. 1. On the schemas I've been giving you, which are extracted from the heart of our experience, I am trying to create a number of moments. They are not necessarily chronological moments, but that doesn't matter, since logical moments also can only unfold in a particular sequence. You have therefore, in a first moment, as I have told you, the child's relation, not, as people say, with the mother, but with the mother's desire. It's a desire for a desire. I have become me aware that this is not such a common formulation, and that some of you have been having a bit of trouble getting used to the notion that desiring something is different from desiring a subject's desire. What needs to be understood is that this desiring a desire implies that one is dealing with the primordial object, which is the mother, and that she has been constituted in such a way that her desire can be desired by another desire, namely, the child's. Where do we put the dialectic of this first stage? The child is particularly isolated and bereft of everything but the desire for this other whom he has already constituted as the other capable of being present or absent. Let's try to get a good grip on what the child's relation is with what is at issue, namely the object of 183. The mother's desire. What has to be traversed is this D, namely the mother's desire, the desire that is desired by the child, D. The question is knowing how he is going to be able to reach this object when the latter is constituted in an infinitely more elaborate way at 199, the level of the mother, who is a bit more advanced in existence than the child. I have suggested that this object is the phallus as the pivot of the entire subjective dialectic. It is the phallus insofar as it is desired by the mother. From the point of view of structure, there are several different states in the mother's relationship to the phallus. It plays a primordial role in the subjective structuring of the mother, and it can be in different states as an object. It is even what makes what comes next so complicated. But for the moment, we will limit ourselves to taking it as it is, because we think we are only able to introduce order and a correct perspective on everything that is an analytic phenomenon by starting out from the structure and circulation of signifiers. If our reference points are always stable and certain, it's because they are structural and because they are linked to the pathways of signifying constructions. This is what we use to guide ourselves, and it's why we don't otherwise have to be particularly worried here about what the phallus is for an actual mother in a specific case. No doubt there are distinctions to be made here. We'll come back to this. If we simply place our trust in our customary little schema, the phallus is located here, and it is a metonymic object. We can settle for situating it amongst signifiers here, it is a metonymic object. Because of the existence of the signifying chain, it will in any case circulate, like the ferret, everywhere amongst the signifieds, being, amongst the signifieds, what results from the existence of signifiers. Our experience shows us that this signified plays a major role for the subject, that of universal object. 184. That's the surprising thing. It's what creates a scandal for those who would like the situation concerning the sexual object to be symmetrical for both sexes. Just as the man has to discover the use of his implement and then adapt to a series of experiences, it should be 200 the same for the woman, namely that the conus be at the center of her entire dialectic. This is not at all the case, and it's precisely what analysis has discovered. This is the best ratification of the fact that there is a field that is the field of analysis, which isn't that of a more or less vigorous instinctual development that on the whole is superimposed on anatomy, that is, on the real existence of individuals. How are we to understand the fact that the child who has the desire to be the object of the mother's desire arrives at satisfaction? He has no other means, of course, than to come to the place of the object of her desire. What does this mean? Here, the child is at E. We have already had to represent him many times through the relationship between his demand and the existence of articulation of signifiers as such, which is not only in him but also encountered by him. At the place marked I, there is not yet anything, at least not in principle. The subject's constitution as the I of discourse is not at all necessarily differentiated yet, even though it is already implied from the first modulation of signifiers. The I doesn't need to be designated as such in discourse for it to be its support. In an interjection, in a command, come here, or in an appeal, you, there is an I, but it is latent. We could express this by putting a dotted line between D and I. Similarly, the metonymic object, opposite, hasn't yet been constituted for the child. 2. 185. The expected desire of the mother comes here at D. What results when the child's appeal encounters the mother's existence as other, 201 namely, a message, is placed opposite? What does it take for the child to successfully become the object of the mother's desire, which we can characterize, already at this level, as what is immediately within its grasp? Let me begin by drawing what lies beyond the mother as a dotted line, but for a different reason, because this one is completely inaccessible to him. It is necessary and sufficient that the I that is latent in the child's discourse comes to be constituted here, at D, at the level of this other that is the mother, that the I of the mother becomes the child's other, and that what circulates at the level of the mother at D, insofar as she herself expresses the object of her desire, arrives at M where it fulfills its function as a message for the child, which ultimately implies that the latter momentarily renounces absolutely everything that is his in his own speech. But this isn't difficult for him to do, because at that time his own speech is still being formed. The child therefore receives, at M, the completely raw message about the mother's desire, whereas underneath, at the metonymic level in relation to what the mother says, his identification with her object occurs. This is highly theoretical, but if you don't grasp it at the outset, it's impossible to conceptualize what has to happen next, which is the entry of the mother's beyond constituted by its relationship to another discourse, that of the father. Therefore, it is insofar as the child first adopts the mother's desire, and he only adopts it in such a way that the reality of this discourse has something raw about it, that he is open to being in the place of the metonymy of the mother, that is, to becoming what the other day I called her subject to. You have seen on what displacement primitive identification, as we will call it in this case, is founded. It consists in an exchange that brings the I of the subject to the place of the mother qua other, except that the I of the mother becomes his own other. That's what is expressed by this new rung on the little ladder of our schema, which has just been introduced at this second moment. This second moment revolves around the moment when the father makes his presence felt as the prohibitor. He appears as mediated in the mother's discourse. Earlier, at the first stage of the Oedipus complex, the mother's discourse was grasped in its raw state. Saying now that the father's discourse is mediated doesn't mean we are bringing what the mother makes of the father's words back into play, but that the father's words effectively intervene in the mother's discourse. It therefore now appears less veiled than it did at the first 202. 186. Stage, but it isn't completely revealed. That is what this use of the term mediated corresponds to on this occasion. At this stage, the father intervenes by way of a message for the mother. He speaks at M, and what he declares is a prohibition, a not, transmitted at the level at which the child receives the expected message from the mother. This not is a message about a message. It's a particular phone of a message about a message, which, to my great surprise, linguists do not differentiate as such, and one thereby sees the importance of working with them, namely, the message of prohibition. This message isn't simply the "you will not sleep with your mother" already addressed to the child at this period. It is a "you will not reintegrate your own product" addressed to the mother. Thus, all well-known forms of what is called the maternal instinct encounter an obstacle here. In fact, the primitive form of the maternal instinct, as everyone knows, manifests itself, in certain animals perhaps even more than in humans, by the oral reintegration, as we elegantly say, of what has come out the other end. This prohibition arrives as such at A, where the father appears as the other. As a result, the child is profoundly called into question and disturbed in his position as the subject to a potentiality or virtuality that is ultimately salutary. In other words, it is insofar as the object of the mother's desire is affected by the paternal prohibition that the circle doesn't completely close up on the child and that he doesn't purely and simply become the object of the mother's 203 desire. The process could have stopped at the first stage, given that the child's relationship to the mother implicitly comprises 187 elements, since it isn't her that he desires, but her desire. This is already a symbolic relationship, one that, for the subject, facilitates an initial closure of the desire for a desire and an initial success, the discovery of the object of the mother's desire. Nevertheless, everything is called back into question by the paternal prohibition, which leaves the child at a loss as to locating the desire for the mother's desire. This second stage is a little less loaded with potentialities than the first. It is palpable or perceptible, but essentially instantaneous, as it were, or at least transitory. It is no less crucial, for it is ultimately this one that is the kernel of what can be called the privative moment of the Oedipus complex. It is insofar as the child is driven out, and for his greatest good, of this ideal position that he and the mother could be happy with, and in which he fulfills the function of being her metonymic object, that the third relation is able to be established, the following stage, which is a fruitful one. Indeed, he becomes something else there, for it includes this identification with the father that I was telling you about last time as well as the virtual title to having what the father has. If last time I gave a quick outline of the 3 moments of the Oedipus complex, it was so I wouldn't have to go through it all again today, or, more exactly, it was so as to have time today to go back over it point by point. 2. Let's pause here for a moment to make place for what is almost a parenthesis, important nevertheless, concerning psychosis. It is extremely important to consider the manner in which the father intervenes at this moment in the dialectic of the Oedipus complex. You will see this more clearly in the article that I have given for the next issue of the review La Psychanalyse, which presents an overview of what I said the year in which we spoke about the Freudian structures of psychosis. The level of publication that this represents did not allow me to give the foregoing schema, which would have required far too much explication, but when you've read this article, before too long I hope, you will be able to return in your notes to what I am now going to tell you. In psychosis, the name of the father as symbolic function, the father at the level of what happens here between message and code and message, is verwerfen. As a result, 204 what I have represented by the dotted lines, namely, that by means of which the father intervenes as law, is not there. There is the raw 188 intervention of the message not upon the mother's message to the child. This message, insofar as it is completely raw, is also the source of the code that lies beyond the mother. This is perfectly clear on the schema of the conduction of signifiers. Referring to the case of President Schreiber, because he has been called upon, at an essential vital detour, to bring the name of the father to respond from its place, which is where it is incapable of responding from because it has never come to that place, he sees this structure appear in its place. This structure is brought about by the massive, real intervention of the father beyond the mother, insofar as she is absolutely not backed up by him as protector of the law. As a result, at the major, fertile point of his psychosis, what does President Schreiber hear? Very precisely, 2 fundamental types of hallucination that are never identified as such in the classic manuals. To understand something about hallucinations, it is better to read the exceptional work of a psychotic like President Schreiber than to read the best psychiatric authors who have explored the problem of hallucination with the famous scholars' ladder they learned in their philosophy classes at school already in their pocket: sensation, perception, perception without an object and other rubbish. President Schreiber himself differentiates 2 orders of things very well. First, there are the voices that speak in the fundamental language, a characteristic of which is to teach its code to the subject via this very speech. The messages that he receives in the fundamental language, which are composed of words which, whether neologisms or not, are always neologisms in their own way, consist in teaching the subject what they are in a new code, one that literally repeats a new world to him, a signifying universe. In other words, the first series of hallucinations consists of messages on a neocode which presents itself as coming from the other. It is what is the most terrifyingly hallucinatory. On the other hand, there is another form of message, the interrupted message. You remember these little bits of sentences, he must namely. Now I want. And so on. They are the beginnings of orders and, in certain cases, even of veritable principles, finish what you have started, and so on. In short, these messages present themselves as pure messages, as orders, or as interrupted orders, as pure forces of induction in the subject, and they are perfectly localizable on the two sides, message and code, insofar as they are dissociated. 205 That's what the intervention of the Father's discourse resolves into, when what makes discourse coherent, namely, the self-ratification by which the Father, at the completion of his discourse, in 189, goes back over it and ratifies it as law, is abolished from the start and has never been integrated into the life of the subject. Let's now move on to the following stage of the Oedipus complex, which, under normal conditions, assumes that the Father enters into play, as we said last time, insofar as he has it. He intervenes at this level to give what is involved in phallic privation, a central term in the evolution of the Oedipus complex and its three moments. He effectively appears in the act of giving. It is no longer in the comings and goings of the mother that he is present and therefore still half-veiled, but he appears in his own discourse. In some ways, the Father's message becomes the mother's message insofar as he now permits and authorizes. My schema from last time means nothing other than this, that the Father's message, insofar as it is incarnated as such, is capable of producing this new rung on the schema, so much so that the subject is able to receive from the Father's message what he had attempted to receive from the mother's message. Through the intervention of the gift or the permission accorded to the mother, he is finally given permission to have a penis for later. There you have what is effectively brought about by the phase of the decline of the Oedipus complex. He really does have, as I was saying last time, the title in his pocket. To evoke a historical and amusing citation, a woman whose husband wanted to be sure that she was faithful to him had certified to him in writing that she was faithful to him, following which she went about the world declaring, "Ah, what a beautiful letter Lachitra has." Well then, this Lachitra and our little castrated one are of the same order. They both have, at the end of the Oedipus complex, this beautiful letter that is not nothing, since they can rely upon the fact that in the best of cases they can calmly assume that they will have a penis, in other words, that he is someone identical to his father. But this is a stage in which you can clearly see that the two sides are always liable to switch. There is something abstract and yet dialectical in the relationship between the two moments I have just been speaking about, the one where the Father intervenes as prohibiting and depriving, and the one where he intervenes as permissive and gift-giving at the level of the mother. Other things may happen, and to see this, we must now place ourselves at the level of the mother and once again pose the question of the paradox represented by the central character of the phallic object as imaginary. The mother is a woman who, we suppose, has arrived at the fullness of her capacities of feminine voracity, and the objection that is 206 made to the imaginary function of the phallus is completely valid. If this is what the mother is, then the phallus isn't purely and simply. 207. 190. That, this beautiful imaginary object, for she gobbled that up some time ago. In other words, the phallus at the level of the mother isn't uniquely an imaginary object. It is also perfectly well something that fulfills its function at the instinctual level, as a normal implement of the instinct. It is the inject, if I can put it like that, a word which doesn't simply mean that she introduces it into herself, but that one introduces it into her. This inequally signals its instinctual function. It is because man has to traverse an entire forest of signifiers if he is to reunite with his instinctively valuable and primitive objects that we are dealing with the entire dialectic of the Oedipus complex. This doesn't prevent him from succeeding at it from time to time, nevertheless, thank goodness, otherwise things would have become extinct a long time ago through lack of competence, given the excessive difficulty of attaining the real object. That is one of the possibilities on the mother's side. There are others, and we would need to try to find out what her relationship to the phallus means for her, insofar as it is dear to her heart, as it is for every human subject. We can for example differentiate, along with the function of the inject, that of the adject. This term designates the imaginary appurtenance of something which, at the imaginary level, is either given to her or not given to her, which she has permission to desire as such, and which she lacks. The phallus intervenes, then, as lack, as the object of which she has been deprived, like the object of this penisnade, this privation that is always felt and whose incidence we are familiar with in female psychology. But it can also intervene as an object which has been given to her nevertheless, but from where it enters into consideration in a very symbolic manner. This is a different function, that of the adject, even though it can be confused with that of the primitive inject. In short, while she has all the difficulties entailed by the fact of having to introduce herself into the dialectic of symbols if she is to succeed in integrating herself into the human family, a woman also has every kind of access to something primitive and instinctual that puts her in a direct relationship with the object, no longer of her desire, but of her need. Having clarified this, let's now talk about homosexuals. 3. People talk about homosexuals. We treat homosexuals. We don't cure homosexuals. And what is most incredible is that we do not cure them despite the fact that they are absolutely curable. If there is anything that emerges in the clearest of fashions from 191 observations, it's that masculine homosexuality, the other one is too, but we are going to limit ourselves today to the male for reasons of clarity, is an inversion concerning the object, which is structured at the level of a full and completed Oedipus complex. More exactly, even as a homosexual realizes this third stage that we have just been talking about, he modifies it appreciably. You will say to me, we know this already, they realize the Oedipus complex in an inverted form. If that is sufficient for you, you can stay with that, I am not forcing you to follow me. But I consider that we have the right to be more demanding than to say, why is the moon made of blue cheese? Well, it's because of an inverted Oedipus complex. What we have to seek in the very structure of what is shown by clinical experience regarding homosexuals is whether we are able to understand any better at what precise point the completion of the Oedipus complex is located. One has to consider, in the first instance, his position with all its characteristics and, second, his extreme adherence to the said position. The homosexual, effectively, should you so much as offer him the ways and means, adheres to his homosexual position strongly, and his relationships with feminine objects, far from being abolished, are on the contrary profoundly structured. I think that only this way of schematizing the problem enables us to point out where the difficulty of shaking his position stems from, and, much more, why once this position has been flushed out, analysis generally fails. This isn't because of any impossibility internal to this position, but is due to the fact that all sorts of conditions are required, and that it is necessary to wend our way through the detours by which his position has become precious and primordial to him. There are a number of traits that we can note in the homosexual and, first, a profound and perpetual relationship to the mother. The mother is presented to us, according to the average case, as having a directive and eminent function in the parental couple, and as being more occupied with the child than with the father. It is also said, and this is already another matter, that she has been occupied with the child in a very castrating manner, and that in raising him she has taken great care, been very meticulous and lingered to excess. No one seems to doubt whether all this leads us in the same direction. We have to add some little supplementary links to get to the point of thinking that the effect of such a castrating intervention would have 208 an effect of overvaluation of the object for the child, in the general form in which it presents itself in homosexuals, such that no partner capable of interesting him can be deprived of it. I don't want to keep you waiting, nor do I want to give the impression of creating new riddles. I believe that the key to the 192 problem concerning homosexuals is this: if homosexuals, in all their nuances, grant a prevailing value to the blessed object to the point of making it an absolute requirement of the sexual partner, it's insofar as, in one form or another, the mother lays down the law to the father, in the sense in which I have taught you to describe him. I told you that the father intervenes in the Oedipal dialectic of desire insofar as he lays down the law to the mother. Here, what is at stake, and which can don diverse forms, always comes down to this: it's the mother who turns out to have laid down the law to the father at a decisive moment. This means very precisely that, at the time at which the prohibiting intervention of the father should have introduced the subject to the phase of the dissolution of his relationship to the object of the mother's desire, and cut off at the root all possibility for him to identify himself with the phallus, the subject discovers, on the contrary, in the structure of the mother, the support and the reinforcement which prevents this crisis from taking place. At the ideal moment, at the dialectical time at which the mother should be grasped as deprived oft adject in such a way that the subject is literally at his wit's end over her, he finds therein, on the contrary, his security. That holds up perfectly well by virtue of the fact that he feels it is the mother who holds the key to the situation and that she won't let herself be either deprived or dispossessed of it. In other words, the father can say whatever he wants, they are completely indifferent to it. This doesn't mean, then, that the father has not come into play. Freud said a long time ago, I ask you to refer to the 3 essays on sexuality, that it isn't rare, and he isn't expressing himself idly, he isn't saying it isn't rare out of vagueness, it's because he has seen it frequently, for an inversion to be determined by the wegfall, the failure, of an excessively prohibitive father. There are 2 moments in this, namely, prohibition, but also that this prohibition has failed. In other words, in the end it is the mother who lays down the law. This also explains to you why, in quite different cases, if the mark of the prohibitive father is broken, the result is exactly the same. In particular, in cases in which the father loves the mother too much, where, through his love, he appears too dependent on the mother, the result is exactly the same. I am not in the process of telling you that the result is always the same, but that it is the same in certain cases. The fact that the father loves the mother too much may have another outcome 209 than homosexuality. I am not at all taking refuge in constitution, I am only pointing out in passing that there are differences to be acknowledged and that it is possible to observe, for example, an obsessional neurosis type of effect, as we will see on another, 193 occasion. For the moment, I am simply emphasizing that different causes can have a common effect, namely that in cases in which the father is too much in love with the mother, he finds himself in fact in the same position as one to whom the mother lays down the law. There are still other cases. The interest of this perspective is that it brings together different cases, in which the father, as the subject will testify to you, has always remained a person very much at a distance, his messages only arriving via the intermediary of the mother. But analysis shows that in reality he is far from being absent. In particular, behind the tense relationship with the mother, very often marked by all sorts of accusations, complaints, and manifestations of aggressiveness, as they say, which constitutes the text of the analysis of a homosexual, the presence is revealed of the father as a rival, not at all in the sense of the inverted Oedipus complex, but in the sense of the normal Oedipus complex, and revealed in the clearest of fashions. In this case, one makes do with the remark that the aggressiveness against the father has been transferred onto the mother, which isn't very clear, but at least it has the advantage of sticking to the facts. What one needs to know is why this is how it is. This is how it is because the child has found his solution in the critical position in which the father was effectively a threat to him, a solution that consists in the identification represented by the homology of these two triangles. 194. 210 The child has considered that the best way to cope is to identify with the mother, because the mother has not let herself be shaken. It is therefore in the position of the mother, thus defined, that he finds himself. On the one hand, when he gets involved with a partner who is a substitute for the paternal figure, it is a matter for him, as it frequently appears in the fantasies and dreams of homosexuals, of disarming him, even checkmating him, in a manner that is completely clear in certain cases, and rendering the person who is the substitute for the father incapable of being valued by a woman or women. On the other hand, the homosexual's requirement of encountering the penile organ in his partner corresponds precisely to this, which is that in the primitive position, the one that the mother who lays down the law to the father occupies, what is called into question, not resolved but called into question, is whether, truly, the father has one or doesn't have one. And this is very exactly what is demanded by the homosexual well before anything else, and in a way that prevails over everything else. Afterwards, we will see what one does with it, but it is a question above all of showing that he has one. I would go even further, to the point of indicating to you here what the value of the dependence that is represented by the father's excessive love for the mother consists in. You remember, I hope, the formula that I chose for you, namely, that to love is always to give what one doesn't have, and not to give what one has. I shall not come back to the reasons why I gave it to you, but be convinced by it and take it like a key formula, like a little ramp which, with the touch of a hand, will take you to the right floor even if you don't understand anything about it, and it's much better if you don't understand anything about it. To love is to give to someone who has or doesn't have what is in question, but it is certainly to give what one doesn't have. To give, on the other hand, is also to give, but it is to give what one has. There's a world of difference. In any case, insofar as the father truly shows himself to be in love where the mother is concerned, he is suspected of not having it, and this is the angle from which the mechanism comes into play. I point out to you in this respect that these truths are never completely obscure, nor are they unknown. When they are not articulated, one has an intuition about them at the very least. I don't know if you have observed that this burning issue is never explored by analysts, even though it is at least as interesting to know whether the father loves the mother as it is to know whether the mother loves the father. One always raises the question in that direction. The child had a castrating phallic mother and whatever else you can think of. 195. She had an authoritarian attitude towards the father, a lack of love, of respect for him, and so on, but it is very curious to see that we never emphasize the father's relationship to the mother. We don't 211 very well know how to think about it, and it doesn't seem to us possible, all things considered, to say anything very normative about it. Thus, we carefully leave this aspect of the problem to one side, at least till today, and I will very probably have to return to this. Another consequence. There is also something that comes up very frequently, and it is not the least of the paradoxes of the analysis of homosexuals. At first sight, it seems very paradoxical in relation to the demand for a penis in the partner that they are terrified of seeing the organ of a woman, because, or so we are told, that suggests the idea of castration to them. It's perhaps true, but not in the way you think, because what it is about the organ of a woman that stops them is precisely that, in many cases, it is presumed to have ingested the phallus of the father, and that what is dreaded in penetration is precisely an encounter with this phallus. Dreams, I will quote some for you, well recorded in the literature, and which also occur in my practice, make it apparent in the clearest of manners that what sometimes emerges in a possible encounter with a woman's vagina is a phallus that develops as such and represents something insurmountable, before which not only is the subject brought to a stop but he is invaded by all sorts of fears. This gives a completely different meaning to the danger of the vagina from the one that one thought necessary to put under the heading of vagina dentata, which also exists. It is the feared vagina insofar as it contains the hostile phallus, the paternal phallus, the phallus that is both phantasmatic and absorbed by the mother, and whose real power she holds in the feminine organ. This is an adequate formulation of all the complexity of the homosexual's relationships. It's a stable situation, and not at all a dual one, a fully secure situation, a situation with three legs. It's precisely because it is only ever envisaged from the aspect of a dual relation, and because one never enters into the labyrinth of the homosexual's positions, that, through the fault of the analyst, the situation never comes to be completely clarified. Even though the situation has the closest of relations with the mother, it only has its importance in relation to the father. What ought to be the message of the law is quite the contrary, and, whether ingested or not, it ends up in the mother's hands. The mother holds the key, but in a manner that is much more complex than the one implied by the global and massive notion that she is the mother equipped with a phallus. If a homosexual turns out to have identified with her, it isn't at all insofar as she has or doesn't have. 196. The adject, purely and simply, but insofar as she holds the key to the 212 particular situation that prevails at the exit of the Oedipus complex, where judgment is passed as to which of the two ultimately holds the power. Not just any power, but very precisely the power of love, and insofar as the complex bonds of the construction of the Oedipus complex, as they have been presented to you here, allow you to understand how the relationship to the power of the law metaphorically reverberates through the relationship to the phallus as phantasmatic object, insofar as it is the object with which the subject must identify at a particular moment. I will continue next time with a little side commentary on what have been called states of phallic passivity. The term is Lowenstein's, to account for certain disturbances to sexual potency. It fits in here too naturally for me not to do it. Then I will show you how, across the different avatars of this same object, from its origins, namely its function as the mother's imaginary object, through to the moment where it is taken on by the subject, we can outline the general and definitive classification of the different forms in which it intervenes. That's what we will do next week. The time after that, after which I will leave you for 3 weeks, we will conclude on the subject's relationship to the phallus in a way that may perhaps interest you less directly, but which I hold to dearly. Effectively, last trimester I concluded with what I brought for you concerning comedy. When I said that the essence of comedy was when the subject takes the whole dialectical matter in hand and says, after all, this entire dramatic affair, tragedy, the conflicts between father and mother, none of that has the same value as love, and now let's amuse ourselves, let's begin the orgy, let's bring all these conflicts to a close, all of that is made for man. It wasn't very well taken. I was quite astonished to have surprised, even scandalized, some people. I am going to let you in on a secret, it's in Hegel. By contrast, I will bring something new to this topic, something that seems much more demonstrative to me than anything it has ever been possible to formulate on the various phenomena of the mind. The fact is that by taking this path one rediscovers a surprising confirmation of what I am claiming, namely, the crucial character for the subject, and for his development, of imaginary identification with the phallus. I therefore invite you to come back for the last day of this period so that I can show you the extent to which this applies, the extent to which it is demonstrable and how sensational it is, so as to give a key to, a unique term for, and a univocal explanation of, the function of comedy. January 20, 1958. 12. From image to signifier, in pleasure and in reality. The connection between the two principles. Winnicott's paradox. Kleinism's dead ends. From the urbild to the ideal. The girl who wants to be whipped. The world is preoccupied with symbolization. An article appeared in the International Journal in May-June 1956 under the title Symbolism and its Relationship to the Primary and Secondary Processes, in which Mr. Charles Rickroft tries to give symbolism a meaning in the current state of analysis. Those of you who read English would do well to familiarize yourselves with this article, where you will see the difficulties that have always been present concerning the meaning to give in analysis, not only to the word symbolism, but to the idea one has of the process of symbolization. Since 1911, when Mr. Jones carried out the first important comprehensive study, the question has gone through various phases, and it has encountered, and still encounters, huge difficulties in what currently constitutes the most developed position on this subject, that is, the one arising from the considerations by Mrs. Melanie Klein on the role of symbols in the ego's formation. The matter at hand has the closest of relationships with what I am currently explaining to you, and I would like you to sense how useful the point of view I am trying to communicate to you is for introducing a little bit of clarity into some obscure directions. I don't know from what angle I am going to approach it today, for I don't have a plan for how I am going to present things to you. Since this is our third last session, and since I told you that next time the seminar would be centered on the phallus and comedy, today I would like simply to pause here and show you several directions. 213. 198. 214, in which what I have expounded for you regarding the castration complex makes it possible to raise a number of questions. I will start by taking theses as they come. It's not always possible to impose a strict order on this subject, above all when, as is the case today, we're at a crossroads. 1. You have just seen the terms primary and secondary process in the title of Rickraft's article, which I have never spoken to you about, to the point where some of you were astonished to come across them some time ago in the context of a vocabulary definition. The opposition between primary process and secondary process dates from the time of the Traumdeutung, and, without being completely identical with this, it covers the contrasting notions of pleasure principle and reality principle. I have alluded to these two terms more than once here, and always in order to get you to observe that the use made of them is incomplete unless one considers them in relation to one another and senses their link and their opposition as being constitutive of the position of each. I will come straight to the heart of the matter. When one isolates the notion of pleasure principle as the primary process principle, one ends up where Rickraft does. He thinks that he has to define the primary process, set aside all its structural characteristics and place in the background condensation, displacement, and so on, everything that Freud began to inquire into when defining the unconscious, so that he can characterize it in terms of what the final formulation of Freudian theory in the Traumdeutung contributes. Specifically, he turns it into an original mechanism, whether you understand this as a historical stage or as the underlying ground, on the basis of which something else would develop. It would be a kind of base or psychical depth, or, taking it in the logical sense, an obligatory point of departure for reflection. In response to impulses from the drives, there is, supposedly, always a tendency in the human subject. It obviously cannot be anything else, but the point isn't very clearly defined, towards the hallucinatory satisfaction of desire. This would be a virtual possibility, constitutive, as it were, of the subject's position with respect to the world. I doubt this will come as a surprise to you, for you find that this reference to a primitive experience on the model of the reflex arc is 215 abundantly expressed by all authors. Even before need corresponds to an impulse internal to the subject, triggering the instinctual cycle, the movement, however uncoordinated, of appetite, then the 199. Searching and the locating in reality, it is satisfied via the pathway of the memory traces of what previously satisfied the desire. This, quite simply, is how satisfaction tends to be reproduced on the hallucinatory plane. Doesn't this notion, which has become almost consubstantial with our analytic conceptions, and which we make use of in an almost implicit manner when we speak about the pleasure principle, seem so excessive as to warrant clarification? Because, in the end, if it's in the nature of the cycle of psychical processes to create their own satisfaction, why don't people satisfy themselves? Of course, it's because a need continues to insist. Phantasmatic satisfaction is unable to fulfill every need, though we are only too well aware that in the sexual order, in every case without any doubt, It's highly likely to confront a need when it's the need of a drive that is at stake. For hunger, it's a different matter. What is appearing on the horizon is that it's ultimately a question of the quite possibly illusory nature of the sexual object. This conception of the relationship between a need and its satisfaction does exist, and it may effectively be sustainable, at least at one level, that of sexual satisfaction. It has so profoundly impregnated the whole of analytic thought that what has come to the foreground are the primitive or primordial gratifications or satisfactions, and frustrations as well, that are produced at the beginning of the subject's life, that is, in the subject's relations with its mother. Psychoanalysis has thus, on the whole, entered more deeply into a dialectic of need and its satisfaction the more it has become interested in the early phases of the subject's development. Down this path, one has come to formulations whose character, no less necessary than significant, I would like to point out to you. From the Kleinian perspective, which is the one I am referring to at the moment, the subject's entire learning, as it were, about reality is primordially prepared and underpinned by the essentially hallucinatory and phantasmatic constitution of its first objects, which are classified into good and bad objects, insofar as they establish an initial primordial relation which, in the subsequent life of the subject, will give the subject the principal types of the relations he will have with reality. We thus arrive at the notion that the subject's world is made up of a fundamentally unreal relationship that the subject has with objects that are merely the reflection of his fundamental drives. For example, this world of fantasy, in the way this concept is used in the Kleinian school, is organized, in a series of projections of the subject's needs, around the subject's fundamental aggressiveness. A series of more or less favorable experiences, and it's desirable that they be favorable, intervenes on the surface of this world. In this way, little by little, the world of experience makes possible a certain rational locating of what in these objects is, as one says, objectively definable as corresponding to a certain reality, where the background of unreality remains absolutely fundamental. Here, we have what one can truly call a psychotic construction of the subject. From this perspective, a normal subject is, in short, a psychosis that has turned out well, a psychosis in harmony with experience. What I am saying to you isn't a reconstruction. The author I am going to speak about now, Mr. Winnicott, expresses it exactly so in a text he wrote on the use of regression in analytic therapy. It absolutely affirms, as such, the fundamental homogeneity of psychosis with a normal relationship to the world. There are huge problems with this approach, even just in managing to formulate it. As fantasy is only the fabric underlying the world of reality, what can the function of fantasy, when it is recognized as such, be in a subject at an adult and completed state and who has successfully constituted his world? This is also the problem that presents itself to any self-respecting Kleinian, that is, to any self-declared Kleinian, and also, one can currently say, to virtually every analyst, insofar as the register in which he inscribes the subject's relationship to the world becomes more and more exclusively one of a process of learning about the world carried out on the basis of a series of more or less successful experiences of frustration. I invite you to refer to Mr. Winnicott's text, which can be found in volume 26 of the International Journal of Psychoanalysis under the title Primitive Emotional Development. The author makes an effort to explain the emergence of this world of fantasy insofar as it's consciously lived by the subject and stabilizes his reality, as we necessarily observe in the very text of experience. For those interested, I refer them to a remark by the author the need for which one clearly senses, given how it leads to a very curious paradox. The emergence of the principle of reality, in other words, the recognition of reality, on the basis of the child's primordial relations with the maternal object, the object of its satisfaction and also of its dissatisfaction, doesn't at all show how the world of fantasy in its adult form can emerge from there, unless it's by way of an artifice 217 that Mr. Winnicott becomes aware of, and which no doubt makes possible a coherent enough development in the theory, but at the price of a paradox. That I want to get you to see. there is a fundamental discordance between the hallucinatory satisfaction of need and what the mother gives the child. It's within this very discordance that a gap opens up to make it possible for the child to attain its first recognition of the object. This presupposes 201. That, despite appearances, the object turns out to be disappointing. Now, in order to explain how the thing that sums up everything for modern psychoanalysis concerning the world of fantasy and imagination, namely what in English is called wishful thinking, can arise, he makes the following observation. Let's suppose that the maternal object turns up at the appointed hour to fulfill a need. As soon as the child begins to act so as to get the breast, the mother gives it to him. Winnicott quite rightly pauses here and raises the following problem: what enables the child, under these conditions, to distinguish between the hallucinatory satisfaction of his desire and reality? In other words, with this point of departure we necessarily come to the following equation: in the beginning, it's absolutely impossible to distinguish a hallucination from a fulfilled desire. The paradox of this confusion is unavoidably striking. From the perspective that rigorously characterizes primary process as naturally having to be satisfied in a hallucinatory manner, we arrive at this, which is that the more satisfying reality is, the less it constitutes a test of reality. Omnipotent thought in the child is henceforth originally founded on everything that has succeeded in reality. This conception may be coherent in some way, but do recognize that in itself it presents a paradoxical aspect. The very need to have to resort to such a paradox to explain a pivotal point in the subject's development gives one pause for thought and even makes one question it. As paradoxical, and blatantly paradoxical, as this conception already is, it inevitably has several consequences, which I already pointed out to you last year when I alluded to this same article by Mr. Winnicott. That is, in the rest of his anthropology, it has no other effect than to lead him to classify almost everything that might be called free speculation as part of the same register as the phantasmatic aspects of thought. He completely assimilates everything of the order of speculation, however highly developed it is, namely everything that can be called a conviction, pretty much whatever it might be, whether political, religious, or other, to phantasmatic life. That is a point of view that fits in well with British humor, 218, and with a certain attitude of mutual respect, tolerance, and also reserve. There is a series of things that one only ever speaks about in inverted commas, or that one doesn't speak about at all, amongst well-brought-up people. They are, however, things that do count just a bit, since they form part of the internal discourse that one is far from being able to reduce to wishful thinking. But let's not go into the finer details of the matter. I simply want to show you what, in contrast, a different conception can suggest. 202. 2. First, is it so clear that one can purely and simply call satisfaction what is produced at the hallucinatory level, and in the different registers in which we can embody the fundamental thesis of the hallucinatory satisfaction of primordial need at the level of the primary process? I have already introduced the problem several times. We are told, take a look at dreams, and one always refers to children's dreams. Freud himself shows us the way on this. From the perspective that he was exploring, which was the fundamental nature of desire in dreams, he was effectively led to give us the example of the dream of a child as typical of hallucinatory satisfaction. From that point on, the door was open. Psychiatrists rushed in. They had for a long time been looking for an idea about their subjects' disturbed relationship to reality in their delusions, by referring them, for example, to structures analogous to those of dreams. The approach I have presented you with here doesn't introduce any essential modifications on this point. From where we are now, where we can see the difficulties and impasses of a conception in which a purely imaginary relation of the subject to the world is at the origin of the development of his relationship to so-called external reality, it's important to return to the little schema that I never tire of using. I will return to its simplest form and remind you, even if I should seem to be drumming it in a little, what it's about. Need or desire. Here one finds something that could be called need, but which I am already calling desire because there is no original or pure state of need. From the outset, need is motivated at the level of desire, that is, at the level of something that is destined in man to have. 203. A particular relationship to signifiers. Here, we have this desiring intention crossing what is laid down for the subject as the signifying 219 chain. Either the requirements of the signifying chain have already been imposed on his subjectivity, or, from the start, he only ever encounters it in the following form, which is that it's always and already constituted in the mother and that it imposes its requirements and its barrier on him, in the mother. The subject, as you know, initially encounters the signifying chain in the form of the other, and it arrives at this barrier in the form of a message, whose projection you can see on this schema. Where is the pleasure principle located on this schema? One may consider it possible, from some angles, to find a primitive manifestation of it in the form of dreams. Take the most primitive of dreams, the most confused, a dog's dream. You can occasionally see a dog's legs moving when he is asleep. He must be dreaming, therefore, and perhaps his desire, too, has a hallucinatory form of satisfaction. Can we conceptualize this? How do we situate it in humans? Here's what I suggest to you so that it exists at least in terms of a possibility in your minds and so that you are aware that in this case it applies in a more satisfying way. A hallucinatory response to need isn't the emergence of a phantasmatic reality at the conclusion of a circuit initiated by the insistence of a need. At the conclusion of this insistence that started to awaken in the subject, this movement towards something that, effectively, must begin to take shape for him, what appears does not, of course, bear no relationship to the subject's need, does not bear no relationship to an object, but bears a relationship to the object of such a kind that it deserves to be called a signifier. It's effectively something that has a fundamental relationship to the object's absence and already possesses the characteristics of a discrete element, a sign. If you consult letter 52 to Flius, which I have already cited, you 220 will see that when he sets about articulating the birth of unconscious structures, when he begins to formulate a model of the psychical apparatus that makes it possible to explain the primary process, all Freud can do is grant from the outset that the Gnosic inscription that hallucinatorially corresponds to the manifestation of need is nothing but a sign, Zeichen. A sign isn't characterized merely by its relationship to an image in the theory of instincts. It's not the sort of lure that is sufficient to awaken need but not fulfill it. It's located in a particular relationship with other signifiers, with for example the signifier that is its direct opposite and signifies its absence. It has a place in a set of already organized signifiers, already structured in a symbolic relationship. 204. Insofar as it appears at the intersection of a play of presence and absence, of absence and presence, a game that is itself ordinarily linked to a spoken articulation in which discrete elements that are signifiers are already present. In fact, the experience we have of the simplest of children's dreams isn't one of simple satisfaction, as when it's a matter of the need of hunger. It's already something that presents itself with the character of excess, as exorbitant. What the little Anna Freud dreams of is precisely what the child has been forbidden: cherries, strawberries, raspberries, pudding, everything that has already adopted a properly signifying character through being prohibited. She doesn't dream simply of what corresponds to a need, but of what is present in the mode of a feast, going beyond the limits of the natural object that satisfies a need. This feature is crucial. You will find it at absolutely every level. It's there, at whatever level you consider what appears to be hallucinatory satisfaction. Conversely, approaching things from the other end, from the angle of delusions, for a while, before Freud, you might be tempted, for want of anything better, to endeavor to make it to correspond to a kind of desire on the part of the subject. You get there via a number of insights, some oblique flashes like this one, where something may effectively seem to represent the satisfaction of desire. But isn't it obvious that the major phenomenon, the most striking, the most massive and the most invasive of all the phenomena of delusions isn't at all the phenomenon that refers to a reverie of satisfaction of desire, but something as frozen as verbal hallucinations. People have wondered about the level at which this verbal hallucination is produced, whether there is in the subject something like an internal reflection in the form of a psychomotor hallucination which it's extremely important to observe, or whether there is projection, or something else, and so on. But doesn't it seem from the outset that what dominates in the structuration of this hallucination, and which should serve as the first element of classification, is that it has the structure of signifiers? Hallucinations are phenomena structured at the level of signifiers. One cannot, not even for an instant, think about the organization of these hallucinations without seeing that the first thing to be emphasized in the phenomenon is that it's a phenomenon of signifiers. Here, then, is something that must always remind us that, while it's true that one can explore the pleasure principle from the angle of the fundamentally unreal satisfaction of desire, what characterizes the hallucinatory satisfaction of desire is that it's formed in the domain of signifiers and that, as such, it implies a locus of the 205. The reality principle, the pleasure principle. Other. This is, moreover, not necessarily an other. It's a locus of the other, insofar as it's necessary for the position of the instance of signifiers. You will notice that on this little schema we see need come into play in that part of the circuit that is external in some way, formed by the part on the lower right. Need manifests itself in the form of a sort of tail of the signifying chain, as something that only exists at the limit, and where, however, you will always recognize the feature of pleasure as being attached to it. This is the case every time something reaches this level of the schema. For a witticism to result in pleasure, it's necessary that what takes place at the level of the other only comes to an end virtually by tending towards what lies beyond sense, which in itself carries a kind of satisfaction. If the pleasure principle gets schematized in the external part of the circuit, the reality principle is, likewise, situated in the opposite part. As for the human subject, insofar as we have dealings with him 222 in our experience, there is no other possible apprehension or definition of the reality principle, inasmuch as he enters it at the level of the secondary process. How can we neglect, concerning reality, that signifiers effectively enter into play in the human real as an original reality? There is language, it speaks in the world, and by virtue of this fact there is an entire series of things, objects that are signified and that would absolutely not be objects if there were no signifiers in the world. Introducing the subject into any kind of reality is absolutely unthinkable on the basis of any kind of pure and simple experience, frustration, discordance, shock, burn, or whatever else you might think of. There is no bit-by-bit spelling out of an Umwelt, explored in an immediate and tentative manner. For animals, instinct comes to the rescue, thank goodness for that. If animals needed to reconstruct the world, life would not be long enough. And so, why wish? 223. 206. That man, who has very poorly adapted instincts, somehow fashion an experience of the world with his own hands. The fact that there are signifiers is absolutely essential to it, and the principal means of expression of his experience of reality, it's almost banal, foolish to say this, is surely the voice. The teaching he receives comes to him essentially from the speech of adults. But the significant margin that Freud achieves over this element of experience is the following: even before language acquisition is elaborated at the motor level, at the auditory level, and at the level at which he understands what one tells him, there is already symbolization, from the outset, from the first relations with the object, from the child's first relationship to the maternal object as the primordial, primitive object on whom its subsistence in the world depends. This object has effectively already been introduced as such into the process of symbolization, and it plays the role of introducing the signifier's existence into the world, and at a very early stage. Take note of this: as soon as the child merely starts to be capable of opposing two phonemes to one another, there are already two vocables. And with two, the one who pronounces them and the one to whom they are addressed, that is the object, his mother. You already have four elements, which is enough to contain potentially, within itself, the entire commonality from which the organization of signifiers will emerge. 3. I am now going to move to a new and different little schema, one that, moreover, I have already started here, and which will show you what the consequences are of what I have been telling you, as well as recalling for you what I was trying to get you to see at our last session. Reality. I said that, primordially, we have the child's relationship with the mother. If it's along the EM axis that one wants the initial relationship with reality to be established, and if one makes the constitution of reality depend uniquely on the relationship of the child's desire with the object insofar as it satisfies him or doesn't satisfy him, then this reality cannot be deduced and can only be reconstructed in experience with the aid of continual sleights of hand. If it's possible, in very extreme cases, to find something that corresponds to this in a number of cases of childhood psychosis, it's always, ultimately, the so-called depressive phase of the child's development that one is referring to whenever one brings this dialectic into play. But insofar as this dialectic comprises an infinitely more complex development, it's in fact a question of something quite different. The child doesn't simply have a relationship with an object that satisfies him or that doesn't satisfy him, but, owing to this minimum thickness of unreality that the initial symbolization gives, there is already a triangular mapping of the child, namely, a relationship, not with what brings satisfaction to his need, but a relationship with the desire of the maternal subject there with him. If the child does manage to locate his position, it's solely insofar as the dimension of symbols has already been inaugurated. This 224 dimension is represented here as the axis called the axis of ordinates in mathematical analysis. It's what enables us to conceptualize how the child is to locate himself with reference to two poles. It is, moreover, what Mrs. Melanie Klein is searching around for without being able to find the formula for it. It's effectively around a double pole of the mother, which she calls the good mother and the bad mother, that the child begins to take up its position. It's not the object that he situates, it's initially himself that he situates. He is then going to situate himself at all sorts of points along this axis, trying to reach the object of the mother's desire, trying to respond to her desire. That is the essential element, and it might take quite some time. In truth, no species of dialectic is possible if we only consider the child's relationship with the mother, first because it's impossible to deduce anything from this, but also because it's equally impossible, on the basis of experience, to conceive how the child is in this ambiguous world that Kleinian analysts present us with, in which the only reality is that of the mother. According to them, the child's primitive world is both suspended from this object and entirely autoerotic, in that the child is so closely tied to the maternal object that he literally forms a closed circle with her. In fact, we all know this, and you only have to see a small, living child. He isn't at all autoerotic. He is interested normally, just like 208. Any young animal, and, as he is, when all is said and done, a young animal who is more particularly intelligent than the others, he takes an interest in all sorts of other things there in reality. Obviously, they are not random things. There is one to which we attach a certain importance and which appears at the limit of this reality, on the axis of the abscissa, which here is the axis of reality. This isn't a fantasy, it's a perception. For Mrs. Melanie Klein all is forgiven, for she is a woman of genius, but for her followers, and in particular those trained in matters of psychology, like Susan Isaacs who was a psychologist, it is unforgivable. In the wake of Mrs. Melanie Klein, she manages to articulate a theory of perception on which there is no way of distinguishing a perception from an introjection in the analytic sense of the term. I cannot, in passing, go through all the impasses of the Kleinian system. I am only trying to give you a model that will enable you to articulate what happens more clearly. What happens at the level of the mirror phase? The mirror phase is a subject's encounter with what is and isn't a reality, Strictly 225 speaking, namely a virtual image, which plays a decisive role in a particular crystallization of the subject which I call his Urbild. I put it in parallel with the relationship that arises between the child and the mother. This is basically what it's about. The child acquires this point of support for the thing at the limit of reality that appears for him in a perceptual form, but which one can also call an image, in the sense in which an image has the property of being a captivating signal that is singled out in reality and attracts and captures some of the subject's libido, some of its instinct, owing to which a number of reference points, of psychoanalytic points in the world, make it possible for the living being more or less to organize his behavior. For the human being, it ultimately seems that this is the sole point that subsists. It plays a role there, as deceptive and illusory. This is where it comes to the aid of an activity which the subject already only engages in insofar as he has to satisfy the other's desire and, therefore, with the aim of creating an illusion for this desire. That's the whole point of the child's jubilatory activity in front of the mirror. His image of the body is acquired as something that both exists and doesn't exist at the same time, and he positions his own movements as well as the image of those who are there with him in front of the mirror in relation to it. What's special about this experience is that it presents the subject with a reality that is virtual, unrealized, grasped as such, and is to be acquired. Every possible construction of human reality literally passes through here. 209. For sure, the phallus, as this imaginary object that the child has to identify with in order to satisfy the mother's desire, cannot yet be put in place. But the possibility for this is greatly enriched by the ego's crystallization in this positioning, which opens up all sorts of possibilities for the imaginary. What are we observing? A double movement. On the one hand, the experience of reality introduces, in the form of the image of the body, an illusory and deceptive element as the essential foundation for mapping the subject in relation to reality. On the other hand, the margin that this experience opens up for the child gives him the possibility of entering into another field and acquiring, in the opposite direction, his first ego identifications. The field of experience of reality is represented here by the triangle, MIM, which sits on the axis of the previously defined abscissa, whereas the more enigmatic, homologous, and inverse triangle, MME, creates the subject's field for him, insofar as he has to identify himself, define himself, learn about himself and subjectify himself. What is this triangle, MME? What is this field? And how is this trajectory which starts with the specular Urbild of the ego, in M, going to enable the child to master himself, to identify himself, to progress? How can we define it? How is it constituted? Answer. The ego's Urbild is this initial self-conquest or self-mastery that the child acquires in his experience once he has split the real pole in relation to which he has to situate himself. This brings him into the trapezium MIME, insofar as he identifies multiple elements of signifiers in reality. Through his successive identifications along the segment ME, he himself takes on the role of a series of signifiers, understand by that a series of hieroglyphs, types, forms and presentations that punctuate his reality with a number of reference points, thus making it a reality riddled with signifiers. What constitutes the limit of the series is this formation in E that we call the ego ideal. This is what the subject identifies with when he goes in the direction of the symbolic. He sets out from imaginary reference points, which are, in some ways, instinctually preformed in his relationship with his own body, and engages in a series of signifying identifications whose direction is defined as the opposite of the imaginary and which use it as a signifier. The reason the egoideal identification occurs at the paternal level is that at this level there is greater detachment in relation to the imaginary relationship than at the level of the relation with the mother. This little construction of schemas one on top of the other, these little dancers standing on one another, the legs of one on the shoulders of the other, that's what this is about. The third of these little constructions is the father insofar as he intervenes to prohibit. As a result, he brings the object of the moth 227er's desire to the properly symbolic rank, in such a way that it's no longer a purely imaginary object, it's also destroyed, prohibited. It's insofar as the father intervenes as a real person, as I, in order to fulfill this function that the I will become an eminently signifying element and constitute the nucleus of the final identification, the ultimate outcome of the Oedipus complex. This is why the formation called the ego ideal relates to the father. The ego ideal's oppositions to the object of the mother's desire are expressed on this schema. The subject's virtual and ideal identification with the phallus, insofar as it's the object of mother's desire, is located at the vertex of the first triangle of the relationship with the mother QME. It's situated there virtually, at one and the same time always possible and always under threat, so much under threat that it will effectively be destroyed by the intervention of the purely symbolic principle represented by the name of the father. The latter is there in the form of a veiled presence. His presence isn't unveiled progressively but by an initially decisive intervention, insofar as he is the prohibiting element. What does he intervene in? In this kind of groping about on the part of the subject who, without this intervention, would end up in, and in certain cases does end up in, an exclusive relationship with the mother. This exclusive relationship isn't one of pure and simple dependence but manifests itself in all sorts of perversions through a particular essential relationship with the phallus because either the subject assumes it in a number of forms, or turns it into a fetish, or because we are at the level of what can be called the original root of the perverse relationship with the mother. In general terms, the subject may, at a particular phase, effectively attempt to identify his ego with the phallus. It's inasmuch as he is 211. Transported in the other direction that he constitutes and structures a certain relationship, marked by the endpoints I am which lie along the axis of reality, with the image of his own body, that is, the imaginary pure and simple, namely the mother. Also, his ego, as a real term, is apt not merely to recognize itself, but, having recognized itself, to become a signifying element and no longer simply an imaginary element in its relationship with the mother. This is how these successive identifications that Freud spells out for us in the strongest of terms, and which form the theme of his theory of the ego, can occur along ME. This theory effectively shows us that the ego is made of a series of identifications with an object that lies beyond the immediate object, the father beyond the mother. It's essential to retain this schema. It shows you that, in order for it to come out correctly, completely, and in the right direction, there 228 has to be a particular relationship between the subject's direction, his rectitude, and his accidents, and the always growing development of the father's presence in the dialectic of the child's relationship with the mother. This schema comprises a double seizing movement. On the one hand, reality is mastered by human subjects inasmuch as it reaches one of its limits in the virtual form of the image of the body. Correspondingly, it's insofar as the subject introduces the unreal elements of signifiers into his field of experience that he manages to enlarge the field of this experience to the scale it has for a human subject. This schema is made for constant use. If you don't refer to it, you will find that you are forever sliding into a series of confusions and literally taking the smoke for the fire, an idealization for an identification, an illusion for an image, all sorts of things that are far from being equivalent and that we shall have to come back to later with reference to the schema. It's quite clear, for example, that it is easy to show our conception of the phenomenon of delusion through the structure set out on this schema. Delusion is a phenomenon that, surely, deserves to be called regressive, but not because it reproduces an earlier state, which would be completely incorrect. The idea that the child lives in a world of delusion, which seems to be implied by the Kleinian conception, is one of the most difficult things to agree to, for the good reason that while this psychotic phase is required by the premises of the Kleinian articulation, we have no kind of experience of anything at all in the child that represents a transitory psychotic state. On the other hand, we can very well conceptualize it at the level of a structural, and not a genetic, regression, which the schema makes possible to illustrate by means of a movement in the direction opposite the one indicated here by the two arrows. The invasion of the world of objects by the image of the body is manifest in delusions of a Schreberian type, whereas, inversely, signifier phenomena are gathered around the ego to the point where the only thing supporting the subject is a continuous thread of verbal hallucinations which constitutes a withdrawal to an initial position of the genesis of his world or of reality. 4. Let's see what our aim has been today. Our aim is to definitively locate the meaning of the question we raise concerning the object. The question of the object is fundamental for us analysts. We experience it constantly, all we ever do is concern ourselves with it. The question is essentially this: what is the source and the genesis of the illusory object? The question is whether we can form an adequate conception of this object as illusory by referring simply to the categories of the imaginary. My reply to you is, no, that's impossible. The illusory object has been known about for such a long time, for as long as there have been people who think, philosophers who attempt to express what forms part of everyone's experience. The illusory object has been spoken about for ages. It's the veil of Maya. It's well known that sexual need manifestly produces aims that go beyond the subject. We did not have to wait for Freud for that. Mr. Schopenhauer, and many others before him, had already seen a ruse of nature in the fact that a subject thinks about kissing such and such a woman, and that he is purely and simply subject to the requirements of the species. The fundamentally imaginary character of the object, most especially the object of sexual need, was recognized long ago. The fact that the subject is only sensitive to the image of the female of his species, very roughly speaking, has the character of a lure that, supposedly, seems to be realized in nature, but that doesn't help us one little bit in understanding what is nevertheless essential, which is that one small woman's shoe may very precisely be what provokes in a man the emergence of this energy that is said to be intended for the reproduction of the species. The whole problem is there. It can only be solved on condition that one realizes that the illusory object doesn't fulfill its function in the human subject as an image, however deceptive, however naturally well organized as a 213 lure you suppose it to be. It fulfills it as a signifying element, taken up into a signifying chain. We have come to the end of a session today that is perhaps particularly abstract. I apologize, but if we don't set these terms down we will never get to understand what's here and what's there, what I'm saying and what I'm not saying, what I am saying so as to contradict others, and what others say in all innocence, without being 230 aware of their contradictions. We really do have to take this route via the function played by this or that object, fetish or not, and even simply via all the instruments of a perversion. I really have no idea what one would have had to be thinking about to be satisfied with, for example, terms like masochism or sadism, which provide all sorts of admirable considerations on stages and instincts and on the fact that there is some sort of aggressive motor need in order to be able just to accomplish the aim of genital coupling. But, then, why does the fact of being beaten, there are other ways of practicing sadism and masochism, very specifically with a switch, or anything else analogous, play an essential role in sadism and masochism? Why does one minimize the importance to human sexuality of this implement commonly known as the whip, in a more or less elided, symbolic, or generalized manner? There really is something here that deserves to be taken into consideration. Mr. Aldous Huxley depicts a future world in which everything will be so well organized concerning the reproductive instinct that little foetuses will simply be placed in bottles when those chosen for providing the best embryos have been selected. It all goes very well, and the world becomes particularly satisfactory. Because of his personal preferences, Mr. Huxley declares it boring. I'm not taking sides, but what is interesting is that by engaging in these sorts of predictions, to which I personally attach no kind of importance, he remakes the world that he is familiar with, just as we are, through the intermediary of a person who isn't just anybody, a girl who expresses her need to be whipped. There seems to him to be no doubt that there is something here that is closely bound up with the character of humanity in the world. I am simply pointing this out to you. What is accessible to a novelist, who no doubt has some experience concerning sexual life, should give us analysts pause for thought, all the same. See the turning point in the history of perversion in analysis. To get away from the idea that perversion was purely and simply the drive coming to the surface, that is to say, the contrary of neurosis, we waited for a sign from the conductor, which came when Freud wrote Ein Kind Wort geschlagen, a child is being beaten, a text. 214. That is totally sublime, where everything that has been said about it since is merely small beer. It's through the analysis of this whipping fantasy that Freud really brought perversion into his real analytic dialectic. It doesn't appear as the pure and simple manifestation of 231 a drive, but proves to be attached to a dialectical context that is as subtle, composite, rich in compromise and ambiguous as a neurosis. Perversion is therefore not to be classified as a category of the instinct or of our tendencies, but is to be articulated precisely in all its detail, in its instruments and, let's say the word, in its signifiers. Whenever you deal with a perversion, moreover, it's earnest recognition not to see to what extent it is fundamentally attached to a scenario that is always liable to be transformed, modified, elaborated, and enriched. In certain cases, experience makes it clear that perversion is chemically linked in the closest of ways to the appearance, disappearance, and entire compensatory movement of a phobia, which obviously exhibits both a front and a back, but in quite a different sense, in the sense in which two articulated systems are mutually composed, offset one another and alternate with one another. This encourages us to talk about the drive in quite another domain than that of tendencies pure and simple. I am particularly drawing your attention to the traces of a signifier that the components and the instruments of perversion itself correspond to, since we are interested in the object for the moment. What does all this mean? We have an object, a primordial object, one that, without any doubt, remains dominant for the rest of the subject's life. We have certain imaginary elements that play a crystallizing role, in particular all the material of the body's parts, its members, the subject's reference to their domination, the image of a whole. But the fact of the matter is that the object is caught in the function of signifiers. A relationship is formed here between two series, a series of S, which symbolizes the existence of a signifying chain, and a series of significations underneath. While the upper chain moves in one direction, this something that is in the significations moves in the opposite direction. This is a signification that is always sliding, flying, and fleeing, which means that ultimately, by virtue of the existence of signifiers, man's basic relationship with all signification is a special type of object. I call this object a metonymic object. What is the nature of this object insofar as the subject has a relationship with it? The subject imaginarily identifies with it in a totally radical manner, not with this or that of its object functions that supposedly correspond to this or that partial tendency, as they say. Something requires that somewhere at this level there be a pole that represents in the imaginary what is always evasive, what is induced. 215. By a certain tendency of the object to take flight into the imaginary, because of the existence of signifiers. This pole is an object. It's 232 pivotal, central in the entire dialectic of perversions, neuroses, and even, purely and simply, in subjective development. It has a name. It's called the phallus. This is what I will be illustrating for you next time. February 5, 1958. 233-13. Fantasy, beyond the pleasure principle. Reading a child is being beaten. The hieroglyphics of the whip, the law of the rod, the negative therapeutic reaction, the pain of being so-called feminine masochism. By way of bibliographical information, I draw your attention to the following 3 articles that I will have occasion to refer to. The first is by Ernest Jones, The Phallic Phase, published in the International Journal, Volume 14, 1933, and reprinted in his collection, Papers on Psychoanalysis, where it's the last one. The second is in German. It's by Hans Sachs, Genus der Perversion, The Genesis of Perversion, and you will find it in the 9th volume of the Zeitschrift für Psychoanalyse, 1923. Finally, I give you the English reference for the third, Perversion and Neurosis, by Otto Rank, in the International Journal of Psychoanalysis of the same year. I will add to these Freud's initial article from 1919, Ein kind Wort geschlagen, a child is being beaten, which was the signal he gave of a turnaround or a step forward in his own thought and, thereby, for the entire theoretical development of subsequent analytic thought concerning the neuroses and the perversions. On close examination, the best formula one can give of what occurred at that moment is a formula that the register I am trying to elaborate here by showing you the essential role of signifiers in the formation of symptoms enables me to give. It's effectively a question, in Freud, of the intervention of the notion of a signifier. Once Freud had shown this, it became clear that the instinct, the drive, has no right to be promoted as any more naked, as it were, in perversion than in neurosis. Hans Sachs's entire article on the genesis of perversions is there to demonstrate that there is exactly 217. The same structure of compromise, evasion, and dialectic of the repressed and return of the repressed as in neurosis. That is the essence of this article that is so remarkable, and he gives absolutely 234 convincing examples for it. There is always something in perversion that the subject does not wish to recognize, with what this wish, conveys in our language. What the subject does not wish to recognize can only be conceived as being articulated therein and, nevertheless, not only misrecognized by him, but also repressed for essential reasons of articulation. This is the mainspring of the analytic mechanism of repression. If the subject were to recognize the repressed, he would be forced to recognize a series of other things, which are strictly intolerable to him, and this is the source of the repressed. Repression can be conceptualized only insofar as it's linked to an articulated signifying chain. Whenever you have repression in neurosis, it's insofar as the subject does not wish to recognize something that it would be necessary to recognize, and this term necessary always carries an element of signifying articulation that cannot be otherwise conceived than as internal to the coherence of a discourse. Well then, for perversion, it's exactly the same thing. There you have it. In 1923, following Freud's article, Sachs and all psychoanalysts recognized that if you look closely, perversion carries exactly the same mechanisms of elision of the fundamental, that is, Oedipal terms as we find in the analysis of neuroses. If there is, all the same, a difference, it deserves to be studied very closely. In no case can one rest content with an opposition as summary as that which consists in saying that in neurosis the drive is avoided, whereas in perversion it declares itself nakedly. The drive does appear here, but it only ever appears here partially. It appears in something which, in comparison with the instinct, is a detached element, strictly speaking a sign and, one can even say, a signifier of the instinct. This is why last time, as I was finishing up, I emphasized the role of instruments that is present in an entire series of so-called perverse fantasies, limiting ourselves to just these for the moment. Effectively, it's preferable to begin from the concrete and not from some general idea that we might have of what is called the instinctual economy of attention, aggressive or not, and its reflections, turnings around and refractions. At least, isn't this what will explain the prevalence, insistence, and predominance of these elements, the nature of which is not only emergent but also isolated in the form that perversions take as a species offentasy, that is, as that by which they provide imaginary satisfaction? Why do these elements occupy this special place? The other day I spoke about the shoe and also the whip. We can't link them to a 235. Pure and simple biological economy of the instinct. They are instrumental elements isolated in a form that is too obviously symbolic for it to be possible to misunderstand this for a moment, once one has explored the lived reality of perversion. The constancy of such elements across the transformations that the evolution of a subject's perversion is capable of showing over the course of his life, a point on which Sachs also insists, is very likely to emphasize the need to view it, not just as a primordial, ultimate, and irreducible element whose place we have to see in a subject's economy, but also as a signifying element of perversion. Let's turn to Freud's article. 1. Freud starts with a fantasy that he has detected in a group of 8 patients, 6 girls and 2 boys, presenting fairly nuanced pathological forms, of which quite a large portion are neurotic, but not all are. This is a systematic and very careful study pursued, step by step, with a scrupulousness that distinguishes the investigations carried out by Freud himself from all others. Beginning with these subjects, as diverse as they are, he sets out to follow the transformations in the economy of the fantasy, a child is being beaten, through the stages of the Oedipus complex. He begins to articulate what will subsequently develop in his thought into the period where he investigates perversions, and which will, I insist on this point, show us the importance of the play of signifiers in this economy even more. I can only point out in passing that one of Freud's last articles, Constructions in Analysis, I don't know if you have noticed this, shows the central importance of the notion of the subject's relationship to signifiers for thinking about the mechanism of remembering in analysis. It's clearly shown in this article that this mechanism, as such, is linked to the signifying chain. Similarly, the last work that Freud wrote for us, the last article by him that we have, from 1938, the one that in the collected papers was translated with the title Splitting of the Ego in the Process of Defense, which I translate as the division or splitting of the ego in the mechanism of analytic symptoms, and whose German title is Die Expaltung im Abwehrvorgang, the one that Freud stopped writing, the article is unfinished, closely links the economy of the ego with the dialect 236. Takes a perverse recognition, as it were, of a particular theme that confronts the subject. An unbreakable knot ties the ego's asterisk function to the imaginary relationship in the subject's relations with reality. 219. And it does so insofar as this imaginary relationship is utilized as integrated into the mechanism of signifiers. Let's now turn to the fantasy, a child is being beaten. Freud pauses at what is signified by this fantasy, into which at least a significant part, if not all, of the libidinal satisfactions of the subject seem to be absorbed. He insists on the fact that the great majority of cases he has encountered it in are female subjects, less often male subjects. We're not dealing with just any sadistic or perverse fantasy, we're dealing with a fantasy that culminates in and stabilizes into a form the theme of which the subject discloses with great reticence. It seems that a great deal of guilt is bound up with even communicating this theme which, once revealed, cannot be put into any other words than a child is being beaten. Being beaten. Ein kind Wort geschlagen. This means that it isn't the subject who beats, he is there as a spectator. Freud begins by analyzing the thing as it occurs in the imagination of female subjects who were the ones who revealed it to him. Taken in its totality, the person who is speaking comes from the line of those who are in authority. It isn't the father, it's on occasion a schoolteacher, an all-powerful man, the king, or a tyrant, it's occasionally a very romanticized figure. One recognizes, not the father, but someone who, for us, is equivalent to him. We will have to situate him in the full form of the fantasy, and we shall very clearly see that there is no reason for us to be content with a homology with the father. Far from being assimilated to the father, he should be placed beyond the father, in that category of the name of the father that we carefully distinguish from the effects of the real father. There are several children involved in these fantasies, a kind of group or crowd, and they are always boys. This raises problems, and enough of them for it not to be possible for me to think of covering them all today. I ask you simply to refer to Freud's article. The fact that it's always boys that are beaten, that is, subjects of the opposite sex to that of the subject of the fantasy, is something on which one can speculate indefinitely. Try for example relating it initially to themes such as that of the rivalry between the sexes. This is where Freud ends his article, showing the profound incompatibility with the clinical facts of theories such as Adler's and their inability to explain a finding like this one. Freud's argumentation is largely sufficient, and this isn't what creates our essential interest. What creates our interest is the way Freud goes about examining the problem. He gives us the findings of his analyses. He begins by 237 speaking about what happens in the girl's case, which he does for the requirements of his exposition, so as not to have to be constantly beginning again twice over, this for the girl, that for the boy. Then, 220. He takes what happens in the boy's case, where, moreover, he has less material. In short, what does he tell us? He observes some constants, and he tells us about them. What seems essential to him are the avatars of this fantasy, its transformations, its antecedents, its history, and what underlies it, which analytic investigation has given him access to. The fantasy effectively undergoes a number of successive states over the course of which it's possible to observe that something changes and something remains constant. For us it's a matter of learning from the result of this painstaking investigation, which carries the mark that gives almost everything that Freud wrote its originality, precision, insistence, working on the material to the point where the articulations that seem irreducible to him have been properly detached. This is how, in the 5 major psychoanalyses, and in particular in the admirable Wolf Man, we see him constantly returning to rigorously examine the part that we can call the symbolic origin and the part that is the real origin, in the primitive chain of the subject's history. Here, similarly, he discerns 3 moments. The first stage, he tells us, that in this instance one always finds in the case of girls is the following. At a certain moment of the analysis, the child who is being beaten, and who discloses his real face, is a sibling, a little brother or a little sister, whom the father is beating. What does this fantasy signify? We are unable to say whether it's sexual or sadistic, is the surprising affirmation that comes from Freud's pen, supported by a literary reference to the witch's response to Banquo in Macbeth. It's made from the stuff from which the two, the sexual and the sadistic, will come. Here we find what Freud will emphasize in an article in 1924, the economic problem of masochism, and which is necessitated by beyond the pleasure principle, namely this first stage at which, we have to think, there is originally, at least in considerable part, binding, or fusion of the libidinal instincts, or life instincts, with the death instincts, whereas the evolution of the instincts comprises a more or less premature diffusion, and by/dung, of these instincts. Certain types of prevalence or certain arrests in a subject's evolution can be attributed to the premature isolation of the death instinct. Although this fantasy is primitive, in that one doesn't find any 238 more archaic stage, Freud also emphasizes that its signification is located at the level of the father. The father refuses his love to or withholds his love from the beaten child, the little brother or the little sister. Inasmuch as there is the denunciation of any relationship of love and humiliation, this subject is targeted in his existence as a subject. He is the object of abuse, and this abuse consists in 221. Denying him as subject, reducing his existence as desiring to nothing and reducing him to a state that aims to abolish him as a subject. My father does not love him is the meaning of the primitive fantasy, and it's what gives the subject pleasure. The other isn't loved, that is, isn't established in a properly symbolic relationship. This is the perspective from which the father's intervention acquires its primary value for the subject, on which everything that follows depends. This archaic fantasy is thus initially born into a triangular relationship, one that isn't established between the subject, the mother and the child, but between the subject, the little brother or little sister and the father. We are prior to the Oedipus complex, and yet the father is there. Whereas this first moment of the fantasy, the most archaic, is recovered by the subject in analysis, the second, on the other hand, never is and has to be reconstructed. This is unbelievable. If I stress the daring of Freud's deduction, it isn't so that we can pause for a moment and ask whether it's legitimate or not. It's so that we do not allow ourselves to be led along blindfolded, it's so that we are aware of what Freud is doing, owing to which his construction can be continued. The analytic material therefore converges on this state of the fantasy which has to be reconstructed since it never appears, according to Freud, in memory. This second moment is tied to the Oedipus complex as such. It has the meaning of a privileged relationship between the little girl and her father, it's she who is being beaten. Freud thus acknowledges that this reconstructed fantasy may testify to the return of Oedipal desire in the little girl, the desire to be the object of the father's desire, with the guilt that comprises, requiring that she have herself beaten. Freud speaks in this respect of regression. What should we understand by that? Given that the message in question is repressed and can't be recovered in the subject's memory, a correlated mechanism, which Freud here calls regression, causes the subject to have recourse to the figuration of the previous stage in order to express, in a fantasy that is never brought to light, the frankly libidinal relationship, already structured in the Oedipal mode, that the subject then has with the father. At a third moment, after emerging from the Oedipus complex, there remains nothing more of the fantasy than a general schema. A new transformation has been introduced, and it's a double one. The figure of the father, now outmoded, is transposed and referred to the general form of an omnipotent and despotic person in a position to beat, whereas the subject himself is presented in the form of these 239 multiple children, not all of whom are even of a determinate sex, but form a kind of neutral series. This final form of the fantasy, in which 222 something is thus maintained and fixed, one might say memorized, remains invested for the subject with the property of forming the privileged image in which whatever genital satisfaction he will be able to experience will find its support. This deserves our attention, and it deserves to arouse a reflection using the terms whose primary use I am trying to teach you here. What might they represent here? 2. I return to my imaginary triangle and my symbolic triangle. The first dialectic of the symbolization of the child's relationship with the mother is essentially made for what is signifiable, which is what is of interest to us. There are no doubt other things beyond. There is the object that the mother as bearer of the breast can present, and there are the immediate satisfactions that she can bring to the child, but if that were all there is, there wouldn't be any kind of dialectic, no opening in the edifice. Later, the relationship with the mother does not consist merely of satisfactions and frustrations, it consists in the discovery of what the object of her desire is. The subject, this little child who has to constitute himself in his human adventure and enter the world of the signified, effectively has to make the discovery of what signifies her desire for her. Now, what has always posed a problem in analytic history, for theory as for practice, has been to know why the privileged function of the phallus appears at this point. When you read J. Wunz's article, The Phallic Phase, you will see the unfathomable difficulties that he has with Freud's remark that for the two sexes there is an original stage in their sexual development where the theme of the other as desiring other is linked to the possession of the phallus. This is literally incomprehensible by nearly everybody around Freud, even though they contort themselves in order to get it to fit into their own elaborations, notwithstanding, because the facts impose it on them. What they do not understand is that Freud is positing there a pivot signifier around which the entire dialectic of what the subject must conquer in himself, in his own being, revolves. 240 For want of understanding that this is a signifier and nothing else, commentators have worn themselves out looking for its equivalent in talking about a defense of the subject in the form of a belief in the phallus. Of course, they gather numerous extremely valuable facts about this, and they discover 1,000 traces of it in their various experiences, but these are only ever particular cases or pathways. 223. That still don't explain why it's this privileged element that is taken up as the central, pivotal point of the defense. Jones, in particular, gives belief in the phallus a function in the boy's development which, if you read him, you will notice is taken from the case of a homosexual, which is far from being the general case. Whereas, with the phallus, it's a question of the most general of functions. Allow me a dense formulation that will strike you as quite bold, but we won't have to come back to it if you will be kind enough to agree to accept it momentarily for its operational use. Just as I have told you that within the signifying system the name of the Father has the function of signifying the entire system of signifiers, authorizing its existence, making it law, I will tell you that we frequently have to consider that the phallus enters into play in the signifying system when the subject has to symbolize, in contrast with the signifier, the signified as such, I mean signification. What matters to the subject, what he desires, desire as desired, the subject's desired, when it comes to the neurotic or pervert symbolizing it, is literally carried out, ultimately, with the help of the phallus. The phallus is the signifier of the signified in general. This is essential. If you start there, you will understand many things. If you do not start there, you will understand far fewer and you will be obliged to take some sizable detours in order to understand some exceedingly simple things. The phallus enters into play immediately the subject addresses the mother's desire. This phallus is veiled and will remain veiled to the end of time for one simple reason, which is that it's an ultimate signifier in the signifier's relationship with the signified. There is, effectively, little chance that it ever unveils itself in any other way than in its nature as a signifier, little chance, that is, that it truly reveals what it signifies as a signifier. Nevertheless, consider what happens, a case that we have not envisaged till now, if in this place something intervenes that is much less easy to articulate or symbolize than anything that is imaginary, namely a real subject. This is just what is in question at this first phase that Freud designates. The mother's desire here isn't simply the object of an enigmatic search that has to lead the subject, over the course of his developed 241 ment, to trace out this sign, the phallus, therein so that the latter will subsequently enter into the dance of the symbolic, become the exact object of castration and be finally rendered to him in a different form, so that it does and is what it's meant to do and be. It is that and it does do that, but here we are right at the origin, where the subject comes face to face with the imaginary place in which the mother's desire is located. And this place is occupied. 224. We can't speak about everything at once, and anyway it was quite fortunate that we didn't immediately think of the role of younger siblings even when we all know that this is of decisive importance in the triggering of neuroses. A minimum of analytic experience is sufficient for one to know how much the appearance of a little brother or little sister acts as a crossroads in the evolution of every neurosis. It's just that if we had thought about this immediately, it would have had exactly the same effect on our thought as we observe it having on the neurotic subject. Dwelling on the reality of this relationship makes one miss its function completely. The relation to the little brother or little sister, to any rival, does not acquire its decisive value at the level of reality, but insofar as it's inscribed in a completely different development, the development of symbolization. This complicates it and requires a completely different solution, a phantasmatic solution. What is that? Freud spelled out the nature of this for us. The subject is abolished on the symbolic plane insofar as he is a nonentity who is denied any consideration as a subject. In this particular case, the child discovers the so-called masochistic fantasy of beating that constitutes a successful solution to the problem at this level. We don't have to limit ourselves to this case, but initially we need to understand what is happening. And what's happening is a symbolic act. Freud stresses it strongly. This child who thinks he is someone in the family, well, a single slap is often enough for him to plummet from the pinnacle of his omnipotence. Well then, we're dealing with a symbolic act, and the very form that comes into play in fantasy, a whip or a switch, carries within itself the character of, has the nature of, some sort of thing which expresses itself on the symbolic plane as an erasure. Before it becomes something else, Einfühlung, empathy of some kind, that can be attributed to a physical relationship between the subject and the one who is suffering. What intervenes before anything else is something that strikes out the subject, crosses him out, or abolishes him. This something is the signifier. This is so true that when later, all of this is in Freud's article, I'm following him line by line, the child effectively encounters the act of beating, namely, When at school he sees a child being beaten before his eyes, he doesn't find it at all amusing, says Freud, trusting 242 to the text of the experience of subjects from whom he has obtained the history of this fantasy. The scene inspires something in the order of an able nung, I am correcting the translation, an aversion, a turning away of the head. The subject is obliged to endure it, but he has no involvement and keeps himself at a distance. The subject is by no means taking part in what really takes place when he is 225. Confronted by an actual scene of a thrashing. And also, as Freud precisely indicates, the very pleasure of this fantasy is manifestly tied to its non-serious, inoperative character. The thrashing has no other effect upon the subject's real and physical integrity. It really is its symbolic character that is eroticized as such, and eroticized from the outset. At the second moment, and this is important for the validation of the schema I introduced you to last time, the fantasy is going to acquire a completely different value and change its meaning. It's here that the whole enigma of the essence of masochism resides. Where the subject is concerned, there is no way of getting out of this impasse. I am not telling you that this is easy to grasp, explain, or unpack. We must first of all hold on to the fact, which is that is how it is, and, afterwards, we will try to understand how it can be like that. The radical introduction of signifiers comprises two distinct elements. There is the message and its signification. The subject receives the news that the little rival is a child who is beaten, that is, a non-entity, someone one can sit on. There is also a signifier that has to be picked out as such, namely, what one wields, the instrument. The fundamental character of the masochistic fantasy as it actually exists in a subject, and not in some kind of model or ideal reconstruction of the evolution of the instincts, is the existence of the whip. It's what, in itself, merits being emphasized by us. We are dealing with a signifier that merits having a special place in the series of our hieroglyphs, and initially for a simple reason, which is that the hieroglyph of the one holding the whip has always designated the director, the governor, and the master. We mustn't lose sight of the fact that exists and that it's what we are dealing with. The same duality occurs again at the second moment. However, the message in question, my father is beating me, doesn't reach the subject. This is how what Freud says is to be understood. The message which had first meant, the rival does not exist, he's a non-entity, now means, you exist, and you are loved, even. That is what serves as a message at the second moment, whether it's in a regressive or repressed form doesn't matter. And it's a message that does not arrive. When Freud addresses the problem of masochism as such, 243 years later, in Beyond the Pleasure Principle, and looks for the radical value of this masochism that he encounters in analysis in the form of an opposition or radical enemy, he will be obliged to present it in various terms. Hence the interest we have in thinking about this enigmatic moment of the fantasy, which, he says, is the entire essence of masochism. 226. 3. Let's take it step by step. We have to start off by seeing the paradox, and seeing where it lies. There is, then, the message, the one that does not arrive at the place of the subject. On the other hand, the one thing that remains is the material of the signifier, this object, the whip, which remains as a sign right to the end, to the point of becoming the pivot and, I would almost say, the model of the relationship to the other's desire. Effectively, the final fantasy's character of generality, the one that remains, is reasonably well indicated by the indefinite reduction in the number of subjects. This highlights the relationship with the other, the others, the little as libidinal, and it means that human beings, as such, are all under the stick. To enter into the world of desire is for the human being to undergo, right at the outset, the law imposed by this something that exists beyond, that we were calling it the Father is no longer of any importance, it doesn't matter, the law of the rod. This is how, for a determinate subject entering the matter by particular pathways, a certain line of evolution is defined. The function of the final fantasy is to reveal an essential relationship between the subject and the signifier. Now let's move on a little bit, and remind ourselves what Freud introduces that is new regarding masochism in Beyond the Pleasure Principle. It's essentially this: if we consider a subject's mode of resistance or inertia to a certain normative or normalizing form of treatment intervention, we are led to articulate the pleasure principle as the tendency of life to return to the inanimate. The last resort of libidinal evolution is to return to the stillness of a stone. This is the great scandal that Freud contributes for everyone who till then had made the notion of libido the law of their thought. If this contribution is paradoxically new, even scandalous when expressed as I just have, it's in other respects merely an extension of the pleasure principle, which Freud characterized as a return to zero tension. There is, in effect, no more radical a return to 244 than death. However, at the same time, you can see that we're still obliged, in order to distinguish them, to locate this formulation of the pleasure principle beyond the pleasure principle. I should say some words here about one of the most unusual problems in the life and person of Freud, his relationship to his wife, to which we will perhaps have occasion to return one day. His existence was very deprived of, or denied itself, women. He is scarcely known to have had any more than 2 women, his own and the sister-in-law who lived in the couple's shadow. We really have no 227 trace of anything else that was a properly romantic relationship. On the other hand, he had a fairly deplorable tendency to take suggestions readily from the constellation of women that formed around him, and whose members wished to be the upholders or assistants of his thought. It was thus sufficient for him that a person like Barbara Lowe should suggest a term to him that was so mediocrely suited, if may say so, as the nirvana principle for him to endorse it. The relationship that perhaps exists between nirvana and the notion of the return of nature to the inanimate is just a little bit approximate, but since Freud was happy with it, let's be happy with it too. If the nirvana principle is the rule and the law of the evolution of living things, there must be a trick somewhere so that, at least occasionally, it isn't the decrease in pleasure that gives pleasure but, on the contrary, its increase, except that, as Freud is aware, we are completely incapable of saying why. There must be something in the genre of a temporal rhythm, a concordance of terms, pulsations. He allows that on the horizon there may possibly be recourse to explanations which, were they able to be given, aren't vague, but they remain very much out of reach. They go in the direction of music, of harmony of the spheres. In any case, as soon as one allows that the principle of pleasure is a return to death, actual pleasure, the pleasure we concretely deal with, requires a different order of explication. We really need some trick of life that makes subjects believe, as it were, that it actually is for their pleasure that they are here. One thus returns to the greatest philosophical banalities, namely that it's the veil of Maya that sustains us in life by deceiving us. Beyond, the possibility of obtaining either pleasure or pleasures by taking all sorts of detours, would then be based on the reality principle. This is what would be beyond the pleasure principle. It takes nothing less than a Freud to justify the existence of what he calls the negative therapeutic reaction. We must pause here for a 245 moment, nevertheless, because, well, this negative therapeutic reaction isn't some kind of stoic reaction by the subject. It manifests itself in all sorts of extraordinarily annoying things as much for him as for us and for his entourage. They are even so troublesome that, all things considered, not having been born can seem like a better fate for everything that has come into being. This remark that Oedipus ends up making, his Pr. Qjv val, me finaz, as the final word that gives the meaning in which the adventure of tragedy culminates, does not abolish the latter, far from it. On the contrary, it eternalizes it, for the simple reason that, if Oedipus was unable to succeed in stating it, he would not be the supreme hero that he is. It's precisely insofar as he does say it, that is, makes himself eternal, that he is this hero. 228. What Freud discovers for us as beyond the pleasure principle is that there is perhaps, effectively, an ultimate aspiration for rest and eternal death, but, in our experience, and this was the entire meaning of the second year of my seminar, we encounter the specific character of the negative therapeutic reaction in the phone of this irresistible inclination towards suicide that becomes recognizable in the last resistances we encounter in these subjects who are more or less characterized by the fact of having been unwanted children. As what must bring them closer to their history as a subject becomes better articulated, they increasingly refuse to play the game. They literally wish to quit it. They do not accept being what they are. They want nothing of this signifying chain into which their mother has only regretfully admitted them. What appears to us analysts in these cases is exactly what can be found in others, namely the presence of a desire that is articulated, and articulated not only as a desire for recognition, but as the recognition of a desire. The signifier is the essential dimension here. The more the subject, with the aid of signifiers, asserts himself as wishing to exit the signifying chain, and the more he enters it and integrates himself into it, the more he himself becomes a sign in this chain. Should he do away with himself, he is a sign more than ever. The reason for this is simple: it's precisely when the subject is dead that he becomes an eternal sign for others, and those who have committed suicide even more than others. This is indeed why suicide has a horrific beauty which makes it so terribly condemned by people, and also a contagious beauty which gives rise to these suicide epidemics that are as real as it gets in experience. Once again, in Beyond the Pleasure Principle, Freud stresses the 246 desire for recognition as such, as phoning the basis of what constitutes our relation to the subject. And, after all, in what Freud calls Beyond the Pleasure Principle, is there anything else besides the subject's fundamental relation to the signifying chain? If you think about it, resorting to some supposed inertia in human nature for the model of what life aspires to is an idea that must make us smile slightly, given where we have come to. In fact, nothing is less assured than a return to nothing. Moreover, Freud himself, in a tiny parenthesis that I would ask you to go back to in the article The Economic Problem of Masochism, where he mentions his Beyond the Pleasure Principle, points out to us that if the return to inanimate nature is actually conceivable as the return to the lowest level of tension, to the state of rest, nothing assures us that, in reducing to nothing everything that has risen and is life, nothing stirs therein either, as it were, and that, at bottom, there is no pain of being. I am not springing this pain on you, I'm not extrapolating it. As pointed 229 out by Freud, it's what we have to regard as the final residue of the bond between Thanatos and Eros. No doubt Thanatos comes to be released through the subject's motor aggressiveness in relation to what is in his surroundings, but some part of it remains internal to the subject in the form of this pain of being that, for Freud, seems to be linked to the very existence of living beings. Now, there's no reason to think that this pain stops at living beings, according to everything we now know about a nature that is much more animated, rotting, fermenting, bubbling and even explosive, than we have been able to imagine up till now. On the other hand, what we do not have to imagine, what is there at the tip of our fingers, is that in his relationship to signifiers a subject may occasionally, insofar as he is asked to constitute himself in signifiers, choose not to do so. He can say, no, I will not be an element in the chain. That really is what lies at the bottom of the matter. But the bottom, the back, is exactly the same thing as the front. What does the subject do, in effect, when he chooses, in some way, not to pay a debt that he has not contracted? He does nothing but perpetuate it. His successive refusals have the effect of making the chain rebound, and he always finds himself tied to this same chain even more. The Absagiungswang, this eternal necessity to repeat the same refusal, is, as Freud shows us, the ultimate mainspring of everything that in the unconscious appears in the form of symptomatic reproduction. Nothing less than this is necessary in order to understand in what respect signifiers, once they have been introduced, have a fundamentally double value. How does the subject feel affected, as desire, by signifiers, inasmuch as it's he who is abolished, not the other with 247 the imaginary and, of course, signifying whip. As desire, he feels he is running up against what, as such, sanctions and valorizes him even as it profanes him. In masochistic fantasies, there is always a degrading and profanatory aspect, one that indicates both the dimension of recognition and the subject's prohibited mode of relation with the paternal subject. This is what constitutes the depths of the misrecognized part of the fantasy. The subject's access to the radically double-meaning nature of a signifier is facilitated by something I have not yet brought into play on the schema, so as to spare your tiny minds, because last time there were frightful complications as soon as I introduced the parallel line IM, namely, the relationship between the image of the body and the ego of the subject. We cannot misrecognize the fact that the rival does not purely and simply intervene in the triangular relation, but that he is already present at the imaginary level as a radical obstacle. This is what 230 provokes what St. Augustine describes for us in his Confessions: deathly pallor of the suckling watching its brother at the mother's breast. There is, in effect, something radical there, truly deadly for the subject, which is well expressed in this passage. But the rivalry with the other isn't all, since there is also an identification with the other. In other words, the relationship that binds the subject to every image of the other has a fundamentally ambiguous character, and it gives the subject a completely natural introduction to the back and forth which, in fantasy, takes him to his rival's place, where the same message will henceforth reach him with a completely opposite meaning. We can, then, see this, which makes us better understand what the issue is. It's inasmuch as part of the relation develops a connection with the subject's ego that successive fantasies are organized and structured. It's not for nothing that it's in this dimension between the primitive maternal object and the subject's image, a dimension in which the entire range of the intermediaries where reality is constituted is laid out, that all these others who are the support of the significant object, namely the whip, come to be located. From this moment on, in its signification the fantasy, I mean the fantasy in which the subject appears as the child who is being beaten, becomes the relation with the other by whom it's a question of being loved, insofar as he himself is not recognized as such. This fantasy is, then, situated somewhere in the symbolic dimension between the father and the mother, between whom, moreover, he effectively oscillates. 248 Today I have taken you down a path that was no less difficult than the one I took you down last time. Let's wait and test its value and its validity, which I will be able to tell you about at a later stage. To terminate on a brief suggestive note, I will make the following remark, which will show you how our terms are applied. It's commonly said in analysis that a woman's relation to the man comprises a certain masochism on her part. It's one of these errors of perspective to which some kind of sliding of our experience into confusion and into a rut leads us all the time. It's not because masochists display certain signs or fantasies of a typically feminine position in their relations with their partner that, inversely, a woman's relation to the man is a masochistic relation. The idea that, in the relations between a man and a woman, the woman is someone who receives the blows may well be a masculine subject's perspective as someone who is interested in the feminine position. But, in order for a constitutively feminine position to effectively be there, it isn't enough that the masculine subject perceive, from certain perspectives, whether his own or those of his clinical experience, a certain connection between adopting a feminine position and 231. Such and such a signifier of the subject's position that is supposed to have more or less of a relationship with masochism. It's extremely important to make this correction, which I am doing for you in passing, to the term feminine masochism introduced by Freud in his article on the economic problem. I have had no time at all to start what I was going to tell you about the relations between the phallus and comedy. I regret it, and I'll defer it till next time. February 12, 1958. The significance of the phallus. 14. Desire and jouissance. The Masks of a Woman. André Gide's Perversion. The Balcony by Jean Genet. Comedy and the Phallus. Dear friends, to pick up the thread after a 3-week break, I will begin with what we were rightly recalling last night, which was that our discourse has to be a scientific discourse. That said, it seems that the paths to achieving this aim are not so easy as far as our object is concerned. Last night I simply pointed out the originality of this moment in the examination of the phenomena of man, that bringing this privileged element called desire to the foreground, by way of the entire Freudian discipline, constitutes. I pointed out to you that prior to Freud this element had, in itself, always been reduced and in some respects prematurely elided. It's this that makes it possible to say that until Freud every study of human economy more or less started from a concern with morals, with ethics in the sense in which it's less about studying desire than already reducing it and training it. Now, it's the effects of desire in a very large sense, desire is no side effect, that we have to deal with in psychoanalysis. What manifests itself in the phenomenon of human desire is its fundamental subduction, not to say subversion, by signifiers. That is the meaning of everything I am striving here to make you aware of desire's relationship to signifiers. I am not going to develop this for you again today, even though we should go back and recommence from there, but I am going to show you what, from the rigorous perspective that maintains the originality of the conditions of man's desire, is signified by a notion that is always more or less implicated in your handling of the 251. 236. Notion of desire, and which deserves to be distinguished from it. I 252 would go further, which can only begin to be articulated once we are sufficiently inculcated with the complex conditions under which this desire is formed. This notion I am speaking about will be the other pole of my discourse today. It's called jouissance. We will briefly return to what forms, as such, desire's deviation or alienation in signifiers, and we will ask what it means, from this perspective, that the human subject is able to take possession of what in his world are the very conditions imposed upon him, as if these conditions were made for him and succeed in satisfying him. I point out to you that this brings us to a theme, and I hope to get there today, that I announced to you at the start of the year when we were approaching things from the perspective of witticisms, namely the nature of comedy. 1. Remember for a start that desire is established in relation to the signifying chain, that it first poses and proposes itself as a demand in the evolution of the human subject, and that frustration in Freud is Weigerung, which is refusal or, even more precisely, retraction. If, along with the Kleinians, we go further back into the origins, which is an exploration that surely constitutes progress for analysis, in the majority of problems in the evolution of the neurotic subject we are led back to so-called oral sadistic satisfaction. Simply observe that this satisfaction takes place in fantasy, and does so immediately, as retaliation for fantasized satisfaction. We are told that everything starts with the sometimes aggressive need to bite in the small child, in relation to the mother's body. Don't forget, though, that none of this ever consists of actual biting, that they are fantasies, and that this reasoning can only move forward by showing that the fear of being bitten in return is the essential thread in what is being demonstrated. Moreover, one of you with whom I was chatting last night, and who, after Susan Isaacs, is trying to retrieve some valid definitions of fantasy, was quite correctly telling me about his total confusion as to pursuing any reasoning whatsoever that was founded purely and simply on the imaginary relation between subjects. It's absolutely impossible to distinguish, in any valid way, unconscious fantasies from this formal creation that is the play of imagination. 253 If we do not see that unconscious fantasy is already dominated and structured by the state of the signifiers. Pease Iyer and J. Wissens 237. Good and bad primordial objects, and primitive objects on the basis of which all analytic reasoning is carried out, constitute a range of objects in which several series of substitutive terms destined to be equivalent appear. Milk, the breast, subsequently become, what? Sperm, what? The penis. These objects are already, as it were, signifierized. What the relation with the most primordial object, the maternal object, initially operates on signs, on what we might call, to give an image of what I mean, the currency of the other's desire. Still, the close study, close so as to see it clearly, we undertook last time of this work that Freud considers decisive, and I stress to you that it was effectively groundbreaking in the real analytic understanding of the problem of perversion, was intended to get you to see that these signs can be divided in two. Effectively, they are not all reducible to what, as I have already pointed out to you, are property titles, fiduciary values, representative values, or money for exchange, as I just said, signs constituted as such. Some of these signs are constitutive, I mean whereby the creation of value is assured, whereby the something real, which is locked into this economy at every moment, is struck by the bullet that turns it into a sign. We saw one such bullet last time, formed by the sign of the stick, the switch, or whatever else is used for hitting. This is an element whereby even a disagreeable effect can create a subjective distinction and can establish the very relation in which demand can be recognized as such. What was initially a means to annul all rival rouse reality with the brother secondarily becomes that by which the subject finds himself differentiated, recognized, or picked out as something that can be either recognized or rejected into nothingness. Henceforth, the subject presents himself as a surface on which everything that can be given subsequently can be recorded, or even, as it were, as a blank check where all gifts are possible. And since all gifts are possible, the fact is that what can be given or not given is not what's at issue, because what's at issue is a relation of love, which, as I have said, consists in the fact that the subject essentially gives what he doesn't have. Everything possible about the introduction to the order of love presupposes this fundamental sign for the subject, who may be either annulled or recognized as such by it. I asked you to read a number of things over the break. I hope 254 you have done so, and that you occupied yourselves at least a little bit with Mr. Jones's phallic phase and the early development of feminine sexuality. Since I have to move on today, I will punctuate with a completely. 238. Local example that I rediscovered when rereading the issue of the International Journal of Psychoanalysis commemorating Jones's 50th anniversary, at the time when this phallic phase was in the foreground of the interest of English psychoanalysts. In this issue, Volume 10, I reread once again, with great interest, Joan Riviere's article, Womanliness as a Masquerade. The article is about the analysis of a specific case, and not about the function of femininity in general, which Joan Riviere situates in relation to various branches that offer a number of possible pathways to femininity. The subject in question presented as endowed with a femininity that was all the more remarkable for apparently being completely embraced, and for the fact that her entire life appeared, in her day much more than in ours, to indicate that she assumed all the masculine functions. In other words, she was someone who had a perfectly independent, developed and free professional life, which, I repeat, stood out much more in those days than in our own, and which nevertheless manifested itself in her correlative assumption to the maximum, to the highest degree, of her role as a woman, both in the public form of her functions as housewife and in her relations with her spouse, everywhere displaying the superiority of qualities which, in our social state just as in all social states, come under what is necessarily the woman's responsibility, and, in another register, quite specially at the sexual level, her relations with her man proved to be entirely satisfying with respect to her jouissance. Now, beneath the apparently total satisfaction of her feminine position, this analysis highlighted something very hidden and which nonetheless formed its basis. This is without any doubt something that one doesn't find without the instigation of some tiny, infinitely tiny discord appearing on the surface of a state that was in principle completely satisfying. You are aware of the emphasis our experience can place on penisnade, the claim for a penis, in many developmental disorders of female sexuality. Here, what is hidden is quite the contrary. I cannot repeat the history of this woman, this is not my aim today, but the source of the satisfaction that supports what apparently flourishes in this favorable libido is the hidden Sat 255 satisfaction of superiority over the parental characters. This is the term that Mrs. Joan Riviere uses, and which she considers to be the very source of the problems in this case, which, as I have said, has a character of freedom and fullness that is not so secure in the evolution of female sexuality for it not to be remarked upon. Detecting this hidden mainspring of her personality produced the 239 effect, if only a transitory one, of profoundly disturbing what had been presented as a complete, mature, and happy relationship to the point of producing for a time the disappearance of a satisfying outcome. To the sexual act, which, according to the author, proves her case. With this woman, we therefore find ourselves in the presence, as Mrs. Joan Riviere emphasizes, of the need to avoid reprisals from men motivated by the surreptitious theft that she carries out on the source and very symbol of their power. As the analysis progresses, the meaning of her relations with persons of one or the other sex appears more and more obviously to be given, guided, and dominated by her concern to avoid punishment and reprisals from the men whom she has in her sights here. This very fine scansion, which appears as the analysis progresses, as I say, was, however, already discernible in small, anomalous traits. Whenever she had displayed her phallic power, she would rush into a sequence of steps that were either a seduction or even a sacrificial procedure, do everything for others, thereby in appearance adopting the highest form of feminine devotion, as if she was saying, "But look, I do not have this phallus, I am a woman and purely a woman." She would adopt a mask, particularly in her professional activities in relation to men, although she was highly qualified, she would suddenly adopt, with a kind of self-effacement, an excessively modest even anxious attitude to the quality of what she had done, thus in reality playing a game of coquettishness, as Mrs. Joan Riviere puts it, which would function not so much to reassure as to deceive those who might take offense at what, in her, was presenting fundamentally as aggression and the need for, and jouissance of, supremacy as such, and which was structured on a history of rivalry, first with the mother and then with the father. In short, with respect to an example like this, as paradoxical as it may seem, we can clearly see that what is at stake in an analysis and in the understanding of a subjective structure is always something that shows us the subject engaged in the process of recognition as such, but recognition of what? Let's clarify this. The subject is unconscious of the need for recognition, and indeed this is why it's necessary, completely necessary, for us to locate 256 it in an ALTERID with qualities that were unknown before Freud. This itride stems purely and simply from the place of signifiers, whereby being is separated off from its own existence. The fate of a human subject is essentially tied to his relationship with his sign of being, which is the object of all kinds of passions and presentifies death in the process. In his link to this sign, the subject 257. 240. Is in effect sufficiently detached from himself to be able to have this apparently unique relationship to his own existence in creation, and this constitutes the ultimate form of what, in analysis, we call masochism, namely that by which the subject apprehends the pain of existing. The subject, qua existence, finds himself constituted as divided from the outset. Why? Because his being has to become represented elsewhere, in signs, and signs themselves are in a third location. This is what structures the subject in this splitting of himself, and without it it's impossible for us, in any valid way, to found what we call the unconscious. Take the slightest dream and you will see, provided you analyze it correctly and refer to the Traumdeutung, that it isn't in the articulated signifiers, even after you have carried out the initial decoding, that the unconscious is embodied. Freud is constantly stressing and returning to this. There are, he says, hypocritical dreams, and they are nonetheless the representation of a desire, even if only the desire to deceive the analyst. Recall what I emphasized in a fully explicit passage from the analysis of the young homosexual woman. The unconscious discourse is not the last word of the unconscious, it's supported by what truly is the ultimate mainspring of the unconscious and which cannot be expressed in any other way than as the subject's desire to be recognized. And this is so, even where it's through a lie already articulated at the level of mechanisms that escape consciousness, a desire for recognition that is here underlying the lie itself, and which from a false perspective may seem like a lie by the unconscious. This gives you the meaning of and the key to the necessity we find ourselves under to place the schema, around which I am trying to advance the authentic course of the experience of formations of the unconscious, at the foundation of any analysis of the full subjective phenomenon as it's given in analytic experience. This is the one I recommended to you recently in a form that today I can present more simply. Of course, it's always the simplest forms that have to be introduced last. 2. What do we have in this triangle with the three poles, E, P, and M, which forms the position of the subject? We see the subject in a relation to a triad of terms that form the signifying foundations of his entire progress. Namely, M, the mother, insofar as she is the first symbolized object and insofar as her absence or presence will become, for the subject, the sign of the desire onto which his own desire will hook, and which will make him or not make him, not simply a satisfied child or not, but a desired or undesired child. This is not an arbitrary construction. Be aware that our experience has taught us to discover, step by step, what I am putting in place here. Experience has taught us what the flow-on consequences are, what almost infinite structuration for a subject, before his birth, flows from the fact of having been a child that is not desired. This term is essential. It's more essential than having been, at this or that moment, a more or less satisfied child. The term desired child corresponds to the establishing of the mother as the seat of desire and to the dialectic of the child's relationship with the mother's desire that I have been attempting to demonstrate to you, which is concentrated in the primordial fact of the symbol of the desired child. Here, P, the term for the father insofar as he is, as a signifier, the signifier through which signifiers are founded as such. It's for this reason that the father is essentially a creator, I would even say an absolute creator, who creates out of nothing. Signifiers effectively have, within themselves, this original dimension of being able to 258 contain the signifier that defines itself as the emergence of signifiers. In relation to this, something essentially confused, indeterminate, undetached from its existence and yet made for being detached from it, namely, the subject insofar as he must be signified, has to get its bearings. If identifications are possible, if the subject in his lived experience succeeds in giving this meaning or that meaning to what has been given to him by his particular human physiology, it's always structured in this triadic relationship formed at the level of signifiers. 242. I don't need to go back over the homology of terms at the level of signifieds, the side where the subject is, in relation to these three symbolic terms. I have partly demonstrated it, and in the end that's all I'm doing here. I ask you to take my word on this, at least till you are better informed, till we get a fuller demonstration. In the subject's relationship to his own image, he rediscovers the duality of maternal desire in relationship to himself as a desired child, which is only symbolic. He feels it, experiences it in this relationship with this image of himself on which many things can end up being superimposed. I'm immediately going to give you an example that illustrates this, since I made an allusion last night to the fact that I had been looking quite closely at the history of Gide's childhood, as Jean Delay sets it out for us in a truly exhaustive manner in the pathography that he has given us of this case, under the title La jeunesse d'André Gide. We know that Gide, this graceless child, as the author says somewhere on seeing a photograph the sight of which made the person tremble, would indulge in the most deformed images in his erotics, his primitive autoerotism, since, as he says, he could achieve an orgasm by identifying with situations of catastrophes. For example, he was able to achieve an orgasm very early on by reading Madame de Segur, whose books are fundamental with all the ambiguity of primordial sadism, but where this sadism is perhaps not fully developed. Equally, one finds other examples, a child who has been beaten, a servant who drops something with a great crash, destroying what she was holding in her hands, or again identification with this character of Gribble in a tale by Hans Christian Andersen, who is carried off by the current and ends up on a far-off bank, transformed into a branch. These are amongst the least humanly constituted forms of the pain of existence. We can't do anything but grasp something abyssal here that was formed in the subject's first relationship with his mother who, as we 259 know, had both very high and remarkable qualities and something completely elided in her sexuality, in her life as a woman, which, in her presence, clearly left the child in his early years in a completely unsituated position. The turning point at which the life of the young Gide regains, as it were, meaning and human constitution is to be located in a crucial moment of entification that we are given, as clearly as is possible, in his memory, and which without the slightest doubt marks his entire existence. This is his identification with his young female cousin. Identification, for sure, but it's not enough to use the term in this vague form. He recounts the precise moment, and nobody pays enough attention to its unusual nature. It's the moment when he 243 discovers his cousin in tears on the second floor of this house he has rushed to, attracted not so much by her as by her taste for, her love of, the clandestine that festers in that household. It's after he passes the first floor, where his cousin's mother is, his aunt, whom he sees more or less in the arms of a lover, that he encounters his cousin in tears, and then, the height of euphoria, exaltation, love, distress, and devotion. From that point on, he dedicates himself to the protection of this child, as he will later tell us. Let's not forget that she was older than he, at the time. Gide was 13 years old and Madeleine 15. We can absolutely not understand the meaning of what happened at this moment unless we place it in a threefold relation. The young André doesn't find himself only in the presence of his cousin, but also with a woman who is at the height of her passion on the floor below, namely, the said cousin's mother, who, as he presents it to us in La Porte Detroit, had previously made an attempt at seducing him. What happened at that moment? At the time of the seduction, he became the desired child, and, moreover, he fled in horror effectively because nothing had ever contributed the elements of an approach and a mediation that would have made this anything other than a trauma. Still, he had found himself in the position of a desired child for the first time. This new situation, which in some respects was to be his salvation, would nevertheless fixate him on a profoundly divided position, by reason of the atypical, late and, I repeat this, unmediated way this encounter took place. What did he acquire from this for the constitution of the symbolic term that had been missing till then? He acquired nothing less than the place of the desired child, which he would eventually be able to occupy by the intermediary of his cousin. In that place where there had been a hole, there is now a place, but nothing more, for in that place he denies himself at the same time, insofar as he is unable to occupy it because he is unable to accept the desire of which he is the object. On the other hand, his ego, undeniably, doesn't stop identifying, and forever, and without knowing it, with the subject of the 260 desire upon which he is now dependent. He falls in love forever, for the rest of his existence, this little boy that for an instant had been in the arms of his aunt, this aunt who stroked his neck, his shoulders, and his chest. His entire life is there. We can report the fact, since he admitted as much, that during his honeymoon, everyone is astounded and scandalized by this, and virtually in front of his wife, he would think about the excruciating delights, as he expresses it, of being stroked on the arm and shoulder by young boys he had met in the train. This page has become 244. Famous, it's part of literature, one in which Gide displays what, for him, will remain the privileged point of the entire fixation of his desire. In other words, what has been subtracted at the level of what becomes his ego ideal, namely the desire of which he is the object and which he is unable to bear, he adopts for himself. He falls in love forever and for all eternity with this same caressed little boy he had no wish to be. The term desired child, this signifier which primordially constitutes the subject in his being, is pivotal here. Something must be created here, and the ego must combine with it in one way or another at this point X where he is, which is designated by E. This is where the ego ideal, which marks the entire psychological development of a subject, is formed. First, the ego ideal is marked with the sign of the signifier. Second, the question is, where does it start? It can be formed gradually with the ego as its point of departure, or, alternatively, without the ego being able to do anything but undergo what is produced, unbeknownst to the subject, solely by a succession of accidents subject to the fortunes of the signifier, and which allow him to subsist in the signifying position of a child who is desired to a greater or lesser extent. The schema thus shows us that it's in the same place, depending on whether it is produced via the conscious pathway or via the unconscious pathway, that what, in one case, we call the ego ideal and, in the other, perversion is produced. André Gide's perversion doesn't consist so much in the fact that he can only desire little boys, only the image of the little boy that he had been, André Gide's perversion consists in the fact that, there, at E, he is able to constitute himself only by perpetually relating himself, only by submitting himself to this correspondence that for him is the heart of his work, only by being the one who makes himself valued in the place occupied by his cousin, the one whose thoughts are all turned towards her, the one who literally gives her, at every moment, everything that he doesn't have, but nothing but that, and who constitutes himself as a personality in her, through her, and in relation to her. 261 This is what places him, in relation to her, in a deadly dependency, which makes him exclaim somewhere, "You cannot know what the love of a Uranist is. It's something like an embalmed love." This entire projection of his own essence into this relationship is the basis of his existence, the heart and root of his existence as a man of letters, as a man totally in signifiers, and totally in what he communicates to this woman. This is how he exists objectively in his 245 interhuman relations. This woman that he does not desire can effectively be the object of a supreme love for him, and when this object with which he has filled the whole of love without desire disappears, he utters this miserable cry whose similarity to the comical cry par excellence, that of the miser, "My money box! My precious money box! I pointed out to you last night." All passions, insofar as they are the alienation of desire in an object, are on the same footing. Of course the miser's money box makes us laugh more easily, at least, if we have in us a touch of humanity, which is not universally the case, than the disappearance of Gide's correspondence with his wife. Obviously, that was of value to all of us. It doesn't make it any less true that, fundamentally, it's the same thing, and that Gide's cry at the moment his correspondence disappeared is the same cry as that of Harpagon. What is this comedy I'm referring to? 3. Comedy comes to us in 1,000 varied remarks. Comedy is not the comical. If we want to give a correct theory of comedy, we have to begin with the fact that, at least for a time, comedy was produced for the community, insofar as the latter represents a group of men, that is, insofar as, above itself, it constitutes the existence of a man as such. Comedy was what it seems to have been at a time when the representation of the relationship between man and woman was the object of a spectacle with a ceremonial value. I am not the first to compare the theater and mass, since everybody who has examined the question of theater has noted that, surely, our day is the only one in which the drama of the mass represents what the full development of the functions of theater could represent at a certain moment in history. At the time of the great period of Greek theater, tragedy represented man's relationship to speech, insofar as this relationship 262 seizes him in his fatality, a fatality in conflict, insofar as the chain that binds man to the law of signifiers is not the same at the level of the family as at the level of the community. That is the essence of tragedy. Comedy represents something else, which is not without a link to tragedy, since, as you know, a comedy always completes the tragic trilogy, and we cannot consider it independently. I will show you that we even find both the trace and the shadow of this comedy in the marginal commentary on the Christian drama itself. Of course, this is not to be found in our Epic of Constipated. 246. Christianity, where, certainly, no one would dare accompany the ceremonies with these robust farces phoned by what used to be called the risus paschalis. But let's leave that to one side. Comedy arises at the point at which the subject and man attempt to adopt a different relationship to speech from that in tragedy. It's no longer a matter of committing to or adopting contrary necessities, nor is it a question of it being only one's own affair. It's a matter of that in which he has to express himself as a person whose destiny it is to absorb the substance and matter of this communion, profit from it, enjoy it, and consume it. Comedy, one might say, is something like the representation of the end of the communion meal on the basis of which tragedy has been evoked. It's ultimately man who consumes all his substance and common flesh that has been presented there, and it's a matter of finding out what the outcome is. To see this, I believe there is no other way than to refer to classical comedy, of which all subsequent comedies are merely a degradation in which the traits of their origin are, however, still recognizable. I refer you to the comedies of Aristophanes, the Assembly of Women, Lysistrata, Women at the Thesmophoria, to see where it leads. I started showing this to you, comedy manifests, by a kind of internal necessity, the subject's relationship to his own signifieds, as the result or fruit of the relationship between signifiers. The signifieds must arrive fully developed on the scene of comedy. Comedy embraces, gathers, and takes enjoyment from the relationship with an effect that has a fundamental relation to the signifying order, namely the appearance of this signified called the phallus. It just so happens that, having given you this 10, in the days following the brief sketch I gave of Molière's The School for Wives as representing the essential comical relationship, I only had to open this text, which I think I can regard as a very unusual and extra 263 denarii resurgence of the master works of comedy, if what I think I read in Aristophanes is right. It's nothing other than Jean Genet's The Balcony. What is the balcony? You know that there was some fairly lively opposition to its being performed. We shouldn't be astonished by this, in a state of the theatre whose substance and interest can be said to consist primarily in the actor's self-promotion on the stage in various capacities, which delights and titillates those who are there to identify with what we can call by its name, a display. If the theatre is anything else, I certainly believe that this play is well made to get us to appreciate it. It's uncertain whether the public is in a state to view it. It seems to me difficult, though, not to find it dramatically interesting.